Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 1998 to Chapter 2047. Seeing Chiu Tai's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "Alright, drink slowly, I still have a lot. Come, have some snacks." Then Zhao Hai flipped his hand and took out a plate of desserts. These desserts were very beautiful, they looked like flowers. Chiu Tai swallowed his saliva. He had been running around with Zhao Hai for a long time, so he was already hungry. Seeing these snacks, he was naturally envious. However, he also thought about his grandfather's words, so he didn't dare to take them. Zhao Hai looked at Chiu Tai's appearance and smiled. "Eat, this is what I told you to eat." Chiu Tai thanked Zhao Hai, then he carefully picked up a snack and ate it. At this time, Zhao Hai also noticed that the 12 freaks were using their spiritual force to observe. At the same time, they were also observing the robots. It was clear that the 12 freaks were very surprised. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would make these robots to help him. This was beyond their expectations. Zhao Hai didn't care about them, he just looked at the robots working. Although the courtyard wasn't small, Zhao Hai also had a lot of robots. There were 30 robots, and they were specialized in doing housework. Naturally, they were able to clean the courtyard very quickly. It didn't take long for them to finish cleaning. Then the robots moved the things that Zhao Hai took out into the room. After that, Zhao Hai put away the table and chairs that he just took out and brought Chiu Tai into the room. Zhao Hai chose a main room. Not only did it have a guest room, but it also had a bedroom and a quiet room. His bedroom was also very big. Outside the bedroom was also a servant's room. At this time, the room had already been cleaned. Moreover, everything inside was already arranged. Zhao Hai and Chiu Tai can move in. Zhao Hai looked at the room and then nodded with satisfaction. Then Zhao Hai led Chiu Tai to the servants' quarters and said, "Little Tai, you can live here from now on. You just need to instruct the robots to clean the room. You don't need to worry about cooking or anything else." Chiu Tai agreed. He now felt that being Zhao Hai's servant was really too lucky. Not only did he not have to do anything, he could also command a large group of puppets. It was really too fun. When Zhao Hai saw that there was no one in the room that needed to be prepared, he went to the courtyard and looked around. The 30 robots were still busy tidying up the courtyard. They were removing the moss from the walls and repainting the wooden pillars. They were doing everything in an orderly manner. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Chiu Tai and said, "Little Tai, you stay here and watch them work. I'll go and see what the land that the sect gave me is like." Chiu Tai nodded. Zhao Hai mounted the Pegasus and then flew towards the bottom of the mountain. The land that the Tyrant's Blade sect gave to Zhao Hai was clearly marked in the jade slip. The land was at the bottom of the mountain. It was an open space near the Tyrant's Blade sect. The area of the land was very big, but Zhao Hai only had 10 mu of land. Zhao Hai rode the Pegasus to the flat ground below the mountain. After carefully looking around, he discovered that the area was no less than 100,000 mu of land. Moreover, there should have been people living on this land. He also saw a few villages. The houses in the villages were still there, but they were now abandoned. Looking at such a large wasteland, Zhao felt a bit of heartache, but he still paid attention to the surroundings. Soon, he found the land assigned to him by the gate according to the instructions on the map. The land was very good. It wasn't far from the bottom of the mountain. Zhao Hai looked at the land. Because it hadn't been cultivated for a long time, it was already barren. If he wanted to cultivate it, he would need to take care of it. At the very least, the weeds on the ground had to be removed and fertilized. Otherwise, the land wouldn't be able to grow anything. Zhao Hai thought for a moment. Then he waved his hand and some farming robots appeared on the ground. 10 mu of land. Zhao Hai didn't need to release too many robots. He only needed 2 robots and some farming machines. These farming machines were all high-tech products. He only needed to sit on them and press a few buttons. After these machines were released, they immediately began to work. First, they plowed the land, smashing the weeds and turning them into fertilizer. Then, they flattened the land. 10 mu of land wasn't much for these high-tech machines. In less than 3 hours, the land was flattened. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and nodded with satisfaction. Then he took out some bamboo rice seeds and had the robots plant them. At the same time, he took out a watering robot and had the spatial water sprinkle on the ground. With this, his work was almost done. Of course, Zhao didn't let the water have too strong of an effect. If Zhao planted it today, and the bamboo rice grew tomorrow, then no one would be suspicious. Zhao just let the machine use a small amount of water to fertilize the field. Although the bamboo rice would grow faster, it wouldn't be too noticeable. Zhao didn't want to waste too much of the water, so it wouldn't attract too much attention. While Zhao Hai was farming, people also came to his courtyard. The 12 monsters that Zhao Hai saw before appeared in Zhao Hai's courtyard. At this time, Qiu Tai was commanding the robots to clean the courtyard. Although Qiu Tai was young, he received training since he was young. When he commanded the robots, he was quite good at it. However, when he saw the 12 monsters, Qiu Tai immediately became more careful. He ran towards the group and bowed, "I've seen sirs. May I know what business you have with me?" The 12 monsters looked at Qiu Tai and couldn't help but laugh. One of them opened his mouth and said, "Kid, let me ask you, which elder is your lord's disciple?" When Qiu Tai heard this, he quickly replied, "I'm sorry, sirs. Without the young master's permission, this kid wouldn't dare reveal the young master's information. I hope sirs can forgive me." When these people heard Qiu Tai's words, they couldn't help but frown. Naturally, they knew that Qiu Tai wasn't dragging his words, but rather the truth. If a servant like Qiu Tai revealed the identity of the master, then he would be punished. If the master's temper wasn't good, then even if he was killed, nobody would dare say anything. Since Qiu Tai was a child, they didn't have the heart to make things difficult for him. The leader of the group asked, "When will your master come back?" Qiu Tai shook his head and said, "This lowly one doesn't know. The sect gave my master 10 mu of land and asked him to farm for 3 years. Master went to look at the land, he didn't say when he would return." When the leader heard Qiu Tai, he couldn't help but stare and said, "Your master wants to farm for 3 years? Isn't this something that people who just entered the true spirit realm from the leaping dragon realm do? Did your master come from the leaping dragon realm?" Qiu Tai didn't hide this matter from the group. He nodded and said, "Yes. Our master just came from the leaping dragon realm." The leader's expression changed as he said, "Nonsense. If your master really came from the leaping dragon realm, then how could he be assigned to the inferior mountain? This is a place for inner disciples." Qiu Shan wasn't scared at all. Instead, he calmly said, "Sir, my master really did come from the leaping dragon realm. However, he is also an inner disciple. He has already registered with the task hall. The task hall assigned him to the inferior mountain." After hearing Qiu Shan, the 12 eccentrics were stunned. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. This was their first time hearing about this. They didn't know if this was true or not. At this moment, the sound of wings flapping was heard. Everyone looked up and saw Zhao Hai riding a Pegasus in the sky. He was slowly descending towards the small courtyard. Before long, the Pegasus landed in the courtyard. Zhao Hai jumped down from the Pegasus and cupped his fist towards the group. He said, "Senior brothers, you're here. Do you need something from this little brother?" The leader of the group looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I heard that junior brother just ascended from the leaping dragon realm? But you're already an inner disciple? Is this true?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course it's true. Otherwise, this little brother wouldn't be here. Senior brothers, we'll be neighbors from now on. How about having a drink with this little brother today?" The leader looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother, if you don't mind, can you let me see your saber token?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't mind." Then he waved his hand and the saber token appeared in his hand. He handed it over to the leader. The cultivator received Zhao Hai's command token and carefully looked at it. Then he nodded and returned the command token to Zhao Hai. "Junior brother, please forgive me. Junior brother, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. I'm very curious." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Junior brother, please forgive me." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Hee, it's nothing. When I was in the leaping dragon realm, I made a small contribution to the sect. Because of this, the sect promoted me from an outer disciple to an inner disciple." The leader said, "Then I wonder which elder is junior brother's disciple?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's nothing I can't say. But I hope that senior brothers won't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to my master. The leader nodded. He now felt that Zhao Hai's master's identity wasn't simple. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators and said, I have 2 masters. I don't know their names, but I do know their nicknames. Inside the sect, they are called the Yin Yang Elders. Outside, they are called the Yin Yang Dual Fiend Blades. Hiss. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the cultivators couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were very clear about the status of the Yin Yang Elders in the Tyrant's Saber School. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's masters would be these 2 elders. These 2 elders didn't accept any disciples. They thought that these 2 elders would never accept a disciple. They didn't think that they would suddenly accept a disciple. Moreover, their disciple was standing right in front of them. The cultivators looked at Zhao Hai with strange expressions. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai was actually a disciple of the Yin Yang Elders. One must know that the Yin Yang Elders were famous killing gods in the Tyrant's Saber School. They didn't accept disciples not only because they didn't want to, but also because their killing intent was too strong. If they accepted disciples, they would teach them killing moves. Ordinary low-level cultivators, after learning these killing moves, would be affected by the killing intent. It was very likely that they would suffer from chi deviation and turn into a murderous demon king. This was the reason why the Yin Yang Elders didn't accept disciples. But now, Zhao Hai said that he was a disciple of the Yin Yang Elders. It would be strange if these people weren't surprised. The leader looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, So you're actually a disciple of the Yin Yang Elders. This saber rat greets you. Zhao Hai returned the greeting and said, Senior brother is too polite. Senior brothers, please take a seat in the room. Let's have a few drinks today. Then he made an inviting gesture. When Saber Rat heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't refuse. At the same time, he also wanted to know more about Zhao Hai's situation. Therefore, he politely said, Then I'll have to trouble junior brother. Please. Then he walked side by side with Zhao Hai towards the left wing. Zhao Hai had the robots turn the left wing into a kitchen and a dining room. Therefore, Zhao Hai brought Saber Rat and the others here. When they entered the dining room, they saw a large round table. The round table was covered with a white tablecloth, and there were cutlery on it. 2 robots were standing beside the round table. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 robots and waved his hand, Bring wine and 10 dishes, 6 meat and 4 vegetables. The 2 robots turned around and left without saying anything. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. After asking Saber Rat and the others to sit down, he turned to Chiu Tai and said, Little Tai, tell the robots to make a pot of tea first. Those guys will do whatever you tell them to do. They won't do anything extra. Chiu Tai nodded and walked into the kitchen through a small door. After that, Zhao Hai turned to Saber Rat and the others and said, Senior brothers, we've made a fool of ourselves. Blade Rat smiled and said, We're very envious of that place. Although we have our own servants, junior brother should know that the inferior Earth Mountain isn't a good place, it's too dangerous. Therefore, we asked the sect to take back our servants. Now, we don't even have anyone to serve us. That's why we're in such a difficult situation. Junior brother, please don't laugh at us. Zhao Hai smiled and said, If senior brother likes it, then I'll send you a few robots after I clean up my courtyard. These robots can't fight, they can only do housework. Blade Rat smiled and said, If that's the case, we won't refuse. If junior brother needs anything, you must tell us and we will certainly help. Right, junior brother, if it's possible, you should let your little servant go. The inferior Earth Mountain is too dangerous. Zhao Hai stared. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Chiu Tai's voice, I don't want to leave young master. Young master, don't drive me away. Otherwise, my grandfather will kill me. Zhao Hai turned to look at the crying Chiu Tai. He shook his head and said, Don't worry, I won't drive you away. I'll let you follow me. Go and see if the tea is ready. When Chiu Tai heard Zhao Hai, his tears turned into laughter as he turned around and ran away. Zhao Hai turned to Saber Rat and sighed, It seems like there's no other way. Right, senior brother, I don't know the names of these senior brothers. I'll have to trouble you to introduce them to me. When Saber Rat heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but pat his head and said, Look at me, I forgot about this matter. Come, let me introduce you. These are my younger brothers. We were born from the same mother, 12 brothers. Originally, my father didn't think that there would be so many of us. All of us had our own names. Later on, when he saw that there were 12 of us, he changed our names. I'm called Saber Rat, this is my second brother Saber Bull, third brother Saber Tiger, fourth brother Saber Rabbit, fifth brother Saber Dragon, sixth brother Saber Snake, seventh brother Saber Horse, eighth brother Saber Goat, ninth brother Saber Monkey, 10th brother Saber Chicken, 11th brother Saber Dog, and 12th brother Saber Pig. Zhao Hai looked at the 12 of them. Although he was speaking politely, his heart was blooming with joy. He couldn't help but admire Saber Rat's father. He actually had the courage to change the names of his children to 12 of the zodiac. He was truly courageous. The 12 of them didn't think that their names were shameful. In fact, in the real spiritual world, there were all kinds of strange names. Their names could only be considered ordinary. After the introductions, Saber Rat opened his mouth and said, "Our Saber clan is under the rule of the tyrant Saber sect. We are one of the great clans in Flowing Flower City. Our ancestor had also served as an elder of the tyrant Saber sect. However, when our ancestor made the oath, there weren't any decent successors in the clan. Therefore, our relationship with the tyrant Saber sect was somewhat distant. It wasn't until the 12 of us became the inner sect disciples of the tyrant Saber sect that our relationship with the tyrant Saber sect became closer." Zhao Hai now knew that under the rule of the tyrant Saber sect, there were no less than 10,000 cities of various sizes. However, this Flowing Flower City was a city by the Flowing Flower River. It was considered a medium-sized city. This city was famous for its peach blossom wine and peach blossom base. This was because peach blossom trees grew on both sides of the Flowing Flower River. Every year, when the peach blossoms fell, the petals would fall into the river, and the water in the river would carry the fragrance of peach blossoms. At this time, the people of Flowing Flower City would use the river water to make wine. The peach blossom wine was mellow and soft, and the fragrance would assail one's nostrils. It was a very famous wine in the real spiritual world. In the Flowing Flower River, there was a type of base. This kind of base would swim back to the sea in groups every day when the peach blossoms fell. They would feed on the peach blossoms along the way, causing their meat to carry the fragrance of peach blossoms. At this time, Chiu Tai let a robot in. The robot had a tray in its hand. On the tray was a teapot and 2 rows of teacups. After the robot placed the teapot, it immediately picked up the teacups and placed them in front of everyone. Then it picked up the teapot and poured water for everyone. After giving everyone a cup of tea, the robot retreated to the side. Zhao Hai raised his teacup and smiled, "Fellow brothers, to be able to meet you on this mountain is fate. Come, have a taste of this brother's tea." Saber Rat smiled and said, "All right, let's have a taste of brother's tea." After he said that, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he closed his eyes and savored the aftertaste. Then he nodded and said, "Good tea. The taste is mellow, fragrant but not overpowering." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and made an inviting gesture. Then he held his teacup and took a sip. To be honest, in Zhao Hai's opinion, the teas made by these robots weren't very tasty. This was because the teas made by these machines were always lacking compared to teas made by people. Zhao Hai didn't like them very much. Saber Rat took another sip of tea before he put down the teacup and said to Zhao Hai, "Junior brother Zhao, you just said that you made a contribution in the Leaping Dragon realm and became an inner disciple. I don't know if it's convenient for junior brother to tell us what contribution you made." When Zhao Hai heard Saber Rat's question, he couldn't help but look at him. Then he said, "This is really inconvenient to say." Zhao Hai really can't tell Saber Rat about this matter. If he told Saber Rat that he was a disciple of the Yin-Yang elders, then Saber Rat and the others wouldn't talk about this matter. Even if they did, they wouldn't think too much about it. At most, they would think that Zhao Hai was lucky to be accepted as a disciple by the Yin-Yang elders. If Zhao Hai told Saber Rat and the others that he destroyed the Gui Jing realm, then Saber Rat would have something to do. He's afraid that the Tyrant's Blade sect would be in trouble again. When Saber Rat heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile awkwardly and said, "Senior brother was presumptuous." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's nothing. It's just that master told me not to tell anyone about this matter. Therefore, I can't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Saber Rat waved his hand and said, we shouldn't ask too much. Junior brother is too polite. At this time, the robots began to serve the dishes as well as the wine. Xiao Hai quickly invited Saber Rat and the others to drink. For a while, everyone was drinking happily. They drank until night fell before Saber Rat and the others returned to their courtyard. When Saber Rat and the others left, Xiao Hai immediately had the robots tidy up their things. Then he led Qiu Tai back to the bedroom. When they arrived at the bedroom, Xiao Hai had Qiu Tai return to his room to rest. Then he laid down on his bed and closed his eyes. However, he didn't sleep. Instead, he was monitoring Saber Rat and the others through the space. Xiao Hai was very curious about Saber Rat today. This was because Saber Rat's curiosity was too strong. When they first met, Saber Rat didn't talk to him at all. Later on, Saber Rat desperately inquired about him. This didn't seem right. Xiao Hai wanted to see what these fellows wanted to do. Xiao Hai didn't guess wrong. When Saber Rat and the others returned to their courtyard, they didn't sleep. Instead, they gathered in the living room of their courtyard. Saber Horse said to Saber Rat, elder brother, you shouldn't have asked those questions today. It wasn't easy for someone to come. Look at you, you asked so many questions. If you're afraid that Xiao Hai will run away, then we'll be the only ones left on the mountain. Blade Rat smiled bitterly and said, I don't want to either, but I don't know what to say. Now that we're famous, most people don't want to get in touch with us. It's not easy to meet someone, so I naturally want to talk to him more and get closer to him. Isn't that just looking for something to say? Saber Pig said, elder brother, what if Xiao Hai is scared away by us again? Master ordered us to make a friend. Otherwise, we'll be expelled from the sect. Saber Rat didn't say anything. He just smiled bitterly. However, Xiao Hai was amused when he heard this. He didn't expect to meet such people here. Saber Rat and the others obviously didn't know how to communicate with others. They were all martial arts fanatics. This was because Xiao Hai noticed today that although the 12 of them had beards, they weren't very old. However, their strength was obviously higher than Lin Ling's. At first glance, one could see that they were martial arts fanatics. People who only knew how to cultivate would have problems communicating with others. Coupled with their strange dress and appearance, it was no wonder that they couldn't make friends. Their master must have noticed this, so he drove them out of the sect and told them to make friends. Obviously, they had been in the Infernal Mountain for some time and had begun to learn some communication skills. However, they were still too naive. Seeing that they didn't have any bad intentions towards him, Xiao Hai didn't care. He reached out and took out a jade slip. Using his spiritual force, he found that this jade slip wasn't a cultivation method jade slip. It was the jade slip that was given to him by the Tyrant's Blade School. In addition to the introduction of the Tyrant's Blade School, there was also some information about the cultivation levels in the true spiritual world. These things should have been learned by outer disciples or janitor disciples. However, this information was now in the hands of an inner disciple. However, this couldn't be helped. Although Xiao Hai was an inner disciple, he was still a rookie in the true spiritual world. Xiao Hai first memorized the rules of the Tyrant's Blade School. Before, he had only looked at them briefly. Now, he saw that there weren't many rules in the Tyrant's Blade School. However, there was one thing that absolutely couldn't be violated, and that was killing fellow disciples. This was the first rule of the Tyrant's Blade School. This showed how much importance the Tyrant's Blade School placed on Xiao Hai. After memorizing the rules, Xiao Hai focused his attention on the ranking of the true spiritual world. Xiao Hai didn't know about the ranking of the true spiritual world before. He only knew that the lowest rank in the true spiritual world was freshman. He didn't know about the ranking of the true spiritual world. The Jade Slip had a very detailed introduction. In the true spirit realm, cultivators were divided into 9 levels. The first level was Rebirth. This level referred to the leaping dragon realm using the dust pond to remove the toxins in their bodies. The second level was Condensation. Cultivators who enter the true spirit realm were all in the immortal stage. Immortal stage cultivators have Dharma idols. But because of the different laws in the true spirit realm, their Dharma idols couldn't be released. The second level of condensation was to condense one's Dharma idols. Moreover, it wasn't enough to condense one's Dharma idols. There was another requirement. The Dharma idols had to be the same as the person they were. It had to look like a real person and not be seen as a Dharma idols. The third level was called doppelganger. Doppelganger had a lot to do with the second level. Doppelganger was to cultivate the Dharma idol into one's doppelganger, allowing the Dharma idol to cultivate on its own. Not only did it cultivate spiritual chi, but it also cultivated spiritual energy. Cultivating the Dharma idol as one's doppelganger was the true meaning of doppelganger. The fourth rank was called soul fusion. This so-called soul fusion was very simple. It was to cultivate the Dharma idols into an avatar and then fuse it with the main body. Although this might seem like too much of a hassle, splitting one's soul and merging the other's soul together, this wasn't the case. The purpose of merging the soul was to merge the soul with the main body. This way, not only would one's spiritual chi increase, but it would also increase one's spiritual force and spiritual force. At the same time, one's cultivation speed would also increase. In battle, one would be able to multitask. Multitasking didn't mean that one would be able to attack the enemy from both the left and the right. Instead, it meant that one's soul would be able to absorb spiritual chi during battle, allowing one's fighting strength to last longer. The fifth layer was called separating dust. Upon reaching this layer, one would have to thoroughly grasp the soul fusion technique and practice it to the highest level. At that time, not even a speck of dust could fall on one's body. At the same time, starting from this layer, one wouldn't be able to eat anything. The sixth layer was called teleportation. Upon reaching this layer, one would be able to perform teleportation within a short distance. At the same time, starting from this layer, one would be able to fly in the sky again. The seventh layer was called diamond. Upon reaching this layer, one's body would undergo a transformation. One's body would become indestructible and ordinary attacks would have no effect on it. As long as one's body didn't suffer the most fatal injuries, one would be able to recover on their own without affecting one's cultivation. Even if one's internal organs were damaged, one would be able to self-repair and reach the diamond undying realm. The eighth level was called spirit congealing. Spirit congealing was to condense one's divine sense and make one's divine sense as Vajra. One could condense one's divine sense into an indestructible crystal. At this level, one's divine sense could wander. When one's body suffered irreparable damage, one could let one's divine sense leave the body and possess it. The ninth layer was called void tearing. This void tearing had the meaning of breaking through the void and ascending, but this could only be done at the highest level. Ordinary ninth layer experts could only break through subspace. In other words, if Zhao Hai used his spatial ability, then void-tearing realm experts could completely tear through space and grab Zhao Hai. Of course, this referred to Zhao Hai using ordinary spatial ability, because ordinary spatial ability used the power of subspace. And void-tearing realm was precisely subspace. If Zhao Hai used his own spatial ability, then it was unknown whether those void-tearing realm experts would be able to break through space. When Zhao Hai saw the level of void-tearing realm, his complexion couldn't help but change. This time, he was really worried. In the real spiritual world, there was actually a power that could tear through space. Then, could he still keep the secret of his spatial ability? This made Zhao Hai very worried. The space was Zhao Hai's greatest secret, it was also his greatest reliance. If the secret of the space was discovered, then his greatest secret would also be discovered. At the same time, his last card would also be exposed. Moreover, it was very likely that it would cause those people to covet it. When the time comes, he wouldn't even have a place to hide. Naturally, Kai and the others were also aware of what Zhao Hai saw. Upon seeing this, Kai immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, if there's really a void-tearing realm expert here, then we have to make some preparations. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, we have to make some preparations. Kai you search the space and see if there are any defensive abilities. If there are, then we'll see if we can use them right now." Kai nodded, then she closed her eyes and carefully observed the changes in the space. After some time, a happy expression appeared on Kai's face. She opened her eyes and looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, there's really a way. The space has now been upgraded to the same level as the true spirit realm. Therefore, we don't need to worry about people from the true spirit realm discovering the existence of the space. The space can also set up a defensive system. The main defensive system is mainly composed of the 5 elements killing formation and the 10,000 star transformations formation. As long as these 2 formations are set up, without your permission, even if a spatial rift is opened, people from the outside wouldn't be able to enter the space. They would be killed by the 5 elements killing formation. It's not just the space, the black tortoise seal and the 10,000 star transformations formation are the same. The vermilion bird seal and the black tortoise seal each have their own independent space. But now, the space has already developed the 5 elements killing formation and the 10,000 star transformations formation. Upon hearing Kai Zhao Hai nodded and said, immediately set up the 10,000 star transformations formation. This matter cannot be delayed. Kai nodded and then went to prepare. Zhao Hai was lying on his bed, his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. To be honest, the appearance of the true spirit realm made Zhao Hai feel a strong sense of crisis. The space was his biggest reliance, he couldn't allow it to be exposed. Before long, Kai informed Zhao Hai that the space's defenses had been set up. Zhao Hai felt relieved. Zhao Hai knew how powerful the 5 elements killing formation was. And with the 10,000 star transformations formation, the space could be said to be completely safe. Right now, Zhao Hai needed to sleep. However, he didn't look at the jade slip. Instead, he calmly laid down on his bed and cultivated his spiritual qi. Zhao Hai was very clear that strength was the only thing that could protect him. As long as he was strong enough, even if he told others about the space, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Just like in the cultivation realm, when he became an immortal expert, even if he told the cultivation realm about the space, would the cultivation realm dare to make a move on him? Zhao Hai didn't care about the jade slip at all. They didn't dare, they didn't have the courage. After a night of silence, Chiu Tai woke up early the next morning. He didn't laze around in bed like other children. This was because he had been trained since childhood to wake up earlier than his master. Unfortunately, Chiu Tai made a mistake this time. Zhao Hai didn't need to sleep at all. Therefore, he was stronger than Chiu Tai. Chiu Tai got up and quietly went to Zhao Hai's room. However, he found that Zhao Hai's room was empty. Chiu Tai immediately panicked. He quickly ran outside and saw Zhao Hai practicing martial arts in the courtyard. After learning that martial arts also had a way of thinking, Zhao decided to relearn all the martial arts he had learned before. He wanted to communicate with those martial arts and practice them to the extreme. Zhao Hai was currently practicing one of the 18 Buddhist techniques, the Crouching Tiger Fist technique. The Crouching Tiger Fist technique was a very profound fist technique. Zhao Hai was currently practicing one move at a time. He discovered that his understanding of this technique was only superficial. He didn't understand the essence of this technique at all. After practicing for a while, Zhao Hai discovered that Chiu Tai had woken up. Zhao Hai stopped and turned his head to see Chiu Tai standing in front of the door looking at him with an uneasy expression. When Chiu Tai saw that Zhao Hai had stopped, he immediately knelt down and cried, "I'm sorry, young master. I woke up late. I asked young master to punish me." Zhao Hai looked at Chiu Tai and couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what was going on. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Little Tai, get up. There are a lot of robots in the courtyard. There aren't many things you need to do. Moreover, I'm a cultivator, so I don't need to sleep. Naturally, you wouldn't be able to wake up as early as me. Later on, don't kneel down at the slightest thing. Go next door and call senior brother Dao and the others over to eat breakfast. Wash your face, look at you." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Chiu Tai happily complied. Then he stood up and ran to the bathroom. He hurriedly washed his face before turning around and running away. Zhao Hai had already changed the courtyard according to his own ideas. In addition to the dining room, kitchen, bedroom, and living room, there was also a special bathroom. There were also some modern hygiene products inside, making it very convenient to use. Seeing Chiu Tai run next door to call the others, Zhao Hai faintly smiled and tidied himself up. Before long, Saber Rat and the others followed Chiu Tai to the courtyard. Jiao Hai smiled at Saber Rat and the others, then he cupped his fist and said, "Senior brothers, your servants have been sent away. There are very few people on this mountain, unlike other mountains where there are special canteens. It's not convenient for you to eat here. In the future, you can come and eat here. In any case, with these robots, it's very convenient." When Saber Rat heard Jiao Hai, he knew that Jiao Hai wasn't angry with them. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he immediately said, "All right, we don't like to cook. In the future, we'll come and eat here." Jiao Hai chuckled and said, "You're very welcome. Right, senior brothers, your hair and beards are very long. Did you deliberately grow them? Or do you not want to take care of them? If you want to take care of them, then let these robots help you cut your hair and shave your face. Right, if you don't mind, I have some clothes. You can take them and wear them. To be honest, senior brothers, the clothes you're wearing are a bit ugly." Jiao Hai's words were somewhat impolite. However, he wasn't worried that Saber Rat and the others would be angry. Saber Rat and the others weren't very good at getting along with people. If Jiao Hai talked to them in a roundabout way, they might not be able to understand. Therefore, Jiao Hai said what he wanted to say. Sure enough, when Saber Rat and the others heard Jiao Hai, they weren't angry at all. Saber Rat happily said, "That's great. Then I'll have to trouble you, junior brother." Jiao Hai smiled and said, "It's no trouble. These robots can do this anyway." After he said that, Jiao Hai called out to the 12 robots that were already prepared. They took chairs and went to the courtyard. Jiao Hai had Saber Rat and the others sit on the chairs. Then, the robots began to take care of Saber Rat and the others' hair. In the Tyrant's Blade School, there were no special rules regarding hair. You can cut your hair in any way you like. Like the 12 freaks, their hair was a mess. Saber Rat and the others sat on the chairs and looked at the robots nervously. From time to time, scissors, razors, and other things would pop out from the hands of the robots. After a while, the robots stopped. Jiao Hai was watching from the side. When he saw that the robots had finished cutting their hair, Jiao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't think that the 12 freaks would be so tangible after their hair was cut and their beards were shaved. The 12 of them looked very similar. The lines of their faces were very hard, giving them a sense of toughness. And this time, the robots gave them short hairstyles. Coupled with their faces, it gave them a ferocious aura. Jiao Hai nodded with satisfaction. Then he waved his hand as 12 sets of clothes appeared in the hands of the 12 robots. These 12 sets of clothes were all made of leather. Jiao Hai turned to Saber Rat and the others and said, "Senior brothers, these are the clothes that I prepared for you. You can try them on." After that, Jiao Hai had the robots lead Saber Rat and the others to the bathroom to change their clothes. Saber Rat and the others didn't object. One by one, they happily went to the bathroom to change their clothes. From Jiao Hai's actions, they felt goodwill. This made them very happy. The 12 men were all wearing leather vests and carrying large sabers on their backs. They also had leather pants and a pair of large leather boots. Their short hair was about an inch long, and each strand stood straight up. How could this be a valiant and fearsome group? Jiao Hai looked at the greatly changed appearance of Blade Rat and the others, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He smiled and said, "Senior brothers, what do you think? Is the appearance I designed for you okay?" Blade Rat looked at Jiao Hai with gratitude, then he cupped his fist towards Jiao Hai and said, "Junior brother, I won't say anything about the other senior brothers. After so many years, in the entire Tyrant Saber School, you're the only one who has treated us as true friends. I won't say anything, but from now on, you're our brother. As long as you need us, we won't hesitate to do anything." Jiao Hai smiled bitterly. Blade Rat and the others spoke as if they were bandits. However, he understood that Blade Rat and the others were sincere. Jiao Hai said, "Senior brothers are too polite. Let's go and eat." Blade Rat and the others weren't polite and followed Jiao Hai into the dining hall. Breakfast had already been prepared in the dining hall. The breakfast was very casual, they only ate some rice porridge and the like. It was very simple. After eating, Jiao Hai turned to Blade Rat and the others and said, "Senior brother Blade, I'm going to take a look at the ground below. I'll be back in a while. You can help yourselves." When Blade Rat and the others heard Zhao Hai, they quickly said, "Senior brother, do you need us to follow you? The vicinity of the Infernal Mountain isn't safe. From time to time, we'll encounter demon beasts." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "No need, I just planted it yesterday. Today, I'm going to see if any demon beasts have damaged it. If there are no demon beasts, then I'll go to the chore hall. You don't need to follow me." When Blade Rat heard Zhao Hai's words, he nodded and said, "All right, then be careful. If anything happens, be sure to send a signal. We'll head down immediately." Zhao Hai responded. He carried Qiu Tai onto the Pegasus and flew up the mountain. Zhao Hai only circled around the Tenmu of land, but he didn't find any damage. He didn't go down, but instead, he commanded the Pegasus to fly towards the chore hall. This time, Zhao Hai went to the chore hall to discuss with the people there. He wanted to see if they could give him the land under the Dijiao mountain so that he could plant some bamboo rice or bread trees there. This wasn't because Zhao Hai wanted to plant more land, but because he wanted to use this method to attract more people to the Dijiao mountain. As long as there are more people in the Dijiao mountain, then he would be able to cultivate in peace. Zhao Hai was very clear that the demon beasts in the Wulong Mountains were able to force the Tyrant's Blade School to the point of abandonment. These beasts must be very strong. He needed some time to adapt to the environment of the true spiritual realm. At the same time, he also needed to cultivate. However, if the demon beasts were to cause trouble every day, then he wouldn't be able to cultivate. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to make the Dijiao Mountain's environment better. When the time comes, there would be a lot of people in the Dijiao Mountain. Even if the demon beasts came, then he wouldn't need to be afraid. Naturally, there would be people there to block them. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't feel comfortable with such a large empty plot of land. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to go to the chore hall and ask if they could give him the land. When the time comes, he would be able to plant some things there. Although Qiu Tai didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, he didn't ask. After all, he was still a child. It was impossible for him to guess Zhao Hai's thoughts. After flying for 5 hours, Zhao Hai arrived at the chore hall. After parking the Pegasus and having the servant give it a number plate, Zhao Hai led Qiu Tai into the chore hall. After entering the chore hall's first floor, Zhao Hai really didn't know what to do. This was because this was the first time he had done something like taking a plot of land. He really didn't know where to go to do it. Looking at the cultivators going in and out of the hall, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. Then he pulled Qiu Tai to the task counter. Behind the counter, there were several female cultivators who were busy. On the wall behind the counter, there was a projection showing all kinds of tasks. Zhao Hai looked at it and didn't see any tasks related to the land in the Infernal Mountain. However, he still stood behind a line of cultivators. He wanted to ask the female cultivators who they were looking for. Zhao Hai went to the bar and smiled at the female cultivator. "Junior sister, I'm Zhao Hai, and I live on the Infernal Mountain. I came here today to ask about the land under the Infernal Mountain. I found that there is a large open space under the Infernal Mountain. The soil there is very good, very suitable for farming, but no one cultivates it. I want to plant that land, but I don't know who to look for to do it." Zhao Hai smiled at the female cultivator and said, "Junior sister, I'm Zhao Hai, and I live on the Infernal Mountain." When the female cultivator heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she looked at Zhao Hai in shock and said, "Senior brother, did I hear wrong? You want to plant the land under the Infernal Mountain? Don't you know the situation of that land?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know the situation of that land. It's too close to the Wulong Mountain. There are always demon beasts coming to make trouble. I just want to plant that land. What do I need to do?" The female cultivator looked at Zhao Hai as if she was looking at a madman. After a while, she said, "You can go through the formalities here. The sect has a task for that land. Anyone who wants it can get it for free. Moreover, all the harvests in the land will belong to you. You don't need to hand it over to the sect. But after accepting this task, senior brother won't be able to change your place. You can only live in the Infernal Mountain. Is there any problem?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that there would be such a good thing. He quickly said, "There's no problem. I'll accept this task." Right, can I plant as much as I want at the foot of the infernal mountain? The female cultivator nodded and said, yes, all the land there belongs to you. You can plant as much as you want. Right, this task is lifelong. That is to say, as long as you don't die or don't leave the infernal mountain, all the land there will be yours. Of course, we can't give you the infernal mountain, but you can choose a mountain peak on the infernal mountain as your residence. That mountain peak will belong to you without your permission. Zhao Hai was overjoyed. He immediately said, all right, then I want Origin U Mountain. The female cultivator nodded and said, Senior brother, please take out your identity card. I want to register it. Zhao Hai took out the sword token and gave it to the female cultivator. Then the female cultivator took out a jade slip and registered it for Zhao Hai. After the registration, the female cultivator returned the sword token to Zhao Hai. Then she said to Zhao Hai, Senior brother Zhu, you're very far. Zhao Hai smiled faintly to the female cultivator as he thanked her. Then he took Chiu Tai and left. When Zhao Hai received the task, a lot of people in the surroundings heard it. When these people heard that Zhao Hai received a task, they looked at Zhao Hai with curiosity. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would accept such a task. These people looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled and mocking expression. It was as if they were looking at an idiot. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. He led Chiu Tai out of the building. After paying the fee, he rode his Pegasus towards the Yinyang Peak. Zhao Hai went to the Yinyang Peak to inform the Yinyang elders of his decision. To be honest, he wanted the land under the Infernal Mountain. He also wanted to help the Tyrant's Blade School defend Wulong Mountain. After all, he was now a member of the Tyrant's Blade School, so he had to think about the Tyrant's Blade School. The Pegasus' speed was very fast. After an hour, Zhao Hai arrived at the Yinyang Peak. Zhao Hai didn't ride the Pegasus directly to the peak. He thought that it would be disrespectful to his two masters. Therefore, he got off the Pegasus at the foot of the mountain. Then he received the Pegasus and led Chiu Tai towards the Yinyang Peak. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of people seeing him receive the Pegasus. This was because even in the cultivation realm, there were people who would raise battle beasts. And when these battle beasts weren't fighting, they would be stored in a special dormant space. Because of this, nobody would suspect that he received the Pegasus into the space. Zhao Hai led Chiu Tai and before long, the two arrived at the Yinyang Peak. The Yinyang Peak wasn't very high, it was less than a kilometer above sea level. The mountain wasn't very steep, there was nothing special about it. If the Yinyang elders didn't live here, nobody would give this mountain a name. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Yinyang elders' courtyard, he wasn't polite. He directly pushed open the door and went inside. When he arrived at the courtyard, he saw Qiuzhen cleaning the place. In fact, the courtyard was already very clean. However, he couldn't stay idle and wanted to find something to do. Upon hearing the door open, Qiuzhen looked up and saw Zhao Hai and Chiu Tai. Qiuzhen immediately stood up and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. I've seen the young master. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, Uncle Zhen, you're too polite. I came to talk to master about something. Does master have time? Before Qiuzhen could answer, the Yin elder's voice was heard from the living room, come in. Zhao Hai quickly complied, then he turned to Chiu Tai and said, Little Tai, you can play with your grandfather for a while. I'll go in by myself. Then Zhao Hai let go of Chiu Tai's hand and walked to the living room. He pushed the door open and walked in, then he closed the door from the inside. When Qiuzhen saw Zhao Hai enter the room, he pulled Chiu Tai and said, Little Hai, how is young Master Hai treating you? Are you obedient? Chiu Tai nodded and said, Grandfather, rest assured, young Master Hai is very good to me. I'm also very obedient. Grandfather, you don't know, but young Master Hai has a lot of puppets. Those puppets can do housework. Therefore, I only need to follow young Master Hai and pass on his words. I don't need to do anything else. Qiuzhen stared and said, Puppets? Young Master Hai has puppets do housework? Can they? Chiu Tai nodded and said, Young Master Hai's puppets don't fight, they only do housework. However, those fellows are very stupid, they only do things after receiving orders. They're very stupid. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Young Master Hai's puppets don't fight, they only do housework. When Qiuzhen heard Chiu Tai, he relaxed. Then he said, Little Tai, you need to follow young Master Hai. Don't be lazy. You need to be diligent. Don't forget, you're still young Master Hai's servant. Xiaozhen began to preach to Qiu Tai. Qiu Tai kept nodding. When Zhao Hai entered the room, he saw the Yin-Yang elders sitting inside. Zhao Hai quickly gave the two a salute and said, I have seen the two masters. The Yin-Yang elders nodded at the same time. Then Elderine said, Little Hai, how are you settling down? Zhao Hai replied, I've already settled down. Master, you can rest assured. Disciple came here today because I have something to report to Master. Disciple has received a task to plant crops in the Infernal Mountain. When the Yin-Yang elders heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. However, their faces didn't show any anger. Elderine nodded and said, What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Since Disciple already lives in the Infernal Mountain, then Disciple must take responsibility for the mountain. There aren't many people in the Infernal Mountain right now, which is why the beasts are so rampant. If Disciple can plant crops in the Infernal Mountain, then Disciple might be able to attract some people to move to the mountain. This way, the people in the Infernal Mountain would slowly increase, and the beasts wouldn't be so rampant. Moreover, Disciple wants to cultivate, but there aren't many people in the Infernal Mountain right now. If Disciple can't increase the number of people in the Infernal Mountain, then Disciple wouldn't be able to cultivate in peace. Therefore, whether it's for myself or for the sect, Disciple must do this. When the Yin-Yang elders heard Zhao Hai, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Elderine said, Good, good. What you said is very good. Little Hai, you're very good. But why didn't you think about moving to another place? Zhao Hai shook his head, then he said with a serious face, Disciple has never thought about moving to another place. Cultivation is to defy the heavens and change one's fate. How can Disciple be afraid of moving to another place just because of a small matter? If Disciple really did that, then I'm afraid that a seed of failure would be planted in Disciple's heart. I'm afraid that it would have an impact on Disciple's cultivation in the future. Good, good. Elder Yang stood up and said, Little Hai, you're right. When senior brother and I arranged for you to go to the inferior mountain, we wanted to see what you would do. You did very well, much better than we expected. Elder Yang nodded and said. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards the two and didn't say anything. Elder Yang looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, do you have any thoughts about your cultivation? Zhao Hai said, Disciple discovered that I have an extraordinary comprehension of blade techniques. So this time, Disciple used my inner disciple status to select 5 blade techniques from the 3rd floor of the Saber Pavilion. They are the Rolling Stone Blade, Golden Edge Blade, Ice Frost Blade, Falling Leaf Blade, and Vine Blade. Disciple also spent 500 jade essences on the 1st floor of the Saber Pavilion to select a few secret techniques. They are the Primordial Energy, Windswept Movement Technique, Sealed Like Closed Blade, Wave Surging Fist, and Mountain Collapsing Kick. The reason why Disciple chose some of the most basic techniques was because Disciple wanted to see the difference between the techniques of the true spirit world and the techniques of the cultivation realm. If the basic techniques here are much stronger than the cultivation realm, then Disciple would change to other techniques. The reason why Disciple chose so many types of blade techniques was because Disciple wanted to see if it was possible to practice different types of blade techniques. If Disciple can practice any blade technique, then Disciple can practice any blade technique in the future. If Disciple can't, then Disciple can understand which blade technique would be faster for me. Zhao Hai nodded and said, The reason why Disciple chose some of the most basic techniques was because Disciple wanted to see if there were any differences between the techniques of the true spirit world and those of the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai's words were half true and half false. What he said before was true. As for saber arts, he already knew that he could practice saber arts of all attributes. However, he couldn't tell the Yin-Yang elders about this. Therefore, he just said that he wanted to give it a try. Elder Yang has already sat down. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Elderine. Elderine also turned his head to look at him. Both of them could see a look of approval in each other's eyes. They guessed that Zhao Hai might have a Xianxia Dao body. Naturally, someone with a Dao body could practice all kinds of saber arts. Additionally, Zhao Hai himself ascended from the lower realms. Although Zhao Hai was still a rookie in the real spirit world, he was already a top expert in the lower realms. He had his own understanding of martial arts. Therefore, everyone in the real spirit world knew that people who ascended from the lower realms couldn't be taught like ordinary real spirit world disciples. You don't need to explain everything clearly to them. Sometimes, it would be better to let them understand on their own. It was clear that Zhao Hai had his own understanding of cultivation. For the Yinyang elders, this was a good thing. The two only needed to watch over Zhao Hai and make sure that he didn't take any detours in his cultivation. At the same time, the two were also amazed by Zhao Hai's ability. From the time they accepted Zhao Hai as a disciple until now, the two didn't teach him much. However, Zhao Hai was able to rely on his own analysis to find a suitable path for him. This was very rare. The two felt that Zhao Hai wasn't a disciple for nothing. Elder Yin nodded and said, "Good, you did the right thing. Zhao Hai, in fact, we wanted to tell you last time that you have a rare Xiantian Dao body." Zhao Hai looked at Elder Yin with a puzzled expression. Elder Yin explained to Zhao Hai what a Xiantian Dao body was and how important it was. After that, he said, "The reason why we didn't tell you was because we were afraid that you would accidentally reveal this matter. You should know that if other sects knew that you have a Xiantian Dao body, they would do everything in their power to get rid of you. Therefore, don't tell anyone about this in the future, just keep it to yourself. Also, when you fight in the future, you can't use more than 5 types of saber techniques. Understand?" In fact, when Elder Yin explained to Zhao Hai what a Xiantian Dao body was, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He felt that the Yin-Yang elders might have misunderstood, but it also felt like they didn't. His situation was somewhat similar to Mr.'s Dao body, but it was also different. Xiantian Dao bodies were innate, but he wasn't. His Dao body wasn't innate. He used his divergent technique to communicate with all things, allowing him to use any type of technique without any problems. At the same time, after communicating with all things, the last traces of toxins were expelled from his body. It can be said that he had a Xiantian Dao body. However, Zhao Hai hadn't seen what a real Xiantian Dao body looked like. Now that he could practice all types of techniques and saber techniques, and he was still inside the space, his situation was very special. Because of this, he couldn't explain to the Yin-Yang elders. Since the two of them had already identified him as Mr.'s Dao body, then it would be convenient for Zhao Hai to practice. At the same time, Zhao Hai also understood the two elders' painstaking efforts. His current situation was exactly the same as a Xiantian Dao body. If other people were to discover his situation, then they would certainly do everything possible to eliminate him. Zhao Hai didn't want to worry about being assassinated every day, so he decided to keep this matter to himself. When the Yin-Yang elders saw Zhao Hai nod, they felt relieved. Then they turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You said that you accepted the mission and asked for a mountain, right? I'll have the people in the sect clear out everyone on that mountain. In the future, that place will be yours, so that you won't be discovered when you're cultivating." "That's right, you asked for such a large piece of land. Can you finish planting it? Remember, you should focus on cultivation right now. It doesn't matter if you can't farm it. What's important is cultivation. Don't delay your cultivation because of this matter." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Master can rest assured. I won't." The Yin-Yang elders nodded. Then Elder Yang said, "I heard that you're living with the 12 mountain monsters. They're very strange people. How are they? Are you getting along well with them?" When Zhao Hai heard Elder Yang, he couldn't help but nod and said, "That's good. They aren't strange people, they just don't know how to get along with people. Disciple got along very well with them." Elder Yang was surprised, then he said, "What's the deal with the puppets that Chiu Tai was talking about? Where did you get so many puppets?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, replying to Master, "They aren't puppets, but robots. Disciple got them from the lower realms. These robots can't help people fight. Even if there are combat robots, their fighting strength is very poor. Their masters can only help people with things like housework, such as farming. It's precisely because of these farming robots that Disciple accepted the task of farming. Disciple also has some construction robots that can help people build houses. Other than that, they don't have much use." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Master, these robots can help people build houses. When he heard Zhao Hai, Elder Yin's eyes flashed and he said, "How about this, Zhao Hai, you leave behind one of your robots. How about it? Is that okay?" Zhao Hai didn't think about it and said, "All right. I can see that true uncle is working too hard. How about this, master, I'll leave behind some nanny robots. Later on, true uncle won't have to work so hard. He can just command the robots. As for the other robots, master won't need them." As he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released 5 robots. Then he took out a space bag and handed it over to Elder Yin. Elder Yin looked at the 5 robots and his eyes lit up. At the same time, he received the spatial bag from Zhao Hai and nodded, "All right, if there's nothing else, then you can go. Right, if you have time, see how little Tai is doing. If possible, teach him some cultivation." Elder Yin nodded and said, "All right, if you have nothing else to do, then you can go." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, master can rest assured. I already planned to teach him. After I return, I'll test his spiritual roots and then teach him cultivation." Elder Yin nodded and said, "All right. Right, take out your blade command and put it outside of your body. You're not very strong right now. If you encounter a beast attack, then the blade command would be useless inside your space. However, if you put it outside, then it can save your life." Elder Yin nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai nodded, then he immediately took out the saber token and attached it to his waist. It was as if he had a short saber on his waist. Actually, there were a lot of inner disciples in the Tyrant Saber sect who did this. This was because the saber chi inside the saber token could save their lives in times of need. Seeing that Zhao Hai was ready, Elder Yin nodded and said, "Go. Pay attention to your cultivation. If you have any questions, then immediately ask us. Don't just blindly practice. At the same time, you should also look for some jade slips to understand the true spirit realm." Elder Yin nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai nodded. Elder Yin waved his hand. Zhao Hai kept his fist to the 2 before turning around and leaving. Looking at Zhao Hai's back, Elder Yin let out a long breath and said, "I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. It seems like his future achievements will surpass us 2 old men." Elder Yang chuckled and said, "Isn't it good to surpass us?" "Right, senior brother, why did you ask Little Hai to take those robots? Do you want to give them to the puppet hall? I can see that these machines are very refined, but they're still too weak." Elder Yin replied, "Our sect's puppetry techniques haven't developed much. This is mainly because we didn't care much about puppets in the past. Additionally, we don't have much information about puppetry. Because of this, the development of our puppets has been very slow. However, these robots are different. Although their strength isn't very good, they are very unique. If we give these robots to the puppet hall and have them disassemble them for research, perhaps they will be able to find out something." Elder Yin nodded, "That's right." Elder Yin nodded. Elder Yang nodded. Then his eyes suddenly lit up as he turned to Elder Yin and said, "Senior brother, do you think we should arrange for Little Hai to stay somewhere else for a while? I remember that kid Lin Ling once said that Little Hai is not only very strong, but also very knowledgeable in refining tools and alchemy." Elder Yin shook his head and said, "No, we can't do that now. Little Hai still needs to focus on cultivation. Although refining are very important to the sect, they can't compare to an expert. If Little Hai becomes stronger and stronger, then he would be a great help to the sect. We can't delay him." Elder Yang thought about it and didn't say anything else. However, he was still worried as he said, "Senior brother, the situation in the inferior mountain is very bad. If something happens, I'm afraid that Little Hai wouldn't be able to withstand it. We can't let anything happen to Little Hai. Do you think we should find a way to help him?" Elder Yin thought for a moment before he said, "Let's do it this way. We'll pay more attention to the situation in the inferior mountain. In a while, we'll have Little Chiu go to the sect and ask for 2 portable transmission formations. Then we'll have the sect build an early warning tower there. If the inferior mountain encounters an attack from beasts, then we'll be able to provide support in the shortest time possible. What do you think?" Elder Yang nodded and said, "All right, let's do it this way. This way, Little Hai can get some training while ensuring his safety. Little Chiu, come in." Xiaozhen nodded and walked in. Elder Yang said in a deep voice, "Little Chiu, go to the sect and give us a portable transmission formation. I'll tell them to give it to you. You just need to go and get it." Xiaozhen nodded, then he turned around and left. But at the same time, he felt relieved. This was because he knew that the Yin Yang elders wanted a portable transmission formation at this time because of Zhao Hai. They wanted to ensure Zhao Hai's safety. But this was also what he wanted to see. If Zhao Hai was safe, then Qiu Tai would also be safe. Zhao Hai and Qiu Tai sat on their flying horses as they flew towards the Infernal Mountain. When Zhao Hai saw that Qiu Tai wasn't as excited as before, he couldn't help but sigh. He knew that Qiu Tai must be homesick. Thinking about it, Qiu Tai was only 5 years old. If he was on Earth, he would be the apple of his parents' eye. How could they let him be a servant? But in the true spiritual realm, he was already working. It can even be said that he had become a chess piece for his family's development. Zhao Hai was very clear that although his status in the Tyrant Blade School wasn't high, he still had 2 good masters. As long as the Yin Yang elders were still alive, they would be a force to be reckoned with. And as their disciple, Zhao Hai would certainly become the focus of attention in the Tyrant Blade School in the future. He might even obtain greater authority. And at this time, Xiaozhen placed Qiu Tai by his side. If he were to become rich in the future, then Qiu Tai's status in the Tyrant Blade School would also rise. This would be beneficial to the entire Qiu family. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't say anything when he saw Qiu Tai's reluctant expression. He couldn't let Qiu Tai return to the Qiu family. If he did, then it would only be harmful to Qiu Tai. Zhao Hai didn't know how to comfort Qiu Tai. He didn't have any experience in dealing with children. But just as he was thinking of a way, his expression suddenly changed. Then Zhao Hai lowered his head and looked at Qiu Tai. "Little Tai, ride this flying horse and slowly fly towards the Infernal Mountain. I'll be heading back. The Infernal Mountain is being attacked by demonic beasts. I have to go back and take a look." When Qiu Tai heard Zhao Hai, he immediately raised his head and said, "Young master, I'll go back with you." Zhao Hai hurriedly said, "Little Tai, listen to me. You won't be able to help even if you go back now. I'll go back and help them. You fly slowly at the back. Hold on tight and don't let yourself fall." Just as Qiu Tai was about to say something, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released a 9-winged cloud centipede. Then he jumped onto the back of the 9-winged cloud centipede and flew towards the Infernal Mountain. The 9-winged cloud centipede was very fast, and it was also a battle-type beast. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to let it out. This 9-winged cloud centipede was still alive, it wasn't an undead. The 9-winged cloud centipede excitedly flew towards the Infernal Mountain. From time to time, it would issue 1 or 2 cries of excitement. This caused some of the Tyrant Blade Sect's cultivators to look up at the sky. They were still quite far from the Infernal Mountain, so naturally, they didn't know what was going on. Therefore, they were just curious about what beast was making those cries. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things at this time. He was anxious to return to the Infernal Mountain. Although he knew from Kai that there weren't many beasts attacking the Infernal Mountain, there were only about 30 of them. However, Zhao Hai was afraid that Saber Rat and the others wouldn't be able to hold on. If the beasts destroyed the fields, then he would have to plant them again. From the space monitor, Zhao Hai already knew that there were 30 beasts attacking the Infernal Mountain. Among them, 20 were beasts that ran on the ground and looked like wolves. The other 10 were flying beasts that looked like vultures. These 10 vultures were the biggest threat to the Infernal Mountain. These beasts weren't very strong, but their coordination was very good. Saber Rat and the others hadn't reached the teleportation realm yet, so they couldn't fly. Because of this, they had to deal with the wolves on the ground and the vultures in the sky. It would be impossible for them to deal with these beasts in a short time. But in general, Saber Rat and the others were stronger than the other beasts. Therefore, they wouldn't have any problems in a short time. However, Zhao Hai was afraid that more beasts would attack the Infernal Mountain. At that time, if they destroyed the fields he planted, then it would be troublesome. Zhao Hai stood on the 9-winged cloud centipede. In his hand was a large sword. This sword was about 5 meters long. It was a lengthened version of the blue dragon crescent blade. Zhao Hai didn't want to help Saber Rat and the others deal with the wolves. His goal this time was the vultures. In less than half an hour, Xianxia could already see the infernal mountain. Xianxia could also clearly see the vultures circling around the mountain. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia released a large number of twin stingers. Then he commanded the 9-winged cloud centipede and the twin stingers to attack the vultures. The vultures clearly noticed Xianxia and the others. However, the vultures didn't put them in their eyes. They actually sent their troops. Xianxia saw 5 vultures rushing towards him while the other 5 continued to attack the origin mountain. Xianxia couldn't remain calm. He didn't think that the beasts of the true spiritual world would be so smart. They actually knew how to divide their troops. However, this was also what Xianxia wanted. Xianxia waved his sword and shouted, "Kill!" The 9-winged cloud centipede accelerated and directly attacked one of the vultures. This vulture was about 10 meters long and had a wingspan of 30 meters. It had a silver hook-like beak and claws that seemed to be cast from iron. One could see that its strength wasn't ordinary at first glance. When the vulture heard Xianxia, it screeched and flapped its wings. It drew a beautiful arc in the air as it rushed towards Xianxia. The 9-winged cloud centipede under Xianxia's feet screeched as it spat out a black mist towards the vulture. The black mist enveloped the vulture. The vulture screeched as it swayed in the air before it fell down. Its body had already turned black. However, Xianxia didn't give it the opportunity to do so. He waved his sword and slashed at the vulture's neck. Xianxia's sword didn't manage to completely cut off the vulture's neck, it only managed to cut off its windpipe. Although the vulture didn't survive, Xianxia couldn't help but be startled. Xianxia had used all of his strength in this attack, but he only managed to cut off the vulture's windpipe. He didn't manage to cut off the vulture's head. From this, one could see how strong the vulture's defense was. One must know that the vulture was already poisoned by the 9-winged cloud centipede and didn't have any reaction. In that case, the vulture's defense was still strong. This made Xianxia very surprised. However, Xianxia also knew that this wasn't the time to study the vultures. He waved his hand and stored the dead vulture into the space. Then he commanded the twin stinger bees to shoot their stingers at the remaining 4 vultures. The stingers of the twin stinger bees were famous for their sharpness. Ordinary defenses simply couldn't stop their stingers. Additionally, whether it was the twin stinger bees or the 9-winged cloud centipede, their genes had been improved to a certain degree after entering the space. This made the 9-winged cloud centipede's poison even more powerful. At the same time, the stingers of the twin stinger bees became sharper. The vultures hadn't encountered beasts like the twin stinger bees before. Whether it was the twin stinger bees or the 9-winged cloud centipede, they were both beasts from the leaping dragon realm. But the beasts in the leaping dragon realm were different from the beasts in the true spiritual realm. Because of this, the vultures simply didn't know how strong the twin stinger bees were. Just as they were about to attack the twin stinger bees, the stingers were already in front of them. The vultures wanted to dodge, but they couldn't. The vultures' bodies were very big, and their wings were very big. When they flew in a straight line, their speed was very fast. But if they wanted to turn, they would need to make big turns. Dodging in a small area was simply impossible. Because of this, the vultures didn't even have the chance to dodge. The 4 vultures were turned into hedgehogs on the spot. Although the vultures' defensive abilities were very strong, they didn't die immediately. However, the stingers made them bleed non-stop. Additionally, the stingers were also poisonous. How could the vultures withstand this? They swayed in the air before falling down. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He directly received the vultures that had lost their ability to resist and were on their last breath into the space. However, he didn't turn them into undead. Instead, he treated them, adding another species to the space. After dealing with the 5 vultures, Xianxia immediately rushed towards the remaining 5. The 5 vultures didn't think that Xianxia would be able to deal with their companions in such a short time. They screamed before they turned around and ran. These beasts weren't fearless warriors. Unless there was a beast tied, these beasts' courage wasn't very big. If you kill a few of them, then the rest would certainly run away. With the vultures running away, Blade Rat and the others could now concentrate on dealing with the remaining wolf-shaped beasts. Just as Blade Rat and the others were about to start a massacre, one of the wolf-shaped beasts let out a long howl. Then the wolf-shaped beast turned around and ran away, not showing any signs of fighting. Seeing this situation, Blade Rat and the others didn't chase after them. Although they didn't know how to get along with people, their experience in fighting beasts was very rich. Moreover, wolf-shaped beasts were very cunning. In the past, when the wolf-shaped beasts retreated, Blade Rat and the others chased after them. However, they were ambushed and almost suffered a big loss. Since then, when they saw the wolf-shaped beasts retreating, they didn't chase after them anymore. They would rather take less harvest in order to ensure their own safety. They also saw the battle between Xianxia and the vulture in the sky. Although they couldn't fly, their eyesight was very good. Moreover, the place where Xianxia and the vulture fought wasn't very high. Therefore, they were able to see Xianxia clearly. However, Blade Rat and the others didn't think that Xianxia would be able to command so many beasts. Seeing that the beasts had retreated, Xianxia received the twin stingers. Then he commanded the 9-winged cloud centipede to land in the courtyard. Jumping down from the centipede's back, Xianxia walked towards Blade Rat and the others. At the same time, Blade Rat and the others also greeted Xianxia. When they were still a dozen steps away from Xianxia, Blade Rat laughed and said, "Xianxia, I didn't think that you would have such a skill. Ha ha ha. Brother admires you." Xianxia kept his fist towards Blade Rat and said, "It's just a small trick. I already know how to tame beasts. When I was in the Leap Dragon realm, I met and tamed these beasts while I was out on a mission. Now that I've released them to help me fight, I didn't expect that I would succeed." Blade Rat laughed and said, "I envy you. Kid, you've learned quite a lot. Be careful of the two elders criticizing you." Xianxia smiled and said, "That can't be helped. Hee hee. Let's go inside and talk." Blade Rat and the others nodded and walked inside. Xianxia and the others weren't in the 52nd courtyard. However, the courtyard wall had been damaged. The wolf-shaped beasts had rushed into the courtyard from that place. Fortunately, the house wasn't destroyed. Moreover, a few robots were destroyed. Although these robots were nanny robots and didn't have any fighting power, they had their own rules in the world of cultivation. The first rule was to ensure the safety of humans in any situation. Naturally, there were no such rules in combat robots. These rules only applied to domestic robots. It was precisely because of this rule that when the nanny robots saw the wolf-shaped beasts attacking Blade Rat and the others, they immediately rushed forward. Although they were immediately torn apart by the wolf-shaped beasts, they still rushed forward. Xianxia received the robots back to the human world and prepared to make them again. However, he didn't expect that Blade Rat and the others would ask Xianxia for the destroyed robots. Xianxia was somewhat puzzled, but Blade Rat and the others said that they wanted to keep them as souvenirs. Xianxia didn't say anything and handed the robots over to Blade Rat and the others. Blade Rat and the others happily received the robots. After dealing with these matters, Xianxia and the others went to the living room and sat down. Naturally, the remaining robots came to serve them tea. Xianxia took a sip of tea and then said to Blade Rat, "Brother Blade, why did those beasts suddenly attack you?" Blade Rat smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, you have to get used to it. This is a very common thing in the Infernal Mountain. The beasts of the Oolong Mountain would attack us from time to time. We're already used to it. Now you understand why we sent the servants away. Those servants who don't have any fighting power, if they were to be attacked by the beasts, then they can only wait for death." Xianxia nodded, his expression became heavy. For the first time, he was worried about Qiu Tai. If the beasts attack in the future, then he can only use his spatial ability to send Qiu Tai away. Seeing Xianxia's expression, Blade Rat smiled and said, "All right, brother, don't worry. Although some beasts always come out of the Oolong Mountain to harass us, those beasts aren't very strong. If strong beasts were to come out, then the sect would have already sent experts to flatten the Oolong Mountain." Xianxia believed this. The reason why the Tyrant's Blade School left the Oolong Mountain was to give the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade School a place to train. Although on the surface, the Oolong Mountain seemed to be uncontrollable, Xianxia believed that the Tyrant's Blade School would allow the beasts to be in a controllable range. Otherwise, they would threaten the rule of the Tyrant's Blade School. One must know that this branch of the Oolong Mountain was inside the Tyrant's Blade School. If the beasts suddenly burst out one day, then the Tyrant's Blade School would be in for a good show. After thinking about this, Jiao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he turned his head to look at Blade Rat and the others. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Brothers, I have to apologize to you. I'm afraid you'll have to move." Blade Rat stared, then he looked at Jiao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Brother, what do you mean? Do you want to drive us away?" Blade Rat and the others also looked at Jiao Hai with an unfriendly expression. Jiao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that I want to drive you away, it's just that I received a task today. I want to plant crops there, but I didn't expect this task to be given to me by the sect. After I received this task, Yuanyu Peak will belong to me. Originally, I didn't think that Yuanyu Peak would belong to me since I've been living quite well with my senior brothers. But as you know, I just entered the sect, so naturally I had to inform Master about this. When Master heard that I accepted this task, he immediately let me cultivate in Yuanyu Peak. Moreover, he was afraid that I would be distracted, so he would send the senior brothers to other places to live. I'll ask the senior brothers to forgive me first. Senior brothers can rest assured, you can come to Yuanyu Peak whenever you want. I'll also give each of you a robot, so I hope the senior brothers won't be offended." Jiao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brothers, you can rest assured that you can come to Yuanyu Peak whenever you want. I'll also give each of you a robot." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Jiao Hai's words, Blade Rat couldn't help but laugh. Then he patted Jiao Hai's shoulder and said, "Brother, you're thinking too much. Since the two elders have come forward, we wouldn't dare to disobey. You've just arrived in the true spiritual realm, so you really need a place to cultivate in peace. Moreover, the things that the two elders taught you aren't suitable for us to see. There's no need for the sect to say anything, we'll move out yesterday. But brother, you have to give us the robots, one by one." Jiao quickly said, "No problem." When the beasts attacked, 10 of the robots outside were destroyed. Now there are only 20 left. This courtyard has been cleaned up. You can take 12 of them. The rest of the robots are enough. Jiao nodded, then said, "That's not a problem." When the beasts attacked, 10 of the robots outside were destroyed. Blade Rat smiled and said, "All right, then we won't be polite. Brother, we still have to choose a place to live, so we won't be staying here any longer. We'll be taking the robots with us." Jiao Hai nodded, then he called out the robots and had Blade Rat and the others choose one each. Then Jiao Hai took out a spatial bag and gave it to Blade Rat and said, "Brother Blade, since you're moving, I don't have anything good to give you. This is for you. There are some daily necessities inside. When the time comes, you can have the robots arrange them for you." Blade Rat took the spatial bag and used his spiritual force to explore it. He found that there were a lot of things inside. He didn't hold back and cupped his fist towards Jiao Hai and said, "Brother, I won't say anything. Remember, if you don't say anything, then I won't be happy." Jiao Hai cupped his fist, then he chuckled and said, "I wouldn't dare. Brothers, take care of yourselves. Once you've chosen a place to live, write me a letter. If you have time, come and have a drink with me." Blade Rat and the others laughed, then they cupped their fists towards Jiao Hai before turning around and leaving. Looking at the backs of Blade Rat and the others, Jiao Hai couldn't help but smile. Blade Rat and the others couldn't fly yet, so they could only run down from Yuanyu Peak and then follow the path to the other peaks. This distance wasn't close. To be honest, Jiao Hai still felt sorry for Blade Rat and the others. As soon as he arrived, he squeezed Blade Rat and the others away. However, there was nothing he could do. What happened to him couldn't be known to others. Just as Blade Rat and the others disappeared, they heard the sound of wind breaking. Then a Pegasus fell from the sky. As soon as the Pegasus fell, Chiu Tai jumped down from its back. Because the Pegasus was too high, Chiu Tai fell when he jumped down. However, he immediately jumped up and quickly ran to Jiao Hai's side. With tears in his eyes, he looked at Jiao Hai and said, "Young master, are you all right?" Jiao Hai looked at Chiu Tai and couldn't help but smile. He reached out and patted Chiu Tai's head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Hee, there's no need to be nervous. Let's go inside." Chiu Tai nodded and then followed Jiao Hai into the house. After entering the house, Jiao Hai looked at Chiu Tai and said, "Little Tai, today, I want to test you. I want to see what attribute your spiritual root is compatible with so that I can teach you how to cultivate. What do you think? When Chiu Tai heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, Young master, are you saying that I can cultivate just like you? Can I also be as powerful as you? Zhao Hai smiled and said, How powerful can I be? There are a lot of people in the Tyrant's Blade School who are more powerful than me. Don't worry, you'll be as powerful as them in the future. Chiu Tai shook his head and said, No, young master is the most powerful. I've heard Grandpa say that young master is the most powerful. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. He reached out and took out a crystal ball. This crystal ball wasn't as simple as it looked on the surface. This was a product produced by the space. Its main purpose was to test a person's compatibility with their spiritual roots. Zhao Hai took out the crystal ball and handed it over to Chiu Tai and said, Little Tai, take this crystal ball and focus all of your attention on it. Don't have any distracting thoughts. Let's begin. Chiu Tai obediently received the crystal ball. Then he focused all of his attention on the crystal ball. In the beginning, there were still distracting thoughts in his mind. But slowly, his attention began to focus. Soon, only the crystal ball remained in his eyes. Then the crystal ball flashed and a row of words appeared on it, Earth Spiritual Root Compatibility, 70%. Water Spiritual Root Compatibility, 2%. Fire Spiritual Root Compatibility, 1%. Metal Spiritual Root Compatibility, 2%. Wood Spiritual Root Compatibility, 1%. Other Spiritual Roots Compatibility, less than 1%. Upon seeing this row of numbers, Zhao Hai immediately knew Chiu Tai's attribute. The most compatible spiritual root for Chiu Tai was the Earth Spiritual Root. Moreover, besides the Earth Spiritual Root, there was no need to look at the other spiritual roots. Zhao Hai said, Alright, little Tai, let go. Chiu Tai recovered and nodded. Then he handed the crystal ball over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the crystal ball and received it. Then he looked at Chiu Tai and pondered. To be honest, Zhao Hai was thinking about what kind of cultivation method Chiu Tai should learn in the future. For someone with an Earth Spiritual Root, it would be best to learn some cultivation methods that increase one's strength. Such cultivation methods might be slow in the early stages, but they would be very powerful in the later stages. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of a cultivation method, one of the 18 Arhat techniques, the demon subjugation technique. The demon subjugation technique was one of the 18 Arhat techniques. Its main purpose was to increase one's strength and defense. Although it was a Buddhist technique, its basic attribute was the earth attribute. This made it very suitable for Chiu Tai to learn. Chiu Tai looked at Zhao Hai with some uneasiness. He didn't know what kind of cultivation method Zhao Hai wanted him to practice. However, he was very happy because he could finally cultivate. In the true spiritual realm, there was no one who didn't want to cultivate. However, ordinary sects wouldn't want someone like Chiu Tai who only had a single spirit root compatibility. This was because it was too difficult for such a person to cultivate and become a high-level cultivator. It was almost impossible. No sect would want to spend a lot of effort to cultivate a cultivator only to become a low-level cultivator. Therefore, almost no sect would want to cultivate a cultivator with a single spirit root. Chiu Tai was from the true spiritual realm, so he was very clear about this situation. Originally, he thought that he wouldn't have a chance to cultivate. But now that Zhao Hai wanted to teach him, he was naturally very happy. Just as Chiu Tai was feeling uneasy, Zhao Hai suddenly said, Little Tai, you have the highest compatibility with an earth spirit root. I have a cultivation method that I obtained in the lower realm that I can teach you. However, I don't know what level you can reach with this cultivation method. Are you still willing to learn it? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Chiu Tai quickly nodded his head. Then he quickly said, I'm willing. Young master, please teach me. Zhao Hai looked at Chiu Tai's appearance and smiled faintly. Alright, from today onwards, I'll teach you cultivation. Take this jade slip and memorize the contents. Once you've memorized the contents, I'll teach you cultivation. Then Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and handed it over to Chiu Tai. Chiu Tai happily received the jade slip and said, Yes, young master can rest assured. I'll memorize the contents of the jade slip in the shortest time possible. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Go, don't worry about me. I'm going to cultivate as well." Chiu Tai nodded and then returned to his room. Looking at Chiu Tai's appearance, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This kid, hee, let's see how far he can go." Then Zhao Hai stood up and walked outside. After arriving outside, Zhao Hai looked at the 52nd courtyard. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, this large courtyard actually belonged to him. Zhao Hai waved his hand to release the Pegasus and jumped on its back. Then he commanded the Pegasus to fly around the 52nd courtyard. Before long, the entire 52nd courtyard was received by Zhao Hai into the space. The 52nd courtyard had a total of 12 courtyards. Each courtyard could accommodate at least 10 to 20 people. Moreover, the facilities were very complete. There was a special dining hall and a special training field. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that there were also formations here. However, these formations seemed to be useless now. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Kai and said, "Kai, analyze the entire courtyard and see what it was like before. If it's good, then we don't need to redesign it. If it's not good, then we'll redesign it." Kai complied, then she immediately began to work with Laura and the others. Each and every one of them was now very enthusiastic. Looking at their appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. Once the courtyard was redesigned, then Zhao Hai would bring Laura and the others out. Laura and the others had been with Zhao Hai for a long time, but they rarely appeared in front of people. In the past, they were afraid of being discovered by others. But now, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid anymore. He had the vermilion bird and black tortoise seals. These two seals had their own independent spaces. If Zhao Hai said that Laura and the others were inside the vermilion bird seal or the black tortoise seal, nobody would be suspicious. Although the vermilion bird and black tortoise seals were treasures that people coveted, one shouldn't forget that Zhao Hai had two powerful masters. The Yin-Yang elders weren't easy to deal with. If they knew that someone dared to steal Zhao Hai's things, then they wouldn't let that person off. However, there was still a problem. Laura and the others weren't immortal experts. Although the water of the dust pond can adjust their physiques, allowing them to move freely in the true spirit realm, if the people of the true spirit realm were to find out that someone below the immortal stage was allowed to move freely in the true spirit realm, it would certainly cause a huge uproar. When the time comes, even the Yin-Yang elders wouldn't be able to protect them. After all, this matter was too big. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do. At this time, the concentration of spiritual qi inside the space was a bit worse compared to the true spirit realm. After some time, the concentration of spiritual qi inside the space would reach the same level as the true spirit realm. When that time comes, Laura and the others would be able to progress faster. Zhao Hai believed that it wouldn't take long for them to appear in the true spirit realm. When that time comes, no one would suspect that Zhao Hai would release them. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the situation inside the 52nd courtyard. Although some parts of the courtyard were damaged, the buildings were still intact. And with the help of the universal scanner, it didn't take long for Kai to make a map of the courtyard. When Kai saw the map of the courtyard, Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect the courtyard to be this beautiful. The 12 courtyards of the courtyard were divided into a square. In the middle of the courtyard was a huge martial arts field. Not far from the martial arts field was a dining hall. These two places were public facilities. Each courtyard had its own small martial arts field. However, there was no dining hall. Instead, the courtyards formed a huge square. This was the courtyard of the 52nd courtyard. Although the whole place looked very inconspicuous, Zhao Hai was very clear that this courtyard was a part of the four symbols formation. The martial arts field was the eye of the formation. Once an enemy attacked, people could gather in the martial arts field and listen to orders. At the same time, they could control the formation from the martial arts field. The design of this courtyard was very reasonable. Rather than saying that it was a courtyard for people to live in, it was better to say that it was a somewhat different kind of military camp. As long as the four-phase array was repaired and there were enough people, it would not be so easy to take down the 52nd courtyard. To be honest, the style of this courtyard could not be considered as the kind of beautiful scenery that was exquisitely carved and graceful. Instead, it was a kind of rigid and iron-blooded beauty. Combined with the mountainous terrain here, it was quite a good combination. It was truly a case of being too fat and too thin if it was too little. After some time, Zhao Hai responded. Then he said, Kai, what do you think? This place will be our home for a long time. Moreover, once the courtyard is repaired and you reach the immortal stage, you can come out and live with me. Do you want to add something? Laura smiled and said, No need, Brother Hai. There's no need to change the overall structure. However, the defensive formation of the courtyard needs to be changed. At the very least, the two-dimensional formation needs to be changed to a three-dimensional one. Brother Hai, if you have time in the next 2 days, you can go to Master and see if you can get some formations from him. That way, we'll be more confident in improving this place. Although the overall structure doesn't need to be changed, the interior decoration has to be done according to our wishes. Zhao Hai laughed and said, All right, I'll listen to you. Prepare the things as well as the robots. The rest is up to me. You can cultivate in peace inside the space. I won't be going out for some time, so you shouldn't need to worry about anything. You just need to reach the immortal stage as soon as possible so that we can meet outside. Laura and the others nodded. They might not care about other things, but being able to stay by Zhao Hai's side at all times was something that Laura and the others cared about. In the past, they didn't have a reason to cultivate. But now that they have a reason, they would naturally cultivate with all their strength. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. Inside the space, Laura and the others were designing the interior of the courtyard. At the same time, Zhao also began to sort out the exterior of the courtyard. But right now, Zhao Hai had the robots collect some stones in order to repair the courtyard. At the same time, he told Qiu Tai before he rode his Pegasus towards Yinyang Mountain. After a few hours, Zhao Hai arrived at Yinyang Mountain. As usual, Zhao Hai stopped his Pegasus at the foot of the mountain. Then he walked up the mountain. By the time he reached the top, it was already afternoon. When he arrived at the courtyard, Zhao Hai pushed the door and went inside. Qiuzhen was still there. Before, Qiuzhen returned home because the Yinyang elders weren't there. Once he finished his work in the courtyard, he would use the transmission formation to return home. Now that the Yinyang elders were back, it was natural for him to stay here. However, Qiuzhen wasn't busy right now. Instead, he was directing the robots. When he saw Zhao Hai come in, Qiuzhen immediately greeted him with a smile. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, I have seen the young master. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Uncle Zhen, you're still so polite. How is it? Are the robots still useful? Qiuzhen smiled and said, It's useful, very useful. I have to thank young master. With these robots, I'm much more relaxed. However, these robots have caused me a lot of trouble. I'm afraid that one day, they will take over my job. When Zhao Hai heard Qiuzhen, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Uncle Zhen, you're thinking too much. No matter what, robots can't replace people. You don't need to worry about this. Even if it's robots, they still need people to command them. Qiuzhen nodded and said, Young master, are you here to see the two elders? The two masters are here, please come in. Zhao Hai nodded, then he walked towards the hall and said, Master, this disciple requests an audience. Elder Yin's voice was heard, Come in. Zhao Hai pushed the door and went in. Then he gave a salute to the two elders. Elder Yin looked at Zhao Hai and said, Why did you come back so quickly? Is there something wrong? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Yes, Master. This disciple has already accepted the 52nd courtyard. I want to restore it to its original state. However, there seems to be a problem with the defensive formation. This disciple wants to ask Master if you have any jade slips regarding the research of formations. If you do, can you let this disciple take a look? When Elder Yin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare and said, You also know about formations? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Yes, I know a little. This disciple has studied some formations in the cultivation realm before. This disciple's movement technique includes a part of the study of formations. Therefore, this disciple wants to make some changes to the defensive formation of the 52nd courtyard. Elder Yang looked at Zhao Hai and said, Are you sure? The research of this array formation isn't something that can be completed in a day or two. Right now, your most important task is to cultivate. You can't delay your cultivation because of this. We can ask the sect to send some specialized array formation masters to help you repair the array formation there. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Master, rest assured. This disciple won't miss his training. As long as you understand the formation, it won't be difficult. Moreover, this disciple's formations are different from others. Others can't make formations like this disciple, so they can't help even if they want to. When Eldarine heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, Your tone is quite big. Alright, I'll help you with the formation. I want to see what kind of formation you can arrange. Then a white light flashed from his body and he disappeared. Elder Yang looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled and said, After some time, the two of us will go to your place and see how your courtyard is arranged. If it's not good, then don't blame us for punishing you. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Master, rest assured. This disciple won't let you down. Just as he said that, a white light flashed and Eldarine appeared in the living room. Then he threw a jade slip to Zhao Hai and said, Take it. These are some formations commonly used in the sect. If you can understand these formations, then there won't be many formations in the true spiritual realm that can stop you. Zhao Hai received the jade slip and cupped his fist to Eldarine and said, Thank you, Master. Master, do you want to return this jade slip? If you want to return it, then this disciple will record it. Eldarine shook his head and said, There's no need. This jade slip was recorded by me. Take it back and study it. Remember, don't delay your cultivation. Otherwise, you'll see how I deal with you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he bowed to Eldarine and said, Then this disciple will take his leave. If you have time in a few days, then you can come to my courtyard to take a look. If this disciple doesn't do well, then I'm willing to accept any punishment. Eldarine waved his hand, then Zhao Hai turned around and left. After Zhao Hai left, Eldarine turned to Elder Yang and said, Junior brother, how much do you think little Hai's research on formations is? Why does it seem like he's full of confidence? Elder Yang smiled bitterly and said, I really can't see it. Senior brother, I really can't see how many things little Hai knows. It seems like I can't see through this kid. To be honest, I really don't know if accepting such a disciple is a good thing or a bad thing for us. Elder Yang smiled bitterly and said, Senior brother, I really can't see through him. Eldarine let out a long breath and said, In any case, he's now our disciple. Looking at him, even if he can't become an expert, he can still become an artifact refiner, an alchemist, or even an array master. In any case, he'll be a useful person to the sect. We didn't accept him as a disciple in vain. Elder Yang nodded and didn't say anything else. When Zhao Hai returned to the 52nd courtyard, it was already quite late. Xiao Tai didn't look at the jade slip, instead, he commanded the robots to mine stones. He didn't know how much stones they had, he only knew that the more the better. Seeing Xiao Tai's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. To be honest, this was the first time he saw such a sensible child. He really liked Xiao Tai from the bottom of his heart. When Xiao Tai saw that Zhao Hai had returned, he immediately greeted him. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Young master, you're back. Zhao Hai nodded, then he patted Xiao Tai's head and said, All right, have them stop. Stone is enough. Let them cook while we eat. After we eat, there'll be nothing to do. You can go and memorize your cultivation method. Xiao Tai nodded, then he patted Xiao Tai's head and said, All right, let them stop. Xiao Tai happily complied, then he turned around and ran. He had the construction robots stop mining stones. At the same time, he had the nannies cook. Before long, the meal was ready. After Zhao Hai and Xiao Tai ate, Zhao Hai sent Xiao Tai to look at the jade slip. At the same time, Zhao Hai directed the robots to the other courtyards. At the same time, he gave the jade slip to Kai and the others so that they could study the contents of the jade slip. It has to be said that the spiritual realm was much stronger than the cultivation realm. Their formations were much more complex and powerful. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about this at all. Zhao Hai was planning to plant a spirit tree in each of the formation cores in the courtyard. With the spirit tree's ability, it would be very easy for the spiritual realm to provide energy to the formations. When the time comes, the courtyard would become impregnable. After having the robots do their work, Zhao Hai returned to his room. While the robots were working, they made a lot of noise. However, Zhao Hai had already added a silencing formation to the courtyard. This made it so that the sounds outside couldn't enter. What Zhao Hai was looking at was the cultivation method that he took from the first floor of the Saber Pavilion, the primordial origin art. This was an ordinary low-grade cultivation method. In the Tyrant Saber School, it was only used by new disciples. Zhao Hai took the primordial origin art because he wanted to understand the difference between the cultivation method and the cultivation method. After probing the jade slip with his spiritual force, Zhao Hai quickly saw the contents of the jade slip. The jade slip contained the cultivation method of the primordial origin art. Zhao Hai carefully studied it. The primordial origin art was an earth-attributed cultivation method. Although this cultivation method was very common in the spiritual realm, it could be said that it was very common. It belonged to the category of things that people bought with money. However, Zhao Hai still felt that the primordial origin art was very unique. When cultivating in the lower realms, one only needed to absorb the spiritual chi of the world. But in the spiritual realm, not only did one need to absorb the spiritual chi of the cultivation method, one also needed to comprehend the concept. This concept was the biggest difference between the cultivation methods of the spiritual realm and the cultivation methods of the spiritual realm. In the cultivation realm, only immortal experts would be able to comprehend concepts. But in the true spirit realm, even the most common cultivation method would allow one to comprehend concepts. From this, one could see how much stronger the true spirit realm was compared to the cultivation realm. Although the primordial origin art wasn't complicated, Zhao Hai still studied it very seriously. He wanted to see if he could get any new inspiration from the primordial origin art. The primordial origin art only had 2,000 words. It wasn't very complicated. Even if Zhao Hai studied it, it didn't take long for him to finish. Then Zhao Hai received the jade slip and closed his eyes. He slowly felt the characteristics of the primordial origin art. At the same time, he also made the spiritual chi in his body circulate according to the primordial origin art. At the same time, Zhao Hai also mobilized his thought force to observe the primordial origin art. He wanted to see if the primordial origin art also had thought force. At this point, Zhao Hai was inspired by other cultivation methods. When he practiced the saber, he could use his thought force to feel the thought force of the other cultivation methods. Then he could communicate with them and learn the cultivation method thoroughly. In Zhao Hai's view, there was no reason for the primordial origin art to not have thought force. Therefore, Zhao Hai carefully observed the primordial origin art to see if he could find the thought force of the primordial origin art. Zhao Hai was very patient. His thought force was already very fast. Therefore, when Zhao Hai looked for the thought force of the primordial origin art, he first slowed down his thought force and then slowly looked for it. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to discover the thought force of the primordial origin art. This made Zhao Hai very happy. Although the thought force of the primordial origin art was very weak, this at least proved to Zhao Hai that internal energy also had the thought force. As long as it was proven that internal energy also had the thought force, then it would be easy. Zhao Hai could study the internal energy that he had learned before and use the thought force to communicate with them. This was especially true for the myriad stellar transformations in Yang art. Zhao Hai had started practicing this cultivation method when he was in the divine realm. Now that he was in the true spiritual world, he found that this cultivation method could still be practiced. This was enough to prove that this cultivation method was extraordinary. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to study this cultivation method carefully. When Zhao Hai discovered the thought force of the primordial origin art, he immediately used his thought force to connect with the thought force of the primordial origin art. Then, Zhao Hai slowly comprehended the thought force of the primordial origin art. The thought force of the primordial origin art was very special. Zhao Hai actually felt that the thought force of the primordial origin art had the feeling of being in the earth. This made Zhao Hai a little surprised. Zhao Hai already knew that the primordial origin art was a water-attributed cultivation method. However, he didn't expect that the primordial origin art would have the concept of the earth. One must know that this was a very extraordinary thing. After a while, Zhao Hai withdrew from the primordial origin art. After withdrawing from the primordial origin art, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Strictly speaking, the primordial origin art was a very good cultivation method. In the primordial origin art, there was a very strong concept of the earth. However, because the primordial origin art was too simple, the people in the true spiritual world had always thought that it wasn't a good thing and didn't study it in depth. However, in Zhao Hai's opinion, if the primordial origin art was practiced well and the concept of the primordial origin art was completely comprehended, then the primordial origin art could definitely be regarded as one of the top cultivation methods in the true spiritual world. Sometimes, people were like this. They would always treat pearls and jade as stones and ginseng as grass. The primordial origin art's threshold for cultivation was too low, so it was looked down upon by these people. The people in the true spiritual world fell into a misunderstanding. They always thought that high-level cultivation methods had to be very difficult to cultivate. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered a high-level cultivation method. However, they didn't know that the simplest cultivation method wasn't necessarily the best. However, the best cultivation method was the simplest cultivation method. This was a kind of realm. Zhao Hai lay on the bed and felt the concept of the primordial origin art. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart. He wanted to wait until Chiu Tai's level was higher before passing the primordial origin art to him. After an uneventful night, the next morning, Zhao Hai got up early and practiced his saber for a while. Then he had the robots cook while he went out of the courtyard. When he came out, Zhao Hai stared. At this time, aside from the 52nd courtyard, the other courtyards had disappeared. However, the stones that were originally used to build the courtyards were still neatly stacked. Even the stone slabs on the ground were lifted up. This was what Zhao Hai said yesterday. He wanted to arrange a formation in the courtyard. Moreover, this formation had to be placed underground. Therefore, the stone slabs on the ground of the 52nd courtyard had to be lifted up. Since the robots completed Zhao Hai's work, they automatically entered a dormant state. Naturally, dormancy didn't mean that they were actually sleeping. However, these robots were like computers in an energy-saving state. As long as they were used, they would be able to wake up with just a command. Zhao Hai looked at the scene and nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned to Kai and said, Kai how is the design of the formation going? Although the formations in the spiritual realm were much more difficult compared to the formations in the cultivation realm, there were still a lot of formations stored in the space. It can be said that one formation can lead to 10,000 formations. With so many formations as a foundation, it wouldn't be difficult to research a new formation. Kai nodded and said, it's already prepared. Moreover, the things needed for the formation have also been prepared. Big Brother Hai, you can just follow the blueprint and build the other courtyards first. Then we'll rebuild the courtyard that you're living in. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his hand and took out several blueprints as well as a chip. There were also some decorating materials on the ground. Zhao Hai looked at the blueprints and nodded with satisfaction. Then he placed the chip into a robot's chip slot. The robot immediately got up and connected with the other construction robots. If they were to build the courtyard, then they would know what to do. After the robots received their orders, they immediately started to work. These construction robots weren't humanoid, they looked like machines. However, they were just like robots. As long as they received orders, they would start to work. However, they could only do construction work. The construction robots were very fast. Moreover, they didn't need Zhao Hai to manage them. When Zhao Hai saw that they had started to work, he didn't bother with them. Then he turned around and returned to his courtyard. At this time, Chiu Tai was already up. The robots had already prepared breakfast. After eating breakfast, Zhao Hai called Chiu Tai over and said, Little Tai, I'll take care of the construction robots. I'll take care of the other things. If there aren't enough materials, just tell me. I'll go down and take a look. When Chiu Tai heard Zhao Hai, he quickly nodded and said, all right, young master can rest assured. I'll take care of them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he patted Chiu Tai's head before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai sat on the back of the Pegasus and looked at the large piece of land below. The area of the land was very large. Looking at the land that was covered with weeds, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel some heartache. However, Zhao Hai didn't do anything. He just flew around the land and said, "Laura, what do you think we should plant here?" Laura thought for a moment and said, "Brother Hai, we can plant some defensive plants on the periphery of the land. Then we can plant some medicinal herbs in the middle of the land. We can also plant some sky-reaching vines in the middle of the land. With these things, I think that even if the land were to be attacked by beasts, it wouldn't be a problem." Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then nodded. "That's good. You design a plan to see if there are any plants in the space that can be used for attack or defense. We don't only need to plant them in the periphery, we also need to plant some in the surface." Zhao Hai nodded. Laura and the others nodded and then went to work. Zhao Hai rode the Pegasus back to his courtyard. The area of the land that he wanted wasn't small, it was about 1,000,000 square kilometers. Moreover, the land was very flat. If he could really use it, then the Tyrant's Blade sect would gain a lot of income. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't know that the Tyrant's Blade sect didn't want this place to be deserted. To say that the Tyrant's Blade sect was afraid of Oolong Mountain's beasts wasn't necessarily the case. The Tyrant's Blade sect didn't care about the beasts here, so there was no need to talk about the beasts here. The reason why the Tyrant's Blade sect didn't plant the land here was because they didn't have enough people. Oolong Mountain was a dangerous place. Ordinary service disciples weren't very strong. If they were to encounter an attack from a beast, then they could only wait for death. If they were to send high-level disciples here to farm, then no one would be willing to do it. Those who were strong wanted to advance their cultivation, so they didn't have time to farm. Most of their time was spent on cultivation or doing missions. It was precisely because of this that such a large piece of land was abandoned. In the end, they had no choice but to release it in the form of a mission. However, still, no one was willing to do this mission. Those who wanted to do this mission were not strong enough. Those who were strong enough disdained to do this mission. Naturally, this place was in a panic. Now that Zhao Hai had accepted this mission, the Tyrant's Blade School would have a little bit of comfort, regardless of whether he could really grow them or not. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard. When he arrived, he saw that the robots were already laying down the underground formation. The formation was made of metal, and these metals were highly conductive materials. They can conduct energy very well. There were also empty spots in the formation's eye, specifically for planting sprite trees. This defensive array was also a three-dimensional array. Even if the top layer was destroyed, the overall effect of the array wouldn't be that bad. On the other hand, Chiu Tai was sitting outside the courtyard, dutifully looking at the robots. However, looking at his absent-minded appearance, it was clear that his mind wasn't on the robots. Zhao Hai didn't care about him. He knew that Chiu Tai's mind was currently focused on the demon subjugation technique. He simply didn't pay attention to anything else. Looking at Chiu Tai's appearance, it seems like he had already memorized the demon subjugation technique. This was a good thing. Zhao Hai also returned to his courtyard. This time, he began to comprehend some of the techniques that he had learned before. Zhao Hai had learned a lot of techniques in the past. Now that he discovered that his thinking ability could communicate with these techniques, he naturally needed to practice them again. When it was time for lunch, Zhao Hai had the robots prepare lunch. Then he called Chiu Tai, who had been in a daze, back to eat. Chiu Tai was a little embarrassed, these things should have been done by him as a servant. But now, it was Zhao Hai who was doing it. Chiu Tai was afraid that Zhao Hai would blame him. However, when he saw that Zhao Hai was smiling and didn't seem angry, Chiu Tai felt relieved. In the next few days, Zhao Hai continued to practice these techniques. At the same time, the 52nd Courtyard's courtyard was being renovated every day. After 7 days, aside from Zhao Hai's courtyard, the rest of the courtyard was finished. After the renovation was finished, Zhao Hai took Chiu Tai and moved to another courtyard. After the robots took care of the courtyard, they installed defensive formations on it. With this, the entire 52nd Courtyard's renovation project was completed. During these 7 days, Zhao Hai also studied the techniques that he had learned before. He even studied the methods to operate the formations. But what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the methods to operate the formations also had the power of thought. Moreover, the power of thought was very strong. After Zhao moved out of the small courtyard, Laura and the others also finished their blueprints. Laura and the others had been working on the design for the land that Zhao bought. They had already made several blueprints, but in the end, they weren't very satisfied with them. Today, they made another blueprint. Laura and the others had already made a few blueprints. Upon seeing the blueprint, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the blueprint was too beautiful. In the periphery of the land that Zhao Hai bought, there was a sea of flowers. Naturally, these flowers weren't just randomly planted. They were the kind that Zhao Hai had seen before. These flowers could cause people to hallucinate. The toxins of these flowers had been strengthened by a lot. Even immortal experts wouldn't be able to survive if they were to encounter them. Additionally, the sea of flowers had small insects and snakes. These insects and snakes were poisonous. With this, the sea of flowers would act as a natural defense, protecting the land in the middle. On the other side of the mountain, there were a lot of sky-reaching vines. These sky-reaching vines were used to defend against flying beasts in the sky. Inside the sea of flowers was a forest. This forest wasn't planted with fruit trees or bread trees. Instead, it was a very aggressive tree called a man-eating tree. Zhao Hai had a lot of these trees in the space. These trees can absorb nutrients from the ground to survive. At the same time, these trees can also eat meat. Their bodies secreted a juice that can turn meat into nutrients for the trees to absorb. Moreover, the roots and branches of these trees can also attack enemies. They can even release a poisonous fragrance. Inside the forest was a genuine fruit tree forest. Not only were there fruit trees, there were also bread trees. Naturally, there were also some defensive trees in the middle that can attack people. In the middle of the fruit trees was the bamboo rice field. There was a large bamboo rice field here and there. After the bamboo rice field, in the middle of the soil, there were some vegetables and other grain varieties. In the innermost area was a large medicinal field. Looking at this design, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. This plan was really wonderful. Zhao Hai immediately agreed to this plan. Then he rode his Pegasus and went to the field. Then he released the robots and began to flatten and plow the land, preparing for a big job. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the robots working below. After returning to the mountain, Zhao Hai waited for 2 days. His courtyard had already been renovated. The 50-second courtyard's renovation project was only one step away from completion. This last step was actually the most simple, but also the most important. It was to transplant the elven trees into the courtyard. Transplanting the elven trees wasn't difficult, but it was very important. As long as the elven trees were transplanted, the courtyard's defense system would officially take effect. The courtyard had already been set aside for the elven trees. Fortunately, the elven trees weren't very tall. They looked like ornamental trees that were planted in the courtyard. After the elven trees were planted, Zhao Hai went to see how the land was flattened. This time, the farming robots that Zhao Hai released weren't small. The land was flattened very quickly. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't wait for the land to be flattened before he started to plant crops. He had the robots flatten the periphery of the land first. Then he immediately planted the man-eating flowers. Even if these flowers didn't use the spatial water to increase their growth time, their growth rate was still very fast. As long as these flowers grow, the land inside would be much safer. As for how to farm the land, Zhao Hai had already inputted it into the robot's computers through the chip. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about it. He just needed to see if the robots were doing anything wrong. At present, Zhao Hai didn't find anything wrong with the robots. Only then did Zhao Hai feel relieved. Seeing that there was nothing to do in the field, Zhao Hai directly rode his Pegasus towards the Yin Yang Peak. Zhao Hai didn't bring Qiu Tai along. Qiu Tai was currently busy. He had already started to practice the demon subduing divine art. The demon subduing divine art was a Buddhist cultivation method. From tempering one's body to tempering one's will, one had to progress step by step. Now that Qiu Tai was in the process of tempering his body, Zhao Hai made a fitness room in the courtyard. There were a lot of fitness equipment inside, so Qiu Tai would spend a lot of time in the fitness room every day. Zhao Hai didn't give Qiu Tai too much guidance, nor did he watch over him every day. He only told Qiu Tai what he had to do every day. After that, he didn't care anymore. The road of cultivation was dry and very painful. People without great perseverance couldn't do it. Zhao Hai did this to temper Qiu Tai. Not only was he tempering his body, but more importantly, he was tempering his heart and spirit. Only in this way would he be able to cultivate successfully in the future. Otherwise, with his aptitude, it would be very difficult for him to become a high-level cultivator. Zhao Hai originally thought that Qiu Tai wouldn't be able to persist for more than a few days. However, he didn't expect that Qiu Tai didn't feel bitter at all. He spent almost every day in the fitness room. He would exceed the amount of training that Zhao Hai gave him. Zhao Hai still somewhat underestimated the desire of the ordinary people in the true spiritual world to cultivate. Although Qiu Tai was only a few years old child, Qiu Zhen had always told him that cultivators were the strongest. Cultivators were the most powerful. Therefore, since he was young, this kind of desire for cultivation had already penetrated deep into his bones. Now that he was facing a little difficulty, how could it be difficult for him? Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. He was very happy to see Qiu Tai training so seriously. As long as Qiu Tai trained seriously, with his support, he believed that Qiu Tai would become a powerful cultivator in the future. As usual, the Pegasus stopped at the foot of the Yinyang mountain. Then Zhao Hai walked up the mountain. When he arrived at the small courtyard, he didn't knock on the door and just went in. Inside the courtyard, Qiu Zhen was directing the robots. These robots were powered by solar energy. After being exposed to the sun for a day, they would be able to run for a week. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the robots' power. However, what Zhao Hai didn't understand was that the courtyard on the Yinyang mountain was only so big. How could Qiu Zhen have so many things to pack every day? When Qiu Zhen saw Zhao Hai, he immediately went to greet him. However, when he didn't see Qiu Tai, his expression couldn't help but change. He quickly walked towards Zhao Hai and then bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen the young master." "Young master, did little Tai cause any trouble?" When Zhao Hai heard Qiu Zhen, he couldn't help but stare. Then he understood what Qiu Zhen meant. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, little Tai didn't cause any trouble. He's fine. However, I started to teach him cultivation 4 days ago. Now that he's in the process of tempering his body, he has a lot of time to train his body. Therefore, he didn't come with me. You don't need to worry. When you see him, you can visit him whenever you want." Hearing Zhao Hai, Qiu Zhen felt relieved. Then he excitedly said, "Thank you, young master. It's little Tai's fortune to follow you. Our Qiu family will be eternally grateful to you." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Uncle Zhen, there's no need to be so polite. I have something to discuss with Master, so I'll be going first." Then he went to the living room and said, "Master, this disciple requests an audience." Elder Yin's voice was heard, "Come in." Zhao Hai nodded before he pushed the door and went inside. The Yinyang elders were already waiting for him in the living room. After Zhao Hai entered, he immediately gave the two a salute. The Yinyang elders nodded and said, "All right, why did you come so many days ago? How's your courtyard going?" Zhao Hai quickly replying to Master, "I haven't been here these days because of the courtyard. The courtyard has already been built. If Master has time, you can go take a look." Elder Yang raised his eyebrows and said, "It's already built? That was fast, wasn't it? Was it built with those robots?" The reason why Elder Yang was interested in Zhao Hai's robots was because of the information he received from the puppet hall. Although the robots couldn't be used in battle and didn't have many formations, they were still very useful to the puppet hall. This was because the designs of the robots were very exquisite, they were very inspired. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. When he heard Elder Yang's question, he nodded and said, "Yes, Master." The courtyard was rebuilt according to the original structure. There are also formations installed inside. Now, the courtyard's defensive capabilities are very strong. Elder Yin stood up and said, "Let's go take a look at your courtyard. I want to see if it's as good as you said." Elder Yang nodded and stood up as well. Zhao Hai was surprised, he didn't think that the two would want to go to his courtyard. However, he didn't say anything, he just nodded and said, "Yes, Master." Then he led the two outside. The two didn't say anything as they turned around and walked outside. Before long, the two arrived outside. They greeted Qiu Zhen and then followed Zhao Hai down the mountain. The two already had their own transmission formation. However, they heard that Zhao Hai had a lot of flying beasts. Because of this, they didn't use the transmission formation and just followed Zhao Hai down the mountain. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Zhao Hai released the 9-winged cloud centipede. The centipede's body was very big, and the area on its back was also very large. It wouldn't be a problem for the three of them to lie down and sleep. It was the best means of transportation for multiple people. The Yin-Yang elders had stayed in the Leaping Dragon realm for a long time, so they recognized the 9-winged cloud centipede. They also knew that Zhao Hai did a mission to find Cloud Iron Oregon. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would have a 9-winged cloud centipede. However, the two didn't say anything as they jumped onto the back of the 9-winged cloud centipede along with Zhao Hai. The centipede soared into the sky and flew towards the inferior mountain. In the true spiritual realm, people had to reach the instant shift realm before they could fly. If they didn't have the ability to fly, then they could only use flying beasts to travel faster. The Tyrant Blade sect also had a specialized business of renting and selling flying beasts. Because of this, there were all kinds of flying beasts. Moreover, there were all kinds of flying beasts. Because of this, flying beasts like the flying cloud centipede weren't very eye-catching. The speed of the flying cloud beast was very fast. In less than 4 hours, the flying cloud beast had already arrived at the mountain. The Yin-Yang elders looked at the mountain and couldn't help but sigh. It must be said that the two were born in the desolate mountain and lived there for a period of time. At that time, the mountain was very lively, there were a lot of people living there. There were also cultivators who wanted to go to the Oolong Mountains. It was very lively back then. But now, the desolate mountain was very deserted, there weren't many people in sight. At this time, they flew above Zhao Hai's land. The Yin-Yang elders quickly discovered the farming robots. Seeing the speed at which the robots were plowing the land, the two couldn't help but look at them in a new light. In the past, the two didn't think much of these robots. They were the same as the other people in the true spiritual realm. People in the true spiritual realm only cared about things that had fighting strength. They didn't even bother to look at things that didn't have any fighting strength. In the past, they valued the robots because they wanted the puppet hall to study them and get some inspiration. However, they disdained the use of the robots. But now that they were in the air, they could clearly see that there was only a small part of the wasteland that hadn't been reclaimed. This made them very surprised. Before they could ask Zhao Hai, the 9-winged cloud centipede had already entered the Yuanyu mountain. They could already see the 52nd courtyard. From the air, the 52nd courtyard didn't look very big. However, after the reconstruction, it looked even more imposing. After looking at the courtyard from the air, the Yin-Yang elders couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. They approved of Zhao Hai's method. The 52nd courtyard was very good. When the 9-winged cloud centipede landed in the courtyard, the three dismounted. Then they saw Chiu Tai running out of the fitness room. Upon seeing the Yin-Yang elders, Chiu Tai quickly ran over and bowed to the two elders. "I've seen the two elders. I've seen the young master." Seeing Chiu Tai's sweaty appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod and said, "Good. Little Tai, you need to pay attention to yourself. Don't tire yourself out. You're still young, your body hasn't matured yet. If you tire yourself out, it'll be easy for you to leave some hidden injuries. That wouldn't be good for you in the future. Don't train in the future, soak yourself in the potion at night before you go to sleep." Chiu Tai nodded. Then Zhao Hai led the Yin-Yang elders into the house. At this time, Zhao Hai wasn't living in his original courtyard. He was living in a house behind the training grounds. It could be considered the center of the 52nd courtyard. This wasn't only Zhao Hai's residence, it also had a refining room, an alchemy room, 2 meditation rooms, a dining room, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, and 2 fitness rooms. Zhao Hai led the Yin-Yang elders into his residence. This was a suite. Inside was Zhao Hai's bedroom. Outside his bedroom was Chiu Tai's bedroom. Outside Chiu Tai's bedroom was the living room. Next to the living room was another room. This room was the 52nd courtyard's formation control room. After Zhao Hai invited the Yin-Yang elders to the living room, he had a robot serve them tea while he stood respectfully to the side. Eldarine looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "All right, Zhao Hai, take a seat. Zhao Hai nodded and sat down. Eldarine looked outside and said, "This small courtyard is very good. But you said that the defensive ability is very strong. I want to see it." Zhao Hai stood up and said, "The formation in the courtyard has been completed. It can be used now. If Master wants to see it, then you can go inside. That's the control room for the defensive formation." Hearing this, Elder Yin's interest was piqued. Then he stood up with Elder Yang and walked towards the control room. The control room wasn't small, it was about 10 square meters in size. But after Eldarine went in, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't see a single formation. Instead, there were some screens inside. At this time, the screens were displaying the situation of the 52nd courtyard. Every corner of the courtyard was displayed on the screens. Upon seeing this, Eldarine couldn't help but stare blankly. After some time, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, this is your control room? How do you use these things?" Zhao walked over and pushed the screen in the control room. "Master, in the control room, you can control a place in the courtyard, but you can also control the entire courtyard. Every place in the courtyard has a formation energy that can trap enemies, or even kill them." After saying that, Zhao Hai placed his hand on the screen. At the same time, he issued a command. The Yin-Yang elders saw an energy fluctuation on the screen. Then a red cage appeared on the screen. When Eldarine saw this, he immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Stop, let's go out and take a look." Zhao Hai understood what they meant. He nodded and then led the Yin-Yang elders out of the room. When they arrived outside, they found the place that he controlled. When they arrived at the place, Eldarine couldn't help but frown. This was because the red cage that he saw on the screen didn't appear. However, there was a trace of energy there. It seems like there was something there. When Zhao Hai saw Elder Yin's expression, he knew what he was thinking. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Master, the cage we saw on the screen was colored for the convenience of observation. Actually, the cage here doesn't have any color. However, you can feel it. If you don't believe me, you can touch it." As he said that, he stretched his hand forward and felt something. The Yin-Yang elders were stunned. At the same time, they stretched out their hands and touched the area in front of them. Indeed, they felt something that seemed to be transparent. They touched the area to the side and felt a few energy pillars that were also transparent. It was indeed something that looked like a cage. The Yin-Yang elders looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. This transparent cage was actually made of energy. Moreover, the energy was very dense. There wasn't any excess energy overflowing. Because of this, the Yin-Yang elders could only faintly feel the energy fluctuations. However, they didn't discover the existence of the cage. One must know that the Yin-Yang elders weren't ordinary cultivators, they were divine condensation experts. Their spiritual force was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. However, they didn't feel the existence of the cage. This was enough to show that the cage wasn't simple. The two couldn't help but tighten their grip on the cage. They wanted to see how hard the cage was. If they used 10% of their strength, the cage would be fine. If they used 20% of their strength, it would still be fine. If they used 30% of their strength, it would be fine. If they used 40% of their strength, it would be fine. If they used 50% of their strength, it would be fine. If they used 60% of their strength, it would be fine. However, the cage didn't disappear. It was just that the energy in the cage disappeared. Their expressions changed. Whether it was a defensive shield or a cage made of energy, the defensive capabilities of these things might be very strong. However, once something made of energy breaks, it would be very likely for the entire thing to break. But now, only one part of the cage was broken while the other parts were still intact. This kind of situation was very rare in the true spiritual realm. Moreover, the hardness of this cage made of energy surprised the Yin-Yang elders. This cage made of energy was actually able to block 50% of their strength. One must know that 50% of their strength was enough to kill a teleportation cultivator. If it was a teleportation cultivator, then they would have been killed on the spot. The Yin-Yang elders looked at each other. Then Elder Yang turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, in order to test the hardness of the cage, we broke a few parts of the cage. will it affect the formation? Jiao Hai smiled and said, Master, you don't need to worry. As long as you don't use energy in the places that you broke, the formation will be fine. Eldarine nodded and said, let's go. We'll talk about it when we get back. Jiao Hai nodded, then he led the two back to the room. This time, Eldarine didn't go to the control room. Instead, he sat down in the living room. Although Jiao Hai saw the strange expressions on the two's faces, he didn't say anything. He just sat in the living room and accompanied the two. Eldarine took a sip of the tea on the table, then he raised his eyebrows and said, good tea. Jiao Hai smiled and said, this tea was made by this disciple in the lower realm. If Master likes it, then this disciple can provide you with as much as you want. Eldarine nodded, then he said, Little Hai, the formation you're using in this courtyard, is it a formation from the sect? Why do I feel that it's different? When Jiao Hai heard Eldarine, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, replying to Master, the formations that I use are indeed from the sect. However, there are some differences in these formations. They have been modified by me. Eldarine nodded and said, yes. Replying to Master, disciple is indeed using the sect's formations. However, these formations have some differences. They have been modified by me. Upon hearing Jiao Hai, the Yin-Yang elder's eyes couldn't help but light up. Eldarine looked at Jiao Hai and said, modified formations? You're saying that people can modify the sect's formations? What kind of arrays did you install here this time? The reason why Eldarine asked this was because he knew that Jiao Hai must have installed a lot of formations here. Otherwise, the courtyard wouldn't be completely under Jiao Hai's control. Although the two elders didn't specialize in formations, they knew that there was no single formation in the true spirit world that could do this. Jiao Hai thought for a moment and said, there are more than 3,600 formations in the entire courtyard. And these formations aren't very big. These small formations form a large formation. What I just activated was just a small formation. If I use a large formation, then the formation's might would be even greater. Jiao Hai nodded. But I'm not sure if I can use a large formation. I'm not sure if I can use a large formation. The Yin-Yang elders were stunned. They looked at Jiao Hai and said, Little Hai, are you telling the truth? Did you really set up more than 3,600 formations in this courtyard? Jiao Hai nodded and said, yes. To be exact, there are 3,650 formations. These formations form a larger formation. These formations can be used individually or at the same time. Each formation has a different function. Some are for defense, some are for trapping, and some are for offense. Jiao Hai nodded and said, yes. To be precise, there are 3,650 formations. These formations form a larger formation. These formations can be used individually or simultaneously. Elder Yang looked at Jiao Hai and said, Little Hai, tell me the truth. What's the difference between your formations and the formations in the sect? When Jiao Hai heard Elder Yang, he couldn't help but smile. He still underestimated his master. Originally, he didn't want to talk about the three-dimensional formation, but now it seems like he had to. Jiao Hai didn't want to lie to the two of them. After all, the two elders had always taken care of him. In fact, I didn't make too many changes to the formation, I just changed the formation. In the past, the formation was flat like a disc, but this disciple's formation is different. Disciple's formation was researched by myself. In this world, only disciple can do something like this. This formation is not flat, but three-dimensional. In other words, it's not like a disc, but rather a cage. A three-dimensional formation is much more powerful than a flat formation. Most importantly, if one or two of the cores of a flat formation are destroyed, then the formation will lose its effectiveness. But a three-dimensional formation won't. Even if half of the formation is destroyed, it can still function normally, but the formation's power will be reduced. Jiao Hai smiled and said, that's right. Actually, I didn't make too many changes to the formation, I just changed the formation structure. But a three-dimensional formation won't. Even if half of the formation is destroyed, it can still function normally, but the formation's power will be reduced. Jiao Hai smiled and said, that's right. The Yin-Yang elders weren't experts in formations. Therefore, they weren't very clear about what Zhao Hai was talking about. However, the two of them had a certain understanding of what Zhao Hai was talking about. Whether it was the true spiritual realm or the cultivation realm, as long as you were a cultivator, you must know a thing or two about formations. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to move an inch. The Yin-Yang elders were spirit condensation experts, so how could they not know a thing or two about formations? The two of them had used countless arrays before, so they naturally knew the weaknesses of arrays. As long as one or two of the array cores were broken, the array would be completely broken. Sometimes, as long as one of the key array cores was broken, the array would be broken. However, Zhao Hai said that even if half of the formation's cores were destroyed, it would still function normally. This was a formidable ability. One must know that the formations in the true spirit realm had hundreds of formation cores, while the smaller ones had dozens of formation cores. If half of the formation cores were destroyed, then it would still function normally. Wasn't this ability too heaven-defying? The Yin-Yang elders looked at each other and saw shock and ecstasy in each other's eyes. The Yin-Yang elders stood up and said, "Come with us immediately." Zhao knew what the two of them wanted to do, but he didn't say anything. He just turned to Chiu Tai, who had been standing on the side, and said, "Little Tai, you stay here and look after the house. I'm going out with Master." Chiu Tai nodded, then Zhao Hai followed the Yin-Yang elders to the courtyard. But this time, before he could release the nine-winged cloud centipede, he was pulled to Elder Yin's side. Then with a flash of white light, the three disappeared from their original position. In the next moment, the three of them appeared in front of a tall building. This building only had 10 floors and there were no guards at the entrance. Although there was a square in front of the building, very few people came here. There wasn't a single person in front of the building, making it seem empty. The Yin-Yang elders didn't care too much as they led Zhao Hai into the building. Upon entering the first floor of the building, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the first floor of the building was actually a shop. There were several female cultivators wearing decent clothes standing there with smiles on their faces. However, their smiles looked somewhat professional. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be in a trance. He felt as if he had returned to Earth and was strolling through a shopping mall. However, when he saw the goods in the shop, Zhao Hai immediately sobered up. This was because the goods here were all kinds of formation plates and flags. While Zhao Hai was looking at the formation plates and flags, the female cultivators bowed to the Yin-Yang elders and said, "We have seen martial uncles." The Yin-Yang elders nodded, then they quickly walked to the stairs on the first floor and led Zhao Hai upstairs. Before long, the group arrived at the second floor. Zhao Hai looked around and saw a lot of cultivators going in and out of the second floor. Some of these cultivators didn't have high cultivations and some of them were dressed very casually. They even ignored Zhao Hai's group. This made Zhao Hai curious. The Yin-Yang elders didn't stop and led Zhao Hai upstairs. The situation on the third floor was similar to the second floor. From time to time, one could hear sounds of discussion. Zhao Hai could also hear the contents of these discussions. Almost all of them were about formations. Zhao Hai already knew where this place was. This was the headquarters of the Formation Hall. The Formation Hall was a special existence in the Tyrant's Blade School. Cultivators who joined the Formation Hall were lunatics in the eyes of other cultivators. They didn't use their spirit to cultivate but instead used it to research various artifacts. In the eyes of other cultivators, this was an action that put the cart before the horse. However, these cultivators didn't get tired of it. Moreover, one mustn't look down on these cultivators just because their cultivation wasn't high. Otherwise, one would have to pay a very painful price. This was because these people who researched formations were very good at it. If they really fought with you, then they would certainly use all kinds of formations. Once they trapped you, then you would be finished. The Yin-Yang elders didn't stay here for long. They kept going up until they reached the top floor. Zhao Hai discovered that the higher they went, the fewer cultivators there were. Moreover, these cultivators seemed to be getting older. Zhao Hai knew that the higher they went, the higher the status of the cultivators there would be. Just as the three arrived at the top floor, they saw an old man with a red face. As he walked, he loudly said, "How come it's you two old ghosts? How come you have the time to come to my place?" This old man was very tall, about 2 meters tall. However, he was also very thin. He had a head full of gray hair. Most importantly, he was wearing a pair of glasses. This made Xiao Hai very surprised. One must know that as long as a cultivator cultivated, then their body wouldn't have any problems. Things like nearsightedness and presbyopia wouldn't appear on a cultivator's body. However, this old man was actually wearing a pair of glasses. This made Xiao Hai very surprised. Moreover, this old man was very impolite to the Yin Yang elders. However, Xiao Hai could tell that this old man and the Yin Yang elders were friends. Moreover, they should be very good friends. Elder Yin said, "Alright, let's not talk about these useless things. Let's go inside and talk. Little Hai, come and greet your martial uncle formation." Xiao Hai nodded. Then he took a step forward and bowed. Xiao Hai greets martial uncle formation. The formation elder nodded and said, "You're Xiao Hai, right? I've heard of you. Good, let's go to my place and talk." Then he led the Yin Yang elders and Xiao Hai to the 10th floor. Xiao Hai walked inside while looking around. The 10th floor was divided into rooms. Each room had a sign hanging on it. On the sign were written materials room, information room, laboratory, office, living room, lounge, and so on. However, Xiao Hai could sense that besides the formation elder who came out to greet them, there were only 5 people left. Moreover, these 5 people were in different rooms, busy with their own things. This made the 10th floor very quiet. The group quickly reached the 10th floor and arrived in front of a room. Xiao Hai saw that this room didn't have a sign hanging on it. But because of this room seemed very special. The formation elder pushed the door open and entered. This was a living room. The area wasn't very big and the decorations could only be considered average. What shocked Xiao Hai was that there were a lot of formation flags and formation plates in the living room. There were also a lot of incomplete formation plates on the table, making the living room a bit messy. After the formation elder led the group in, he smiled and said, "Have a seat. My place is a bit messy, please forgive me." The Yin Yang elders didn't mind and casually found a place to sit down. At this time, the formation elder personally poured 4 cups of tea and placed them on the table. However, he didn't clean up the formation plates on the table. After doing all this, the formation elder also sat down. He looked at the Yin Yang elders and said, "Why did you come here? You even brought Xiao Hai with you? What's wrong? Do you feel sorry for your disciple and want me to give him a couple of good formations to protect him? No problem. As his martial uncle, it's only right for me to give him some gifts." The Yin elder waved his hand and said, "We didn't come here for gifts. We just want to talk to you about something. Let's make things clear first, Little Hai is Old Yang's disciple. You can't have any bad thoughts when the time comes." The formation elder looked at Elder Yin and said, "What do you mean? Of course Little Hai is your disciple. Are you afraid that I'll steal him from you?" Elder Yin smiled faintly, then he said, "Alright, just remember what you said. Today, we brought Little Hai here because we want to talk to you about something. Didn't I ask for a jade slip from you some time ago? It's for Little Hai. Since Little Hai has the land under the Infernal Mountain, he wants to make Yuan Yu Peak his territory. He wants to set up a defensive system for Yuan Yu Peak, so he wants to use those formations." Xiao Hai nodded. The formation elder nodded and said, "I heard that the Infernal Mountain has been empty for quite some time. News of Little Hai accepting this task has already spread throughout the sect. Therefore, when you asked me for formations, I immediately knew what you wanted to do. What's wrong? Is there a problem? It doesn't matter. Although I didn't build the defensive formation in the Infernal Mountain, I've repaired it several times before. I'll deal with the matters at hand and help you fix the formation." Xiao Hai nodded and said. Elder Yin smiled and shook his head, "There's no need for that. Little Hai has already done it. He rebuilt Yuan Yu Mountain's 52nd courtyard and arranged 3,650 formations there." The formation elder nodded and said, "The 52nd courtyard is pretty good." What? 3,650 arrays? Are you kidding? Such a small place? How did you manage to set up so many arrays? You have to know that the force fields of different formations sometimes conflict. If you don't handle it well, not only will it not be effective, but it will also weaken the effect. You're really daring, kid. You're lucky that you didn't blow up Yuanyu Mountain because of the force field conflict. Eldarine looked at the Formation Elder and didn't mind. He smiled faintly and said, "All right, Formation Elder. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't. Little High's formations have already been arranged. We went to take a look, the effects are pretty good." The Formation Elder waved his hand and interrupted Eldarine, then he said, "What do you two know about formations? It's already good that you know how to use them. What do you know? This isn't a joke. If you don't handle it well, then it'll be a big problem. Before anyone can attack you, the formation will take your life." Eldarine looked at Elder Array and smiled. He knew very well that Elder Array didn't have any bad intentions. It was just that this person was too serious about arrays, which was why he said that. Eldarine said, "All right, old formation, wait for me to finish. Little High's formation has been improved by him. Have you ever heard of a formation that can still function normally when half of its formation core is destroyed?" Little High said that his array can do it. Impossible. How can there be a formation that can still function when half of it is destroyed? That's impossible. Don't try to fool me. If I deceive you, then I'll get paid. Little High personally told me about this, so I brought him here to tell you about this method. If you don't want it, then fine, we'll be going back. When the Formation Elder heard Eldarine, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai smiled faintly, then he bowed to the Formation Elder and said, "Disciple just happened to bring the 52nd Courtyard's formation blueprint. I hope Martial Uncle can give me some pointers." After he said that, Xiao Hai took out a jade slip and handed it over to the Formation Elder. The Formation Elder snatched the jade slip and sent his spirit into it. Then, he stood there in a daze. He stared blankly at the jade slip in his hand and muttered something under his breath. When Eldarine saw the Formation Elder's expression, he couldn't help but smile. He knew that the Formation Elder must have seen something shocking. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Elder Yang turned his head to Xiao Hai and said, "Little Hai, can you estimate what kind of attacks your formation can defend against?" Xiao Hai thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "I can't say for sure. The key point is that I haven't seen the experts of the True Spirit Realm in action. However, I've seen Senior Brother Lin Ling and Senior Brother Blade Rat deal with the beasts. I'm afraid that even if there were 10,000 people like Senior Brother Lin Ling and Senior Brother Blade Rat, they still wouldn't be able to break through the 52nd Courtyard. This also means that the 52nd Courtyard is only in a defensive state. If the 52nd Courtyard is in a counterattack state, not only would they not be able to break through, but if they don't leave and just keep attacking, then I'm afraid they would all die. If they don't attack it, then they'll all die." Elder Yang and Elder Yin's expressions couldn't help but change. They were very clear about Lin Ling's strength. Lin Ling's strength was above average among the inner disciples. His true strength had already reached the peak of the Uniting Soul stage and could enter the Separating Dust stage at any time. If 10,000 people like him couldn't break into the 52nd Courtyard, then wasn't the defense of this small courtyard too strong? This kid isn't talking nonsense. His formation can really do this. Kid, tell me the truth. Did you really design this formation yourself? No matter how I look at it, it's just a bunch of scattered formations. It's very difficult to control them. At this time, Elder Array also came back to his senses and said. Elder Array could already see that Xiao Hai's formations were combined perfectly. He actually didn't find any places where there was a conflict of power. Even if there was, it was cleverly resolved by Xiao Hai. As long as Xiao Hai controlled these formations well, he could completely block the attacks of 10,000 people. When Xiao Hai heard Elder Array's words, he was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but smile. He knew that Elder Array must not have noticed the most important three-dimensional formation among his formations. This wasn't his fault. In people's minds, formations were always flat. How could someone set up a three-dimensional formation? It was normal that he couldn't notice it. However, Xiao Hai still replied, replying to Martial Uncle's question. In fact, my small formations eventually formed a large formation. However, the large formation that I use is different from ordinary formations. The formation that I use isn't the kind that you usually see. It's a three-dimensional formation. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Martial uncle, in the end, my small formations form a large formation. However, the formation that I use is different from ordinary formations. After he said that, Zhao Hai took the jade slip that he gave to Elder Array. Then he poured some spiritual qi into the jade slip. A three-dimensional projection immediately appeared on the jade slip. What appeared on the projection was the formation that Zhao Hai arranged below the 50-second courtyard. The formation looked a little messy, but when it was connected by lines, it looked like a mountain with ups and downs. Zhao Hai pointed at the formation and said, these places are the formation cores of this large formation. There are a total of 81 formation cores. Some of these cores are lower while some are higher. The lines in the middle are the connecting lines. The reason for this design is because the energy here and here are conflicting. However, this conflict isn't necessarily a bad thing. We can use some external forces to balance the conflicting energy. Once the conflicting energy is released, it will become a very powerful offensive force. Zhao Hai pointed at the formation diagram and explained. Elder Array was shocked as he looked at Zhao Hai's design diagram. He simply didn't know what to say. Three-dimensional formations were a concept that he had never heard of before. This concept completely subverted his understanding of formations. Although he didn't know if this concept was valid, he could see that Zhao Hai had done some research on three-dimensional formations. Moreover, his research was very deep. It had already become a systematic concept. Until Zhao Hai finished his explanation, Elder Array didn't say anything. After a while, Elder Array stood up and said to Zhao Hai, come with me. Then he walked out. Zhao Hai could only follow behind. The Yin-Yang elders looked at each other and then followed as well. Before long, the group arrived outside the laboratory. The Array elder pushed open the door and walked in, followed by the others. Upon entering the laboratory, the group couldn't help but stare. This was because the laboratory was very big, about 300 to 400 square meters in area. There were a lot of things inside: formation discs, formation flags, formation talismans, metal, wood, stone, big, small, and all kinds of things. Zhao Hai believed that there was no need to go out in this laboratory to create thousands of formations of different sizes. This showed how many formation talismans there were here. After entering the laboratory, Elder Array didn't say anything. He just pointed at the formation talismans and said, Little Hai, use these formation talismans to create a three-dimensional formation for me to see. Zhao Hai nodded, then he went to the shelves in the laboratory and began to select a formation symbol. From the process of Zhao Hai selecting the formation symbols, the formation elder knew that Zhao Hai was an expert in formations. This was because he didn't hesitate at all when he chose the formation symbols. It didn't take long for him to select a formation symbol that was suitable for him. After selecting the formation symbols, Zhao Hai took them to the laboratory bench. The formation elder nodded. Under the gazes of the three, it didn't take long for Zhao Hai to assemble a three-dimensional formation. What shocked the formation elder and the others was that the formation runes that Zhao Hai assembled were actually floating in midair. It seems like there was no external force at all. Zhao Hai's formation runes were actually floating in midair. It was as if there was no external force at all. Elder Array looked at the formation with a serious expression. He recognized this formation. It was a very simple defensive formation called the 5-element lock. This formation had 5 different forces that could block an enemy's attack. Of course, the 5-element lock that the Elder Array had seen before was flat. However, Zhao Hai's 5-element lock had 5 mountain formations. The formation elder walked to the side of the small formation and looked at it carefully. Then, he reached out his hand and tapped on one of the formation eyes of the formation. This formation only absorbed energy from the outside world for its own use. Since the formation was very small, the amount of energy it absorbed was also very small. Therefore, it wasn't really a formation. Elder Array was also an expert. With just one point, he was able to destroy one of the cores of the 5-element lock. The entire 5-element lock only had 12 cores. For a simple formation like this, as long as one core was destroyed, the formation would become useless. However, Zhao Hai's three-dimensional five-element lock formation could still function normally even after one of its cores was destroyed. The formation talismans that were floating in the air didn't fall down. The formation elder's expression became even more serious. He often experimented with small formations like this, so he was very clear about the defensive power of the five-elemental lock. However, the formation that Zhao Hai made was also a five-elemental lock, but its defensive power was at least 2 times stronger than a flat one. This was a very terrifying number. After a formation was set, it was already very difficult to improve it. It was very difficult to make it stronger by even a bit, let alone twice as strong. Now that he saw that such a simple defensive formation could still function normally after one of its cores was destroyed, the formation elder couldn't help but pay more attention to Zhao Hai's three-dimensional formation. However, he still wanted to see the limits of this method. He wanted to see if it could really be like what Zhao Hai said. Even if half of the cores were destroyed, the formation could still function normally. Another formation I was broken, and the formation was still functioning. Another formation I was broken, and the formation was still functioning. As each formation I was broken, the formation slowly shrank, but it was still functioning as usual. The formation elder's expression grew more and more excited. He had already broken 5 formation eyes, but the formation was still functioning as usual. This made him very happy. It wasn't until the 7th formation eye was destroyed that the formation stopped working. The formation talismans that were floating in the air fell down. Although the formation's power decreased after the destruction of the 3rd formation eye, the formation still persisted until the 7th formation eye was destroyed. This was a miracle in and of itself. It wasn't just the formation elder, the Yin-Yang elders were also standing to the side. They held their breath as they watched all of this. They were also experts in formations, but it was their first time seeing a formation like Zhao Hai's. It wasn't until the formation stopped operating that the Yin-Yang elders let out a long breath. At the same time, the elder also let out a long breath. But after that, the elder turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. His 2 eyes were fixed on Zhao Hai, making Zhao Hai unable to bear it. It was like an old pervert who had been kept under surveillance for decades and then came out to see a sexy woman. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Hai's heart trembled. At this time, the Yin-Yang elders decisively stood up and pulled Zhao Hai behind them. The formation elder's eyes turned and saw Zhao Hai's old face. Zhao Hai sobered up, then he immediately said, "You 2 old fogies aren't paying attention. No, I'll waste my words before. You must have Zhao Hai join our formation hall. It's a waste to have such a person in your hands. You can't do this." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You 2 old fogies aren't paying attention." Elderine looked at the formation elder and faintly smiled, "Old man, I knew you would say that. But it's too late. Zhao Hai can't be given to you. Stop dreaming." The formation elder wasn't going to let it go. He loudly said, "No, if you don't give him to us, who else can you give him to? You must give him to us." Elderine looked at the formation elder and said, "If I say no, then no. Zhao Hai needs to focus all of his attention on cultivation. How can he have time to study formations? Absolutely not." The formation elder loudly said, "No, I'll go look for the sect master. If we don't let a person like him study formations, then it would be a great loss to the sect. I must transfer him to the formation hall." Elder Yang pulled back Elderine, who was still arguing with the formation elder. Then he walked over to the formation elder and said, "Formation elder, let's talk here." The formation elder looked at Elder Yang, then he snorted as he followed Elder Yang to the side. Then Elder Yang's mouth moved, causing the formation elder's face to be filled with shock. It seems like he was about to shout, but Elder Yang quickly covered his mouth. After the formation elder stopped shouting, he released the formation elder and said, "Now you understand why Little Hai can't come with you to the formation hall." Elder Yang's expression changed as he looked at the formation elder. The formation elder bitterly smiled and said, "Since you said this, how could I let him come? Don't worry, I won't fight with you for a disciple. However, Zhao Hai must have his name in the formation hall. At the same time, he must teach me how to arrange 3-dimensional formations. Don't worry, I will keep this a secret." Elder Yang looked at the formation elder and bitterly smiled. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, what do you think? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's nothing. I've already prepared it. With that, he took out a jade slip and handed it to the Elder of Formations. He said in a deep voice, actually, the method of setting up a three-dimensional formation is very simple. You just need to calculate which formation eyes and symbols of the first formation can become three-dimensional. This jade slip contains the method of calculation. The formation elder received the jade slip and impatiently sent his spiritual force into it. His face was filled with obsession. Elderine called him a few times but he didn't respond. Elderine turned to Elder Yang and bitterly smiled, it seems like this old man is obsessed. Let's go, we don't need to care about him. Then the three walked out of the laboratory. Then they went downstairs and used the transmission formation to return to the 52nd courtyard. When they returned to the 52nd courtyard, they didn't see Chiu Tai. Zhao Hai didn't know that Chiu Tai went back to the training room. He led Elderine back to the room and asked the two to sit down. Then a robot brought them tea before Zhao Hai sat down. Elderine looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, Zhao Hai, you have to pay attention in the future. Don't be distracted by that old thing. You have to focus on your cultivation. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao nodded. Yes, Master can rest assured that I will. But Master, my cultivation method is somewhat different from others. The purity of my spiritual qi is more than 10 times that of others, so it will take me a long time to practice. Master doesn't need to worry about it. Zhao nodded. But Master doesn't need to worry. Elderine raised an eyebrow and said, what? In the true spiritual realm, your spiritual qi has been compressed once again? It still retains its original characteristics? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes. My spiritual qi has been compressed in the true spirit realm. I believe that the density of my spiritual qi has surpassed other cultivators in the same realm. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes. Elder Yang said in a deep voice, give me your hand. Zhao Hai complied and stretched out his hand. When Elder Yang held Zhao Hai's wrist, Zhao Hai felt spiritual qi enter his body and circulate around before disappearing. Elder Yang let go of his hand and said, Zhao Hai, what cultivation method did you learn? Your spiritual qi is indeed 10 times purer than ordinary cultivators in the real spiritual realm. Zhao Hai replied, what I'm learning is the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique. I learned this technique from the lower realms. However, this technique is very special. Even now, I haven't been able to cultivate it to the highest level. Elderine stared, then he muttered, myriad stellar transformations yin-yang law? I haven't heard of this cultivation method. Old Yang, have you heard of it? Elder Yang shook his head and said, I haven't heard of it. Maybe Zhao Hai obtained the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse. I heard that a lot of ancient powerhouses fell in the past. Zhao Hai might have obtained their inheritance. Elderine nodded and said, it's possible. Alright, little Hai, you should practice this cultivation method. Since you obtained this cultivation method, then it means that you are fated with it. You should learn this cultivation method. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Elderine looked at Zhao Hai and said, I can see that your robots are plowing the soil. Tell me, what are you planting? Zhao Hai nodded. Elderine looked at Zhao Hai and said, I can see that your robots are plowing the soil. When Zhao Hai heard Elderine, he wasn't surprised at all. He just smiled faintly as he took out a blueprint and spread it on the table. Then he turned to the yin-yang elders and said, Master, please take a look. This is what I want to plant. Then Zhao Hai explained to Elderine what he wanted to plant. At the same time, he also talked about the defensive capabilities of the things he wanted to plant. The yin-yang elders calmly listened to Zhao Hai. They had seen too many miraculous things from Zhao Hai, so they were already used to it. However, when Zhao Hai talked about the sky-reaching vine, the two of them couldn't remain calm. When Zhao Hai finished, Elder Yang looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, can this sky-reaching vine be planted in a large area? Zhao Hai looked at the yin-yang elders with a puzzled expression and said, of course. In our Tyrant's Blade sect, we can plant them everywhere. Their defensive capabilities aren't very strong. If we want to deal with a powerhouse, then we can only rely on numbers. But if we use them to deal with beasts, then we might be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Eldarine nodded and said, do you have the seeds of this sky-reaching vine? Xiao Hai smiled and said, yes, there are a lot of them. When I was in the lower realms, I liked to collect these seeds. Even if they were useless in the eyes of others, I would still collect them. Because of this, I have a lot of seeds in my hands. Xiao Hai smiled and said, yes, there are a lot of them. Elder Yang nodded, then he pointed at the map and said, I can understand what you're talking about, but I don't know about the bread tree and bamboo rice. What are they? Elder Yang nodded and pointed at the map. Xiao Hai smiled and said, bread village and bamboo rice are the same kind of food. Bread trees have bread fruits that can be eaten directly. Bamboo rice is a type of rice that has a high yield. If the bread trees and bamboo rice that I planted weren't destroyed by those beasts, then my harvest here would be enough for the entire Tyrant's Blade School to eat. But I still don't know if the food I planted here would be as poisonous as the Tyrant's Blade School's food, so I need to test it out first. Xiao Hai smiled and said, but I still don't know if the food I planted here would be as poisonous as the Tyrant's Blade School's. Eldarine said, did you also collect these things in the lower realm? Xiao Hai nodded and said, yes, I also collected them in the lower realm. I went to several realms to collect them. Right, Master, I also have some very special seeds. These seeds were collected in a small realm. Although the herbs grown from these seeds are very common, the effects of these herbs are very special. The pills refined from these herbs can preserve a cultivator's appearance. In other words, it can make a cultivator look younger. The Yinyang elders looked at Xiao Hai in confusion. Xiao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. When I was in the lower realm, I relied on these things to make money. Although male cultivators don't care about their appearance, female cultivators do. If we sell these herbs to them, even if the price is a bit higher, they will still buy it. The Yinyang elders looked at Xiao Hai in confusion. However, Eldarine still said, all right, I'll inform the sect about this. You can cultivate with peace of mind. Xiao Hai nodded. He also discovered that his two masters were cultivation fanatics. Besides cultivation, they didn't care about anything else. The Yinyang elders asked about Xiao Hai's cultivation. Xiao Hai also told them that he was sorting out what he had learned in the past. When the Yinyang elders heard Xiao Hai, not only did they not blame him, they even approved of him. When people sorted out what they had learned in the past, they would sometimes make unexpected discoveries. The Yinyang elders didn't oppose Xiao Hai's actions. After the Yinyang elders learned about Xiao Hai's situation, they returned to their courtyard through the transmission formation. Upon returning to their courtyard, Eldarine looked at Elder Yang and smiled bitterly, this is good. Xiao Hai is a genius, so he doesn't need our protection. I'm afraid that the old formation would be more nervous than us. We have to guard against him and not let him snatch Xiao Hai away. Elder Yang shook his head and said, he shouldn't. I told him that Xiao Hai has a Xiantian Dao body. The old formation isn't someone who doesn't know what to do. On the contrary, I'm worried about Xiao Hai. This kid's interests are too broad. I'm afraid that he will be distracted. Eldarine shook his head and said, haven't you seen it yet? This kid has been like this since he came from the lower realms. You should know that ascending from the true spirit world isn't any easier than ascending from the lower realms. If this kid can ascend from the lower realms, then it shouldn't be a problem for him to ascend from here as well. We don't want him to cultivate non-stop, that won't do him any good. Xiao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Elder Yang nodded and said, that's the only thing we can think of right now. I hope that kid knows his limits. Senior brother, I think we should have little Chiao send little Hai a portable transmission formation. He can't have any accidents right now. Eldarine thought for a moment before he shook his head and said, can't you see that Xiao Hai isn't worried about his safety at all? That kid must have some tricks up his sleeves. To be honest, I want to see what kind of tricks that kid has up his sleeves. In any case, I've already placed a magic formation there. If he encounters a powerful attack, then I'll know about it. Eldarine nodded and said, all right. When Elder Yang heard Eldarine, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, so senior brother is worried about him. That's good. Let him stay there for a while. I want to see what kind of tricks he can play. Eldarine nodded and said, all right. Eldarine smiled faintly and said, this kid isn't simple. As long as he's nurtured well, then he would certainly bring unexpected benefits to the Tyrant's Blade sect. I forgot to ask you today, what is Chiu Tai's attribute? Why did Zhao Hai make him undergo body tempering? But I think Zhao Hai must have a purpose. Let's just wait and see. Elder Yang smiled and nodded. He also had great expectations for Zhao Hai. He wanted to see how far Zhao Hai could grow. Zhao Hai stood in the training field with a calm expression. He held a tang saber in his hand. He was currently studying saber techniques. He took out 5 sets of saber techniques from the saber pavilion. It had been a month since the construction of the 52nd courtyard. During this time, the land that Zhao Hai rented had been sowed. Zhao Hai only left a small number of robots to do maintenance. He didn't need to worry about it anymore. He had been studying the techniques that he had learned before. Fortunately, he could now communicate with those techniques using his power of thought. Therefore, he was able to thoroughly study the techniques that he had learned in the past and officially start studying saber techniques. The saber technique that Zhao Hai was currently studying was the Rolling Stone Saber. The Rolling Stone Saber was an earth-attributed saber technique. The saber was like a rolling stone, unstoppable. Zhao Hai was now very used to combining his power of thought with the saber technique. This would allow him to better understand the true essence of the saber technique. At this time, Chiu Tai was still in the fitness room. Chiu Tai's daily training was set by Zhao Hai. Even what he would eat on the first day was decided by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai analyzed the space and made the most suitable training plan for Chiu Tai. The food that Chiu Tai ate was also the best for him. Fortunately, the beasts in Wulong Mountain didn't come out to cause trouble for Zhao Hai. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. During this time, the Yinyang elders didn't appear. Only the Formation Elder appeared a few times. However, the Formation Elder was now studying Zhao Hai's 3-dimensional formation. He didn't have much time. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that Blade Rat and the others didn't come to visit him for more than a month. This made Zhao Hai feel very surprised. After practicing the saber in the courtyard for a while, Zhao Hai finally finished practicing the Rolling Stone Saber technique. Then he rode the Pegasus and flew down the mountain. In the field that he rented, the man-eating flowers on the periphery had already grown and started to bloom. The trees inside had also started to sprout. The survival rate was very high. Zhao Hai wanted to see the situation in the field. Fortunately, there weren't any problems in the field. The man-eating flowers were blooming more and more. However, there was a problem. Zhao Hai couldn't completely lose contact with the Tyrant's Saber School. As long as the man-eating flowers bloomed, the Tyrant's Saber School cultivators would be poisoned. Although Zhao Hai had left a path here, the man-eating flowers' poison wasn't weak at all. The path was less than 10 meters wide. As long as the man-eating flower fully bloomed, it would be able to block it with its poison. In this case, it wouldn't be easy for the Tyrant's Blade School to enter the Infernal Mountain. Seeing more and more man-eating flowers blooming, Zhao Hai knew that he had to do something. He rode the Pegasus back to the 52nd courtyard. Then he activated the transmission formation and arrived at the Yinyang Peak. This portable transmission formation was prepared for Zhao Hai by the Yinyang elders. One must know that the difficulty of making a portable transmission formation in the True Spirit realm was many times greater than the Leaping Dragon realm. Therefore, not everyone could afford a portable transmission formation in the True Spirit realm. Even if Zhao Hai had the Jade Essence, it was impossible for him to buy one without contribution points. Although the Yinyang elders wanted to train Zhao Hai, they didn't want anything to happen to Zhao Hai. If something happened to a genius like Zhao Hai, it would be a great loss to the Tyrant's Saber School. A white light flashed in the small courtyard of the Yinyang Peak before Zhao Hai appeared. This time, Xiaozhen didn't order the robots to do anything. He just quietly sat in the courtyard. Xiaozhen was already 80 years old. For an old man who didn't cultivate, he wasn't young. However, the spiritual qi in the True Spirit realm was very dense. Therefore, Xiaozhen should still have a few more decades to live. This was because Xiaozhen had been following the Yinyang elders since he was a child. At that time, the Yinyang elders were already quite old. Therefore, they had a special relationship with Xiaozhen. After all, Xiaozhen started to follow the Yinyang elders when he was Chiu Tai's age. Because of this, Qiuzhen's position in the hearts of the Yinyang elders wasn't low. Usually, unless the Yinyang elders called for him, he could move around freely. He could even leave the courtyard. However, Qiuzhen had been following the Yinyang elders for a few decades. He was already used to this kind of life. Therefore, he rarely left the courtyard, especially when the Yinyang elders were in the courtyard. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Qiuzhen immediately stood up and saluted Zhao Hai. "Young master, you're here." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Uncle Zhen, you're not busy today?" "That's rare. Every time I see you, you're always busy." "Haha, you should rest. I have something to discuss with master." Qiuzhen nodded. Then he ignored Zhao Hai and sat down on his chair. The reason why he dared to do this was because Zhao Hai was very easygoing. Moreover, Qiuzhen was very old. Therefore, he dared to do this. Zhao Hai wasn't angry at all. Instead, he went to the door of the living room and said, "Master, this disciple wishes to see you." The Yinyang elder's voice was heard, "Come in." Zhao Hai nodded before he pushed the door and walked in. The Yinyang elders were sitting in the living room. Usually, when there was nothing to do, the two would cultivate in the room. Only when Zhao Hai came would they come to the living room. Zhao Hai went to the living room and saluted the two. The Yinyang elder nodded and waved his hand to let Zhao Hai sit down. Then the Yinyang elder said, "How come you have time to come here today? Have you finished comprehending all the cultivation methods that you've learned before?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, master. I've already finished comprehending them. Today, I'm comprehending the rolling stone saber technique. The results are pretty good. In a few days, I should be able to completely comprehend the rolling stone saber technique." Elder Yang nodded and said, "Well, the rolling stone saber technique is only an intermediate saber technique. With your perception, it's normal for you to comprehend it so quickly. Now, you need to lay a good foundation. Comprehending basic saber techniques, intermediate saber techniques, and basic saber techniques would be very beneficial for you when you learn advanced saber techniques in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, master. I'm not in a hurry. However, I plan to go to Wulong Mountain in the near future to train. If I train by myself, I won't be able to comprehend much. I want to go to Wulong Mountain and take a look." The Yinyang elder nodded and said, "That's a good idea. You should go and train. Did you come this time just to tell us this?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, master, it's like this. The outermost part of the land that I bought was filled with man-eating flowers. But those man-eating flowers have a very strong poison. There are still a lot of cultivators in the sect who are going to Wulong Mountain to train. If they are poisoned, then it would be bad. So this time, I came to tell you that I'm going to provide the sect with an antidote so that the people in the sect can freely enter that place." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's right." The Yinyang elder frowned slightly and said, "This is a troublesome matter. You can't give the antidote to everyone who passes through that area. That would be very troublesome." Zhao Hai also frowned. He also knew that giving the antidote to the first person to enter the mountain would be a very troublesome matter. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Master, how about I leave 2 robots outside the area so that those who want to go to Wulong Mountain can get the antidote there? What do you think?" Elder Yin thought for a moment and said, "This is the best method so far. Alright, let's do it this way. I'll tell the sect to let the cultivators who want to enter Wulong Mountain through the Dijia Mountain first go to the robots to get the antidote." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll take care of this matter when I go back. Master, if there's nothing else, then I'll be heading back first." The Yinyang elder said, "Go." "Right, did Oljin bother you recently? That bastard is very hateful." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "He didn't. Oljin came a while ago, but he only asked a few questions before leaving. I can see that he's been very busy recently." Eldarine smiled faintly and said, "Of course he's busy. You don't know how important this 3-dimensional formation is to the Tyrant's Blade School. This 3-dimensional formation isn't mainly used for formation flags and formation plates, it's mainly used for the sect's large defensive formations and weapons. Moreover, Old Jan and the others are thinking of using this 3-dimensional formation on puppets." "Right, the robots that you gave us were a great inspiration to those fellows in the puppet hall. I believe that our Tyrant's Blade School will soon have powerful combat puppets. Eldarine smiled faintly and said, yes. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's good. Master, then I'll be heading back first. I'm worried about little Hai. The Yinyang elder nodded and said, go, take good care of little Tai. Zhao Hai nodded, then he gave the two a salute before turning around and leaving the room. After greeting Qiu Xin, Zhao Hai activated the transmission formation and returned to the 52nd courtyard. Qiu Tai had already finished this stage of training, and was now relaxing in the training field. His way of relaxing was not to sit there and rest, but to practice boxing. He was practicing a very relaxing set of boxing techniques, and this set of boxing techniques was of the water attribute. Zhao Hai knew that even if Qiu Tai's compatibility with the earth attribute was the highest, it was impossible for him to not touch the other attributes. Otherwise, if the 5 elements were to be imbalanced, it would be very easy for him to go berserk. Because of this, Zhao Hai taught Qiu Tai some fist techniques of the other attributes so that he could practice them while relaxing. This would allow him to relax without causing the 5 elements to be imbalanced. Seeing that Zhao Hai had returned, Qiu Tai immediately stopped and walked towards Zhao Hai. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, young master, did you go out? Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, yes, I went to master's place. You can continue with your practice. I still have to go to senior brother Saber Rat's place. I haven't seen them for a while now. Qiu Tai nodded, then he ran to the side to practice his fist technique. Recently, Qiu Tai had become addicted to cultivation. The feeling of cultivation made him intoxicated. Zhao Hai also noticed this, so he gave Qiu Tai more time to practice. However, the amount and content of the practice were under strict control. Qiu Tai was too young. If the amount of training at this time was too large, then it would bring him some hidden injuries. This would make things even more troublesome in the future. Therefore, Zhao Hai used the most scientific training method. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to go to Saber Rat and the others. Instead, he first went to the ground at the foot of the mountain and solved the problem of the robots distributing the antidote. In order to distribute the antidote, he built a house and left a robot inside to distribute the antidote. Of course, this robot wasn't a humanoid robot. Instead, it was a robot that looked like a counter. If a person went in and wanted the antidote, they would have to use the control button to get it. Moreover, each person could only get 1 antidote. This was just a small matter. 2 construction robots would be enough. After Zhao Hai set up the program, he left and went directly to the mountain next to Yuanyue Peak. This mountain was called Taiyuan Peak. There was also a courtyard on the peak, number 53. Currently, Saber Rat and the others were living there. For more than a month, Saber Rat and the others didn't attack Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Zhao Hai quickly rode his flying mount to Taiyuan Peak. The 53rd courtyard on Taiyuan Peak looked very neat and tidy. Zhao Hai knew that this was mostly due to the housekeeping robots that he gave to the others. After circling around the 53rd courtyard, Zhao Hai quickly found Saber Rat and the others. They were now standing in the middle of the courtyard. They were still dressed the same as before. They were wearing leather clothes and had short hair. Each of them had a saber in their hands as they practiced. They also felt movement in the sky. One must know that Saber Rat and the others had fought against the demon beasts of the Oolong Mountain more than once or twice. Therefore, they were very sensitive to the sound of demon beasts flying. Saber Rat and the others looked up and saw Zhao Hai's flying mount. They were very excited as they loudly shouted at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand at them and then directed the flying mount to land on the training ground. As soon as Zhao Hai jumped down from the flying mount, Saber Rat and the others ran to Zhao Hai's side. Saber Rat looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "Good kid, you're finally willing to come and see us. You don't know, but we've been wanting to see you for a long time. But seeing that you've been busy, and with the words of the 2 elders, we didn't dare to go over. Come on, let's go in and have a drink." Then without any explanation, Saber Rat pulled Zhao Hai into the house. Zhao Hai didn't even say a word before he was pulled into the house. Inside the house, without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, a cup of wine was stuffed into Zhao Hai's hand. Then without any explanation, Saber Rat touched Zhao Hai's cup. After drinking a cup of wine, Zhao Hai let out a sigh of relief. Then he turned to Saber Rat and the others and said, "Brothers, you finally let me speak. I didn't even say a word before I drank a cup of wine." When Saber Rat and the others heard Zhao Hai, they laughed. They also felt that it was funny, so they didn't say anything and just drank a cup of wine. It was quite interesting. After some time, everyone calmed down. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I didn't come here for anything today, I just came to see my brothers. My courtyard has already been rebuilt. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can come visit me." Saber Rat and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, "Brothers, this time, in addition to seeing you, I also came to give you something. This is it." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out several small disc-like things. Zhao Hai continued, "These discs are called detoxification discs. If you carry them on your body, they can protect you from hundreds of poisons. This is because I added a special material to them during the refining process. This material can also protect you from poison. If you get bitten by a poisonous beast, or if you eat something poisonous, you can put them in your mouth. This way, they will automatically detoxify you. You must carry them on your body in the future." Zhao Hai nodded, then said, "I'm not sure what to do." Then Zhao Hai gave the detoxification discs to Saber Rat and the others. At the same time, he told them that there were a lot of poisonous flowers and trees at the foot of the mountain. They were always going in and out of this place, so they must take the detoxification discs with them. What Zhao Hai didn't say was that the detoxification discs were also identification discs. However, they weren't used to enter the 52nd courtyard. Instead, they were used to prevent the receiving vine from attacking them. Naturally, they couldn't use them right now. The receiving vine had just sprouted, so it would take some time for it to grow. When the receiving vine grows up, Zhao Hai would have to send some identification discs to the Tyrant's Blade School. Otherwise, the people of the Tyrant's Blade School would be attacked. After messing around with Saber Rat and the others for a day, Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard and began to cultivate. What he said to the Yinyang elders before wasn't nonsense. He was indeed preparing to go to the Wulong Mountains in a short period of time. It has been more than a month since he arrived at the 52nd courtyard. During this time, although the beasts in the Wulong Mountains had some movements, they didn't attack the Wulong Mountains. This made Zhao Hai feel lucky, but at the same time, he was also puzzled. He didn't know why the beasts suddenly became obedient. However, regardless of whether the beasts were obedient or not, he still had to enter the Wulong Mountains. He wanted to hone his saber skills. Of course, with his current strength, he could only walk around the periphery of the Wulong Mountains. If he wanted to go deeper, he would be in danger. The Wulong Mountains weren't a good place. The next morning, Zhao Hai got up on time to practice his saber. After practicing for more than an hour, Chiu Tai also got up. After the two ate breakfast, Zhao Hai didn't let Chiu Tai train. Instead, he called Chiu Tai over and said, "Little Tai, you don't need to train today. I'll send you to Master later. You can stay with Master and your grandfather for a few days." Chiu Tai was puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why? Young Master, are you going out? I can look after the house myself. This time I will be going to Oolong Mountain to train for a period of time. During this time I won't be able to take care of you. It isn't safe for you to stay here alone. During this time, the beasts in Oolong Mountain are acting abnormally. If they launch a big attack, then the courtyard wouldn't be completely safe. Therefore, it would be better for you to stay with Master for a period of time. But even if you go, you can't give up on your training. In the next few days, you should practice other attribute fist techniques and adjust your body. You have been training your body for a period of time, so you need to adjust your body. You are still young, so don't train too intensely." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I'm going out. I'm going to Oolong Mountain to train for a period of time. During this time I won't be able to take care of you." Chiu Tai nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, "Although you have the highest compatibility with the Earth spiritual root, you shouldn't neglect the other attributes. You can develop them in a balanced manner. This will be of great help to you in the future." Chiu Tai nodded. He still couldn't fully understand Zhao Hai's words, but he knew one thing for sure. Whatever Zhao Hai told him to do, he would do it, and that was the right thing to do. After saying a few more words to Chiu Tai, Zhao Hai took Chiu Tai to the small courtyard of the Yinyang Peak through the transmission formation. Qiuzhen was also there. He had returned to his previous appearance. He began to work on the machine, looking very busy. Seeing Zhao Hai bring Chiu Tai over, Qiuzhen quickly greeted them. Then he gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "I've seen the young master." "Young master, why did you come here today?" Chiu Tai also gave a salute to Qiuzhen. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Uncle Zhen, I specifically asked little Tai to stay with you for a few days. I'm going to the Wulong Mountains to train. I'm worried about leaving little Tai alone in the courtyard." When Qiuzhen heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, "Young master, I'm sorry for troubling you." Zhao Hai smiled and waved his hand. Just as he was about to go to the living room, Qiuzhen said, "Young master, you don't need to go. The two elders aren't here. They went to the main hall. You can wait here for the elders." When Zhao Hai heard Qiuzhen, he couldn't help but shake his head and said, "Forget it, I don't have anything to do. I just want to see master. Tell them that I'm going to train. Since they aren't here, you can just tell them that. I'll be leaving." Then Zhao Hai activated the transmission formation and left the courtyard. After returning to the 52nd courtyard, Zhao Hai didn't release the Pegasus nor the nine-winged cloud centipede. Instead, he went straight towards the Wulong Mountains. From the inferior mountain to Wulong Mountain, the distance was only a few hundred li. For a cultivator, such a distance wasn't too long, but the road wasn't very easy to travel. But for Zhao Hai, even if he couldn't fly, he could still use his movement technique. Zhao Hai also wanted to train himself, because he was very clear that for a long time in the future, he wouldn't be able to fly, so he could only use his movement technique to hurry up. In the future, Zhao Hai wouldn't have too many flying beasts. To put it bluntly, his flying beasts weren't very strong compared to the flying beasts in the true spirit realm. Additionally, his flying beasts weren't very strong. If he were to leave the sect, then his flying beasts would be snatched away by others. Zhao Hai didn't want to waste too much time in the future. This was because his flying beasts weren't as strong as the beasts in the true spirit realm. Zhao Hai was very clear that the true spirit realm was the same as the cultivation realm. Cultivators didn't care about which sect you were from. As long as you have something that could move their hearts, they would definitely snatch it away. In any case, when the time comes and they kill you, nobody would know who did it. Treasuring a jade ring is a crime. This sentence was applicable to any place. Zhao Hai didn't want to expose the space, so it was better for him to keep a low profile. Zhao Hai used his movement technique and went straight towards the Wulong Mountains. His movement technique looked very elegant, as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. However, his speed was very fast. There weren't many people in the Wulong Mountains. Zhao Hai didn't meet anyone along the way. This wasn't surprising. In the Tyrant Saber sect, besides some cultivators who came to the Wulong Mountains, almost nobody would come to the Wulong Mountains. The 12 freaks didn't have any friends in the Tyrant Saber sect, and Zhao Hai didn't have any friends in the Tyrant Saber sect either. Therefore, although Zhao Hai planted something in the Wulong Mountains, it was still very deserted. Occasionally, there would be a few birds flying in the sky, but there was only a very rugged path on the ground. The Tyrant's Blade School didn't build the path from the Infernal Mountain to the Wulong Mountain, they even destroyed some of the paths. This way, the beasts that wanted to attack the Infernal Mountain from the Wulong Mountain would be slowed down because of the uneven path. This way, the Infernal Mountain would have more time to prepare. Although Zhao Hai didn't know what the Tyrant's Blade School's initial plan was, he had experienced a lot of battles, so he was very clear about this method. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't complain, he just carefully moved forward. But now, Zhao Hai also changed into a warrior's outfit. He didn't wear a robe. It was obviously not feasible to move around in the forest while wearing a robe, it was too conspicuous. Therefore, Zhao Hai changed into a cleaner warrior's outfit. However, he didn't take out his blade, he just wore a warrior's outfit and carefully moved forward. Although the Infernal Mountain wasn't far from the Wulong Mountain, the path was very difficult to walk on. Therefore, Zhao Hai's speed wasn't very fast. Now, Zhao Hai was only halfway through the path. Just as Zhao Hai was carefully moving forward, a strange sound suddenly came. Zhao Hai felt a gust of wind coming from behind his head. Zhao Hai's body fiercely turned as a long blade appeared in his hand. He slashed the blade in the direction of the sound while his body spun like a top. Dang! The long blade in Zhao Hai's hand blocked the thing that was attacking his head. At this time, Zhao Hai also saw the thing that attacked him. It was actually a scorpion, and the thing that attacked him was the stinger of the scorpion. This scorpion looked like a stone. The scorpion's body was covered in a layer of stone armor. It was lying on a stone nearby. It looked like an ordinary stone. Zhao Hai was careless and didn't notice it. Zhao Hai held his blade with both hands and landed on a stone. His eyes were fixed on the scorpion. Zhao Hai knew about this scorpion. He bought a jade slip from the tyrant's sex junk hall, and this scorpion was also mentioned in the jade slip. Stone scorpion, a very common name. However, this scorpion was called the stone killer. Stone scorpion also had the nickname of living stone. This was because the surface of its body was petrified. It had a very strong defensive ability. Most importantly, its petrified body could block spiritual force. In other words, it was impossible to use spiritual force to discover it. It was also because of this that Zhao Hai didn't discover the stone scorpion. After arriving at the true spirit world, Zhao Hai rarely used the silver needle for reconnaissance. This was because there were too many experts in the true spirit world. Those transcending realm experts who couldn't fly were able to reach a place where not even a speck of dust could fall. Even if he adjusted the silver dust to the minimum, he would still be discovered. When that time comes, it would only be more troublesome. Therefore, Zhao Hai rarely used the silver dust for reconnaissance. Zhao Hai might not have noticed it, but after arriving in the true spirit realm, the space wasn't as helpful to him as before. But at the same time, the space's help had also increased. This was a very strange and contradictory combination. Zhao Hai didn't know that the space's help was much better than before. The space can help Zhao Hai cultivate, it can help Zhao Hai comprehend a lot of things, it can help Zhao Hai in battle, it can refine artifacts, and it can refine pills. These things were very important to Zhao Hai. But on the other hand, for example, in terms of reconnaissance, the space wasn't as helpful to Zhao Hai. The strength of the cultivators in the true spirit world was too formidable. If those fellows were to discover the silver dust, then they might even track it down and find Zhao Hai. At that time, Zhao Hai's troubles would be even greater. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't dare to use the silver dust for reconnaissance. Although the space wasn't as helpful to Zhao Hai in this aspect, Zhao Hai didn't feel anything. With his current strength, even if he didn't use the silver needle, as long as he was careful, then he would be fine. Zhao Hai and the stone scorpion were confronting each other. The stone scorpion was waving its pincers while its tail was swinging back and forth. Its pair of dark green eyes were staring at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's attack just now showed that the stone scorpion's defensive ability was very strong. At the same time, the strength of the stone scorpion was also very strong. Zhao Hai's attack just now was able to block the stone scorpion's attack and didn't injure it. From this, one could see how strong the stone scorpion's defense was. Although Zhao Hai's eyes were staring at the stone scorpion, he was also paying attention to the surrounding situation. This was because Zhao Hai already knew that stone scorpions weren't solitary beasts. They were a group of beasts that hunted as a group. Now that there was only one stone scorpion here, it was obviously abnormal. There must be more stone scorpions nearby. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, the stone scorpion in front of him suddenly cried out. The sound was very unpleasant to hear, but Zhao Hai's complexion couldn't help but change. Then he coldly snorted, and with a move of his hand, the tang saber in his hand turned into a large glaive. The glaive was definitely a heavy weapon. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't use the tang saber and instead used the glaive was because the stone scorpion's defense was too good. It would be very difficult for the tang saber to break through the stone scorpion's defense. Therefore, he used the glaive to deal with the stone scorpion. With the glaive in hand, Zhao Hai directly attacked the stone scorpion. Although Zhao Hai didn't learn how to use the glaive in the spiritual realm, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai didn't know how to use it. Don't forget that Zhao Hai bought several backgrounds related to China in the space. And in those backgrounds, not only did Zhao Hai find Buddhist scriptures, Taoist scriptures, and so on, but he also found a lot of secret martial arts. Among them, there were secret glaive manuals, and even Guan Yu's spring and autumn saber technique. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to the secret martial arts manuals on Earth. This was because he was in the cultivation realm, and the methods he used were completely different from the martial arts on Earth. The martial arts on Earth could only be used for reference, they couldn't be used to attack. However, things were different in the true spirit realm. The situation in the true spirit realm was different from the cultivation realm. Although one could use formations to attack, they were still mainly used in close combat. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to use the martial arts that he learned from Earth. In the past, when Zhao Hai was studying martial arts, he had also practiced the secret manuals that he obtained from Earth. When Zhao Hai was studying these secret manuals, he discovered that the power of thought contained in these secret manuals was the same as the power of thought in other things. The higher the level of the cultivation method, the faster the power of thought. Among the cultivation methods that Zhao Hai had studied, the fastest was the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art, followed by the 18 arhat techniques, and then the other cultivation methods. Among these cultivation methods, the ones on Earth were at a high level in terms of power of thought. They were a bit worse than the 18 arhat techniques, but they were even better than the other cultivation methods that Zhao Hai had studied. This discovery made Zhao Hai very surprised. Zhao Hai was very clear about the state that the martial arts on Earth were in when he crossed over. It was most appropriate to describe it as the age of chaos. In this case, the martial arts on Earth were much stronger than the cultivation methods in the cultivation realm. This made Zhao Hai feel very surprised. It was precisely because of this discovery that Zhao Hai studied the cultivation methods on Earth. It can be said that Zhao Hai was proficient in all kinds of weapons, and he didn't give up on the martial arts on Earth. Because of these reasons, Zhao Hai didn't feel any awkwardness when using the glaive. The glaive in his hand had an indomitable aura. It was as if he was a martial god, the only martial god that existed between heaven and earth. The stone scorpion seemed to have felt Zhao Hai's aura. Due to its animal instinct, it felt a trace of danger. However, it didn't retreat because its family was about to arrive. It couldn't let go of such a prey. Zhao Hai's glaive came out, but the stone scorpion slowly retreated. While it retreated, its two pincers were still attacking Zhao Hai. Its stinger was also shaking slightly. Although it didn't immediately attack Zhao Hai was very clear that as long as he showed a flaw, the stone scorpion's stinger would immediately kill him. The stone scorpion's stinger was very famous in the true spirit realm. This was because the stinger wasn't only flexible, but it also contained a very strong toxin. The toxin in the stinger was a very special toxin called petrification toxin. After this toxin was injected into a person's body, the person's body would become as hard as a rock for a short period of time. The person wouldn't be able to move at all, and the stone scorpion would use this time to eat the person. This toxin was very famous in the true spirit realm. As long as one was under the transcending realm, it would be difficult for them to escape death. This toxin wouldn't only make one's body hard, it would also make one's heart stop beating. Unless one was an expert in the teleportation realm, they wouldn't be able to save themselves. The reason why this toxin was so famous in the true spirit realm wasn't because of its toxicity, but because it had another magical effect, and that was solidification. This toxin had a very strong solidification effect, not only on the human body, but also on other things. This was very important for blacksmiths and even alchemists. Because of this, the stone scorpion's stinger poison was very precious in the true spirit realm. However, this didn't cause the stone scorpion to go extinct. On the contrary, the stone scorpion's reproduction was very smooth. Every year, a large number of cultivators would die to the stone scorpion. The reason why the stone scorpions could do this was because of their special nature. Their stone skin could block spiritual force, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to detect them. On the contrary, it was easy for them to launch sneak attacks. As for those powerful cultivators, they wouldn't want to provoke the stone scorpions. Stone scorpions had a strong defense, infinite strength, and lived in groups. This was because powerful cultivators had many ways to make money, so there was no need for them to keep an eye on the stone scorpions. Because of this, the stone scorpion's status in the true spirit realm was very strange. Powerful cultivators disdained to deal with them while weak cultivators couldn't. Because of this, the stone scorpion was able to live freely in the true spirit realm. Zhao Hai was also very clear that the stone scorpion was waiting for reinforcements. He didn't dare to underestimate the beasts in the true spirit realm. The intelligence of these beasts was far beyond his imagination. Zhao Hai generally treated the beasts in the true spirit realm as cultivators. Just like now, when he saw the stone scorpion retreating, Zhao Hai didn't slow down his attack. Instead, he sped it up. The glaive in his hand turned into a mountain of blades, directly rolling towards the stone scorpion. Dang 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 dang, a burst of violent sounds rang out as the glaive slashed at the stone skin of the stone scorpion. At the same time, a scar appeared on the stone skin of the stone scorpion. The stone scorpion was obviously in a lot of pain as it squeaked. At this time, Zhao Hai heard some scattered noises. Zhao Hai knew that the stone scorpion's reinforcements had arrived. Moreover, there were a lot of them. Zhao Hai's expression changed as he shouted, "Righteous Spring and Autumn." This was one of the killing moves of the Spring and Autumn saber art. Once the blade was swung, there would be no turning back. Clang clang, Zhao Hai's glaive shook off the stone scorpion's front pincer. Then he chopped the stone scorpion's head, splitting it in half. The stone scorpion twitched twice before it fell to the ground and stopped moving. Zhao waved his hand and received the stone scorpion into the space. At this time, more than a dozen stone scorpions surrounded Zhao. Zhao looked at these stone scorpions. There were big ones and small ones. The biggest one was more than 5 meters long and had a green stone skin. At first glance, one could tell that it wasn't an adult. The smallest stone scorpion was less than a meter long and had a layer of pale white stone skin. At first glance, one could tell that it wasn't an adult stone scorpion. Zhao Hai looked at these stone scorpions and coldly snorted. Then he shouted, "Kill!" He waved his glaive and took the initiative to attack. When the stone scorpions saw that Zhao Hai had received the previous stone scorpion, they knew that it was already dead. This made the stone scorpions even angrier. They screamed as they attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had already done his research on movement techniques. He wasn't afraid of group battles. Therefore, when he was besieged by more than 10 stone scorpions, he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he used his movement technique to confront the stone scorpions head-on. His attack power was very strong. While blocking the attacks of several large stone scorpions, Zhao Hai found a machine and used liquid silver to create a metal net to capture several small stone scorpions. Zhao Hai's actions completely angered the large stone scorpions. Each and every one of them attacked Zhao Hai without regard for their lives. This made it even more difficult for Zhao Hai to deal with them. After fighting for 3 hours, Zhao Hai finally dealt with the large stone scorpions. However, he didn't kill them all. He only killed about 5 of them while the rest were taken into the space. After dealing with these stone scorpions, Zhao Hai relaxed. These stone scorpions were very difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's special technique, then he wouldn't have been able to fight for such a long time. One must know that this was the true spiritual world, not the cultivation world. Zhao Hai's current spiritual qi concentration was very low. Dealing with these stone scorpions was very strenuous. After dealing with the stone scorpions, Zhao Hai immediately looked for a place to rest. The battle just now had consumed a lot of his energy, so he needed to adjust himself to his best state as soon as possible. After this battle, Zhao Hai didn't dare underestimate these beasts. The beasts in the true spirit realm weren't easy to deal with. Stone scorpions weren't the weakest beasts in the true spirit realm, but they weren't that strong either. They had 2 main abilities, one was to shield against spiritual force, and the other was defense. As for their other abilities, they weren't that great. However, it took Zhao Hai several hours to deal with them. From this, one could see how formidable the beasts in the true spirit realm were. After resting for more than an hour, Zhao Hai's condition was finally restored. He stood up and muttered, "I didn't think that the scorpions would be this powerful. It seems like the beasts of the true spirit realm are very difficult to deal with." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai said this to Laura and the others inside the space. Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Hai said this, Laura's voice was heard, "Brother Hai, these beasts are very hard to deal with. We must be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will." Then his figure moved as he headed towards the direction of Oolong Mountain. After walking for 3 hours, Zhao Hai had no choice but to slow down. They weren't far from Wulong Mountain, so there were a lot of beasts here. Therefore, Zhao Hai had to slow down in order to deal with the dangers that might come at any time. Just as Zhao Hai was carefully moving forward, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a movement underground. Zhao Hai stared, then his figure flashed as he immediately left the place where he was standing. Just as he left, a sharp horn suddenly rushed up from the ground. If Zhao Hai was a bit slower, then the horn would have pierced his chrysanthemum. When Zhao Hai saw the spiral horn, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his lower body. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, he would have been singing a song about his chrysanthemum being destroyed. Before long, the horn retracted back into the ground and disappeared. When Zhao Hai saw this, his complexion couldn't help but change. Then he coldly snorted as his figure moved and changed his position. Then his whole body slowly sank into the ground as he began to use his earth divergent ability. Zhao Hai had no choice but to do this. The beast that attacked him just now clearly didn't want to come out and fight him. It just wanted to lie down and attack him. In this case, Zhao Hai certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to wait for the other party to come out. Since the other party didn't want to come out, then Zhao Hai would just go in. When Zhao Hai went underground, he heard a rustling sound coming from the front. Zhao Hai immediately went in that direction. Before long, Zhao Hai stopped. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the beast in front of him. The beast in front of him looked very special. It looked like a lizard, but it had a sharp horn on its head. The lizard's body was slender. If it didn't have 4 claws, it would have looked like a snake. The lizard's eyes were very small. At this time, its 2 small eyes were staring at Zhao Hai. Obviously, it was surprised by Zhao Hai's sudden appearance. The lizard's body was about 2 meters in diameter. Moreover, its speed in the ground was very fast. Zhao Hai just discovered that the horn on its head could actually rotate. It relied on the rotation of the horn to break through the ground. Its speed wasn't any slower than on land. The burrowing lizard was a demon beast that caused headaches for low-level cultivators in the true spirit realm. This demon beast lived underground and rarely came to the surface. They could dive down to a depth of 100 meters. Their attacks mainly relied on the sharp horns on their heads. Because this beast relied on the rotation of its horn to break through the ground, its movements were very small. Moreover, because its horn was slender and long, even when it attacked, it didn't cause a lot of fluctuations in the ground. Additionally, the ground had the natural ability to shield spiritual force. Because of this, many low-level cultivators in the true spirit world were unknowingly ambushed by these lizards. In the end, they died. Zhao Hai looked at the burrowing lizard and coldly snorted. With a turn of his hand, the Tang saber appeared in his hand. Then his figure moved and fiercely rushed towards the burrowing lizard. The burrowing lizard also screeched as it rushed towards Zhao Hai. The battle began underground. However, the burrowing lizard quickly discovered that it didn't have any advantage in the ground it was most familiar with. This was because the person it was facing was much more free than it was underground. Zhao Hai was indeed very free underground. This was because his earth divergent technique had reached the highest level. Being underground was actually the same as being on the surface. Zhao Hai could use his movement technique underground without being restricted by the ground. This was an absolute nightmare for the burrowing lizard. The battle ended very quickly, much faster than the battle with the stone scorpion. First, the burrowing lizard's strength was indeed inferior to the stone scorpion. Second, Zhao Hai had the home ground advantage underground. After collecting the burrowing lizard's corpse, Zhao Hai drilled out of the ground and rushed towards the direction of Wulong Mountain. At the same time, he was even more careful. He was very clear that the closer he was to Wulong Mountain, the more beasts he would encounter. He couldn't afford to be careless. While he was moving forward, he suddenly heard sounds of fighting in front of him. In addition to the roars of beasts, there were also sounds of people shouting. When Zhao Hai heard it, he knew that there were people fighting with beasts in front of him. Zhao Hai's figure moved and rushed towards that direction. Before long, Zhao Hai stopped. He had no choice but to stop because there were several people standing in front of him, blocking his path. These people weren't weak. Looking at their attire, they were also from the Tyrant's Blade School. But now, they were blocking Zhao Hai's path. They were also looking at Zhao Hai with an unfriendly gaze. Zhao Hai looked around and saw a total of 3 people blocking his path. There were also 2 people lying on the side of a boulder. The place where they were fighting wasn't far from these people. It was obvious that they were in cahoots with the people fighting inside. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 people blocking his path. They were wearing gray warrior clothes and had a demon-headed blade on their back. The leader was about 1.8 meters tall and looked to be less than 30 years old. He had a beard on his face and his long hair was casually tied into a ponytail. His bronze skin made him look very manly. Of the 2 cultivators behind him, one was very thin and looked to be around 30 years old. He had a small mustache on his face. Because he was thin, his eyes looked very big. At this moment, he was staring at Zhao Hai. On the other hand, the other person had a tall stature. He was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. He had short hair and a face that could not be found in a crowd. He did not stand out at all. While Zhao Hai was looking at the 3 people, the 3 people were also looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's appearance was very ordinary. Coupled with his black warrior clothes, there was nothing conspicuous about him. However, Zhao Hai didn't have a blade on his back. This made the 3 people surprised. The leader looked at Zhao Hai, then he cupped his fist and said, "May I ask if you are the junior brother of the Tyrant's Blade School?" "This one is a disciple of the Tyrant's Blade School's Earth and Speed Peak, Guyueyu. Nice to meet you." When Zhao Hai heard this, he quickly cupped his fist and said, "Greetings, senior brother. This one is a disciple of the Earth and Mountain, Zhao Hai." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out his own blade command. When Guyueyu saw Zhao Hai's blade command, his expression couldn't help but loosen. Then he curiously looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother is from the Earth and Mountain? I heard that the Earth and Mountain only has the Earth and 12 freaks. When did junior brother get assigned to the Earth and Mountain?" The reason why Guyueyu acted like this was because the people of the Tyrant's Blade School were very united. If the disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School fought each other, then the punishment would be very severe. Because of this, as long as the disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School met each other, they wouldn't show any hostility. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This junior brother was assigned to the Earth and Mountain for a month. It's normal for senior brother not to hear about it." Guyueyu smiled and said, "So that's how it is. No wonder I haven't heard about junior brother. So, the land on the Earth and Mountain was planted by junior brother? I heard that someone had taken this mission, so I was very curious. I wanted to see what kind of person dared to take this mission. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to meet junior brother here." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It is indeed this junior brother. I've let senior brother see a joke. I just came from the Leaping Dragon realm. Because I have a few robots that can't fight and can only plow the land, I bought the land. At that time, I didn't know that it was a mission. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone chuckled. The atmosphere of the scene became a lot more relaxed. When Zhao Hai saw that the time was right, he said, "Senior brother Gu, who are the people fighting here? I heard the sounds of fighting so I rushed over. Do you need help?" Guyueyu shook his head and said, "There's no need. There's only a sharp claw ape inside. Today, I brought a junior brother from the Earth and Speed Peak here to train. Therefore, I gave him a chance to fight the ape alone." When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately understood what was going on. He smiled faintly and said, "So that's how it is. This junior brother was too nervous. Then I won't disturb senior brothers. If you have time, you can come to the Earth and Mountain to look for me. Junior brother will take his leave." Then Zhao Hai cupped his fist to the group and was about to leave. However, Guyueyu stopped Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother, wait. Did junior brother come to Wulong Mountain to train? Are you alone?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, this junior brother came to Wulong Mountain to train. I'm alone." Guyueyu said in a deep voice, "Then junior brother must be more careful. You're not far from Wulong Mountain now. This place is filled with demonic beasts. If you're not careful, the consequences will be unimaginable. Let me advise junior brother, the next time you come to Wulong Mountain, you must first go to the Sundry Hall to find someone to team up with. Don't go alone." When Zhao Hai heard Guyueyu, he couldn't help but show a grateful smile and said, "Thank you, senior brother. This junior brother will remember it." Then he cupped his fist and left. Gu Yueyu looked at Zhao Hai's back and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "This person is a genius. He just came from the Leaping Dragon realm, yet he dared to come to Oolong Mountain alone. His courage isn't small. We should make friends with him in the future." The thin man standing behind Gu Yueyu looked at Gu Yueyu and said, "Senior brother, I don't see anything special about this person. His cultivation seems to have just reached the nascent realm. Why does senior brother favor him so much?" Gu Yueyu shook her head and said, "Let's not talk about this person's strength first. There's a person who killed his way up from the Leap Dragon realm. All of the people who killed their way up from the Leap Dragon realm have murderous aura. I also heard that this Zhao Hai had a lot of contact with the Yin and Yang elders in the Leap Dragon realm. It's possible that he was accepted as a disciple by the two elders. Can you imagine what kind of people the two elders are? If they really accepted Zhao Hai as a disciple, then how could Zhao Hai be a simple person?" The thin man was startled as he said, "He was accepted as a disciple by the Yin and Yang elders? Is this possible? The two elders haven't accepted a disciple for many years." Gu Yueyu shook his head and said, "I can't say for sure. I sent a letter to senior brother Lin, but senior brother Lin's words were ominous. However, I can hear that senior brother Lin appreciates Zhao Hai very much. It's not wrong for us to make friends with him." The thin man stared and said, "Since senior brother Lin knows him, then we should make friends with this Zhao Hai." "Right, senior brother, since you're so optimistic about him, why didn't you invite him to come with us?" Gu Yueyu shook his head and said, "Now isn't the time. Although our Tyrant's Blade sect has always been known for its unity, he just came from the Leaping Dragon realm. In the Leaping Dragon realm, no one can be trusted. We have a lot of people here, and we're stronger than him. If we rashly invite him, then I'm afraid that he would suspect that we have bad intentions. Therefore, I didn't invite him." The thin man nodded and said, "All right, senior brother, what should we do now?" Gu Yueyu looked at them and said, "Let's go, we'll go through the trial as usual. If we meet Zhao Hai again, as long as we can help him, we'll do our best to establish a good relationship with him." The others nodded. But what Gu Yueyu didn't know was that Zhao Hai had heard everything he said. Although Zhao Hai had left, the places he went were all recorded in the space. Because of this, Gu Yueyu's words were known to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai did not expect that someone would be able to guess the matter of him acknowledging a master. This was really out of his expectations. However, Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart. Him acknowledging the Yin Yang elders as his masters wasn't a shameful matter. Even if Gu Yueyu and the others knew about it, it wouldn't be a big deal. Zhao Hai discovered that Gu Yueyu and the others didn't have any malice towards him, so he didn't care. He went to Oolong Mountain alone. But this time, he was even more careful. He was very clear that with his current strength, he could only stroll around the periphery of Oolong Mountain. It was impossible for him to go inside. In the next few days, Zhao Hai continued to train in the periphery of Oolong Mountain. Occasionally, he would pick some herbs, but most of the time, he would fight with monsters. When he fought with monsters, not only would he use his saber, he would also practice some martial arts. He would review the martial arts that he had learned before. Sparring with others and practicing on your own were two completely different things. Only when sparring with others could you truly understand how to use a set of martial arts in the right way. Martial arts were created to kill people, strengthening the body was just nonsense. There were many ways to strengthen the body, so why must one use martial arts? If one couldn't use it to kill people, then it wouldn't be called martial arts, it would be called dance arts. Because of this, Zhao's harvest in the past few days was very big. But this time, he didn't think about turning those beasts into undead. Those beasts that were killed by him were dead, and he would turn them into contribution points for the sect. If he caught a living beast, then that would be even better. He could directly raise them in the space, increasing the number of species in the space. This was the most important thing. Zhao Hai stayed in Oolong Mountain for 7 days. After 7 days, he returned to the 52nd courtyard. Because there were robots guarding the courtyard was very clean. After Zhao Hai returned to the courtyard, he didn't rush to pick up Chiu Tai. Instead, he went into his room and then flashed into the space. He soaked in the hot spring and relaxed before going into seclusion. Zhao Hai had used his own thinking power to comprehend a lot of techniques. Some of these techniques were very strong. But before, he only comprehended them and didn't use them in actual combat. But now, it was different. Now that he had used these techniques in actual combat, his understanding of them had become more profound. Therefore, he needed to go into seclusion and digest these things. Zhao Hai's seclusion didn't take too long. It only took 5 days before he came out. This was because he was only digesting the things that he had learned before. Naturally, it was very easy for him. After 5 days of seclusion, Zhao Hai accompanied Laura and the others for 2 more days. Then he came out of the space and returned to the 52nd courtyard. After arriving at the courtyard, Zhao Hai immediately used the transmission array to go directly to the Yin-Yang Peak. He needed to pick up Chiu Tai. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Yin-Yang Peak, Chiu Tai was practicing his fist techniques in the courtyard. Seeing Chiu Tai practicing, Zhao Hai couldn't help but give a slight nod. Some people said that one shouldn't practice fist techniques in a rigid manner, otherwise, one would die. However, they had forgotten that the fist techniques routine was the result of countless painstaking efforts of the ancestors. The first move of the routine was actually the most suitable move for the fist technique. It was just a step or a pause, in fact, it was a preparation for a better attack in the future. When people practice these routines well, they would naturally use these moves when attacking. Only in this way would one be able to practice a fist technique. Zhao Hai's requirements for Chiu Tai's posture were very high. In order to make Chiu Tai remember how to do it and not make any mistakes, Zhao Hai even prepared a rattan for Chiu Tai. In the past few days, Chiu Tai had been beaten quite a bit. Qiuzhen sat on the side and quietly watched Chiu Tai practice. His face had a satisfied smile. Now that he saw Zhao Hai appear, Qiuzhen quickly stood up. Only Chiu Tai, who was focused on practicing, didn't notice. Zhao Hai waved his hand at Qiuzhen and smiled as he watched Chiu Tai practice. Chiu Tai was practicing a set of fire-attributed fist technique. This fist technique was obtained by Zhao Hai in the Cultivation realm. It was a very rare fire-attributed defensive fist technique. Fire-attributed techniques were generally used for offense. There was a saying in the art of war that invades like fire meant that the characteristics of fire were offensive. However, there were also a few fire-attributed fist techniques that were used for defense. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to teach Chiu Tai this set of fist technique was because the defensive ability of this set of fist technique was very strong. Moreover, this set of fist technique was also very helpful for fire-attributed cultivation. After a while, Chiu Tai finished practicing and slowly stopped. Then he noticed Zhao Hai standing on the side. He and Zhao Hai hadn't seen each other for more than 10 days. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Chiu Tai immediately ran over with a happy expression. Then he saluted Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, it's great that you're back." Zhao Hai patted Chiu Tai's head and said, "Not bad. It seems like you haven't been lazy these days. That set of fist technique was very good. Then you should show it to us as well." Xianxia's voice was suddenly heard. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw that the Yin-Yang elders had appeared outside the living room. They were smiling as they looked at him. Zhao Hai quickly saluted the two and said, "Greetings, masters. Disciple has just come out of seclusion." Elder Yin nodded and said, "All right, I really didn't expect you to be so good at teaching people. Little Tai has been taught well by you. Show me a set of saber techniques and let me see the results of your training." Elder Yin nodded and said, "All right, I really didn't expect you to be so good at teaching people." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he flipped his hand and a tang saber appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai stood on the spot and held the saber with one hand. Then he suddenly moved, the long saber in his hand emitted a saber light. The Yin-Yang elders were experts in saber techniques. They knew a lot about the saber techniques of the Tyrant's Saber School. Even if they hadn't practiced a saber technique, they had seen others practice it. Therefore, when they saw Zhao Hai's saber technique, they knew that Zhao Hai was using the Rolling Stone saber technique. The Rolling Stone saber technique was an earth attribute offensive saber technique. This saber technique was practiced by many people in the Tyrant's Saber School, especially earth attribute cultivators. Many of them would learn this saber technique after becoming an inner disciple. This was because this saber technique was a rare offensive saber technique. Unlike the fire attribute, the earth attribute was mostly defensive. Although there were some offensive techniques, aggressive attacks like the fire attribute were very rare. The rolling stone saber technique was exactly this kind of aggressive saber technique. In the past, the Yin-Yang brothers had also studied this blade technique. Once a cultivator's strength reached a certain level, their spiritual roots would have a very limited effect on them. However, the two of them had only studied it for a moment. They did not seriously practice the blade technique. However, with their strength, even if they practiced it casually, they would be much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Therefore, they were very familiar with the rolling stone saber technique. Now that they saw that Zhao Hai was practicing the rolling stone saber technique, their attention was attracted. But after seeing Zhao Hai practice a few moves, the two frowned at the same time. This was because they felt that Zhao Hai's saber technique was too little. For other techniques, practicing fast might be good, but for earth attribute techniques, practicing fast was definitely not a good thing. Earth attribute techniques needed to be practiced steadily in order to obtain the essence of the earth attribute. But when Zhao Hai practiced the rolling stone saber technique, his speed was very fast. A saber light almost wrapped around him, causing the Yin-Yang elders to frown. Zhao Hai didn't know what the Yin-Yang elders were thinking. His mind was completely immersed in the concept of the rolling stone saber technique. It was true that ordinary earth-attributed techniques needed to be used slowly in order to comprehend the true essence of the technique. However, the rolling stone saber technique was different. The rolling stone saber technique, as its name suggested, was an earth-attributed saber technique. When Zhao Hai attacked, it was like a boulder rolling down from a mountain, moving forward with an unstoppable momentum. It was precisely because of this that the rolling stone saber technique couldn't be practiced slowly. It had to be fast, absolutely fast. Only in this way could one create an unstoppable momentum like a rolling stone. Slowly, the Yin-Yang elders discovered a problem. They discovered that Zhao Hai's saber technique was faintly emitting a rumbling sound. This sound was like a huge boulder rolling down from a high mountain, getting faster and faster. Finally, it became an unstoppable monster. Everything in front of it would be mercilessly crushed by it. The sound carried momentum, and the momentum carried sound. This was a situation that occurred when a saber technique was practiced to a high level. If a person didn't completely comprehend the saber technique, then it would be impossible for them to practice it to this degree. In other words, Zhao Hai didn't practice it incorrectly. The two couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, they suddenly discovered that Zhao Hai's saber light was slowly disappearing. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai's speed had slowed down, but it meant that they could no longer see Zhao Hai's saber. At the same time, they also couldn't see Zhao Hai anymore. They could only see a huge boulder in front of them. This boulder was rolling in the courtyard with a terrifying momentum. The Yin-Yang elders couldn't remain calm. Zhao Hai had practiced the rolling stone saber technique too well. This was already the highest level of the rolling stone saber technique. They really wanted to know how Zhao Hai did it. Zhao Hai's saber technique had already reached the Tao. The most powerful aspect of any kind of martial art was actually comprehending the Tao of that martial art. And the Tao of the rolling stone saber technique was to use the rolling stone to destroy everything. This was the highest realm of the rolling stone saber technique. Don't underestimate the realm. It wasn't just something that looked good or sounded good. The advancement of the first realm would have a huge impact on one's combat power. In the case of equal skills, it was impossible for a beginner to defeat a person who had achieved initial success in the saber technique. As for those who had reached the enlightenment realm, they were almost invincible among those of the same level. Even if it was a set of mid-level saber technique, if one had reached the enlightenment realm, then one could easily defeat a person who had cultivated a high-level technique to the acme of perfection. This was the use of the realm. Zhao Hai's rolling stone saber technique had already been practiced to the highest realm. Enlightenment realm, Zhao Hai had already comprehended the highest realm of the rolling stone saber technique. The rolling stone saber technique didn't have many moves, only 36 moves. Zhao Hai quickly finished practicing. After holding the saber and standing still, Zhao Hai slowly dispersed the saber god in his heart. Then he put away the saber and turned to the Yinyang elders. He cupped his fist and said, Master, this disciple has finished practicing. Master, please give me some pointers. Elder Yin laughed and said, Good. Little Hai, I didn't think that you would have such a high level of comprehension in cultivation. You have already practiced the rolling stone saber technique to the highest level. Master has nothing else to teach you. Elder Yin laughed and said, Little Hai, I didn't think that you would have such a high level of comprehension in cultivation. Elder Yang also nodded and said, Yes, you have already practiced the rolling stone saber technique to the highest realm. You can now practice the next saber technique. Jiao Hai nodded and said, Yes, Master. Elder Yin said in a deep voice, It seems like you have gained a lot from this trial. However, you must be careful. Oolong Mountain isn't that easy to go to. You must be careful. With your current strength, don't go too deep into the mountain. It's too dangerous. Do you understand? Jiao Hai nodded and said, Yes, I understand. Master, you can rest assured. Elder Yang nodded, then he said in a deep voice, This time, if you get any demon beasts in Oolong Mountain, you can exchange them for contribution points. You can't do anything without contribution points in the sect. In the future, if you need anything, you'll have to go to the sect to exchange for it. This is also a trial for you. Jiao Hai nodded. He knew what the Yinyang elders meant. Before, the Yinyang elders gave him a portable transmission formation. If he wanted to exchange it for contribution points, he would need a lot of contribution points. It was precisely because of this that the Yinyang elders were afraid that Jiao Hai would keep pointing at them. If that happened, it would be very difficult for Jiao Hai to progress. Therefore, they said these words to Jiao Hai. The Yinyang elders waved their hands and said, Go. Go back and cultivate. During this time, the demon beasts in Oolong Mountain might make some movements. You have to be careful. Jiao Hai stared, then he immediately understood that Oolong Mountain had been under the surveillance of the Tyrant's Blade School. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Oolong Mountain was deep in the heart of the Tyrant's Blade School. If the Tyrant's Blade School didn't control him, then the danger would be too great. Therefore, although not many people went to the Infernal Mountain, the Tyrant's Blade School didn't relax their surveillance of Oolong Mountain. If there were any movements of the demon beasts in Oolong Mountain, then the Tyrant's Blade School wouldn't care about them. When the Yinyang elders saw Jiao Hai's expression, they knew that Jiao Hai understood their meaning. The two couldn't help but look at each other and smile. In fact, the Tyrant's Blade School already knew that the demon beasts in Oolong Mountain would make some movements. However, the Tyrant's Blade School didn't inform the cultivators in advance. On the contrary, the Tyrant's Blade School wanted to use this opportunity to train the cultivators in the Tyrant's Blade School. The elders and the management of the Tyrant's Blade School had already noticed that the younger cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade School had become more and more arrogant. Moreover, they lacked ambition. The deserted Infernal Mountain was a good example. If the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade School really wanted to do something, then how could they let such a good training ground be deserted? That was impossible. That place was already full of people. Of course, this didn't mean that the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade School were all lacking. On the contrary, there were still some young cultivators who had decent strength and were very ambitious. However, relying on these people alone wasn't enough. If the Tyrant's Blade School wanted to develop, then these young cultivators must be ambitious. If the cultivators of a Tyrant's Blade School lost their ambition, then how could the Tyrant's Blade School develop? Sooner or later, it would be eliminated. In the past, the demon beasts in Oolong Mountain had made several movements, but the Tyrant's Blade School didn't take them seriously. However, this time was different. The demon beasts in Oolong Mountain were moving, and this was related to Jiao Hai's safety. Jiao Hai obviously wanted to manage the Infernal Mountain. For Jiao Hai's safety, the Tyrant's Blade School naturally had to manage the Infernal Mountain well. Now that the upper echelons of the Tyrant's Blade School knew about Jiao Hai's Xiantian Dao body, Jiao Hai naturally became the focus of the Tyrant's Blade School. However, the people of the Tyrant's Blade School also knew that no matter how good Jiao Hai's talent was, if he wasn't allowed to gain experience, then he wouldn't be able to become a talent. Therefore, the best way now was to not let people know about Jiao Hai's Xiantian Dao body. At the same time, they also needed to protect him. Now that Zhao Hai had gone to the Infernal Mountain, the Tyrant's Blade School decided to manage the Infernal Mountain again. Only in this way could they ensure Zhao Hai's safety. In order to ensure Zhao Hai's safety, the young cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade School had to be more enterprising. All of these reasons combined to form this operation. The Yinyang elders didn't tell Zhao Hai the specific details of this operation. They wanted to see how Zhao Hai would react to the demon beasts. To be honest, although the Yinyang elders knew that Zhao Hai had a lot of undead and battle beasts to help him fight, they didn't approve of Zhao Hai's actions. When a cultivator cultivates, it was best not to rely too much on external forces. In a situation where one's life wasn't in danger, it was best to face the danger alone. This was because when one faced danger, one would be able to stimulate one's greatest potential and make faster progress. In the true spirit realm, although there were also beast-taming sects and even some that specialized in puppeteering, these sects had one thing in common. The proportion of ascended cultivators in their sects was much lower compared to sects like the Tyrant's Blade School and the Hegemon Sword School. Because of this, the Yinyang elders didn't want Zhao Hai to rely too much on external forces. This was also a test for Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai still relied on those things to defeat the demon beasts, then the Yinyang elders would have to give Zhao Hai a good lecture. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know what the Yinyang elders were thinking. After bidding farewell to the Yinyang elders, Zhao Hai led Qiu Tai back to the 52nd courtyard. As soon as he returned to the 52nd courtyard, Qiu Tai felt a sense of relief. Although he didn't need to do anything in the Yinyang Peak these days, and his grandfather accompanied him, Qiu Tai couldn't help but feel uncomfortable when he thought about being with the Yinyang elders. Now that he was back in the 52nd courtyard, he felt incomparably relaxed. Zhao Hai looked at Qiu Tai and knew what he was thinking. He couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Little Tai, although the two teachers are serious, they're still very good to you. They're also very concerned about your cultivation. You've been cultivating for half a month, so your body should be almost recovered. In the future, you'll need to exercise in the fitness room every day. At the same time, I'll make some medicinal liquids for you to bathe in. It'll help you with your cultivation." Qiu Tai looked at Zhao Hai with gratitude and said, "Thank you, young master. Little Tai will follow young master for the rest of his life." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he patted Qiu Tai's head and said, "Little Tai, remember, a cultivator shouldn't worship someone too much. Otherwise, it'll be detrimental to your cultivation." Qiu Tai shook his head and said, "No, young master is Little Tai's god. Little Tai worships you." When Zhao Hai heard Qiu Tai, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "All right, you'll understand this in the future. Let's not talk about this for now. Go and have a good rest. You'll start training tomorrow." Qiu Tai said, "Young master, Little Tai wants to start training now. Can I?" When Zhao Hai saw Qiu Tai's hopeful expression, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Go. Take care of yourself. I'm going to visit Brother Saber Rat and the others." Qiu Tai happily responded, then he turned around and ran towards the training room. Zhao Hai rode his Pegasus straight towards Grand Origin Peak. Before long, he arrived at Grand Origin Peak. Grand Origin Peak was very calm today. Saber Rat and the others weren't practicing outside. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he commanded his Pegasus to land on Grand Origin Peak's training ground. Just as he landed, Saber Rat and the others ran out of the room. When they saw Zhao Hai, Saber Rat happily said, "Brother, you're here. Come in and drink with me." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Brother, wait a moment. I didn't come here just to drink. I came here because I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Saber Rat couldn't help but stare blankly as he said, "Brother, if you have something to say, just say it. Even if you want brother's life, brother is willing." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "How could I want brother's life? Brother, I just received news that the beasts of Wulong Mountain are about to take action. The place you're living in right now isn't safe. Brother, come with me to my courtyard. If those beasts take action, then we can deal with them together." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Saber Rat's expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Brother, is your information accurate?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's absolutely accurate. Master told me today." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Saber Rat didn't have any doubts. However, he was still hesitant. Zhao Hai looked at Saber Rat and couldn't help but be puzzled. Brother, what's wrong with you? Is there anything else? Saber Rat looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother, going with you isn't a problem, but won't this delay your cultivation? If it delays your cultivation, then we won't go. Didn't we also deal with those beasts in the past? It's alright. Zhao Hai looked at Saber Rat and smiled faintly. Brother, rest assured. There won't be any delays. Come with me. To be honest, when Zhao Hai heard Saber Rat's words, he really felt it. He didn't expect that Saber Rat would put him in the first place. This really moved Zhao Hai. When Saber Rat heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything. He nodded and said, Alright, brother, wait a moment. I'll call them out and we'll leave immediately. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Saber Rat went to call the others. Before long, Saber Rat and the others came out. Each of them had a saber on their back and were leading the robots. Saber Rat turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother, you go back first. We'll be right behind you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'll go with my brothers. Let's go. Then he took the lead and walked out of the courtyard. Saber Rat and the others quickly followed. The group walked along the road between Highest Yuan Peak and Yuanyu Peak. As they walked, Zhao Hai said to Saber Rat, Some time ago, I renovated the 52nd courtyard and installed a defensive formation inside. As long as we activate the formation in my courtyard, we can block those beasts. If there are too many beasts, the people in the sect won't just stand by and watch. That way, we'll be safe. When Saber Rat heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be surprised and said, You installed a formation in the 52nd courtyard? You can arrange formations? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I know a little bit. It's not a problem to arrange a few defensive formations. Now that the formations have been arranged, my master also came to take a look and was quite satisfied. I think my formations won't be too bad. In that case, it should be able to block those beasts for a while. Knife Rat looked at Zhao Hai for a while before saying, Kid, I can't understand you anymore. Not only are you strong, but you also know how to do all these miscellaneous things. Alright, we'll do as you say. We'll use your courtyard as our base and deal with those demon beasts. Zhao Hai nodded. Dao Niao said from the side, Recently, I also feel a little strange. In the past, the demon beasts in Wulong Mountain wouldn't stay quiet for such a long time. It has been more than a month, and except for some of them wandering around the foot of the mountain, I haven't seen any of them. Their previous attacks couldn't be found. It turns out that they want to give us a hard time. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, Before I came to Oolong Mountain, I heard that the beasts in Oolong Mountain were very powerful. From time to time, they would come down the mountain to attack. But this time, I found that they didn't live up to their reputation. Now I understand. But this is also good. I want to see how strong the beasts in Oolong Mountain are. While they were talking, they arrived at the 52nd courtyard. Saber Rat and the others hadn't been here since the courtyard was rebuilt. Now that they saw the new courtyard, they were stunned. When they took over Courtyard 52, it was already dilapidated. When Courtyard 52 was first built, Blade Rat and the others really didn't know what kind of style it was. Now that they saw the brand new Courtyard 52, they were really shocked. The new courtyard had its own momentum, a momentum that dared to fight against the heavens and the earth. It was like a proud soldier. No matter what kind of enemy the soldier faced, he would dare to charge. A courtyard can give people this kind of feeling. It sounds strange, but it really exists. The 52nd courtyard gave people this kind of feeling. Whether you admit it or not, it exists. Saber Rat looked at the courtyard for a while before he let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, you're really a genius. You actually built such a beautiful courtyard. Amazing. Zhao smiled and said, I didn't design this courtyard like this. 52 was originally like this. When you moved in, the courtyard was already somewhat dilapidated. Otherwise, it wouldn't have looked like this. This courtyard is the original appearance of the courtyard. Zhao smiled and said, I didn't design this courtyard like this. Saber Rat and the others stared. Then they looked at the courtyard with a yearning expression. Then Saber Rat's expression changed. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, Do you think that the 53rd courtyard can also be made like this? Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he smiled faintly and said, it should be the same. I've seen the situation of the 53rd courtyard. The layout of the place is similar to the 52nd courtyard. If it's renovated, then it should be similar to the 52nd courtyard. However, the defensive formation of the 53rd courtyard seems to have fallen into disrepair for a long time. If you want to renovate the courtyard, then it would be best to fix the defensive formation first. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's right. Saber Rat nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, if we really want to renovate the 53rd courtyard, then you must help us. Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course. But I must remind you that I dared to renovate the 52nd courtyard because I'm doing a mission. The 52nd courtyard is already mine, the entire Yuanyu Peak is mine. If I want to renovate it, then I can renovate it. But you're currently living in the 53rd courtyard because the sect allowed you to live there. If you want to make any changes to the courtyard, then I'm afraid you'll need the sect's permission. When Saber Rat heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, if that's the case, then this matter will be troublesome. I'm afraid the sect won't easily agree to our request. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's not necessarily the case. The sect is very clear about the current situation of the Infernal Mountain. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a field mission in the Infernal Mountain. If you propose to renovate the 53rd courtyard at this time, I think the people in the sect would most likely agree. Zhao Hai smiled. While speaking, Zhao Hai led the group into the 52nd courtyard. Then he found a courtyard and settled them down. This courtyard was still some distance away from Zhao Hai's residence, but all the facilities inside were very complete. There wouldn't be any problems for Saber Rat and the others to live inside. After Saber Rat and the others settled down, Zhao Hai led them to his residence. After the group had a good meal, Saber Rat and the others returned to their courtyard to rest. Zhao Hai only discovered this after arriving in the True Spirit Realm. In the True Spirit Realm, people would get hungry if they don't eat, and they would also get drunk if they drink too much. This was something that would never happen in the Cultivation Realm. In the Cultivation Realm, it would be strange if a cultivator were to eat. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't drink too much. His physique was very special. Anything with energy that enters his body would become natural energy. Naturally, he wouldn't get drunk. However, it was already late. After Zhao Hai saw Qiu Tai soak in the medicinal bath, he returned to his room to rest. After returning to his room, Zhao Hai took out the jade slip containing the golden radiance blade and began to seriously study it. This time, Zhao Hai didn't intend to have the undead help him too much. He mainly wanted to temper himself. The True Spirit Realm wasn't the same as the lower realms. Zhao Hai didn't want to use too many undead and other beasts. Otherwise, experts might discover the existence of the space. Although this possibility was very small, Zhao Hai still didn't want to take this risk. Additionally, Zhao Hai also wanted to temper his fighting strength. In any realm, the stronger one's fighting strength, the more authority one would have. Moreover, in the True Spirit Realm, the space's help in fighting was getting smaller and smaller. Because of this, it was necessary to improve one's strength. After a night of silence, the next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early to practice his blade. Then he had the robot call Blade Rat and the others to eat. Today, the group didn't drink. After having a simple breakfast, they returned to their courtyards to practice. Blade Rat and the others were cultivation maniacs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have no friends in the Tyrant's Blade sect. Life seemed to have returned to normal. For 3 days, the inferior Earth Mountain was very calm. Zhao Hai and the others weren't in a hurry. During these 3 days, Zhao Hai also finished practicing his golden radiance blade. However, during these days, Zhao Hai also had the robot monitor the situation in the Oolong Mountains. As long as there were any movements from the beasts, the robot would immediately inform him. On the afternoon of the 5th day after Blade Rat and the others entered the 52nd courtyard, Zhao Hai was practicing his blade in the courtyard. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded. Zhao Hai knew that it was the robot that was monitoring the Oolong Mountains. Sure enough, the beasts in the Oolong Mountains were moving. Zhao Hai's figure moved and arrived in front of the gate of the 52nd courtyard. When the Tyrant's Blade sect built these courtyards in the inferior Earth Mountain, it was to guard against the beasts in the Oolong Mountains. Therefore, the courtyard was facing the direction of the Oolong Mountains. Moreover, the field of vision was very wide, allowing one to see the situation in the Oolong Mountains. From the direction of the Oolong Mountains, a large number of beasts were rushing towards the inferior Earth Mountain. Zhao Hai roughly calculated that the number of beasts rushing out this time was about 10,000. 10,000 beasts might not seem like a lot, but don't forget that the beasts in the real spiritual world were very powerful. The fighting strength of 10,000 beasts wasn't low. Then a black cloud came from the Oolong Mountains and headed towards the inferior Earth Mountain. Zhao Hai looked and saw that it was the beasts of the Oolong Mountains. These beasts were all in the form of eagles. Zhao Hai coldly looked at these beasts. His face sank. He didn't know what these beasts wanted to do, but he was sure that their first target was the inferior Earth Mountain. At this time, Zhao Hai felt a few more people beside him. He turned his head and saw Saber Rat and the others. Saber Rat and the others were also looking at the direction of the inferior Earth Mountain with a heavy expression. Zhao Hai said, "They really came. Brothers, it seems like we have become the front line. Brother Saber Rat, I'll have to trouble you to send a message to the sect. We'll hold on here for a while so that the sect can send reinforcements as soon as possible." Saber Rat nodded and said, "I'll arrange this. But junior brother, we also need to block these beasts for a while. Otherwise, they might jump over the inferior Earth Mountain and attack the sect's hinterland. In that case, the things you planted would be finished. Moreover, there are a lot of odd jobs disciples in the hinterland. Their strength isn't very strong. If we let these beasts enter the hinterland, then it might cause a lot of losses." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then we'll block them here." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as 1,000 undead appeared behind him. At the same time, there were also flying beasts. Zhao Hai also had a glaive in his hand. This time, Zhao Hai had no choice but to release the undead. However, he didn't release too many of them. He mainly released Hu Dawei and the others. Hu Dawei and the others were very strong. Moreover, they were very good at group battles. Letting them come out would be the best. As for the flying beasts, they would be used to entangle the flying beasts that came out of the Oolong Mountain. Zhao Hai was very clear that if he and Saber Rat were to be left alone, then it would be impossible for them to stop the army of beasts. Not to mention, there were also some very powerful beasts in the army. When Saber Rat saw that Zhao Hai had brought out so many undead and fighting beasts, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "Good brother, you have enough means. Good, this way, we'll have more confidence." "What's wrong? Brother, do you like to use the sword? There aren't many of them in the sect." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This junior brother ascended from the lowest plane. There are a lot of people who use this kind of sword. This kind of sword is most suitable for killing thousands of troops. Brothers, do you want to give it a try?" After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released a devil horse. Devil horses were a product of the lower planes. When Zhao Hai first obtained these devil horses, they were about 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. They had extraordinary strength, sharp teeth, and were incomparably fierce. Normally, the growth potential of these demonic beasts shouldn't be that big. But ever since Zhao Hai received some heavenly demon realm beasts from the space, the devil horses also absorbed a lot of heavenly demon realm beasts' genes. This allowed their strength to grow rapidly. At this point, these devil horses weren't inferior to nascent cultivators. Zhao Hai also discovered a problem. The higher his strength and the higher his level, the slower the growth of the undead. At this point, Zhao Hai's base had the strength of a transcending tribulation expert. Even the Argali had the strength of a nascent soul cultivator. Their strength was increasing very quickly. Unlike the barbarian bulls and Argali, this kind of demonic horse was becoming more and more aggressive. Moreover, its hoofs were on fire, and its tail would emit a faint flame. Its skin was like leather armor, and its eyes were blood red. It was definitely a demon beast that was most suitable to be used on the battlefield. At this point, the devil horses were already saddled. Zhao Hai mounted one of the devil horses. At the same time, a set of fierce-looking armor appeared on his body. This wasn't over yet. Hu Dawei and the other undead also waved their hands as undead horses appeared beside them. Hu Dawei and the others also mounted their horses. The weapons in their hands were also long weapons, which were most suitable for the battlefield. Saber Rat and the others stared blankly at this situation. They really didn't know what to say. They had been in the true spirit world for so many years, but they had never seen such a fighting style. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Blade Rat and the others. His entire body was now covered in armor, even his face was covered in a visor. However, his visor wasn't a flat plate, but a ferocious ghost mask. Even his eyes were inlaid with 2 red crystals. This made Zhao Hai look like the reincarnation of a demon king. As soon as he turned his head and stared at Blade Rat and the others, they felt as if they were frogs being stared at by a snake. They couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Then Zhao Hai lifted his visor and smiled at Blade Rat and the others. "Senior brothers, please wait here for a moment. This little brother will lead my undead army to charge ahead." Blade Rat nodded and said, "This little brother will lead my undead army to attack." Blade Rat stared blankly for a moment, before his expression changed. "You want to take the initiative to attack?" "No, it's too dangerous. There are a lot of high-level beasts, you can't go there." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Beasts are beasts. Senior brothers, please wait for me to charge ahead. Then I'll talk to you." After he said that, Zhao Hai put down his visor and waved his glaive as he shouted, "Kill." Then he rushed towards the beasts. They were still on the mountain. Originally, there were only a few stone paths on the mountain. Moreover, because of the lack of maintenance, some weeds had already grown, making it difficult to walk. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. The magic beasts were jumping up and down the mountain as if they were walking on flat ground. Hu Dawei and the others were the same, their undead horses were also the same. Zhao Hai and the others were like a group of tigers going down the mountain. They directly rushed towards the beasts. At the same time, Zhao Hai immersed himself in the concept of the rolling stone sword technique. Slowly, a huge stone shadow appeared on his body. It was as if a huge stone was rolling down the mountain towards the beasts. When the beasts that just came out of the Wulong Mountain saw Zhao Hai's posture, they couldn't help but be stunned. The intelligence of these beasts was no less than that of humans. They had never seen such a posture before. When these beasts were stunned, their momentum couldn't help but slow down. And when they slowed down, Zhao Hai and the others had already rushed into the group of beasts. Zhao Hai's glaive danced as he led his undead army to kill the beasts. None of the newborn beasts were his opponent. Their actions naturally attracted the attention of the high-level beasts. These high-level beasts immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai and the others. Dang! Zhao Hai's glaive was blocked for the first time. The one that blocked his glaive was a wild boar-like beast. It was 3 meters tall and had 2 long fangs that were half a meter long, just like 2 scimitars. Although Zhao Hai's scimitar was blocked, Zhao Hai didn't stop. His demonic horse leapt forward and continued to rush forward. When the wild boar saw Zhao Hai's appearance, it couldn't help but stare. In its estimation, its attack should have seriously injured Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't seem to be injured at all. This was really beyond its expectations. Just as the wild boar was stunned, Hu Dawei and the others also rushed over. Hu Dawei and the others were brave warriors in their early years, so they were very clear about the situation on the battlefield. Although they looked like they were charging head-on, their attacks were always accompanied by a rebounding force. It looked like they were stabbing head-on, but in fact, they were just stabbing with their sabers. In other words, they wouldn't be able to block the enemy's horse because of their strength. They would just borrow the rebounding force to escape the battlefield. This was the power that Zhao had used to fight the wild boar. It looked like he was fighting the wild boar, but in fact, it was just a combination of him and his magic horse. Because of this power, the wild boar didn't cause any damage to Zhao. Zhao was a bit surprised. But he didn't think that the wild boar would be able to do any damage to Zhao. Instead, he looked at the wild boar. Since the wild boar didn't injure Zhao Hai, then he was out of luck. When Zhao Hai rushed past the wild boar, Hu Dawei and the others also rushed past the wild boar. Moreover, when they rushed past, they also attacked the wild boar. Although the wild boar was very strong, it was now facing an army of cavalry. When cavalry charges, they need to borrow the strength of their horses. This meant that the wild boar had to face the strength of a man and a horse at the same time. In this case, the wild boar naturally wasn't in a good position. It was actually attacked by Zhao Hai and the others, and it even suffered some internal injuries. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others didn't stop. They continued to rush forward. Before long, the 10,000 beast army was penetrated by Zhao Hai and the others. After rushing through the beast army, Zhao Hai turned his horse's head and rushed towards the beast army from the back. In the blink of an eye, they rushed through the beast army from the back. In this way, Zhao Hai and Hu Daoi's group clashed with the beast army. Similarly, the flying beasts that Zhao Hai released also clashed with the eagle-shaped beasts of the Oolong Mountain. At this time, they had already returned to the 52nd courtyard. However, Zhao Hai didn't continue to charge at the beast army. Instead, he led the army back to the front of the 52nd courtyard. After jumping down from his horse, Zhao Hai waved his hand and recalled Hu Dawei and the others. Even the demonic horse and the glaive were put away. Naturally, the flying beasts weren't left behind. He returned to his previous appearance. However, Saber Rat and the others were still shocked. Saber Rat and the others were cultivators of the Tyrant's Saber School. They had never seen this kind of cavalry charge before. This time, the cavalry charge had a huge impact on them. Zhao Hai put away his glaive and said while gasping for breath, "How is it? Senior brothers, is it too subtle?" Saber Rat and the others recovered. Their eyes shined as they looked at Zhao Hai. Saber Rat loudly said, "Too subtle, too subtle. Brother, let me give it a try." Zhao Hai gasped for breath and said, "Brother, do you want to tire me to death? Those undead aren't that easy to release. My spiritual force is already unable to bear it. If I release them for a while, I'll be done for." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a few pills and ate them. Then he sat down cross-legged and said, "Brothers, please help me hold them off for a while. I need to recover first. After my attack, those beasts will certainly target our 52nd courtyard. This way, other places won't be attacked. We just need to hold on until the reinforcements arrive." Saber Rat and the others now understood why Zhao Hai wanted to charge at the beasts. He wanted to attract their hatred. This way, they would be able to drag the beasts here. Otherwise, the beasts wouldn't give up their attack on the Tyrant's Saber School for a small courtyard like theirs. Zhao Hai's current spiritual chi wasn't a problem. The reason why he said that was to let Knife Rat and the others think that he couldn't release the undead for a long time, and that he couldn't fight for a long time. This was in line with his identity as a newborn cultivator. Saber Rat and the others quickly responded. They pulled out their ghost head blades and turned their heads to look coldly at those demonic beasts. It wasn't the first time they had fought with those demonic beasts. Now that they could delay these demonic beasts here and buy time for the sect, they naturally had no complaints. At this time, the beasts that reacted immediately howled and rushed towards the 52nd courtyard. Zhao Hai's 2 attacks killed nearly 2,000 beasts. Such a number was absolutely terrifying. Moreover, there were also a lot of beasts that were injured. This made the beasts' hatred towards the 52nd courtyard reach its peak. If they didn't flatten the 52nd courtyard, how could they vent their anger? Therefore, they all rushed towards the Yuanyu peak. The test for the 52nd courtyard, Zhao Hai, Saber Rat, and the others had just arrived. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that there were 2 pairs of eyes watching everything that Zhao Hai and the others did. They even heard everything that Zhao Hai and the others said. The 2 people had a smile on their faces, they didn't look worried at all. These 2 people were naturally the Yinyang elders. The Yinyang elders already knew that the beasts were going to attack. They were very concerned about Zhao Hai. Not only was Zhao Hai their disciple, he was also a cultivator with a Xiantian Dao body. They didn't dare to treat such a person lightly. He was the future hope of the Tyrant's Blade School. Therefore, when the sect discovered that the demonic beasts in Wulong Mountain were acting strangely, they began to monitor the demonic beasts in Wulong Mountain. Therefore, before the demonic beasts finished gathering and rushed out of Wulong Mountain, they already knew about it. However, for the sake of the sect's plan, they didn't inform the sect in advance. However, the Yinyang elders were afraid that something would happen to Zhao Hai, so they rushed to Yuanyu Peak early. Because of this, they were able to see everything that Zhao Hai did. When they saw Zhao Hai leading the undead to charge towards the beast army, they almost couldn't help but attack. But in the end, the two managed to hold themselves back. However, they were still angry. They blamed Zhao Hai for being too reckless. When Zhao Hai came back and said those words, the two finally understood what Zhao Hai meant. At the same time, their evaluation of Zhao Hai became even higher. Looking at Zhao Hai, who was sitting cross-legged and recovering his spiritual qi, Elder Yin turned to Elder Yang and said, "Junior brother, it seems like that kid Lin Ling has made a great contribution this time. Regardless of Zhao Hai's physique or his future, this move of his will be of great help to the development of the Tyrant's Blade School. What do you think?" Elder Yin nodded and said, "You're right." Elder Yang laughed and said, "Right. But the ones who should be the happiest are the two of us. Ha ha ha. When I think about how those fellows in the sect will look at us in the future, I can't help but laugh." Elder Yin also laughed. At this time, those demon beasts had already rushed to the Yuanyu Peak and were about to reach the 52nd courtyard. The saber rat had also started fighting with those demon beasts. There weren't many powerhouses among those demon beasts, and it was impossible for the Tyrant's Blade School to allow powerful demon beasts to appear in their hinterland. Although Saber Rat and the others hadn't reached the realm of teleportation yet, they had also reached the realm of separating dust. It wasn't too difficult for them to deal with these demon beasts. However, these demon beasts had already been aroused by Zhao Hai's ferocious nature. One by one, they fearlessly attacked Saber Rat and the others. Of course, most of the demon beasts wanted to attack Zhao Hai, who was sitting in the 52nd courtyard. However, they were disappointed. The 52nd courtyard was protected by a defensive formation. They simply couldn't break in. Seeing that the enemy was sitting in front of them, they couldn't attack. This made the demon beasts completely lose their minds. One by one, they accelerated their attack on the defensive formation of the 52nd courtyard. At this time, the few powerful demon beasts also joined the battle. The situation of Blade Rat and the others was not good. They were all injured one after another. Fortunately, they were brothers, and they had not been separated from each other since they started cultivating. They had a tacit understanding. Although they had encountered several dangers, they had safely passed through them. At this time, Zhao Hai also slowly opened his eyes. He didn't need to recover too much of his aura. However, the previous battle did affect his condition to a certain extent. Now that he had recovered to his best state, he naturally didn't need to pretend anymore. Zhao Hai stood up and looked at Saber Rat and the others. Then he slapped the ground and jumped up. At the same time, a tang saber appeared in his hand. Then he rushed out of the 52nd courtyard. The person these demon beasts hated the most was Zhao Hai. Now that they saw Zhao Hai rushing out, the demon beasts rushed towards Zhao Hai. However, the saber in Zhao Hai's hand emitted a golden light. His movements were like a ghost as he circled around the demon beasts. From time to time, the demon beasts would scream. When the Yinyang elders saw Zhao Hai's saber technique, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Yinyang elder sighed and said, "This kid is too scary. He learned the golden radiance saber so quickly. Moreover, he practiced it to this degree. Not to mention other things, just his perception alone is enough to make people jealous." Elder Yang also smiled bitterly and said, "Accepting such a disciple is too much of a blow to me. It seems like I don't need to teach him anything. He already learned everything. There's no sense of accomplishment at all." Elder Yin smiled faintly and said, "Hee, forget it. No matter what, we're both his masters. We'll teach him as much as we can. Alas, this kid." Elder Yang smiled bitterly, then he said, "The sect should have received the news by now. The plan can be implemented. Shouldn't the first batch of reinforcements be arriving soon?" Elder Yin nodded and said, "Soon. It's time to let those kids know that their status as disciples of the Tyrant Saber School isn't omnipotent. Moreover, this status doesn't only bring them benefits, it also represents their responsibility." Just as the two said this, a black dot appeared in the distant sky. The two focused their eyes and saw that it was a group of Tyrant Saber School cultivators riding on beasts. Obviously, they were here to support Zhao Hai. The two figures moved and disappeared from the 52nd courtyard. In the next moment, they appeared in the 53rd courtyard where Saber Rat and the others lived. As long as the two didn't want to be discovered, those cultivators wouldn't be able to find them. Therefore, they weren't worried at all. Zhao Hai didn't have time to care about these things. Although his movement technique was very suitable for group battles, there were too many beasts besieging him. These beasts weren't afraid of death and wanted to bury him. In this case, no matter how good Zhao Hai's movement technique was, it was impossible for him to avoid all of the attacks. As long as Zhao Hai uses his divergent ability, it would be impossible for him to be injured. But this time, Zhao Hai didn't use his divergent ability. He didn't want others to know that he had this ability, so he was injured. Fortunately, his injuries weren't very heavy, but his warrior robe was torn in several places. Blood was flowing out from the wounds, making him look very bloody. It was a very terrifying sight. Zhao Hai was a very strong warrior. At this moment, two tiger roars came from the sky above Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but sneak a glance at the sky. Only then did they discover that the sect's reinforcements had arrived. The cultivators who came to help weren't weak. Moreover, they all had their own flying beasts as mounts. They were currently fighting against the eagle beasts in the Wulong Mountain. The eagle beasts weren't very strong, so they were now at a disadvantage and were being attacked by the cultivators. As more and more reinforcements arrived, the eagle beasts in the sky became fewer and fewer. When the eagle beasts saw that they weren't in a good position, they screamed and turned around to run. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. After defeating the eagle-shaped beasts, the cultivators in the sky landed on Yuanyu Peak one after another and attacked the beasts on the ground. There was a high number of Yao beasts on the ground. Although there were quite a number of cultivators from Hegemon Blade sect who had come to reinforce them, defeating the Yao beasts that had lost their minds in a short period of time was practically impossible. Due to that, the situation on the ground had become highly anxious. However, as time passed, more and more cultivators from the Tyrant's Blade sect arrived at the Yuanyu Peak. Finally, the beasts couldn't hold on any longer. Some of them began to run away. As time passed, more and more beasts began to run away. In the end, all of the beasts roared and turned around to run for their lives. The battle finally came to an end. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others discovered that the sky had turned dark. The battle had actually lasted for nearly a day. At this time, several people walked towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai saw that this person was none other than Gu Yueyu. Zhao Hai quickly cupped his fist and said, "Senior brother Gu, thank you for coming to save us. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have been in danger today." Gu Yueyu cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother is too polite. I didn't think that these beasts would be so rampant. They actually dared to gather an army and attack the infernal Earth Mountain." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Their goal isn't just to attack the infernal Earth Mountain. They also want to attack the hinterland of the sect. It's just that they were blocked by us." Gu Yueyu stared, then his expression changed as he said, "Junior brother, are you telling the truth? These beasts want to attack the hinterland of the sect?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother, do I need to lie to you about this matter? I don't know what the situation of the infernal Earth Mountain is, but the people of the sect know about it. The beasts that often enter the infernal Earth Mountain also know about it. They don't know that there aren't many people in the mountain. Do you think that if they just wanted to attack the mountain, they would send so many beasts? It's impossible, right? So this time, it's not as simple as attacking the infernal Earth Mountain." Gu Yueyu nodded. At this time, the other cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade School also came over. They looked at Zhao Hai and the others. Among them, Zhao Hai's injuries were the heaviest. This was especially true for Zhao Hai, who had a lot of wounds on his body. However, after listening to Zhao Hai's words, it seems like he was fine. This made everyone feel relieved. At this time, another group of people arrived. This group of people was different from the previous group. There were a few people in this group who didn't look young. Moreover, they were very powerful. They could fly on their own. It was obvious that they were experts in the teleportation realm. And these people had a status in the Tyrant's Blade School. They were elders of the Tyrant's Blade School. This time, there were a total of 5 elders of the Tyrant's Blade School. When these 5 people landed in the 52nd courtyard, the cultivators in the courtyard gave a salute and said, "We have seen the elders." The 5 elders nodded. Then one of them went to Zhao Hai's group and looked at Zhao Hai's group. Then he said, "You've suffered a lot this time. You are the heroes of the Tyrant's Blade School." Zhao Hai and Saber Rat quickly returned the salute and said, "We don't deserve the elders' praise. This is what we should do." That elder shook his head, and then he turned to look at the others and said in a low voice, "Aren't all of you curious why so many demon beasts came, yet they didn't attack the core of our Tyrant's Blade School in the end? Instead, they came all the way here to attack Origin Peak? When did those beasts become stupid?" The cultivators didn't speak, but their expressions were just as the elders said, they were puzzled. The elder replied, "It's not because those beasts have become stupid, nor is it because they don't want to attack our Tyrant's Blade School. It's because Zhao Hai lured them here. I've heard that Zhao Hai is both a summoner and a beast tamer. He led 1,000 undead to attack those beasts, attracting them here. That's why those beasts weren't able to take a single step into the Tyrant's Blade School. Tell me, aren't they heroes? Aren't they heroes?" The cultivators nodded, then the elder said, "The Infernal Mountain has always been a place that no one wants to come to. Even those who come here would think of ways to get away from it. This is because it's too close to Oolong Mountain. There are always beasts coming here to attack. But no one thought about it. If you give up the Infernal Mountain today, then wouldn't you give up other places tomorrow? Today, the beasts took the Infernal Mountain. Tomorrow, they will take other places. Do you want to give the entire school to them? Because of this, the sect has decided to put the Infernal Mountain back into use. We'll transfer cultivators from the other peaks to the Infernal Mountain and rebuild it." Upon hearing the elder, the cultivators present couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They didn't think that the sect would make such a decision. One must know that those who came to support the Infernal Mountain today were all inner disciples. In other words, some of them might be transferred to the Infernal Mountain in the future. To be honest, they didn't want to come here. However, after listening to the elder's words, they understood that the sect wouldn't change its decision this time. Everyone couldn't help but mutter. To be honest, they were already used to staying on the other peaks. If they were to be transferred to a place where they could be attacked by the beasts at any time, they really wouldn't want to come. The more you contribute to the sect, the more you will receive. Let me tell you, from now on, Yuanyu Peak belongs to Zhao Hai. Without Zhao Hai's permission, even we can't casually enter Yuanyu Peak. Don't be envious, because this is what Zhao Hai deserves. When everyone gave up on the Infernal Mountain, Zhao Hai came here. Moreover, the land behind the Infernal Mountain was planted by him. I can tell you that Zhao Hai doesn't even need a single grain of food from the Infernal Mountain. If the sect wants Zhao Hai's food, then Zhao Hai doesn't need to do anything else, just relying on the income from the land, he can live a better life than most of you. This isn't because the sect is taking care of Zhao Hai. In fact, this mission has been hanging up in the sect for a long time, but no one has accepted it because you're afraid of going to the Infernal Mountain. You're afraid of facing those monster beasts, so you gave up on this mission. But Zhao Hai accepted this mission, so he obtained Yuanyu Peak and that piece of land. Today, in order to protect the sect, he bravely stepped forward, not hesitating to risk his life. Because of this, the sect has decided to give Zhao Hai a special privilege. He can freely choose 10 secret manuals from the lower 6th floor of the Saber Pavilion every year. If he wants to engrave secret manuals from the Saber Pavilion, then he can pay half of the contribution points that others receive. You must remember, the more you do for the sect, the more you will be rewarded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The sect has decided to give Zhao Hai a special privilege. He can freely choose 10 secret manuals from the lower 6th floor of the Saber Pavilion every year. If he wants to engrave secret manuals from the Saber Pavilion, then he can pay half of the contribution points that others receive. Remember, the more you do for the sect, the more you will receive." One had to admit that this elder's words were very shocking to the inner disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School. This was because the inner disciples knew that this elder was none other than the elder in charge of the inner disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School, Tian Yuan Hai. Although the inner disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School had been accepted as disciples by different elders of the Tyrant's Blade School, except for the true disciples, the ordinary disciples were just nominal disciples under the name of that elder. That elder didn't have much time to guide them, so most of the time, the inner disciples still needed to follow the instructions of the Tyrant's Blade School's technique relaying guest, which was held every 10 days. If they had something to deal with, they needed to go to Tianyuanhai, because Tianyuanhai was in charge of all the inner disciples, so he had a very high prestige in the hearts of the inner disciples. Now that Tianyuanhai had said so, this matter was almost settled. One must know that only the core disciples had the right to look through the secret books on the 6th floor of the Tyrant's Blade School. Even the true disciples didn't have this privilege. But Zhao Hai had just joined the Tyrant's Blade School, and yet he had already obtained such a privilege. It was impossible for them not to be jealous. But looking at Zhao Hai, who was covered in blood, these people felt that they couldn't be jealous of Zhao Hai because they didn't have the right to do so. Tianyuanhai looked at the appearance of these inner disciples and said in a deep voice, in addition, Blade Rat and the other 12 people, because they have been guarding the Dijia mountain for many years, the sect will also reward them. From now on, number 53 will belong to them. Without their permission, no one else can enter at will. When Saber Rat and the others heard Tianyuanhai's words, they couldn't help but feel excited. They didn't think that they would receive such a reward. This made them very happy. Saber Rat quickly said, Elder Tian, the 53rd courtyard is already damaged. Can this disciple repair the courtyard? Tianyuanhai nodded and said, yes, as I said, the 53rd courtyard will belong to you. Not only the 53rd courtyard, but the entire Taiyuan Peak will belong to you. When Tianyuanhai said this, the inner disciples looked at Blade Rat with envious eyes. These people had some understanding of Blade Rat and the other 12 brothers. Because each and every one of them was a cultivation maniac, they didn't care about anything else. Therefore, they were considered as eccentrics in the Tyrant's Blade School. Although the people of the Tyrant's Blade School were very united and didn't laugh at them, they didn't associate with them. This was because these people were afraid that if they associate with the 12 of them, they would be laughed at. However, they didn't expect that the 12 of them would have their own territory in the blink of an eye. One must know that in the Tyrant's Blade School, it was impossible for an inner disciple to open a cave at will. If you want to open a cave, then you must first set a rule in the school. Then you must open a cave at a designated location. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. However, if you want to open a cave by yourself, then you would need a lot of contribution points. If there were no special circumstances, then they could only live in the rooms assigned to them by the school. The rooms assigned to them weren't big, and everyone lived in the same courtyard. Therefore, many of the inner disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School dreamt of having their own courtyard and cave. Originally, Blade Rat and the others weren't very eye-catching in the Tyrant's Blade School, so much so that no one was willing to pay attention to them. However, they didn't expect that they would be able to enter a sect. In the Tyrant's Blade School, only the core disciples had the right to open a cave. Blade Rat and the others were also very happy. However, they weren't happy because they obtained Grand Origin Peak, but because they could also rebuild the 53rd courtyard just like the 52nd courtyard. Blade Rat and the others liked the 52nd courtyard very much. If they could rebuild the 53rd courtyard according to the style of the 52nd courtyard, then they would be very happy. After rewarding Zhao Hai and the others, Tianyuanhai looked at the cultivators who came to support and said, today, everyone who came to support will be rewarded. Those who received the order but didn't come will be punished by the school. Alright, return to your own peaks. In a few days, the school will issue an order. Therefore, cultivators who were named must report to the Infernal Mountain within 5 days after receiving the order. If you don't come by the deadline, then you will still be punished. As soon as they heard Tianyuanhai, the people couldn't help but disperse. They knew that this matter had already been decided, and it was decided by the school. No one could change it. Besides sighing in their hearts, they couldn't do anything about it. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised by this result. However, he didn't expect that the school would give him so many rewards. This was definitely a good thing for him. After the cultivators dispersed, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the 52nd courtyard to treat their injuries. Although their injuries looked very serious, they were only flesh wounds, not very serious at all. Zhao Hai and the others also returned to the 52nd courtyard to treat their injuries. Jiao Hai and the others went back to treat their wounds and took a rest. It wasn't until the next morning that everyone gathered in Jiao Hai's living room. The tyrant's saber sex healing herbs were very good. Saber Rat and the others were recovering very well. As for Jiao Hai, if he wasn't afraid of being suspected, he wouldn't have any scars on his body. After the group sat down in the living room, Jiao Hai looked at Saber Rat and the others and smiled. "Brother Saber Rat, now that the Grand Origin Peak belongs to you, what kind of building do you plan to build?" Upon hearing Jiao Hai, Blade Rat's spirit returned. He immediately said, "Little Hai, I'll leave the matter of building a house in High Origin Peak to you. You don't need to do anything else, just build it according to your 50-second courtyard." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "I'll leave it to you." When Jiao Hai heard Saber Rat, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Brother Saber, do you really want it to be exactly the same? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Saber Rat waved his hand and said, "If they want to laugh at me, then let them. I don't care. The house is mine. Living comfortably is the most important thing." When Jiao Hai heard Saber Rat, he couldn't help but stare. Then he closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Although Saber Rat's words sounded very ordinary, there were very few people who could actually do it. In this world, very few people can do what they want to do. This was because people would pay attention to the gazes of the people around them. They would pay attention to how the people around them looked at them. They would change themselves because of the gazes of the people around them. There were very few people who could really ignore the gazes of the people around them. Even Jiao Hai was very concerned about how the people around him looked at him. Some of the reasons for this was because he didn't want people to know about the existence of the space. At the same time, he also didn't want people to look at him strangely. He couldn't be as free and easy as Saber Rat. Saber Rat's words suddenly made Jiao Hai feel enlightened. Jiao Hai suddenly discovered that he cared too much about the gazes of the people around him. For him, this wasn't a good thing. Saber Rat and the others looked at Jiao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what was going on with Jiao Hai. However, they were also cultivators. When they saw Jiao Hai's appearance, it was as if he was having an epiphany. Saber Rat and the others didn't dare to disturb Jiao Hai. On the contrary, they even protected Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai felt that his soul was undergoing a transformation. His mind was becoming more transparent. This feeling was very wonderful. It was as if an invisible shackle that had been shrouding him had been removed. This didn't mean that Jiao Hai had a heart demon. Caring about the gazes of others couldn't be considered a heart demon. However, it also made it impossible for one's soul to reach a clear and open-minded state. Now that Jiao Hai thought about this, he could naturally make his soul as clear as the sky after the rain. After some time, Jiao Hai exhaled and opened his eyes. When he saw Saber Rat and the others faintly protecting him, he couldn't help but feel moved. At this time, Saber Rat also saw that Jiao Hai had woken up. Saber Rat quickly turned to Jiao Hai and said, "Jiao Hai, how do you feel? Are you all right?" Jiao Hai let out a long breath. Then he smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine. Thank you, Brother Saber Rat." "Thank you, brothers." I just heard Brother Saber Rat's words and felt a little touched. When Saber Rat heard Jiao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Touched by what I said? What did you say?" Jiao Hai smiled and said, "You said that you can build whatever you want. Since you're the one living here and not someone else, why do you care about what other people think? Forget it, let's not talk about this. Just leave this matter to me. You can stay here while I send construction robots to your place. It won't take a few days before you can move in. Right, in the next few days, I want you to understand the defensive formation of my courtyard. Your courtyard's defensive formation will also be designed according to my courtyard's defensive formation. When the time comes, you should know how to use it." When Saber Rat and the others heard Jiao Hai, they were all excited. Saber Rat said, "All right, brother. It's useless to say anything else. Just remember, you'll always be our brother." Jiao smiled and said, "Well, brothers, let's go and eat. After we finish eating, I'll send the robots over. After that, we don't need to worry about anything else. I think that in a few days, the Infernal Mountain will be lively. Before those people come, we should build a courtyard so that they can see what you look like." Zhao smiled and said, okay, brothers, let's go and eat. After we finish eating, I'll send the robots over. Saber Rat laughed and said, alright, when those guys arrive, we'll let them have a good look. I'll envy them to death. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. He didn't say anything and just led everyone to the dining hall to eat breakfast. Breakfast had already been prepared, it was Qiu Tai who commanded the robots to make it. Although Qiu Tai's main focus was his cultivation, he still did the things that a servant should do. Although he didn't cook himself, he still commanded the robots to make different types of food for him. It was quite decent. Qiu Tai didn't have to do it himself, but he still commanded the robots to make different types of food. After dealing with Saber Rat and the others, Zhao Hai began his cultivation. After this battle, Zhao Hai had a good understanding of his current strength. If it wasn't for his movement technique being good, then it would have been impossible for him to achieve such a great result. In other words, his current saber technique was far worse than Saber Rat and the others. After discovering his shortcomings, Zhao Hai didn't rush to use his authority to go to the Saber Pavilion to search for secret techniques. This was because he knew that it was impossible for those secret techniques to increase his strength in a short period of time. Although the space could help him cultivate and his cultivation method could be said to be the best, after arriving in the true spiritual world, the most important thing to do was to cultivate bit by bit. The true spiritual world was different from the cultivation realm. In the cultivation realm, as long as Zhao Hai's spiritual cultivation reached a certain level, then he could rest assured in cultivating his spiritual energy. He could also use the heavenly treasures of the space to increase his cultivation speed. However, in the true spiritual world, Zhao Hai didn't dare to act recklessly. This was because he discovered that the various techniques in the true spiritual world had very high requirements for one's state of mind. If he wanted to have a better future, then he couldn't use all kinds of heavenly treasures to help him cultivate. It was best to only use them when breaking through a bottleneck. Only then would he be able to go further. Because of this, Zhao Hai was still cultivating the saber techniques that he obtained in the past. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the Saber Pavilion to look for new secret techniques. The Yinyang elders had been paying attention to Zhao Hai's situation. This time, the reward for Zhao Hai was proposed by the Yinyang elders. They wanted to use this method to help Zhao Hai. At the same time, they also wanted to use this method to give some rewards to Zhao Hai. This was because the three-dimensional formation method that Zhao Hai gave to the formation hall was a secret technique. Nobody in the Tyrant Saber School knew that it was Zhao Hai who gave it to the formation hall. This was also to protect Zhao Hai. In the true spiritual world, it wasn't easy to find a good formation master. This was because the lives of people in the true spiritual world were closely related to formations. The strength of a sect was also comparable to the strength of a sect. With better formations, one could refine better formations and strengthen the sect's defensive capabilities. Therefore, formation masters were very popular in the true spiritual world. If other sects knew that Zhao Hai was a genius formation master, then they would definitely use all means to poach Zhao Hai. If they couldn't, then they would definitely destroy Zhao Hai. This would also put Zhao Hai in danger. Therefore, in order to protect Zhao Hai's safety, the Yinyang elders and the formation elder didn't tell him that the three-dimensional formation method was contributed by Zhao Hai. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to receive any rewards. The Yinyang elders felt that they had wronged Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai was their disciple, they still needed to give him the rewards he deserved. Because of this, the Yinyang elders and the formation elder discussed with the higher-ups of the sect and decided to give Zhao Hai such a reward. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would do this well. This was especially true when Zhao Hai led the undead to charge. The Yinyang elders felt that they didn't accept Zhao Hai as a disciple for nothing. Although they didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, Zhao Hai's actions were a bit reckless. However, for a cultivator, sometimes recklessness was necessary. Cultivators were also humans, and humans had feelings. If they couldn't express their feelings, then it would leave a knot in their heart. And this knot would slowly turn into a heart demon. This wasn't good for a cultivator's cultivation. In addition, when they found out that Zhao Hai's charge wasn't due to recklessness, but because he had his own thoughts, they were even more optimistic about Zhao Hai. The Yinyang elders even thought that giving Zhao Hai this reward was too light. But at the same time, the two were worried that after receiving this reward, Zhao Hai would immediately run to the Saber Pavilion to look for secret manuals. If that happened, it wouldn't be good for Zhao Hai's cultivation. In their opinion, Zhao Hai's perception was very good. However, if Zhao Hai didn't completely digest what he had learned before, then it wouldn't be good for him to learn new things. Because of this, the two had been paying attention to Zhao Hai's situation. If Zhao Hai really wanted to go to the Saber Pavilion to look for secret manuals, then the two of them would definitely stop Zhao Hai. However, it was a pity that Zhao Hai made their worries unnecessary. Zhao Hai didn't go to the Saber Pavilion to look for secret manuals. Instead, he had been practicing the cultivation methods he had learned before. This made the Yin Yang elders' evaluation of Zhao Hai even higher. Everyone liked genius disciples. In the true spiritual world, there wouldn't be many geniuses emerging from every sect in a year. However, not many of these geniuses became successful in the end. Many cultivators might not be eye-catching at the beginning, but in the end, they stood at a height higher than geniuses. It didn't matter if they were geniuses or mediocre people, they all had many common characteristics. They were serious, persistent, and down-to-earth. These were the most basic conditions for becoming a genius. However, many geniuses couldn't do this. This couldn't be helped. They were geniuses, but in the end, they were burdened by being geniuses. They were too smart and could learn anything quickly. It was precisely because of this that they didn't seriously study the basic cultivation methods that they had learned. Thinking about it, who would study something that they could learn easily? This was the biggest obstacle for geniuses because the foundation was very important to a cultivator. Back on Earth, there was a saying that geniuses were 99% hard work and 1% inspiration. However, 1% inspiration was more important than 99% hard work. From this sentence, it could be seen that a genius was actually composed of two parts. That is, you need to have inspiration and work hard. If you only had inspiration without hard work, you would only end up as a zhongyong. If you worked hard without inspiration, you would only reach the same height as your predecessors. It would be very difficult to surpass them. Because of this, after discovering that Zhao Hai was such a genius, the Yin Yang elders had always been worried. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would walk on the same path as the previous geniuses and end up with nothing. They always thought that their worries weren't superfluous. This was because Zhao Hai wasn't only a cultivation genius, but he also knew how to refine tools, alchemy, and formations. It seemed like there was nothing related to cultivation that he didn't know. Because of this, they were even more worried that Zhao Hai would be distracted and end up with nothing. However, Zhao Hai's performance made them feel completely relieved. Zhao Hai didn't get carried away by this reward, which made them very happy. While Zhao Hai was peacefully cultivating, the inner disciples of the Tyrant Saber School were in a storm. When the inner disciples knew that they might be transferred to the inferior Earth Mountain, they immediately showed their abilities. Those who were close to their master, the Cold Father, immediately went to their masters and asked for their master's help to prevent them from being transferred to the inferior Earth Mountain. Those who had a good relationship with the core disciples also wanted to ask for their master's help to prevent them from being transferred to the inferior Earth Mountain. Some of the inner disciples even inquired about the elders who would transfer them to the inferior Earth Mountain. They were prepared to use their connections to ask the elders to take care of them. But in the end, everyone hit a nail on the head. This time, the transfer of people to the infernal mountain was decided by the sect. No one could change this decision. Therefore, those who wanted to go through the back door were sternly warned. This made those cultivators behave themselves. The entire inner sect of the Tyrant Saber School seemed to have quieted down. However, this silence was like a death row prisoner waiting to be executed. This kind of oppressive atmosphere made the inner disciples of the Tyrant Saber School breathe heavily. Seeing the performance of these disciples, the higher-ups of the Tyrant Saber School became even more dissatisfied. They didn't want to transfer too many people, but after seeing this situation, the higher-ups decided to transfer more people. Zhao Hai didn't know the decision of the higher-ups, and he also didn't know what the inner disciples were thinking. If Zhao Hai knew what these inner disciples were thinking, then he would be very disdainful. In his opinion, people who wanted to escape simply weren't worthy of being a cultivator. A cultivator's cultivation wasn't just about cultivating spiritual qi, it was also about cultivating the heart. If the heart wasn't cultivated well, then the cultivator's future would be very limited. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to prepare for this. In the last battle, Zhao Hai used the Rolling Stone Saber technique and the Golden Edge Saber technique. These two saber techniques were mainly for attacking. However, Zhao Hai found that he knew too little about defensive saber techniques. At this time, he remembered that when he became an inner disciple, the sect rewarded him with a defensive saber technique, the 8-gate Golden Saber technique. This saber technique was mainly for defense. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to learn this saber technique first. Zhao Hai was now very proficient in the Golden Edge Saber technique. In the last battle, he also used the Golden Edge Saber technique. It can be said that his understanding of the Golden Edge Saber technique wasn't any lower than the Rolling Stone Saber technique. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to continue learning the 8-gate Golden Saber technique. Zhao Hai wasn't the kind of person who would bite off more than he could chew. Every time he practiced the saber technique, he would summarize what he learned before and integrate it with his current technique. This was because Zhao Hai was very clear that only in this way could he improve his fighting strength. After several ascensions, Zhao Hai was very clear that the more you learned, the stronger your fighting strength would be. Instead, it depended on what you learned and how well you could use it. If you learned 100 things, but you couldn't use them well, then it was the same as not learning anything. If you only learned one thing, but you could turn it into an instinct of your body, then you could also become an expert. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the sound of a sharp blade cutting through the wind came from the training field. Zhao Hai was wearing a warrior's uniform and practicing his blade. He slashed out blade after blade like a machine, but his eyes didn't move at all. It was as if he didn't know that he was moving at all. If an ordinary person saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they would think that Zhao Hai had become stupid from practicing the blade. Practicing like this wouldn't have much effect. But no one knew that Zhao Hai was currently comprehending the 8-gate Golden Lock blade. Zhao Hai's body was practicing the blade, but his mind was completely connected with the 8-gate Golden Lock blade. Therefore, Zhao Hai looked a little dazed now. Suddenly, the monotonous sound of wind breaking disappeared. Zhao's eyes became lively, and his blade seemed to become alive. Around Zhao, a huge shadow appeared. This shadow was very strange, it looked like a very strange large formation. It had 8 doors, and each door had a big golden lock on it. Zhao looked at the 8 doors and saw the golden lock on each one of them. Zhao looked at the 8 doors and saw the golden lock on each of them. The sound of the blade disappeared, and the 8 doors became more and more solid. They looked like 8 huge city gates, and these 8 doors were arranged according to the 8 trigrams. After a while, the huge shadow slowly disappeared, and Zhao Hai's figure slowly appeared in the training field. Qiu Tai, who had been standing at the side of the training field, stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Only when the huge shadow disappeared did Qiu Tai come back to his senses. Qiu Tai looked at Zhao Hai with eyes full of worship. In his opinion, no one was more powerful than Zhao Hai. This was especially true when Zhao Hai didn't send Qiu Tai to the Yinyang mountain. This was because Zhao Hai was confident in his defensive formation. Because of this, Qiu Tai was able to witness the battle between Zhao Hai and the beasts. When Qiu Tai saw Zhao Hai wearing a fierce armor and holding a large blade, leading an army of undead, Qiu Tai's eyes burned with passion. In Qiu Tai's little heart, Zhao Hai's image was deeply imprinted in his mind. When he grew up, he didn't hesitate to choose the glaive as his weapon. Naturally, this is a story for later, so let's not talk about it for now. Zhao Hai received his glaive and dispersed the image of the glaive in his heart. Then he turned his head to look at Qiu Tai, who was standing at the side. Qiu Tai had just come out of the training room, so he was still sweating. Qiu Tai's daily training had increased, and this was all because of his medicinal bath. One must know that Qiu Tai's medicinal bath contained a lot of precious herbs. If the outer sect cultivators were to know that Qiu Tai was using these herbs to bathe, they would certainly vomit blood and envy. Zhao Hai went to Qiu Tai's side and smiled. "Little Hai, how's your training going?" "I'll be going to Master's place. Do you want to come with me to see your grandfather?" Qiu Tai thought for a moment before he finally agreed. After all, he was still a child. Naturally, he would be happy to see his grandfather. Seeing that Qiu Tai had agreed, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, go and wash up." After you're done, we'll go see your grandfather. Xiao Tai nodded, then he ran to the bathroom and changed his clothes. Then he turned around and ran out. Zhao Hai caught him, and with a flash of white light, the two appeared in the Yinyang Peak. Xiaozhen's life was much more relaxed compared to before. Although he would still take care of the flowers and plants, it was more of a hobby. It couldn't be considered as work at all. Now that he saw Zhao Hai and Xiao Tai, Xiaozhen immediately greeted them. He first gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "I've seen the young master." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Zhen, you're always so polite. I came to see master today, so I brought little Tai along. You haven't seen each other for a few days. You can chat while I go see master." Xiaozhen nodded, then Zhao Hai went to the living room. When he arrived, he heard Elder Yin's voice, "Come in." Zhao Hai nodded, then he pushed the door and went in. Then he gave a salute to the Yinyang elders. Elder Yin waved his hand, allowing Zhao Hai to sit on a nearby chair. Elder Yin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, after you received the space's reward, you didn't immediately go to the Saber Pavilion to choose a secret technique. I agree with this. No matter how good a secret technique is, it's best to learn something that belongs to you. To be honest, with your current strength, high-level secret techniques won't be of much use to you. You can only accumulate them bit by bit. Later on, when you learn more profound things, you'll get twice the result with half the effort." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, master. I also think the same. Therefore, I didn't rush to the Saber Pavilion to look for secret techniques. I already have enough secret techniques." Elder Yin nodded, then Elder Yang said, "Little Hai, what kind of saber art are you practicing? Last time, I saw that your golden radiance saber art was already very good." When Zhao Hai heard Elder Yang, he couldn't help but stare. He immediately understood that Elder Yang must have known that the demon beasts were going to attack the inferior Earth Mountain. Therefore, he was worried and went to take a look. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel moved. He believed that he wasn't in any danger at that time. If he was really in danger, then he wouldn't need to use the space, the Yinyang elders would have already taken action. However, Zhao Hai was only stunned for a moment, then he suppressed his feelings and said, replying to Master, "I've already practiced the Golden Radiance Saber art. I'm currently practicing the 8-Gate Golden Lock Saber art. When the demon beasts attacked last time, I discovered that my saber art was too focused on attacking. I didn't study much about defensive saber arts. Therefore, I've been practicing the 8-Gate Golden Lock Saber art for quite some time now." Elder Yang nodded and said, "Good, you've done well. Now you should learn the 8-Gate Golden Saber technique. In fact, before you practice the Rolling Stone Saber technique, you should first learn the 8-Gate Golden Saber technique. When you fight with others, you must calculate your defeat before you calculate your victory. But when you fight with others, you must not hesitate because of this concern. In other words, you must think about what will happen if you lose, but when you fight, you must give it your all. Do you understand? Do you understand?" Zhao Hai replied, "Yes, I understand. I ask Master to rest assured." Elder Yang nodded, then Elder Yin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, actually, the two of us didn't teach you much. However, we're very satisfied with your performance. Every step you take is very steady. We can rest assured about you." Elder Yin nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, actually, we didn't teach you much. However, we're very satisfied with your performance." Zhao Hai replied, "Thank you, Master, for your praise." Elder Yin nodded, then he said, "Recently, the sect will send some inner disciples to the Infernal Mountain. I hope that if you have time, you can help them rebuild their residences in the Infernal Mountain. While you're at it, you can also get along well with them. This will be very beneficial for your future development." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I ask Master to rest assured. I'll take care of it." Elder Yang said, "There's one more thing. Little Hai, last time I saw you riding a beast and using a glaive to charge at those beasts. You did very well. Moreover, I can see that you're very familiar with the glaive. Did you learn it before?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I learned it when I was in the lower realms. I ascended from the lower realms. In the lower realms, people can't fly. Most of the battles are fought in groups. People's strength isn't enough. Therefore, in the battlefield, warriors mostly rely on close combat. In the lower realms, not only did I learn to use swords and blades, I also learned to use other weapons. I even trained my own army. This glaive is something that I learned in the lower realms. Although the martial arts there aren't as profound as the true spirit realm, as long as it's used well, it would have a good effect. Last time, when the beasts attacked us, I brought my undead along with me to deal with the beasts using cavalry. The results were pretty good. Xiaohai nodded and said, yes, I learned it when I was in the lower realms. Although the martial arts there aren't as profound as the true spirit realm, as long as it's used well, it would have a good effect. Elder Yang nodded, then he sighed and said, it seems like the things in the lower realms aren't completely useless. You did very well last time. Moreover, you can also study how to use other weapons. The way of the saber doesn't mean that you can only use one type of saber. There are many types of sabers. You need to understand the characteristics of each one. This will be very beneficial to your saber cultivation. Xiaohai replied, yes, master. I'll remember it. Eldarine said in a deep voice, don't just focus on the saber. You can't stop cultivating your spiritual qi. You're still in the newborn stage. You need to enter the doubting stage as soon as possible. Xiaohai nodded and said, yes, master. I haven't stopped cultivating my spiritual qi in the past few days. Master, you can rest assured. Eldarine nodded and said, all right, you can go now. Cultivate properly for a period of time. Don't go to Oolong Mountain for now. The sect has been purging Oolong Mountain recently and will issue a lot of missions. However, this will also lead to the counterattack of the beasts in the mountain. It's too dangerous for you to go now. This time, only inner disciples will be carrying out missions. Although you have the status of an inner disciple, your strength is only comparable to an outer disciple. It's not suitable for you to carry out this mission. Therefore, you should cultivate with peace of mind. Also, you won't be participating in the inner disciple competition for the next few years, so you should cultivate with peace of mind. Xiaohai nodded, he understood that the Yinyang elders were doing this for his own good. With his current strength, it wasn't suitable for him to go to Oolong Mountain. He wasn't an ordinary young cultivator. If someone told him that he couldn't do it, he wouldn't accept it. Xiaohai was already past the age of being impulsive. He was very clear about what he needed to do. What he needed to do now was to cultivate with peace of mind and improve his strength. Elder Yang replied, but you're not completely unscathed. You should know that our Tyrant's Blade sect controls a very large territory. In our territory, there are many ordinary people who haven't undergone any cultivation. In fact, it's similar to the lower realms that you mentioned. In order to make it easier to manage, we will support some countries to manage the place. However, don't think that just because it's in our territory, there won't be any trouble. In fact, in the True Spirit world, there's a race that gives the entire True Spirit world a headache. You might not know about this race because very few people in the True Spirit world talk about them. They are the ghost race, but this isn't written in the sect's introduction. Here is a jade slip, you can take it back and read it. You will know about the ghost race from time to time. Sometimes, the sect will release some missions to clean up the ghost race. You can take some of these missions. Not only will this allow you to train, but it will also allow you to understand more about the ghost race since your main opponents in the future will be the ghost race. After saying that, Elder Yang handed a jade slip to Xiaohai. After receiving the jade slip, Xiaohai didn't immediately look at it. He just received the jade slip and said, yes, master can rest assured. Elder Yang nodded, then he waved his hand and said, all right, you can go back. Remember, go back and take a good look at the jade slip. Don't take it lightly. Xiaohai nodded, then he stood up and gave the two a salute before leaving. After meeting Qiu Tai outside, Xiaohai left the Yinyang Peak. After Xiaohai left, Eldarine turned to Elder Yang and said, isn't it too early to tell Little Hai about the ghost race? He hasn't been in the True Spirit realm for a long time. I remember that cultivators who ascend from the Leap Dragon realm would have to farm for 3 years in order to adapt to life in the True Spirit realm. After that, they would be sent out to do some missions. At that time, they would know about the existence of the ghost race. Elder Yang shook his head and said, it's not too early. Zhao Hai isn't an ordinary person, we can't measure him with the characteristics of ordinary people. It's good to let him know about the ghost race earlier. I believe that he won't let us down. Upon hearing Elder Yang, Elder Ying couldn't help but sigh and said, I hope so. Although the ghost race has been underground for many years, they would still come out from time to cause trouble. Moreover, I think that the ghost race is currently working hard to restore their strength. Who knows when they will come back? It's good to let Zhao Hai know about the ghost race as soon as possible. Elder Yang nodded and said, we've been fighting with the ghost race for so many years, but we still haven't been able to eliminate them. On the contrary, after so many years of fighting, the ghost race seems to have become more difficult to deal with compared to before. Moreover, the infighting between the various sects in the true spirit realm is very serious. I even suspect that the reason why some of the sects have such serious infighting is because of the ghost race. Therefore, we must be more careful. Eldarine said, the Xianxia kingdom has been unstable recently. I heard that there are ghosts there. The sect also sent people there. If we have time, we should pay attention to it. In the past few years, the sect has sent people to clean up the ghost race. Every time, the casualties are very high. I'm afraid that this isn't a good thing. There might be some ghost race conspiracy behind it. Those rats hiding in the hole are getting more and more cunning. Elder Yang nodded, then he sighed. The living room fell into silence. Zhao Hai led Chiu Tai back to the 52nd courtyard. At this time, Saber Rat and the others had already arrived at the training field. The Tyrant Saber School focused on the saber, so Saber Rat and the others would usually come to the training field to practice their saber skills. Today, they also came to look for Zhao Hai, but when they found out that Zhao Hai wasn't there, they didn't care and just practiced on their own. The training field was paved with large stones, making Saber Rat and the others feel very comfortable. When they thought that they would also have such a training field in the future, they couldn't help but feel excited. As soon as they saw Zhao Hai return, Saber Rat and the others immediately surrounded him. Saber Rat looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, where did you go? Is there something wrong? Zhao Hai looked at Saber Rat and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, it's nothing, I just haven't seen Master for a few days. I'm going to see them. Brothers, why didn't you come to your courtyard? If there's anything you need to adjust, you can tell the robots. Although the robots aren't very smart, their ability to execute is still very good. Saber Rat smiled and said, I just came back, so I can't keep an eye on it every day. To be honest, it's really good. Hehe, I think the courtyard will be finished in a few days. When the time comes, we'll have a few drinks. Zhao Hai smiled and said, certainly. When the time comes, you'll have to prepare some good wine. Saber Rat and the others laughed. Zhao Hai let Chiu Tai practice on his own while he stayed and watched Saber Rat and the others practice. The saber techniques that Saber Rat and the others practiced weren't any saber techniques that Zhao Hai had seen before. The saber techniques that the 12 of them practiced were different. However, because they were brothers, they were born with a tacit understanding. Because of this, their saber techniques could complement each other in battle. When the beasts attacked last time, if it weren't for this characteristic, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. But what surprised Zhao Hai the most was that when he looked at Saber Rat and the other saber techniques, he felt a sense of familiarity. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled, he didn't understand why the saber techniques of Saber Rat and the others were so familiar. However, Zhao Hai didn't look at them for too long before he returned to his room. If he wants to learn saber techniques in the future, then he can go to the sect to learn them. The sect didn't allow disciples to steal techniques, it was a taboo. When Zhao returned to his room, he immediately took out the jade slip that Elder Yang gave him. He used his spiritual force to explore the jade slip, and a large amount of information appeared in his mind. This was a jade slip that specifically introduced ghost cultivators. After reading this jade slip, Zhao Hai understood what ghost cultivators were. Not all ghost cultivators were ghosts. On the contrary, most ghost cultivators were cultivators. The only difference between ghost cultivators and ordinary cultivators was that ghost cultivators cultivated the soul force of a person. Ghost cultivators cultivated the soul force of a person, using ghost cultivators to control ghosts and so on. In other words, ghosts mainly cultivated their own soul force, and then turned it into a ghost. Then they used this method to attack others. However, the ghost that they used to attack the enemy wasn't their own soul. They cultivated their own soul and turned it into a ghost. Then they separated this ghost from their main soul. Then they would fight some wild ghosts outside and put their own ghost into those wild ghosts. This way, they would have their own avatar. And this kind of ghost can cultivate on its own. It can also help its master in cultivation. This kind of ghost cultivator was very powerful. However, the most annoying thing about this kind of ghost cultivator was that in the process of their cultivation, they needed a lot of Yin souls. This was because Yin souls were the best supplements for other Yin souls. If they wanted to improve their strength as soon as possible, then they would need to absorb a lot of Yin souls. In the true spirit realm, where would there be a lot of Yin souls? The answer was that there weren't a lot of wild Yin souls in the true spirit realm. This was because after the people of the true spirit realm died, they would use artifacts to make the souls of the dead disappear as soon as possible. In people's opinion, making the ghosts disappear as soon as possible was the same as letting the ghosts reincarnate. On one hand, they needed a lot of Yin souls for cultivation. On the other hand, there weren't a lot of Yin souls for them to use. So what would they do in the end? Very simple: kill. Almost all ghost cultivators were murderers. They would kill ordinary people or cultivators and then directly extract their Yin souls for their own use. Because of the strength of the soul, ghost cultivators would use their Yin souls as fighting souls. Ordinary people's souls were weaker, so they could only absorb them. In the true spirit realm, ghost cultivators were once very popular. They suppressed many great sects in the true spirit realm and made them unable to raise their heads. During this period of time, everyone in the true spirit realm lived under the shadow of ghost cultivators. Whether they were cultivators or ordinary people, some ghost cultivators even arrogantly surrounded a sect and directly killed all the cultivators in the sect so that their new disciples could absorb Yin souls. It could be said that this was extremely cruel. It was precisely because of the cruelty of the ghost cultivators that all the sects in the true spirit world were united against a common enemy. In the end, all the sects in the true spirit world gathered together and hunted down the ghost cultivators. In the end, after paying a huge price, they finally eliminated the ghost cultivators. However, what the people in the true spirit realm didn't expect was that when the ghost cultivators realized that the situation wasn't good, they actually transferred some of their genius disciples away. This allowed the ghost cultivators to continue their orthodoxy. In the end, the ghost cultivators went from the light to the dark and slowly grew stronger. Later on, when the ghost cultivators grew to a certain extent, they once again attacked the sects in the true spirit realm. Although all the sects in the true spirit realm worked together to repel the ghost cultivators, all the sects in the true spirit realm knew that the ghost cultivators weren't eliminated and still existed. After that, the hundreds of thousands of years of war between the real spiritual world and the ghost cultivators began. Both sides fought back and forth happily. The major sects of the real spiritual world could not make the ghost cultivators disappear, and the ghost cultivators could not do anything to the major sects of the real spiritual world. Both sides were in a very delicate balance. The true spirit realm also wanted to solve the ghost cultivators' problem from the root. They wanted to prevent the ghost cultivators from accepting disciples. If the orthodoxy of the ghost cultivators couldn't continue, then they would naturally disappear. But in the end, this plan failed. This was because it was very difficult to prevent the ghost cultivators from accepting disciples. The ghost cultivators' cultivation method was very different from ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivation methods had very high requirements for spirit root compatibility. If one didn't have spirit root compatibility, then even if one worked hard, one's achievements would be limited. However, the ghost cultivators were different. The ghost cultivators' requirements for spirit root compatibility were very low. Even if one didn't have any spirit root compatibility, as long as one dared to kill in the future and obtained more Yin souls, then one could become a powerful cultivator. This was extremely attractive to cultivators who weren't very talented. Because of this, there were always some cultivators who wanted to learn the ghost cultivators' cultivation method. It was almost impossible to prevent the ghost cultivators from accepting disciples. After all, people in the true spirit realm had an unparalleled thirst for power. The most recent battle between Zhao Hai and the ghost cultivators took place 10,000 years ago, which was 10 yuan ago. At that time, the ghost cultivators launched an attack on the sects in the true spirit realm. At that time, many sects in the true spirit realm suffered losses. Some sects hadn't even recovered their strength until now, and had already fallen to the bottom and became third-rate sects. The Jade Slip didn't only contain information about the ghost cultivators in the past, it also contained a lot of information about the ghost cultivators in the present. According to the information, the ghost cultivators' activities in the true spirit realm had been very frequent recently. This had already attracted the attention of the higher-ups in the true spirit realm. After reading the contents of the Jade Slip, Zhao Hai couldn't help but close his eyes and slowly think about the contents of the Jade Slip. Now, he finally understood what the ghost cultivators were. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't have much of a reaction to the ghost cultivators' cultivation methods. Whether it was in the cultivation realm or elsewhere, there would always be people who would learn some crooked cultivation methods. These methods would greatly increase one's cultivation speed, but at the same time, these methods would also have some side effects. Generally speaking, these methods would change one's character to a certain extent. Just like those ghost cultivators, because their cultivation method was special, they needed more souls. Therefore, these ghost cultivators didn't care about human lives at all. They were ruthless to the extreme. Such people could be regarded as evil cultivators. If one were to put it more bluntly, they could be regarded as devils. If a person's spiritual force was strong enough, then they wouldn't act rashly. If their spiritual force wasn't strong enough, then they would become a murderous demon. Sooner or later, they would be killed. This was the main reason why the ghost cultivators' cultivation methods were called evil cultivation methods. But no matter what, he was now a disciple of the tyrant's blade school, and the ghost cultivators were his enemies. Zhao Hai wouldn't let them go. But at the same time, Zhao Hai also saw other problems in this Jade Slip, and that was the strength of the ghost cultivators. Every time the ghost cultivators fought against the true spiritual realm, the sects of the true spiritual realm would unite to fight against the ghost cultivators. Although the sects of the true spiritual realm would win in the end, it could be seen from this that the ghost cultivators were very powerful. They needed to gather the strength of so many sects in order to fight against the ghost cultivators. Such fighting strength was absolutely terrifying. Moreover, after reading the information on the back of the Jade Slip, Zhao Hai also understood why the Yinyang elders gave him this Jade Slip. Zhao Hai knew about the matters of the Tyrant's Blade School. He knew that all the disciples who entered the Tyrant's Blade School from the Leaping Dragon realm weren't allowed to leave the range of the sect for the first 3 years. They could only do some tasks within this range. This was relatively safer, and it would also allow them to adapt to life in the true spiritual realm as soon as possible. Originally, it was impossible for cultivators to meet ghost cultivators within the range of the Tyrant's Blade School. But recently, the ghost cultivators' activities in the true spiritual realm were too frequent. This had attracted the attention of the Yinyang elders. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would encounter a ghost cultivator, so they gave Zhao Hai this Jade Slip and told him to be careful. Zhao Hai received the Jade Slip and then let out a long sigh. He didn't expect the true spirit realm to be in such an eventful situation. The seemingly incomparably powerful true spirit realm actually had a powerful enemy like the ghost race. It seems like he needs to be more careful in the future. Zhao Hai nodded. The next day, Zhao Hai resumed his previous life. He practiced his saber every day and practiced his spiritual place. At the same time, he would also pay attention to his plot of land. The man-eating flowers in his plot of land had all bloomed, and the sky-reaching vines had also grown. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that the trees and vines that he planted were growing at an extremely fast speed. Now, the man-eating flowers could be officially put into use. This was because the Tyrant Blade School didn't know about this at first. Although they saw a room to receive the antidote, most of them didn't take it seriously. In the end, Zhao Hai had no choice but to send a lot of robots to rescue the poison Tyrant Blade School cultivators. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. The defensive forest behind the man-eating flower had also grown out. Although there was still a long way to go before they were fully grown, they were already growing branches and leaves. Moreover, they were growing well, so there was no need to replant them or anything else. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the sky-reaching vines. The growth of the sky-reaching vines was already fast, but in the real spirit world, they grew even faster. At this point, the sky-reaching vines were already 10 meters long. This surprised Zhao Hai. One must know that it had only been a month since he planted the sky-reaching vines. The sky-reaching vines had actually grown so long. This was much faster than the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai didn't give the plants too much spatial water. He watered the plants with the spatial water in order to ensure their survival rate. It was impossible for the plants to grow too fast. In other words, the reason why the plants grew so fast was because of the laws of the true spirit plane. As for the grains and vegetables that he planted, they grew even better. The best were the herbs, which had already sprouted. These were the things that Zhao Hai valued the most. Living this kind of life every day might seem boring, but Zhao Hai didn't feel bored at all. He was now fully immersed in the practice of the saber Dao. He slowly integrated his feelings for basic saber moves into the saber techniques that he had learned. Then he slowly integrated these saber techniques together. Zhao Hai didn't feel bored at all. Don't underestimate this process, it was very difficult. It would be easier in the lower realms, but in the real spirit world, it wasn't easy. In the real spirit world, each saber technique had its own unique aura. And this aura would directly affect the strength of the saber technique. Therefore, it wasn't easy for Zhao Hai to integrate these saber techniques. 5 days after Zhao Hai returned from the Yinyang Peak, the reconstruction of the 53rd courtyard was finally completed. Saber Rat and the others moved back to their courtyard with interest. At the same time, they pulled Zhao Hai back to their courtyard and drank as much as they could. In the end, they didn't know how much they drank, nor did they know how long they drank. In short, Saber Rat and the others were all drunk on the ground. Zhao Hai wasn't any better, he directly drank until he was unconscious. When Zhao opened his eyes, he found out that it was already the 3rd day after Blade Rat and the others moved. Zhao had slept for a day and a night, and they had been drinking for 2 days straight. If it weren't for their strength, they would have been drunk to death. Zhao Hai looked at Blade Rat and the others, who had been drinking for 2 days straight. In the past few days, Zhao Hai's robots also began to rebuild the other courtyards on the 21st peak of the Infernal Mountain. In order to give the cultivators a place to live, Zhao Hai sent a large number of robots to rebuild the courtyards. The results were very good. In the past few days, some cultivators also came to the Infernal Mountain. They were inner disciples of the Tyrant Saber School and were assigned to the Infernal Mountain by the school. But now that the courtyards were being rebuilt, they could only be assigned to the 52nd and 53rd courtyards. Zhao Hai also began to have some contact with these inner disciples. These disciples who were originally resentful, when they saw the living environment of the 52nd courtyard and the smiling face of Zhao Hai, the resentment in their hearts lessened a lot. In fact, these people had already accepted their fate. They had no choice but to accept it. This was an order directly issued by the school. Unless they could leave the Tyrant's Saber School, they would have to follow this order. The inner disciples of the Tyrant's Saber School were very curious about Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai had just ascended from the Leap Dragon realm. But as soon as he ascended, he became an inner disciple. It was said that he made a contribution in the Leap Dragon realm, but as for what contribution he made, no one could find out. This made Zhao Hai even more mysterious. As for the other cultivators who just entered the real spirit world from the Leap Dragon realm, even with the help of the dust cleansing water, it would still take a long time for them to adapt to life in the real spirit world. During this time, they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, not only was Zhao Hai living a good life, but he also had a large field. The annual production of these fields was enough to make him a rare millionaire among the inner disciples. Not to mention, he also had his own mountain and even received the same treatment as a core disciple. This was the first time they saw such an amazing ascender. Because of this, the inner disciples of the Tyrant's Saber School were even more curious about Zhao Hai. But soon, these inner disciples received news from different channels that Zhao Hai was the disciple of the Yinyang elders. Upon hearing this news, the inner disciples immediately shut their mouths. They were very clear about the status of the Yinyang elders in the sect. It must be said that the Yinyang elders didn't have much power in the sect. They were only elders in the sect and didn't have much power. However, the Yinyang elders' status in the sect couldn't be shaken by anyone. the Yin-Yang elders had done too much for the tyrant's saber school. The two of them were the most famous killing gods in the sect. Because of the number of people they killed, the tyrant's saber school gained its reputation. But at the same time, their murderous aura was too heavy, affecting their cultivation. It could be said that the two of them exchanged their futures for the glory of the tyrant's saber school today. Now that the two of them were old, they rarely took action. However, their fame still spread throughout the true spirit world. Anyone who wanted to offend the tyrant's saber school would have to think of these two names first. The tyrant's saber school thought of many ways to deal with the problem of the two's cultivation. But in the end, they couldn't help much. The tyrant's saber school also wanted the two of them to take in a few disciples, but in the end, all of them failed. The two's murderous aura affected their disciples. If they didn't die from chi deviation, then they would turn into murderous demons. In the end, the two of them personally cleaned up the sect. Under these circumstances, the two of them didn't take in any more disciples. Because of this, the cultivators of the tyrant's saber school respected the two of them even more. In their hearts, the Yin-Yang elders were the most respectable people in the tyrant's saber school. Later on, a rumor spread throughout the school. It wasn't that the Yin-Yang elders couldn't take in disciples. However, their disciples had to be murderous and murderous. Only then would they be able to resist the murderous aura of the two elders and become their disciple. Originally, the people of the tyrant's saber school thought that the two elders wouldn't be able to take in another disciple for the rest of their lives. However, after hearing that Zhao Hai was actually their disciple, the inner disciples were shocked. They thought that this matter was made up by someone, but in the end, it was proven that this was not a rumor. Zhao Hai was really the Yin-Yang elders' disciple. Moreover, he was personally appointed by them. A disciple personally appointed by the Yin-Yang elders? The two elders were very clear about how powerful their murderous aura was. If they personally appointed a disciple, then there was only one possibility, and that was that this person was able to resist their murderous aura. And only one type of person could resist their murderous aura, and that was a murderous person. In other words, Zhao Hai was also a murderous person. Because of this, the inner disciples didn't say anything. Although they didn't say anything, they were even more curious about Zhao Hai. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was a gentle person without any murderous aura. Could such a person really become the Yin-Yang elders' disciple? However, they knew that this news was true because it had been verified through different channels. Although they thought that Zhao Hai didn't have any murderous aura, it wasn't necessarily a good thing for him to become the Yin-Yang elders' disciple. He might even lose his life because of this. However, no one said anything. Most of them just looked at Zhao Hai with some sympathy. Zhao Hai was also aware of this situation. Although he didn't take too many places into his space, he was still monitoring his own courtyard. Naturally, he saw the reactions of the cultivators, but he didn't care. Zhao Hai knew that the reason why he didn't have any murderous aura was because he had too much of it. He was able to hide his murderous aura at any time. The Yin-Yang elders didn't have as much murderous aura as him, so how could he be worried about being affected by them? However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that very few people connected him to the Kasha crystal realm. He remembered that when he destroyed the Kasha crystal realm, it caused quite a stir in the true spirit realm. Even the Yin-Yang elders had to return to the sect to deal with this matter. Now that he was in the Tyrant's Blade sect, he didn't hear about this matter. This was very strange. In fact, although the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade sect knew about the Kasha crystal realm, the sect had already made preparations. They only said that the sect sent people to deal with this matter and didn't mention Zhao Hai. Additionally, Zhao Hai had just ascended from the Leaping Dragon realm. Because of this, the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade sect didn't believe that Zhao Hai had the strength to destroy the Kasha crystal realm. 10 days after the Saber Rat's house was built, all the courtyards in the Infernal Mountain were finished. Zhao Hai wasn't stingy, he installed some necessary daily necessities in their courtyards. Even if they weren't as good as his, they wouldn't be too bad. Of course, defensive formations were indispensable. However, this time, Zhao Hai didn't tell them that he was the one who arranged it. Instead, he asked the formation elders to come forward. The formation elders were also very clear that they couldn't let Zhao Hai come forward. Otherwise, Zhao Hai might attract attention. The purpose of sending people to the Infernal Mountain was to make people not pay attention to Xiao Hai. If Xiao Hai attracted attention because of this, then their efforts would be in vain. As soon as the courtyards were built, the cultivators who lived in Xiao Hai's and the saber rat's courtyards all moved to other courtyards. The cultivators who moved quickly discovered that coming to the Infernal Mountain wasn't a bad thing. This was because their living quarters had become bigger. Because of the large number of people in the other inner sect peaks, each of them could only be assigned a house. Although the houses weren't small, they weren't big either. They had bedrooms, living rooms, and meditation rooms. But now, it was different. Because the population of the Infernal Mountain was small, each of them could live in a courtyard. This made them very happy. The Infernal Mountain had a total of 21 peaks. 2 of them were occupied by Xiao Hai and the Saber Rat, while the other 19 peaks were occupied by the other inner sect disciples. The first peak had some courtyards of varying sizes. Xiao Hai's courtyard and the Saber Rat's courtyard were relatively small courtyards. Each courtyard had about 20 independent courtyards of different sizes. If each of them had their own courtyard, then each courtyard could accommodate at least 10 to 20 people. The 52nd courtyard could accommodate more than 100 people, and the 53rd courtyard was the same. The other 19 peaks of the Infernal Mountain also had 19 courtyards. The largest of these courtyards had a total of 50 small courtyards. There were a total of 3 such courtyards. There were also 40 large courtyards for a total of 6. Finally, there were 30 large courtyards for a total of 10. These courtyards could accommodate more than 600 people. This made the cultivators like to go out. Of course, they didn't expect to live in a place as good as Xiao Hai's courtyard. This was because they were very clear that it was impossible. Now that they had their own courtyard, they were already very happy. More than 600 people came to the Infernal Mountain. This made the Infernal Mountain a lot more popular. However, these cultivators were either busy with missions or cultivating. They rarely had the opportunity to visit others. However, Xiao Hai discovered a problem. Recently, more and more inner disciples went to the Oolong Mountain to train. Even the Saber Rat and the others went to the Oolong Mountain to train and brought back a lot of demon beasts. When Xiao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but recall the words of the Yinyang elders. It seems like the sect really needs to clean up the Oolong Mountain. However, when he saw these people selling their demon beasts to the sect and making a lot of money, Xiao Hai couldn't help but be moved. He had a lot of Oolong Mountain's demon beasts in the space. These demon beasts were the result of his 2 battles with other demon beasts. When he went to the Oolong Mountain to train, he received them. However, he didn't sell them to the sect. It must be said that he didn't get much in the first battle, only a few eagle demon beasts. The second time he went to the Oolong Mountain, he only got some low-level demon beasts. Only during the last battle did he get a lot of demon beasts. Xiao Hai didn't take this matter seriously before. But now, it seems like he was taking this opportunity to send the demon beasts to the sect in exchange for contribution points. This time, in order for the inner disciples to deal with the demon beasts in the Oolong Mountain, the sect had spent a lot of money. Every demon beast in the Oolong Mountain could be exchanged for a lot of contribution points compared to before. Taking this opportunity to send the demon beasts to the sect, Xiao Hai could still make a lot of money. In the sect, without contribution points, it would be difficult to move an inch. After thinking about this, Xiao Hai immediately moved. He directly went through the transmission formation and went to the miscellaneous hall. In the hall on the first floor, he sold all of his demon beasts to the sect. This matter caused a lot of commotion, but when they heard that he was Xiao Hai from the Infernal Mountain, the cultivators felt relieved. Xiao Hai's name had already been heard by many of the Tyrant's Blade School's disciples. They knew that Xiao Hai had a good fight with nearly 10,000 demon beasts in the Infernal Mountain. It was precisely because of this that he was able to make a great contribution to the sect. In the end, he received the same treatment as a core disciple. This matter was publicly announced by Elder Tian Yuanhai, so naturally, everyone in the Tyrant's Blade School knew about it. Because of this, most of the people in the Tyrant's Blade School had heard about Xiao Hai. So when they saw Xiao Hai take out so many demon beast corpses, they didn't feel strange. Recently, Xiao Hai used the demon beast corpses to exchange for nearly 10,000 contribution points. This was because most of the demon beast corpses were low-level demon beasts. If they were high-level demon beasts, then the contribution points would be much higher. After Xiao Hai exchanged the contribution points, he directly went to the 53rd courtyard. Just as he entered the 53rd courtyard, Xiao Hai heard a loud shout, "Who is it?" Then Dao Hu rushed out of the house with a saber in his hand. Xiao Hai looked at Dao Hu and laughed, "Brother Dao Hu, what are you doing?" "I just came here to ask for a drink." "You don't need to use a saber to cut me, right?" When Dao Hu saw that it was Xiao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "So it's you. I thought it was someone who came to the courtyard. But little courtyard, you're getting lazier and lazier. You actually used a transmission formation to come to our courtyard. It's just a few steps and you're not willing to walk?" When Xiao Hai heard Dao Hu, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Ah, I just came back from the Sundry Hall. Where are Brother Dao Hu and the others? I have something to tell you." Dao Hu stared, then he nodded and said, "They're cultivating right now. I'll go call them." Then Xiao Hai entered the room while Dao Hu ran out to look for the others. Although Dao Hu and the others were 12 brothers, they didn't live in the same courtyard. In the past, they didn't have the conditions, so they had no choice but to live together. But now that they did, they naturally couldn't treat themselves unfairly. Before long, Dao Hu came back, followed by Dao Hu and the others. When Dao Hu saw Xiao Hai, he laughed and said, "Little Hai, why did you come to Little Tiger's place? Come, let's go to the hall and have a drink." Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have something good to tell you today." Dao Hu and the others stared, then they looked at Xiao Hai in confusion. Xiao Hai took out a jade card with a lot of numbers on it. When Dao Hu and the others saw the jade card that Xiao Hai took out, they couldn't help but stare. This jade card was equivalent to a bank card in the Tyrant's Blade School. It recorded how many contribution points you have. This card was anonymous. In other words, if Xiao Hai's card was refined by someone else, then the card would become that person's. Dao Hu and the others had their own contribution point cards, so naturally, they weren't unfamiliar with it. However, they looked at Xiao Hai in confusion, they didn't know why Xiao Hai took out this card. Xiao Hai looked at Blade Rat and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "Brother Blade Rat, these are the contribution points that we obtained from the last time the beasts attacked. Brother Blade Rat, take out your contribution point cards and I'll transfer the points to you." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Blade Rat, these are the contribution points that we obtained from the last battle. As long as the owner of this card is willing, they can transfer the points to others at any time. It's very convenient to use the two cards together." Just as Xiao Hai was about to speak, Dao Hu's complexion suddenly changed. He shouted, "Xiao Hai, what nonsense are you talking about? If you didn't remind us last time, then I'm afraid we would have already died in the hands of those beasts. Moreover, you made the biggest contribution last time. Why are you giving me this thing now? Are you looking down on us?" When Xiao Hai saw Dao Hu's expression, he couldn't help but smile. He received the card and said, "I didn't want to give it to you, but now that you've given it to me, I'll accept it." Upon hearing Xiao Hai, Dao Hu couldn't help but laugh and said, "You little brat, you actually dared to deceive us. Let's see if we don't drink you to death today." Xiao Hai laughed and said, "You think I'm afraid of you? It just so happens that I'm bleeding a lot today. I used my contribution points to exchange for a lot of good wine. Let's have a good drink." When Dao Hu and the others heard Xiao Hai's words, they immediately understood what was going on. After Xiao Hai turned those beasts into contribution points, he bought some wine and came here to celebrate with them. But when Dao Hu got angry, Xiao Hai didn't give them any more contribution points. Instead, he just took out the wine. Dao Hu and the others didn't blame Xiao Hai at all. They felt that they owed Xiao Hai a lot. Even if Xiao Hai didn't take out the contribution point card today, they wouldn't blame him. Not to mention that Xiao Hai still wanted to give them the contribution points. Although Xiao Hai received the card very quickly, Dao Hu and the others knew that Xiao Hai really wanted to give them the contribution points. The reason why he received them so quickly was because he didn't want to act like a son and daughter. Dao Hu and Xiao Hai had been in contact for a long time. He was very clear that although he didn't ask for Xiao Hai's contribution points today, Xiao Hai would remember this matter forever. In the future, Xiao Hai would certainly compensate them in other ways. This was Zhao Hai's character. Although they didn't ask for Zhao Hai's compensation, they would still remember Zhao Hai's kindness. Although today's matter was just a small matter, Dao Hu and the others felt that Zhao Hai was a person they could befriend. After drinking a lot of wine at Dao Hu's place, Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard and immediately drank a few cups of spatial water. Naturally, the spillage was also removed. Then he went to the courtyard to practice his saber. At this time, Zhao Hai had already practiced all the saber techniques that he obtained from the saber pavilion. He had communicated with all of them using his power of thought. Now, he was trying to find a way to integrate these saber techniques. However, although it was easy for him to practice saber techniques, it wasn't easy to integrate them. These saber techniques had different attributes. Connecting them together was no less difficult than creating a new set of martial arts. Fortunately, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to use the mutual promotion and restraint of the 5 elements to connect these martial arts together. This way, his fighting strength would increase. Zhao Hai's life once again returned to normal. Although he had a lot of contribution points, he didn't spend them. This was because he didn't have a place to spend them. What he ate were things produced by the space. Everything he used were also things produced by the space. He was currently practicing his saber, so he didn't need to go out and do missions. He also didn't need too many artifacts. Until now, he hadn't gone to the saber pavilion to receive any other secret books. He also didn't need contribution points to exchange for them. Therefore, the 6 contribution points weren't of much use to Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai was very clear that the most important thing for him right now was to improve his strength as soon as possible. Everything else was fake. He still wanted to go to Oolong Mountain in the future and see what the ghost race looked like. As the days passed, more and more people went to Oolong Mountain to do missions. Every day, there would be a lot of people passing by Zhao Hai's field. However, these cultivators were from the Tyrant's Blade School, so naturally, they wouldn't destroy Zhao Hai's field. On the contrary, they would go outside the field to receive the antidote for the man-eating flowers. This had already become a habit for these cultivators. Now, Zhao Hai didn't need to send robots to save people. These people already knew that there was no need to do so. In fact, Zhao Hai's field was very famous in the Tyrant's Blade School. This was especially true for the man-eating flowers. They were so poisonous that even the alchemists of the Tyrant's Blade School were surprised. Many alchemists ran to Zhao Hai to ask for some man-eating flowers so that they could take them back for research. Zhao Hai didn't oppose them and generously gave them some. Because of the large number of Tyrant's Blade Sect's disciples pouring into the Wulong Mountain, the situation on the Wulong Mountain slowly improved. There were no more attacks from demonic beasts. Even if there were some flying demonic beasts that wanted to come to the Wulong Mountain to cause trouble, they would be repelled by the inner disciples of the Wulong Mountain. Many of the inner disciples of the Wulong Mountain had flying beasts as their mounts, so it wasn't a problem for them to deal with those flying demonic beasts. Zhao Hai's time was really good. Although he would go to the mission hall from time to see if there were any suitable ghost cultivator missions for him, he would return disappointed in the end. There were a lot of ghost cultivator missions, but Zhao Hai couldn't accept them. These missions required the strength of the person who accepted them. Zhao Hai obviously didn't meet those requirements. Even if he wanted to accept those missions, he couldn't. Moreover, Zhao Hai was very clear that the reason why those missions had requirements for strength was because the ghost cultivators they had to deal with weren't easy to deal with. If he rashly accepted those missions, he might end up in danger. He wasn't stupid enough to accept those missions that he couldn't handle. On the training field of the 52nd courtyard, a giant with a height of 10 mego was standing. This giant was holding a long black saber and was using saber techniques. As long as one was in the true spirit realm, they would know that this giant wasn't a real person, but rather a Dharma image. However, if people in the true spirit realm saw this Dharma image, they would be very surprised. This was because this Dharma image was really short. One must know that the Dharma images of cultivators were generally around 100 meters tall. A 10 mego Dharma image like this was very rare. This Dharma image belonged to Zhao Hai. It has been a year since Zhao Hai arrived in the true spirit realm. Now, the infernal mountain has been completely stabilized. The beasts in the Oolong Mountain were also under control. Although they weren't completely exterminated, their numbers were still reduced to a controllable range. Xiaohai was no longer a newborn cultivator. Just 2 months ago, he successfully entered the image condensation stage. Now, his Tenmeigo Dharma image was condensed from his own. Originally, Xiaohai's Dharma idol was very solid. But that was in the cultivation realm. Because of the compression of spiritual qi, his Dharma idol didn't look smaller than before. Instead, it looked bigger. However, his Dharma idol also looked a lot more illusory. Xiaohai's Dharma idol was a lot stronger than before. It took Xiaohai 2 months to condense Fengji's Dharma idol to its current size of 10 meters. At this point, Fengji's Dharma idol looked very solid. After reaching the image condensation stage, Xiaohai understood that in the true spirit realm, the newborn period was just a process of adaptation. Generally, cultivators who ascended to the true spirit realm from the leap dragon realm wouldn't learn anything new during the newborn period. They would mainly adapt to the environment of the true spirit realm and review what they learned before. Generally, cultivators would need around 3 years to officially enter the image condensation stage. Once a cultivator enters the image condensation stage, they can be considered to have started cultivating in the true spirit realm. When Xiaohai entered the image condensation stage, he received a lot of guidance from the Yinyang elders. The Yinyang elders originally wanted to let Xiaohai enter the image condensation stage and change his original cultivation method. However, they didn't expect Xiaohai's cultivation method to be so advanced that he didn't need to change it at all. Although they didn't change their cultivation method, the two still gave Xiaohai a lot of guidance in other aspects. It was also because of their guidance that Xiaohai was able to compress his Dharma image from 100 Meigo to 10 Meigo in 2 months. For ordinary cultivators, this was an unimaginable number. The life of a cultivator was generally very long. This didn't mean that their cultivation speed was very fast. Most people who ascended to the true spirit realm from the leap dragon realm would need at least 3 years to adapt. Some might even need 5 to 10 years or even longer. One must know that cultivators who ascended to the true spirit realm from the leap dragon realm were all geniuses among geniuses. Even so, they still needed to stay in the true spirit realm for several years. From this, it can be seen that it wasn't easy to enter the image condensation stage from the rebirth realm. On the other hand, the image condensation stage was even more difficult. This was because all cultivators who ascended to the true spirit realm had their spiritual qi compressed to less than 1/10 of their original amount. Because of this, they no longer had the strength of an immortal expert. Some cultivators even found it very difficult to condense their Dharma image. Even if they managed to condense their Dharma image, it would become very illusory. It would look like a cloud of smoke that would disperse at any time. When Xiaohai entered the image condensation stage, his Dharma image was much stronger compared to other cultivators in the rebirth realm. At the very least, his Dharma image looked very solid. It wasn't very different from the lower realms. Because of this, along with the guidance of the Yinyang elders, Xiaohai was able to condense his Dharma image to this degree in just 2 months. Now, Xiaohai would use his Dharma image every time he practiced the saber. Not only could he condense his Dharma image, but he could also practice his saber arts. It could be said that he was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At the same time, it would also help Xiaohai comprehend the laws. Because of this, Xiaohai always used his Dharma image to practice. This was also the guidance of the Yinyang elders. Qiu Tai stood on the training ground and looked at Xiaohai. His eyes were filled with worship. Qiu Tai really admired Xiaohai. In his eyes, no one was more powerful than Xiaohai. After Xiaohai practiced the saber for a while, he stopped and slowly dispersed his Dharma image. At the same time, he also dispersed the saber god in his heart. He let out a long breath and put away his saber. Then he turned his head and looked at Qiu Tai. After more than a year of training, Qiu Tai had grown a lot. Because he practiced the cultivation method, Xiaohai didn't let Qiu Tai practice in the fitness room. Instead, he let him practice outside. This made Qiu Tai's skin bronzed under the sun. And with the addition of the medicinal bath, Qiu Tai's skin now had a metallic luster. Xiaohai saw Qiu Tai's performance very clearly. Qiu Tai was very hardworking. If it wasn't for Xiaohai watching over him and letting him use the medicinal bath, Qiu Tai would have been crippled by excessive practice. Zhao Hai walked to Chiu Tai's side and smiled. What's wrong, little Tai? Have you finished today's mission? Chiu Tai nodded and said, I've finished it. Young master, when I went out to practice, I heard a few elders say that the mission hall released a lot of missions related to ghost cultivators. Young master, do you want to take a look? When Zhao Hai heard Chiu Tai, he couldn't help but stare. He had been paying attention to ghost cultivators for the past few months. He didn't think that Chiu Tai would remember it and give him such information. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's go. Let's go to the mission hall and take a look. Chiu Tai nodded. Zhao Hai caught him, and with a flash of white light, the two disappeared from the courtyard. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't need to do any missions at all. One must know that his land had already started to produce food and vegetables. As long as Zhao Hai sold these things to the Tyrant's Blade sect, it would bring him a lot of income. Most importantly, in addition to jade essences, these things would also give him a lot of contribution points. Because of this, even if Zhao Hai didn't do any missions, he could still live a very comfortable life. However, Zhao Hai still thought that he should do this mission. This was because his main opponents in the future would be ghost cultivators. If he didn't understand ghost cultivators, then he would be at a disadvantage in the future. However, he couldn't take any missions related to ghost cultivators because he wasn't strong enough. In fact, his current strength wasn't very good, so it would be difficult for him to take missions related to ghost cultivators. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to take a look. If there was a suitable mission related to ghost cultivators, then he would take it. It would also be good to go out and see what ghost cultivators looked like. During this year, Zhao Hai didn't waste his time. Although he was only at the mid-phase condensation realm, if he really fought, then with his saber technique, he wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage even if he faced a clone cultivator. Zhao Hai and Chiu Tai arrived at the mission hall. The mission hall was on the first floor of the utility building. This was also the largest mission hall in the entire Tyrant's Blade sect. Zhao Hai looked at the various missions posted on the mission desk. After looking at it, Zhao Hai discovered that there were a lot of missions related to ghost cultivators. In the past, only 1 in 100 missions would be related to ghost cultivators. But now, in the mission hall, at least 1 or 2 out of 10 missions would be related to ghost cultivators. Zhao Hai just looked at the mission board and saw a mission related to ghost cultivators. The Li family village is located 150 li outside the Lesser Dragon City. The villagers there reported that the Li family graveyard is often haunted. Recently, 5 villagers have been killed. The sect will send cultivators to deal with it. The requirement is to be at the phase condensation realm or above. There is no limit to the number of cultivators. Completion time, within 3 months. Mission reward, 100 contribution points. This was a very simple mission. But if it was 2 months ago, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to accept it. But now, he could accept it. Zhao Hai looked at the other missions and found that there were several missions related to ghost cultivators. All of them were about ghost cultivators attacking people. There were even 2 missions where the disciples of the Tyrant's Blade sect were attacked. The mission was for the sect's inner disciples to deal with it. Moreover, the requirement was that the disciples must be at the soul fusion stage or above. The reward was also a lot, several thousand contribution points. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that he couldn't accept such a mission. But there were a few missions that were similar to the ones he saw before. Moreover, the rewards were much better and the time required to complete the mission was much shorter. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to accept the Li family village's mission. To be honest, Zhao Hai has been in the real spiritual world for a year now. But he hasn't gone out yet. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to go out and play. After making up his mind, Zhao Hai went to the mission desk and took out his blade token. Then he gave it to the female cultivator and said, "Hello, I want to accept the 76th mission." When the female cultivator saw Zhao Hai's blade token, she immediately knew that Zhao Hai was an inner disciple. She immediately stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen Senior Brother." "Senior Brother, please wait a moment. I'll immediately process it for you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'll have to trouble you." The female cultivator quickly replied, "It's no trouble. Senior Brother, please wait a moment." Then she picked up the jade slip and looked at the 76th mission. When she saw the mission, the female cultivator couldn't help but stare. She didn't expect Xiao Hai to accept this mission. With just a glance, one could see that the 76th mission was an outer disciple's mission. But how could Xiao Hai, an inner disciple, accept this mission? The female cultivator couldn't help but curiously look at Xiao Hai. Then she looked at the blade token with Xiao Hai's name. When she saw Xiao Hai's name, the female cultivator seemed to have thought of something. She immediately understood what was going on. She didn't say anything and immediately registered Xiao Hai. Then she handed the blade token to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai respectfully sat in the living room of the Yinyang Peak's courtyard. The Yinyang elders were sitting beside him, looking at him. Xiao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Master, disciple received a mission related to ghost cultivators. I want to see what ghost cultivators look like. I hope that the two masters will grant me permission." The Yinyang elders nodded at the same time. Then Elder Yin said, "Of course. In the future, your main opponents will be ghost cultivators. You should see what ghost cultivators look like as soon as possible." "Right, what mission did you receive this time? How long will it take?" Xiao Hai replied, "Disciple received a mission related to a haunted village. I suspect that it might be related to ghost cultivators. The mission will be completed within 3 months." Elder Yang nodded and said, "It seems like it's not a difficult mission. Alright, you can go. Don't take little Tai with you." Xiao Hai respectfully replied, "Yes, little Tai will stay here. I'll set off tomorrow." Elder Yin nodded and said, "Go, but remember, those ghost cultivators aren't easy to deal with. Even if they aren't strong, you still need to be careful if you encounter them. Although the place you're going to is our Tyrant's Blade School's territory, you might still encounter some troubles. After all, our Tyrant's Blade School doesn't have a lot of people, so it's impossible for us to control such a large territory. Moreover, there are some outer disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School who will rely on their status to wreak havoc. If you encounter such people, you don't need to be polite with them. After you investigate the matter, you can directly clean up the sect." Elder Yin nodded and said, "You're right." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, master. Disciple understands." Elder Yin nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "Go. Prepare yourself and set off as soon as possible." Xiao Hai nodded, then he turned around and left. This time, Xiao Hai didn't bring Chiu Tai back. Instead, he informed Chiu Tai and returned to the 52nd courtyard alone. He didn't prepare anything. He just gave some instructions to the robots and meditated in the 52nd courtyard until the next morning. Then, he released the devil horse and set off. This time, Xiao Hai didn't use the Pegasus to fly in the sky. After several encounters with the demonic beasts of the real spirit plane, Xiao Hai became even more careful. The demonic beasts of the real spirit plane weren't to be trifled with. In the past 2 days, the Tyrant's Blade School had spent a lot of money to deal with the demonic beasts of the Oolong Mountain. Not only did they raise the price of demonic beasts, they also gave some discounts. But even so, they still lost a lot of people. One must know that these people were genuine inner disciples. Xiao Hai was flying in the sky. If he were to encounter a powerful demonic beast, then he wouldn't even have the chance to land. He was afraid that he would be beaten to the ground. At that time, he would have to use the space to save his life. But right now, he didn't want to use the space too much. Therefore, he would rather travel slowly on the ground. After coming out of the Yuanyu Peak, Xiao Hai immediately headed towards the Lesser Dragon City. The Lesser Dragon City was a big city under the rule of the Tyrant's Blade School. Most of the people living in the city were mortals. However, there were a lot of people in the city who were related to the Tyrant's Blade School. These people might be former disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School, but because they had no hope of becoming an elder, they had no choice but to return home. There were also some family members of the current disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School. Every few days, the Tyrant's Blade School would come to the city under their rule to recruit disciples. Some people with good spiritual roots would be recruited into the Tyrant's Blade School. However, because of their low status, their family members wouldn't be able to join the Tyrant's Blade School. Xiao Hai knew that the true spirit realm was much bigger than the cultivation realm. But the population of the true spirit realm was much more than the cultivation realm. A lot of people simply couldn't cultivate, they were just ordinary people. Perhaps because of the spiritual chi in the true spirit realm, their lifespan would be longer and their bodies would be better. But in the end, they were still ordinary people who hadn't cultivated before. They were no different from ordinary people in the lower realms. However, Zhao Hai's current location was the strongest place under the control of the Tyrant's Blade School. In addition to the inner disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School, there were also outer disciples, janitor disciples, and servants. It wasn't easy to find someone who wasn't directly related to the Tyrant's Blade School. However, it was precisely because of this that this place was sparsely populated. One could walk for half a day and still not meet a single person. Zhao Hai rode his demonic horse down from the Yuanyu Peak and slowly moved forward. He didn't walk very fast. He didn't pay too much attention to the Yuanyu Peak before. Before he had the transmission formation, he always used his demonic horse to enter the Yuanyu Peak. Looking from the sky was completely different from looking from the ground. This time, he took advantage of this opportunity to take a good look. The Lesser Dragon City and the Oolong Mountain were two different directions. Zhao Hai wanted to go down from the back of the Infernal Mountain. Then he would head west and then turn north. If he galloped, then he would be able to reach the Lesser Dragon City in about 10 days. If he walked slowly, then it would take about a month. Along the way, there weren't any supply points in the Tyrant's Blade School. Only when he left the main hall of the Tyrant's Blade School would he be able to see some villages and towns where cultivators could rest and eat. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry as he slowly moved forward. Along the way, he encountered some disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School. These disciples were either on foot or riding their beasts. They were all in a hurry, it was clear that they were going to do some missions. When these people saw the leisurely Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but have a strange look in their eyes. Zhao Hai didn't care about it as he slowly walked forward. Although it was said to be slow, the demonic horse's speed wasn't slow. It trotted forward quickly and steadily. It was much faster than a galloping horse. Along the way, Zhao Hai didn't stop to eat. Instead, he held a jug of wine and drank from it. From time to time, he would take out 2 peanuts and throw them into his mouth. Although the space had all kinds of good things, Zhao Hai really liked these things. A sip of wine and a peanut. The more he chewed, the more fragrant it was. The more he drank, the more comfortable he felt. The demonic horse didn't need to eat. It was a camel, so it could eat for a long time. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't treat the demonic horse badly. While the demonic horse was running, Zhao Hai would occasionally throw some fruits to it. The demonic horse seemed to have a spirit of its own. It would turn its head and eat the fruits that Zhao Hai threw. From time to time, the demonic horse would also let out 2 happy neighs. 1 person, 1 horse, and 1 jug of wine as they slowly walked along the road. This was called chic. Zhao Hai also took out a saber and inserted it into the side of the saddle. He really looked like a wanderer swordsman. After dark, Zhao Hai found a forest and then directly entered the space with the demonic horse. At this time, he still hadn't left the Tyrant's Blade Sect's headquarters. The place was vast and the people were sparse. He wasn't worried that someone would find out that he was using the space. After accompanying Laura and the others for the night, Zhao Hai came out of the space early the next morning and continued on his journey. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the number of people on the road was slowly increasing. Moreover, he could also see some merchants and farmers. The farmers were driving demonic beasts while the merchants were sitting in carriages. Only the merchants were walking. Zhao Hai suddenly had an illusion. It was as if he had returned to ancient China. Zhao Hai couldn't help but control the demonic horse and make it slow down a bit. In this kind of road, if the demonic horse were to run like before, then it might bump into people. Sure enough, before noon, Zhao Hai saw several small villages on the side of the road. The villages were quite far from the main road. There weren't a lot of people in the villages, but it still added a bit of liveliness to the road. Zhao Hai liked this kind of scenery more and more. Suddenly, Zhao Hai saw a house not far away. In front of the house, there was a wine flag. The bottom of the flag had a big red word written on it. The flag was fluttering in the wind, it was very eye-catching. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. A restaurant like this would only appear in ancient China. He hadn't been there before, but this time, he wanted to experience it. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pat the demonic horse. The demonic horse sped up, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the restaurant. The restaurant wasn't big, it was made of bluestone. There were only 5 or 6 large round tables inside, as well as a small counter. On the counter, there were several wine jars. A waiter wearing a blue robe and a small hat was busy in the store. There were also several people sitting on the tables. A woman was at the counter getting wine. The woman wasn't very good looking, she had big hands and feet. At first glance, one could see that she was a village woman who often worked. She was simple and honest. When Zhao Hai's demonic horse arrived at the restaurant, it immediately attracted the attention of the people inside. Whether it was the waiter or the waiter, they were all attracted by the demonic horse. There was no other way, the demonic horse was too divine. As soon as the demonic horse stopped, the waiter rushed out of the restaurant. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I have seen Mr. For Mr. to come to the restaurant to rest, it is the restaurant's honor. May I ask if Mr. wants to have a meal, or do you want to drink wine on the road?" Zhao Hai jumped down from the demonic horse, then he looked at the waiter and said, "I'll have a drink here. Do you have any side dishes?" The waiter immediately replied, "Yes, we do. This small restaurant has homemade side dishes. I'm afraid that Mr. wouldn't be used to it. Moreover, this small restaurant's wine is also homemade, so it's a bit bland. I ask Mr. to forgive me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Wu Feng, give me 2 jugs of wine and 4 side dishes." "Right, give me 10 jeans of wine for my horse." The waiter didn't dare to say anything, so he nodded and led Zhao Hai inside the restaurant. Zhao Hai waved his hand and threw a big rabbit from the space to the demonic horse. This demonic horse could eat anything, moreover, it was very fond of meat. Zhao Hai wouldn't treat it badly. Sure enough, when the demonic horse saw Zhao Hai throw a rabbit, it immediately let out a happy neigh and opened its mouth to eat. This made the people inside the restaurant stare blankly. This was the first time for many of them to see a horse-shaped beast eating meat. But at the same time, they also knew that this demonic horse wasn't to be trifled with. Everyone couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai's status in a higher light. The waiter's expression became even more respectful. He bowed and invited Zhao Hai into the restaurant. Then he looked for an empty table and carefully wiped it before inviting Zhao Hai to sit down. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised by Little Fool's respect. From how Little Fool addressed him, Zhao Hai knew that in the true spirit realm, cultivators were superior existences regardless of their strength. Because of this, Little Fool addressed him as Sir. Even Qiu Tai would address other cultivators as Sir. This concept of cultivators being superior had already been integrated into the bones of the people in the true spirit realm. The division of ranks had already been created from the moment the existence of spiritual roots. Zhao Hai understood that he couldn't be polite to ordinary people. Otherwise, they would be frightened. After Zhao Hai sat down, the waiter bowed to Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. Before long, 2 jugs of wine and 4 dishes were served. Zhao Hai looked at the 4 dishes. There was a plate of peanuts, a plate of vegetables, a plate of tofu, and a plate of meat. The plates weren't small, enough for one person to eat. The 2 jugs of wine were filled with porcelain jugs as well as porcelain cups. Whether it was the jugs or the cups, they were made of coarse porcelain, making them inconspicuous. Zhao Hai didn't care, he just took the jug and poured some wine into the cup. The wine looked a bit muddy and had a very light taste. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that this wine hadn't been distilled. He hadn't tasted wine like this before, so he couldn't help but take a sip out of curiosity. The taste of the wine was somewhat sour and light, but it had a different flavor. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. Then he turned his head and saw the waiter bringing a jug of wine to the devil horse. The devil horse wasn't polite as it lowered its head and began to drink. Zhao Hai glanced at it and didn't care. The devil horse's physique was very good. Not to mention 10 jin of wine, even 100 jin wouldn't be able to make it drunk. Zhao Hai picked up his chopsticks and tasted the side dish. To be honest, the taste of the side dish couldn't compare to Meg's. However, it had a unique taste, a taste unique to rural cuisine. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. Although this kind of wild food wasn't delicious, it was still good to eat it once in a while. Zhao Hai began to drink by himself. At this moment, the sound of horses galloping could be heard from the main road. Soon, 2 horses arrived in front of the store. The 2 horsemen stopped their horses and one of them said, "Junior sister, we've been walking for a long time. This is the only store we've come across. Let's go in and have something to eat." A woman's voice was heard, "All right, senior brother, look at that horse. It's so fierce. It actually eats meat and drinks wine. It's very interesting." Zhao Hai didn't care at first, but when he heard the 2 mention magic horses, he looked up and saw 2 people standing outside the restaurant. It was a man and a woman. The man looked to be in his 20s while the woman looked to be in her teens. Both of them were wearing warrior clothing, but the man had a long sword on his back while the woman had a soft whip wrapped around her waist. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it, but when he heard the 2 mention magic horses, he looked up and saw 2 people standing outside the restaurant. Behind the 2 stood 2 horses. These 2 horses looked very majestic and were over 2 meters tall. One of them was red in color while the other was white in color. These 2 horses only looked majestic at first glance. But if one looked carefully, they would notice that there were feather-like hairs on their hooves. Don't look down on these hairs. When placed on a horse's body, its value would multiply. This was because these hairs represented the horse's identity. These horses were a type of demonic beast called the wind-chasing horse. They were the best horses for long-distance galloping. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown as he looked at the 2's attire. From their weapons, they didn't seem to be from the Tyrant's Blade School. Cultivators from the Tyrant's Blade School rarely used other weapons. Most of them used blades. However, these 2 didn't use blades. It seems like they were from other sections. But why would people from other sects come to the Tyrant's Blade School? However, the 2 were currently looking at the demonic horse and didn't enter the store. Zhao Hai didn't ask them what they wanted to do. Although this was the Tyrant's Blade School's territory, they didn't need to go through the Tyrant's Blade School. It was normal for cultivators from other sects to pass through the Tyrant's Blade School's territory. Thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but relax. Then he continued to drink his wine. As for the 2, after looking at the demonic horse for a while, they didn't care about it anymore. They turned around and entered the store. When the 2 entered the store, their eyes stopped on Zhao Hai for a moment. Then they looked around and ordered 2 jugs of wine and 4 dishes. After that, they found a table and sat down. When the waiter saw the 2's attire, he knew that they were cultivators. Naturally, he was very respectful to them. After the 2 sat down, the female cultivator said to the male cultivator, "Senior brother, this time we're going to the Tyrant's Blade School to visit eldest uncle. Do you think we can learn something from him? Eldest uncle is now an inner disciple of the Tyrant's Blade School. He should be able to teach us something. Unfortunately, the 2 of us have single spiritual roots. We can't join the Tyrant's Blade School. It would be great if we could join the Tyrant's Blade School." The male cultivator sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. The Tyrant's Blade School is very strict when it comes to accepting disciples. Even though eldest uncle has 3 spiritual roots, he didn't receive any special training. However, eldest uncle joining the Tyrant's Blade School is a good thing for us." The female cultivator nodded and said, "Yes. I really envy the elders of the Tyrant's Blade School. Although our Wu clan is a big clan under the Tyrant's Blade School, compared to the Tyrant's Blade School, the difference is too big." The senior brother nodded and said, "There's no way to compare. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Junior sister, let's eat something so that we can continue our journey." When Zhao Hai heard their words, he finally understood their identity. The 2 of them were disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School's vassal clans. No wonder they didn't use blades. Although the Tyrant's Blade School used blades, not all of the vassal clans used blades. However, the disciples of the vassal clans had the priority to enter the Tyrant's Blade School. They didn't need to wait until the Tyrant's Blade School opened its gates. As long as their disciples were old enough, they could go to the Tyrant's Blade School to check their spiritual roots. As long as they were qualified, they could become a disciple of the Tyrant's Blade School. As for those who weren't qualified to become disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School, they could also cultivate at home. However, their weapons weren't limited to just sabers. They could also use other weapons, such as the long swords used by the male cultivators and the soft whip used by the female cultivators. If Zhao Hai revealed his identity as an inner disciple of the Tyrant's Blade School, then the male and female cultivators would definitely come to pay their respects to him. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do so, as it wasn't necessary. At this moment, the sound of galloping horse suddenly came from outside the door. Before long, a black steed arrived in front of the store. Then a voice was heard, "Hey! Young master, young lady, are you in the store? Quickly go home. Something happened in the family." While shouting, a person dressed as a servant scrambled into the restaurant. This servant was very handsome and wore a black robe. Normally, he would be very imposing, but right now, his face was filled with panic, completely destroying his image. The male and female cultivator immediately stood up. The male cultivator said, "Xiaoqing, what's going on? What happened in the family?" Xiaoqing quickly replied, "Young master, young lady, the family is being besieged. The patriarch wants you to quickly go back and provide support." The male and female cultivators' complexion couldn't help but change as they said, "Besieged? Besieged by who? Who dares to besiege our Wu family in the territory of the Tyrant's Blade School?" Xiaoqing was just about to speak, but after looking at the people in the store, he swallowed his words and just said, "Young master, young lady, let's go back quickly." When the male cultivator saw Xiaoqing's expression, he knew that there were some things that weren't suitable to be said in the store. He nodded and said, "All right, let's go." Then he turned his hand and took out a crystal stone and threw it on the table. Then the female cultivator turned around and walked out. After the three went out, they mounted their horses and turned around before galloping away. Zhao Hai looked at the male and female cultivator and smiled. Then he stood up and took out a crystal stone and threw it on the table. "Waiter, the bill." The waiter ran over and looked at the crystal stone on the table. He couldn't help but be shocked. Although Zhao Hai also threw a crystal stone on the table, it was much bigger than the one the male cultivator threw. It was 5 times bigger than the one the male cultivator threw. However, the value of this crystal stone was at least 10 times bigger than the one the male cultivator threw. The waiter held the crystal stone in a daze. It took a while for him to react. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the sound of hooves coming from outside. Zhao Hai had already gone far. Actually, Zhao Hai's understanding of the true spirit world was still a bit lacking. In the true spirit world, ordinary people used 3 types of currency: silver, gold, and crystal stones. Needless to say, silver and gold were the most common types of currency. However, crystal stones were a rare type of currency among ordinary people. There were also 3 types of currency used by cultivators. The first was crystal stones. Naturally, they were of the highest quality. The second was jade essence, and the third was chalcedony. Chalcedony was a type of jade that was even better than jade essence. Even in the true spirit world, its production was limited. Because of this, chalcedony became the common currency used by cultivators in the true spirit world. The male cultivator from before was too anxious, so he left a crystal stone behind. That crystal stone was enough to buy the store dozens of times over. However, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He thought that crystal stones were the common currency in the true spirit world. Therefore, he also left a large crystal stone behind. Of course, this wasn't much for Zhao Hai, but for the waiter, this crystal stone was enough for his family to eat and drink for the rest of their lives. The reason why Zhao Hai left so quickly was because he wanted to see the male cultivator's family. They also said that they were from the Wu clan. Moreover, their elders were inner disciples of the Tyrant's Saber School. In this way, Zhao Hai wasn't an outsider. Most importantly, their family was in trouble. Since his own people were in trouble, Zhao Hai couldn't just ignore it. Zhao Hai was very clear that the disciples of the Tyrant's Saber School were very united. If he didn't take care of this matter, then if the Wu clan's inner disciple were to meet him in the future, then the two wouldn't be able to talk. Zhao Hai also wanted to see who had the guts to besiege the Tyrant's Saber School's vassal family in their territory. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Zhao Hai rode his demonic horse and followed behind the 3 people. After 3 hours, Zhao Hai saw a small hill in front of him. There seemed to be a manor built on top of this hill. However, when Zhao Hai saw the matter, he stopped his horse and couldn't help but frown. Zhao Hai was still very far away from the manor. However, he could already feel waves of dense ghost qi. The entire manor was shrouded in a layer of black fog. Ghostly cries could also be heard coming from the black fog. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of two words: ghost cultivators. It seems like there were ghost cultivators attacking the manor. If he didn't guess wrong, then the manor should belong to the Wu clan. Zhao Hai's face couldn't help but turn cold. He didn't think that these ghost cultivators would be so rampant. They actually dared to attack the tyrant Saber School's vassal family in broad daylight. Weren't they too bold? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai patted his demonic horse. The demonic horse neighed and galloped forward. Its speed increased by a lot. 10 minutes later, Zhao Hai heard sounds of fighting coming from the front. Zhao Hai urged his horse to take a look. The people fighting were the two cultivators he met in the restaurant. The servant who went to look for them was now lying on the ground. His body was covered in blood. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to survive. The thing that was besieging the man and woman attracted Zhao Hai's attention. The thing that was besieging the man and woman weren't people, but ghosts. The appearance of these ghosts was very strange. They were like the liches that Zhao Hai saw before. Their lower bodies were like smoke while their upper bodies were armored warriors holding spears and halberds. However, their faces were very fierce, making them look very fierce. The man and woman weren't very strong. They were only in the nascent stage. At this time, both of them were injured. Moreover, their wounds were black. The attacks of the ghosts were actually poisonous. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but shout. He took out his long saber and a golden light flashed on the blade. Then he urged his horse to rush forward. The long saber in his hand was waved several times. With a few loud bangs, Zhao Hai blocked the ghost's weapons and arrived in front of the man and woman. The mounts of the man and woman were already dead, so they could only slowly defend against the enemy. Moreover, both of them were injured and poisoned. Just when they were about to collapse, Zhao Hai appeared. After Zhao Hai blocked the attacks of the ghosts, he immediately turned his hand and threw 2 pills into the hands of the two. Then he said, "Quickly eat the pills." The two also recognized Zhao Hai. However, they also knew that this wasn't the time to talk. The two immediately put the pills into their mouths. The pills melted in their mouths, indicating that they were high-grade goods. The two also felt their spiritual qi recovering little by little. Moreover, the poison in their bodies was also miraculously cured. The two were also people who knew their stuff. They said, "Qi Sun, Wu Ying, thanks Senior for saving our lives." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Let's talk later. Get ready to fight." Then he waved his hand and released 2 magic horses. Then he said, "Ride them, we'll rush forward together." Qi Sun and Wu Ying also knew that this wasn't the time to be polite, so they complied and jumped on their demonic horses. At this time, Zhao Hai had already fought with the ghosts several times. However, the ghosts weren't able to gain any advantage over him. This result made Zhao Hai surprised. He thought that since the other party dared to openly surround the Wu clan, then they wouldn't be weak. How come these ghosts didn't seem to be strong? Although Zhao Hai felt strange, he was more interested in Wu Xia's situation. Because of this, he didn't stay for long. After Qi Sun and Wu Ying got on their demonic horses, Zhao Hai immediately led them towards the Wu clan's courtyard. The demonic horses' speed wasn't good, their impact was very strong. The strength of the ghosts wasn't as good as Zhao Hai, so naturally, they couldn't block Zhao Hai's charge. Zhao Hai looked around and discovered that there were a lot of ghosts around. Although it took them only 10 minutes to reach the courtyard, Zhao Hai had already encountered nearly 100 ghosts. These ghosts weren't weak, the weakest of them was at the intermediate nascent realm, similar to Qi Sun and Wu Ying. For so many ghosts to appear here, it definitely wasn't a simple matter. It must be related to ghost cultivators. Moreover, looking at their appearance, it seems like they wanted to exterminate the Wu clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have surrounded the courtyard. After 10 minutes of charging, Zhao Hai and Wu Ying arrived at the courtyard. The courtyard actually had a defensive formation, no wonder it was able to last until now. When they arrived at the defensive formation, Zhao Hai turned his head to Qi Sun and said, "Can we go in?" Qi Sun nodded and said, "Yes, as long as you have our Wu clan's token, you can go in." "Senior, please wait a moment, I'll immediately give you the token." Zhao Hai nodded. Qi Sun and Wu Ying immediately rushed into the defensive array. Then, Qi Sun handed his token to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the token and entered the courtyard. When Qi Sun and Zhao Hai entered the courtyard, the people inside immediately came over. The one in the lead was an old man with a head full of white hair, but his body was very sturdy. But now, the old man looked at Qi Sun with an ugly expression and said, "Sunner, what's going on? Didn't I ask you to go to the Tyrant's Blade School and ask Master for help? What's wrong with you guys? Also, who is this person?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare blankly. Then Qi Sun couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, didn't you ask little Ching to call me and Ying Mei back? Why are you asking us to invite Martial Uncle? What the hell is going on?" The old man stared, then his face changed as he said, "Xiaoqing? Didn't I ask him to tell you to ask your martial uncle for help? Why did he ask you to come back?" Qi Sun replied, "Xiaoqing is already dead. It's very strange. He was on the way to our house when he suddenly fell off his horse and died." Zhao Hai said, "There's no need to think about it, it's certainly the work of the ghost cultivators. They don't want the Tyrant's Blade School to know about this matter." The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Is?" Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a blade token, then he handed it over to the old man and said, "Tyrant's Blade School's inner disciple, Zhao Hai." When the old man saw Zhao Hai take out the blade token, he stared blankly, then his face lit up with joy. He immediately led everyone to kneel in front of Zhao Hai and said, "The Wu family's patriarch, Wu De, and the Wu family have seen Sir." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, now isn't the time to be polite. Let's do it this way. The people outside don't know my identity, but this matter must be solved as soon as possible. I have a transmission formation on me, so I'll be returning to the sect. Before I come back, you must guard the Wu family. Nobody is allowed to enter." Wu De bowed and said, "Yes, Sir is in charge." Zhao Hai nodded, then a white light flashed from his body before he disappeared. Zhao Hai had already discovered that although the evil spirits surrounding the Wu family weren't very strong, there were still a lot of them. This was clearly a premeditated action. Moreover, it was very likely that this was a conspiracy of the ghost cultivators. This matter must be reported to the sect as soon as possible. In the next moment, Zhao Hai's figure appeared in the small courtyard of the Yinyang Peak. At this time, Qiu Tai was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Qiu Zhen was standing on the side with a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with love and satisfaction. When the two saw Zhao Hai, they stared. Qiu Zhen looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Young master, why are you here? Didn't you say that you were on a mission?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I encountered something on the way. I want to see Master." Then he walked to the door of the living room and loudly said, "Master, this disciple requests an audience." Elder Yin's voice was heard, "Come in." Zhao Hai pushed the door and walked in. When he saw the Yinyang elders sitting in the living room, he quickly gave them a salute. Elder Yin waved his hand and said, "I heard that you went out yesterday. Now that you're back, did something happen?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. Not long after this disciple left the main hall, I met the Wu clan in a place called Huanshan. The Wu clan is a vassal clan of our Tyrant Blade School. I heard that one of their members is an inner disciple of our Tyrant Blade School. On the way there, I met two disciples of the Wu clan. Later on, the Wu clan sent someone to look for them and told them that their clan was being besieged. So I curiously followed them to take a look. I wanted to see who had the guts to attack a vassal clan of our Tyrant Blade School in our territory. But when I got there, I saw that the Wu clan was besieged by evil ghosts. Moreover, there were a lot of them, at least a few hundred. Although they weren't strong, I suspect that this has something to do with ghost cultivators." When the Yinyang elders heard Zhao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but change. Elder Yin stood up and said, "Let's go. The two of us will go with you to take a look." When Zhao Hai heard Elder Yin, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Elder Yin would actually want to go with him. What kind of status did the Yin-Yang elders have? In the Tyrant Blade School, their status was similar to the Supreme Elders. Unless there was a matter of life and death, they wouldn't easily appear. So why would they want to go with Zhao Hai? However, when he saw that the Yin-Yang elders didn't look too good, he didn't ask any questions. He immediately stood up and followed the Yin-Yang elders to the courtyard outside. Then, with a flash of white light, they appeared in the Wu family's residence. The Wu clan's current situation wasn't very good. The clan's defensive formation wasn't very high level. Now that it was besieged by the ghosts, it was already on the verge of collapse. The Wu clan was already prepared to fight to the death. At this time, Zhao Hai and the Yin-Yang elders appeared. When the Yin-Yang elders appeared in the Wu clan's courtyard, the Wu clan immediately saw them. Naturally, they didn't recognize the Yin-Yang elders, but they did recognize Zhao Hai. Wu De immediately ran over and bowed to Zhao Hai. "I've seen sir." "Who are these two?" Zhao Hai replied, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. They are the elders of the sect." Wu De was startled. Zhao Hai was an inner disciple, then what kind of people were his elders? Elders? After thinking about this, Wu De became even more careful. He bowed and said, "Yes, this little one understands." The Yin-Yang elders didn't care about them. The two looked at the ghosts outside the courtyard. Elder Yang coldly snorted and said, "These bastards came out again." After saying that, he waved his hand and a saber chi shot out from his hand. The saber chi directly slashed through the barrier and slashed at the malicious ghosts outside. Those ferocious ghosts that were not weak seemed to have turned into paper. When they were cut by the saber chi, they screamed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Elder Ying waved his hand and a large, palm-shaped energy stream flew forward. Next, it landed somewhere behind the mountain. With a grasping motion, several black-clad cultivators were caught up by the massive hand. Then Elder Ying waved his hand as the hand returned to the Wu clan's courtyard. Zhao Hai looked at the captured cultivators and saw that they were already dead. These cultivators didn't look very old. Their faces were pale and their hair was pitch black. Their appearance was ordinary, there was nothing special about them. However, Zhao Hai noticed that their lips were blue and purple. Apparently, they were poisoned to death. Elder Ying coldly snorted and said, "These bastards are still the same." When they were caught, they immediately committed suicide. "Little Hai, can you turn them into undead? Can you ask them?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "I can." Then he waved his hand as a black gas wrapped around the black-robed people. When the black gas disappeared, the black-robed people were standing in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned to Elder Ying and said, "Master, you can ask them." Elder Ying nodded, then he looked at the black-robed people and said, "You are from the ghost sect." One of the black-robed people immediately replying to Sir, "This lowly one is from the Ghost Soldier Division." Elder Ying nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "The ghost sect has a lot of small divisions. The Ghost Soldier Division is one of the bigger divisions. They are the main fighting force. Little Hai, I'll take these undead back to the sect. You can go and complete your task. You don't need to worry about the rest." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Master. You can take them back to the sect, but it's best if you don't kill them. Otherwise, it would affect me." Elder Ying nodded and said, "Rest assured, we won't make things difficult for undead. Go and complete your task." Then a white light flashed from his body as he disappeared from the Wu clan's courtyard along with Elder Yang and the undead. After the Yin-Yang elders left, Wu De arrived in front of Zhao Hai and bowed to Zhao Hai, "Many thanks to Sir for helping my Wu clan." "The Wu clan can't thank you enough." Zhao Hai smiled and waved his hand, "Old Mr. Wu doesn't need to be so polite. I'm also a member of the Tyrant's Blade sect. Naturally, I wouldn't just stand by and watch." Wu De quickly said, "No matter what, Sir has done a great favor for my Wu clan. It's already late, so Sir should rest in the Wu clan. I'll have someone prepare some food and wine." "Sir, please." Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "Then I'll have to bother old Mr. Please." When Wu De saw that Zhao Hai had agreed, his heart was overjoyed. The smile on his face became bigger as he quickly said, "Sir, please." Although the Wu clan also had an inner disciple of the Tyrant's Blade sect, their Ping Jin couldn't invite someone from the sect. they couldn't even invite an outer disciple of the sect. Now that an inner disciple of the Tyrant's Blade sect was staying in their residence, this was a great matter for the Wu clan. It was also a good thing. Naturally, Wu De was very happy. Zhao Hai rode on his magic horse and moved forward at a leisurely pace. He had only stayed in the Wu family for one night before leaving. The Wu family was just a subsidiary family of the Tyrant Blade sect. There was really no reason for him to stay there. Besides, he still had a mission to complete. Zhao Hai felt that the appearance of the ghost cultivators this time was definitely not a coincidence. Otherwise, the Yin-Yang elders wouldn't be so nervous. However, these things were still too far away from him. Even if the ghost cultivators really made a big move, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to help much. This time, there were only 5 ghost cultivators, and he couldn't even deal with them, let alone the more powerful ghost cultivators. He had already told the Yin-Yang elders about the ghost cultivators appearing around the Tyrant Blade sect. The higher-ups of the Tyrant Blade sect would also know about it. When the time came, the Tyrant Blade sect would naturally have a way to deal with it. He was now just a small inner disciple. Although he was the disciple of the limitless Yang elders, in the entire Tyrant Blade sect, his words meant nothing. Therefore, he couldn't do anything now. He could only follow his own plan to improve his strength as soon as possible and familiarize himself with the fighting style of the ghost cultivators. Only in this way would he be able to obtain a chance of survival in the upcoming chaos. Zhao Hai wasn't trying to boost the prestige of others and destroy his own morale. He wasn't that kind of person. He was just thinking of the worst-case scenario and then doing the best. Just like the ghost cultivators he encountered in the Wu family before, the malicious spirits released by the ghost cultivators didn't seem to be very strong. As long as he released his undead creatures and magic beasts, they would definitely be able to disperse the malicious spirits surrounding the Gue family. However, Zhao Hai didn't know the consequences of doing so. Although the ghost cultivators didn't even have the strength to resist the Yin-Yang elders, Zhao Hai was sure that if he were to face them, his chances of winning wouldn't be high. The strength of the ghost cultivators might not be high, but they were definitely stronger than him. Since the ghost cultivators dared to besiege the Wu family, they must have some life-saving methods. When the time comes, Zhao Hai wouldn't have an easy time facing them. It was precisely because he knew this that Zhao Hai didn't deal with the ghost cultivators himself. He told the Yin-Yang elders this news. This way, not only could they easily deal with the ghost cultivators, but it would also attract the attention of the sect. Zhao Hai knew that a cultivator couldn't lose their drive. However, drive didn't equate to recklessness. If you knew that you would die, then you would be a fool. If you don't use the method to save energy, then you would be a fool. Therefore, Zhao Hai chose the most convenient method to deal with the ghost cultivators. Zhao Hai's devil horse slowly moved forward. He was thinking about the situation of the Tyrant's Blade School. He believed that the Tyrant's Blade School would certainly conduct a thorough investigation of the surrounding areas. This time, the Tyrant's Blade School didn't have to deal with the beasts in the Oolong Mountains. To be honest, the Tyrant's Blade School didn't care about the beasts in the Oolong Mountains. As long as they issued some missions and increased the rewards, the beasts in the Oolong Mountains would be finished. What they had to face now were ghost cultivators who had been fighting with the sects in the real spiritual realm for a long time. These ghost cultivators were much more difficult to deal with compared to the magic beasts. All the way to the north, Zhao Hai's speed was very fast. This was mainly due to the devil horse's speed. 13 days after he left the Tyrant's Blade School, Zhao Hai arrived at the Lesser Dragon City. The Lesser Dragon City was the first big city that Zhao Hai saw after arriving in the real spiritual realm. The city was very big. The city walls were more than 30 mego high, and the length of the walls was about 1,000 li. It looked like a dragon lying on the plains. But what impressed Zhao Hai the most was the prosperity of the Lesser Dragon City. The city was very prosperous. He saw that the southern walls of the Lesser Dragon City had a total of 12 gates. These gates were filled with people, and it seemed like there was never a break in the flow of people coming in and out. But what surprised Zhao Hai the most was that there were also cultivators holding swords and sabers. Moreover, there were a lot of them. However, there weren't a lot of people like Zhao Hai who were riding on demon beasts. Zhao Hai didn't dismount from his devil horse. Instead, he rode the devil horse towards the lesser dragon city. He noticed that at the city gate, there were several cultivators wearing warrior clothes. They had swords hanging on their waists, and on their waists, there was a jade token. This jade token was actually an identity token, indicating that they were outer sect disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School. Zhao Hai knew that in a city like the Lesser Dragon City, there would be a branch of the Tyrant's Blade School. In each branch, there would be several hall masters. The status of these hall masters was comparable to some of the elders of the sect. They could accept and teach disciples in the city. However, if there were any outstanding disciples, they would still be sent to the main hall. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that these Tyrant's Blade School's disciples would actually use this method. He thought that guarding the city gate would be done by someone else, but he didn't think that it would be done by these outer sect disciples. Zhao Hai also took out the blade command and hung it on his waist. Although the Yinyang elders had told him to do this before, Zhao Hai didn't put the blade command outside. This was because he wanted to train himself. He didn't want to rely on the blade command to solve everything. Just like last time, if he put the blade command outside, then when he was in danger, the blade chi inside the blade command would automatically be released. At that time, he wouldn't even need to do anything, the demon beasts would be finished. In fact, it wasn't just him, almost all the inner sect disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School did the same. The blade command could save one's life, but one had to face danger and constantly tap into one's potential. If one were to encounter trouble and use the blade command to solve it, then one would never be able to improve one's strength. Of course, there was another important reason. If the blade chi inside the blade command was used up, then there would be no place to replenish it. In the blade command that was issued to you by the sect, there would be 10 blade chis inside. This was given to you by the elders of the sect. If you have a good relationship with your master, then your master can help you replenish your blade chi. But if you have an ordinary relationship with your master, then when your blade chi is used up, then there would be no place to replenish it. Because of this reason, ordinary inner sect disciples wouldn't easily use their blade command unless they were in a life or death situation. At that time, they would take out their blade command and wear it on their body. Zhao Hai took out his blade command to show his identity. One must know that if an unknown cultivator wanted to enter the Lesser Dragon City, then they would be questioned by the Tyrant's Blade School's disciples. But if one was a Tyrant's Blade School's disciple, then one could enter the Lesser Dragon City at will. Sure enough, when Zhao Hai's demonic horse arrived at the gate of the Lesser Dragon City, the Tyrant's Blade School's disciples who were guarding the gate saw the blade command on Zhao Hai's waist. Their expressions turned solemn, then they cupped their fists and saluted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also cupped his fists and saluted the Tyrant's Blade School's disciples. But he didn't get off his demonic horse, instead, he directly entered the Lesser Dragon City. After entering the Lesser Dragon City, Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't think that the Lesser Dragon City's situation would be more prosperous than he imagined. The bluestone road was more than 5 feet wide. On both sides of the road, there were many shops. Pedestrians, carriages, and horses were moving along the road. From time to time, one could see some people wearing uniform walking along the road. These people had weapons on their waists, most of them were sabers. However, they didn't have the Tyrant's Blade School's identity card. Obviously, they weren't outer sect disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School. Zhao Hai allowed the magic horse to slowly move forward while he looked at the shops on both sides of the road. These shops had everything, from hotels to cloth shops, from grain stores to grocery stores, everything that one could think of could be found here. Zhao Hai looked at the people around him. Some of them were laughing, some of them looked sad, and some of them were peddling their wares. It was a very prosperous scene. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He suddenly liked this place. However, he didn't forget about his own matters. Although he came out for a mission, he still needed to pay a visit to the Tyrant's Blade School branch in the Lesser Dragon City. This was a matter of etiquette. Zhao Hai already had a map of the Lesser Dragon City. When the sect gave him this mission, they also gave him a map of the supply points along the way. Therefore, he was able to easily find the Tyrant's Blade School branch in the Lesser Dragon City. The Tyrant's Blade School branch in the Lesser Dragon City was very imposing. The entire area belonged to the Tyrant's Blade School. Outside the area, there was a huge archway with the words Tyrant's Blade School branch written on it. 2 outer disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School were standing in front of the archway. Obviously, the archway wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Zhao Hai got off his demonic horse about 100 meters away from the archway and walked towards it. The 2 outer disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School had already seen Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's demonic horse was too divine, it was impossible for them to not see it. Moreover, they also saw the blade command on Zhao Hai's waist. They knew that Zhao Hai was an inner disciple of the Tyrant's Blade School. However, because of the rules, they couldn't go up and greet Zhao Hai. They could only stand in front of the archway and wait for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai arrived in front of the archway, the 2 outer disciples immediately cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "We have seen Senior Brother." "Did Senior Brother come from the main hall?" Zhao Hai cupped his fists and said, "I came from the main hall. This time, I came to the Lesser Dragon City to complete a mission. I came here to visit the branch." One of the 2 outer disciples said, "Then Senior Brother, please come inside." Naturally, someone will come and greet Senior Brother. Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fists towards the 2 outer disciples. Then he led his demonic horse into the archway. Just as Zhao Hai entered the archway, a cultivator quickly walked towards Zhao Hai. He also had a Tyrant's Blade School's outer disciple token. When he was a few steps away from Zhao Hai, he stopped and cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "I am the Lesser Dragon City branch's managing disciple Xianxia. Senior Brother, please come with me." Zhao Hai cupped his fists towards Xianxia and said, "Inner disciple Zhao Hai has seen Junior Brother Su. I'll have to trouble Junior Brother Su." Xianxia smiled and said, "Senior Brother is too polite. Please." Then he led Zhao Hai inside. Zhao Hai walked while looking around. This area belonged to the Tyrant's Blade School, so the place was very big. Moreover, it had been unified. There were high walls on both sides of the road, making people unable to see the situation inside. But not far away, there was a big gate. Obviously, this was their destination. Zhao Hai stood in front of the giant gate. The gate was very tall. There was a large plaque hanging above the gate with a few words written on it, Lesser Dragon Branch Hall. On both sides of the gate were 2 outer disciples acting as guards. Xianxia led Zhao Hai to the gate. After entering the courtyard, a servant led Zhao Hai's magic horse. Zhao Hai followed Xianxia into the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, there was a hall. 5 people were standing in the hall. The leader of these 5 people was a middle-aged man. He seemed to be around 30 years old. He was wearing a very gorgeous warrior's robe. He stood there with a graceful bearing. Behind the middle-aged man were several young people. They were all wearing gorgeous warrior's robes. They also had a sword token on their waist. Unexpectedly, they were the inner disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School. Zhao Hai followed Xianxia to the front of these people. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Zhao Hai has seen several senior brothers." The middle-aged man looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Junior brother Zhao Hai is very polite. I am the inner disciple of the Lesser Dragon Branch Hall, Su Dingshan. On behalf of the Lesser Dragon Branch, I welcome Junior brother's arrival." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Senior brother is too polite. This little brother was just passing by. So I came to pay a visit. Is the elder present?" Su Dingshan nodded and said, "The elder is in the hall. Junior brother, please come with me." Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Su Dingshan. Then he followed Su Dingshan into the hall. When they arrived at the hall, Zhao Hai saw an old man sitting on the main seat. This old man had white hair and a beard. Even his beard was completely white. However, his eyes were shining. He looked like an old lion. No one would dare to breathe in front of him. Zhao Hai looked at the old man. Although the old man's aura was strong, it wasn't enough to scare him. He cupped his fist and said, "Inner disciple Zhao Hai greets the elder." When the old man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but curiously look at Zhao Hai. The old man knew himself very well. The saber technique that he practiced emphasized imposing aura. After so many years, he had reached a state where his imposing aura was constantly released. Ordinary inner disciples wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. It was rare for someone to be as calm as Zhao Hai. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, Zhao Hai. I seem to have heard of this name before, but I don't know where. Kid, whose disciple are you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, answering everyone's question, "I just entered the true spirit realm from the leaping dragon realm a year ago. My masters are the Yinyang elders." When the old man heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. After some time, he laughed and said, "So you're a disciple of the two senior brothers. No wonder you're so calm. Good, good. You can go and rest in the hall. Dingshan, prepare a meal and entertain Zhao Hai." Su Dingshan bowed to the old man and said, "Yes, master." Unexpectedly, this old man was Su Dingshan's master. Zhao Hai also cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, elder." The old man stood up and smiled faintly, "All right, go and rest. If you go back and see the two senior brothers, tell them that Lin Erfing paid his respects to them." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Yes, elder. I'll certainly report this matter to the two masters. Elder, you can rest assured." Lin Erfing waved his hand. Su Dingshan then led Zhao Hai out of the hall and towards the backyard. While walking, Su Dingshan smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Before, I felt that junior brother's name was very familiar, but I couldn't remember where I heard it from. Now that junior brother mentioned it, I knew that junior brother was a hero who defended the infernal Earth Mountain. This elder brother has been neglectful." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Junior brother isn't a famous person. I only made some small contributions. Senior brother doesn't need to be so polite." Su Dingshan smiled and said, "I think junior brother is too modest. Who in the Tyrant's Blade School doesn't know about you? Junior brother's battle was really beautiful. Now that the infernal Earth Mountain has been rebuilt, it can be said that junior brother has made a great contribution. This elder brother admires you." Zhao Hai repeatedly said that he didn't dare. To be honest, he hated this kind of politeness. But now that he was in someone else's domain, he had no choice but to be polite. Zhao Hai had heard about Lin Erfing before. He was known as the Lion King's blade in the Tyrant's Blade School. This person's blade was very imposing. His blade was like a lion king roaring at hundreds of beasts. Su Dingshan also had a reputation in the Tyrant's Blade School. He was known as the Thunder God Blade Lord. It was said that this person had 4 spiritual roots, and one of them was the rare Thunder spiritual root. His blade technique was very good. Before long, Su Dingshan arranged a separate courtyard for Zhao Hai. He also gave Zhao Hai 2 servants. Naturally, Zhao Hai was very grateful. After exchanging some pleasantries with Su Dingshan left. When Su Dingshan went outside, the youths behind him immediately surrounded him. One of the youths said to Su Dingshan, "Senior brother, was that Zhao Hai? The disciple of the Yinyang elders? The one who defended the infernal Earth Mountain, Zhao Hai? It doesn't look like it. Moreover, isn't his strength only at the phase condensation realm? How can he defend the infernal Earth Mountain?" Su Dingshan smiled and said, "What do you think? Do you think that the sect would lie about this matter? It's not like you don't know that Zhao Hai has only been in the true spirit realm for a year. In just 1 year, he went from the nascent birth realm to the phase condensation realm. How can such a person be a fish in a pond? Moreover, he's the disciple of the Yinyang elders. It's not like you haven't heard about the situation of the 2 elders. Can ordinary people withstand the killing intent of the 2 elders? I think that even in the lower realms, Zhao Hai would still be able to slaughter 10,000 people." Another youth couldn't help but say with a sour tone, "This kid is really lucky. He became the disciple of the 2 elders and directly entered the inner sect. In the past, we spent a lot of effort to become inner sect disciples. But he became an inner sect disciple so easily." Su Dingshan stared at the youth and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I heard that Zhao Hai didn't become an inner sect disciple because of the Yinyang elders. It was because he made a great contribution in the Leap Dragon realm. It has nothing to do with the Yinyang elders." The youth said, "How can that be? What contribution can he make in the Leap Dragon realm? At that time, he was just a person who ascended from the lower realm. What contribution did he make to the Tyrant Saber School?" Su Dingshan shook his head and said, "No one knows what contribution Zhao Hai made. However, this contribution was directly given by the sect. It seems like it's true." I also inquired about what contribution Zhao Hai made in the Leap Dragon realm. But strangely, not many people in the sect know about it. Only the sect master and some powerful elders know about it. Master also seems to know, but he didn't tell me. It's very strange. When the youths heard Lao Dingshan, they felt strange. They looked at Lao Dingshan and said, even you weren't told? What kind of contribution did Zhao Hai make in the end? Su Dingshan shook his head. He knew why his junior brothers had such expressions. It was because Lao Dingshan was Lin Erxiang's eldest direct disciple. It can be said that he was Lin Erfeng's successor. He was Lin Erfeng's most trusted person. But Lin Erfeng didn't tell him. This meant that there was something fishy about Zhao Hai's contribution. Fortunately, Su Dingshan didn't delve into this matter. Instead, he waved his hand and said, forget it, let's not talk about this. Zhao Hai came here to do a task. He won't be able to stay for long. We have to entertain him. In any case, Zhao Hai is also a disciple of the Yin-Yang elders. We can't let the two elders find fault with us. The youths nodded before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai rested inside the room for a while. Then he went outside to practice his saber. Although his courtyard wasn't big, it wasn't small either. It was enough for him to practice his saber. After practicing his saber 3 times, he heard someone knocking on the door. Zhao Hai quickly put away his saber and waved his hand. A servant immediately opened the door. Zhao Hai looked outside and saw Su Dingshan. Zhao Hai quickly cupped his fist and said, I've seen senior brother Su. Su Dingshan smiled and said, junior brother Zhao doesn't need to be so polite. Dinner has already been prepared. Junior brother, please come with me. Zhao Hai quickly replied, then senior brother can come personally. You can just send someone to call me. Su Dingshan smiled and said, it's nothing. Junior brother, let's go. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Su Dingshan outside. Before long, the two arrived at the dining room. There was a table in the dining room. 4 young people were standing beside the table. Zhao Hai recognized them at a glance. These 4 young people were the ones who greeted him along with Su Dingshan. They were also inner disciples. Zhao Hai didn't dare to neglect them. He quickly cupped his fist and said, Zhao Hai greets senior brothers. The several people also quickly returned the greeting. Su Dingshan smiled and said to Zhao Hai, these are my senior brothers. This is Zhao Feihu, this is Li Gu, this is Qian Wushuang, and this is Sun Gu. Originally, I wanted to invite Master to come out and have a drink with us. However, Master said that we wouldn't be able to drink to our heart's content. Therefore, he didn't come and let us entertain junior brother Zhao Hai. I hope junior brother Zhao Hai doesn't take offense. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's good. If the elders were here, then I wouldn't dare to drink too much. Today, meeting senior brothers is fate. I must drink to my heart's content. When Su Dingshan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, good, good. We'll do as junior brother says. We must drink to our heart's content. Then he invited Zhao Hai to sit down. The others also sat down. The dishes on the table were all good. There were some dishes that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. It must be said that the food in the true spirit world was very good. It wasn't any worse compared to Earth. After all, the people here also needed to eat. Moreover, after a long period of development, their food culture was very good. Zhao Hai can see that Su Dingshan really wanted to get to know him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so polite. Naturally, he also wanted to get to know a few more people. As the saying goes, more friends means more roads, more enemies means more walls. Zhao Hai didn't want to make enemies everywhere. If he really wanted to make enemies, then he wouldn't give them any chance to retaliate. Zhao Hai and the others ate very happily. Under Su Dingshan's deliberate efforts, they quickly became familiar with each other. Zhao Hai also asked about the situation around the Lesser Dragon City. Su Dingshan also explained everything to Zhao Hai. This allowed Zhao Hai to have some understanding of the situation around the city. After Su Dingshan finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Junior brother, I don't know what task you took this time. You've been in the true spirit world for less than a year, I'm afraid that you can't take on a task that's too difficult. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I won't hide it from senior brother Su. This time, I took a task for an outer court disciple. Junior brother still has some self-awareness. I heard that the Li family's village outside the Lesser Dragon City is haunted. The sect wants to send disciples to investigate, so I came here. When Su Dingshan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare and said, so it's this task. I know about this task. The Li family's people reported this task to me, then I reported it to the sect. I also sent people to investigate before, but they didn't find anything. It seems like there's no Yin Qi there. I don't know where this haunted place came from. But I heard that the Li family's people came 2 days ago and said that the haunted place still hasn't been solved. I was thinking of sending people to investigate, but since Junior brother is here, then we naturally can't delay Junior brother's task. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Junior brother will do his best. I was wondering why the Tyrant's Blade sect would have a branch in Lesser Dragon City. But now, it seems like these missions are meant for outer disciples to go out and gain experience. There's no danger at all. Hee. I'm ashamed to say this, but as an inner disciple, I can only accept such missions. I'm really embarrassed. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Junior brother, I'm sorry. Su Dingshan laughed and said, Senior brother, if other people heard you, they would be furious. You've just entered the true spirit world for a year and you've already entered the phase condensation stage. Such a cultivation speed can be considered one of the best in the Tyrant's Blade sect. If you're ashamed, then other people wouldn't be able to live. Junior brother, when will you go to the Li family's village? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, I'll go tomorrow. This isn't a big task. I can't stay outside for too long. Moreover, senior brother might have heard that I'm still farming for the sect. It's not good for me to leave for too long. Therefore, I'll have to go back as soon as possible. Su Dingshan nodded and said, that's good. But I heard that junior brother brought those robots from the lower realm. They're a great help to the puppet hall. Hee. Moreover, you've taken over a large piece of land in the sect. Even if you don't do tasks, it's enough for you to cultivate. Junior brother, with such conditions, why do you still want to do tasks? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I can't not do it. As a cultivator, if I don't do missions, where would I get the chance to train? If I don't have the chance to train, then my strength won't improve. I don't want to become a waste. When Su Dingshan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod and said, good. Junior brother is right. As a cultivator, if you don't go through experience, then it's impossible for you to become a talent. Senior brother wishes junior brother to become a talent as soon as possible. Cheers. Cheers. Zhao Hai rode his magic horse and slowly headed towards the Li Jia village. Although he hadn't gone to the Li Jia village to complete his mission, his harvest was already not small. Of course, this harvest wasn't referring to material gains, but rather the fact that he had made friends with Su Dingshan and the others. Su Dingshan had received Lin Erfeng's teachings, so his blade technique was very focused on imposing aura. Although he couldn't release his aura at any time like Lin Erfeng, but he was already faintly able to do so. His whole body was full of temperament, and he was definitely not a simple character. Moreover, Yalong City was a very important branch of the Tyrant's Blade School. As the head of this branch, Lin Erfeng's words carried a lot of weight in the Tyrant's Blade School. And as his eldest disciple and successor, Su Dingshan's status in the Tyrant's Blade School wasn't low either. Currently, Zhao Hai didn't know many people in the Tyrant's Blade School. After all, he had only been here for a year, and most of his time was spent on cultivation. It could be said that besides Dao Shu and the others, only Gu Yueyu was familiar with him. The others weren't very familiar with him. Now that he could get to know Su Dingshan and form a good relationship with him, it would be good for his future development in the Tyrant's Blade School. Although the disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School were known for their unity, Zhao Hai didn't believe that there weren't any factions within the Tyrant's Blade School. Where there are people, there will be rivers and lakes. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to participate too much in these matters, and with his status, it was still possible for him to not participate. Don't forget that he had 2 incomparably powerful masters. With these 2 great gods, who would dare to offend him, not wanting to participate in the struggle between factions didn't mean that he had to isolate himself. He could still fight with some disciples of other sects. After all, one more friend was always better than one more enemy. A distance of more than 100 miles was nothing for the magical horse. It arrived in less than 2 hours, and this was because it didn't run fast. The Li family village was not a big village. The entire village only had 100 or so households. Moreover, they all belonged to the Li family. It was said that their ancestors were also disciples of the tyrant's blade school. However, there were fewer talented disciples later on. For several generations, there was no one with a spirit root. Therefore, they slowly went from being a subsidiary family of the tyrant's blade school to an ordinary family. The Li family village was built at the foot of a small mountain. This village was not very high, but there was a river on the mountain that looked like a jade belt. The Li family village was connected to this river, so it could be considered a treasure land. Zhao Hai stood outside the Li Jia village and looked at it. Right now, it wasn't the time for farming, and the farmers didn't have much work to do. Therefore, the entire Li Jia village was very quiet. It was like a paradise. Zhao Hai observed for a moment. It was just as Su Dingshan said, the Li Jia village didn't have any yin qi. It felt very peaceful and peaceful. How could such a place be haunted? Zhao Hai patted the magical horse and walked towards the village. The Li Jia village was mostly made of stone and wood. Each house had its own courtyard. Only one of the courtyards was the largest and most imposing. It seemed like this was the place where people with high status lived. When Zhao Hai entered the village, he discovered something different. Generally, in the village, the villagers would gather in groups of 3 or 5 to drink tea and chat. Children would also run around the village. However, the Li Jia village was different. There wasn't a single person in the entire Li Jia village. Aside from a few barking sounds, it was as if he had entered a ghost village. Zhao Hai noticed that there were people in the Li Jia village. However, these people were currently hiding in their homes and didn't dare to come out. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He rode his magical horse to the largest courtyard in the village. He jumped off the magical horse and walked to the courtyard's door. Then he gently patted the door and said, "Is there anyone here? I am a disciple of the tyrant's blade school. I received a mission to come here. If there is anyone here, please open the door." As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the door creaked open. A young man was standing inside the door. He looked at Zhao Hai with an excited expression. When he saw Zhao Hai's attire and magical horse, the young man became even more excited. He immediately knelt down in front of Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, you've come. Our Li Jia village is saved." Zhao Hai quickly helped the young man up and said, "Get up and talk. What's going on? Why didn't the people in the village come out?" The young man stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai and said, replying to Sir, "Because the village is haunted, everyone is afraid. Therefore, no one came out. Sir, please go inside and rest." Then he turned around and let Zhao Hai enter the courtyard. At this time, several people came out of the house. There were men and women, old and young. Zhao Hai counted them. There were more than 10 people in the family. The oldest among them was an old man. He had white hair and age spots. He was holding a cane in his hand. The young man who opened the door for Zhao Hai ran to the old man and loudly said, "Grandfather, this is Sir from the Tyrant's Blade School. He came to catch ghosts." The old man was a bit hard of hearing, so the young man spoke so loudly. Fortunately, the old man heard what the young man said. He didn't make a mistake. Instead, he excitedly knelt down in front of Zhao Hai and said, "This little old man, Li Difu, greets Sir." How could Zhao Hai let such an old man kowtow to him? He quickly supported the old man and loudly said, "Sir, there's no need to be so polite. I came here because I received a mission from this sect. Sir, please tell me what's going on with this haunted house." The old man quickly said, "Sir is too polite. This little old man can't afford it. Please come in and have some tea." Zhao Hai didn't decline and helped the old man into the house. The old man repeatedly said that he didn't dare. Zhao Hai didn't let go and helped the old man into the house. After entering the house, Zhao Hai took out a pill and gave it to the old man and said, "Sir, I see that your hearing is a bit bad. Take this pill, it will make you feel better." This was just an ordinary pill, but the old man was still excited. One must know that ordinary people couldn't eat this pill. This was a pill used by cultivators. the old man trembled as he received the pill. Then he knelt down in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly helped the old man up. The old man wanted to treat this pill as a family heirloom, but Zhao Hai didn't let him. Instead, he let the old man eat the pill. After the old man took the pill, his ears turned old and his spirit was restored. After thanking Zhao Hai, the old man said, "Sir, this haunting started a month ago in our Li family's old tomb. A month ago, our village's Li Zhuzi made a bet with several young people in the village that he wasn't afraid of ghosts, so he went to the old tomb and lived there. But the next day, he didn't come back. We went to the old tomb and saw that Li Zhuzi had died there. His death was very tragic, his heart had been dug out. Everyone was afraid, but they didn't think that it was a haunting. They thought that he had encountered some kind of monster beast, so they buried him. But in the following days, Li Suazi disappeared again. Everyone searched the entire village but couldn't find him. In the end, they found him in the old tomb. He was also killed and his heart was dug out. Everyone thought that it was a haunting, a ghost had dug out his heart, so we reported this matter to the higher-ups." Speaking up to here, the old man paused, then he sighed and said, "But the ghost is really too cunning. When the Tyrant's Blade sect came to Lesser Dragon City, it didn't make any movements. The elders stayed in the village for 2 days and didn't find anything, so they went back. But when they went back, the ghost started to cause trouble again. From the time we discovered the haunting until now, more than 10 people have died in our village. Everyone's heart was dug out. Sir, this time, you have to save our village." Zhao Hai gently knit his brows and said, "When a cultivator comes, it doesn't appear. When I leave, it comes out again. Now that I'm here, if it doesn't come out, then it will be troublesome. Old man, do you have a place to live here? Can you arrange it for me? Also, can you tell me the location of the Li family's tomb? I want to see it." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Sir, you can live in my house. There are a lot of rooms, enough for you to live in. Little Feng, go and prepare the rooms for everyone." The person who opened the door for Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and ran away. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and knew that he had no choice but to live here. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll live here." "Old man, can you tell me where the Li family's tomb is? I want to see it." The old man quickly replied, "Sir, there's no need to worry. It's not too late to go after eating. I've already had someone prepare a meal." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Old man, there's no need to be polite. I'll go take a look first. It won't be too late to eat when I come back." When the old man heard Zhao Hai, he stood up and said, "Sir, please come with me." After the two left the courtyard, the old man pointed to a small hill behind and said, "It's in an open space behind the forest. That's where the Li family's tomb is located. It's not far from here. I'll have the villagers take you there." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. Thank you, old man. I'll go by myself." After he said that, Zhao Hai cupped his fist to the old man. Then his figure moved and directly ran towards the back of the mountain. Before long, they arrived at the back of the Li family's village. The back of the village was maintained very well. There were a lot of trees on the mountain, most of them were pine trees. However, Zhao Hai could see that these pine trees were planted behind the village. After passing through the pine forest, a grave mound appeared in front of Zhao Hai. These graves looked quite old. However, the Li family's village seemed to have a habit of having round graves. Every year, they would add new soil to the graves. Because of this, the graves looked quite big. Zhao Hai looked at these graves and couldn't help but frown. Although these graves were very old, there should be people taking care of them. They didn't look deserted. How could such a place be haunted? Moreover, he couldn't feel a trace of Xianxia in this cemetery. It simply didn't meet the conditions of being haunted. What's going on? After walking around the Li family's tomb for a while, Zhao Hai didn't find anything. This made him somewhat disappointed. It seems like this matter wouldn't be solved in a short time. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he turned around and went down the mountain. After arriving at the Li family's village, Zhao Hai didn't directly go to the Li family's residence. Instead, he walked around the village and looked at the terrain. The Li family was originally a large family. Although they were separated, they weren't very far from each other. Because of this, the Li family's village wasn't very big. After a while, Zhao Hai walked around the village and returned to the Li family's residence. Zhao Hai didn't wander around the Li Jia village for nothing. He wanted to collect all the places in the Li Jia village so that it would be easier for him to monitor and act in the future. When Zhao Hai returned to Li Difu's residence, he discovered that Li Difu's family was waiting for him at the door. Zhao Hai quickly said to Li Difu, "Elder, why are you all standing here?" Li Difu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, did you find anything?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, there's nothing special there. I couldn't find anything. But Elder can rest assured, I'll be staying here for a few days." When Li Difu heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but turn gloomy. However, he was very clear that it was impossible for a cultivator like Zhao Hai to stay here for a long time to help them catch ghosts. Therefore, he nodded and said, "Then I'll have to thank Sir." "Sir, the meal has been prepared, please." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed the Li family into the house. After eating, Zhao Hai followed Li Difu's grandson, Li Feng, to the room that was prepared for him. This was the Li family's best guest room. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't need a good place to stay, but he still accepted the Li family's good intentions. Zhao Hai was very clear about his identity. In the hearts of the Li family, he wasn't just a simple cultivator. He was their hope, their savior. Because of this, the Li family was very nervous about him. They were afraid that if they offend him, he would leave in anger. Then the Li family's troubles would be even bigger. This night, Zhao Hai has been monitoring the situation in the Li Jia village. The people of the Li Jia village were very afraid, so they went to bed early. Almost no one left the house. Although Zhao Hai came, they were still afraid. Therefore, the entire Li Jia village was very quiet at night. However, Zhao Hai was happy to see this situation. He wanted to see what was attacking the people of the Li Jia village. However, Zhao Hai didn't find anything that night. Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He strolled around the Li Jia village during the day and slept at Li Difu's house at night. He didn't seem to be worried at all. 7 days passed and nothing happened. The Li Jia village seemed to have restored its peace. During the day, the people of the Li Jia village began to come out. There weren't any missing villagers. These days, the people of the Li Jia village were very polite to Zhao Hai. However, they also slowly discovered that Zhao Hai's character was very good. He was very good to the children of the village. Because of this, the people of the Li Jia village and Zhao Hai became familiar with each other. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to see how long the heart-digging ghost could endure. At the same time, he would contact Su Dingshan from time to time. He wanted to see if there were any other places besides the Li Jia village where the heart-digging ghost appeared. If there were other places, then it meant that the heart-digging ghost had run to another place. If there were no other heart-digging ghost, then it meant that the heart-digging ghost was still in the Li Jia village. In the end, Su Dingshan told him that besides the Li Jia village, there were no other haunted incidents. This made Zhao Hai even more reluctant to leave. He stayed in the Li Jia village for half a month. Zhao Hai was now very familiar with the people of the Li Jia village. He knew everyone in the village. Moreover, the heart-digging ghost seemed to have disappeared. Zhao Hai had seen the corpses of the Li family before. Their hearts were indeed taken out. Looking at their wounds, it seems like they were dug out by claws. However, this made it even harder to determine what attacked the villagers. This was because in the true spirit realm, there were a lot of things that had claws like these. Zhao Hai didn't think much about it. It wasn't only demon beasts, some people who practiced special techniques could do it. Even evil spirits could do it. Additionally, the people who died had been dead for some time. Because of this, it was even harder to determine what attacked them. After 15 days without any results, Zhao Hai couldn't wait any longer. After dinner, Zhao Hai turned to Li Difu and said, "Uncle Fu, I've been in the Li Jia village for more than 10 days. The heart-digging ghost still hasn't appeared. I think it might have already left. I also have to go back." Hearing Zhao Hai, Li Difu didn't say anything. He knew that Zhao Hai had already given them a lot of face by staying in the Li clan for so many days. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have already left. Li Difu replied, alright, the Li Jiao village will remember Sir's kindness. If Sir has time in the future, you must come to the Li Jiao village. Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. Then he rested in Li Difu's house for the night. The next day, the entire village sent him off as he left the Li Jiao village and went straight to Lesser Dragon City. After bidding farewell to Su Dingshan in the Lesser Dragon City, Yi Shiwen didn't stop for a moment and directly rushed to the Tyrant's Blade School's main hall. In the evening, he stayed in a small town not far from the Lesser Dragon City. After eating in the small town's hotel, Zhao Hai returned to his room and sat quietly on his bed. At the same time, he closed his eyes and began to contact Kai in his mind to monitor the Li Jiao village. Although Zhao Hai left the Li Jiao village, he wasn't really relieved. He didn't think that the ghost had really left. However, Zhao Hai also understood that if he stayed there, the ghost would never come out. Therefore, he said that he would leave so that the ghost would come out again. The Li Jiao village was very quiet at night. The villagers didn't have anything to do, so they went to bed very early. After dark, almost everyone went to bed. In the middle of the night, a faint shadow suddenly floated out from a small courtyard in the Li Jiao village. Zhao Hai immediately noticed the shadow. At the same time, he also noticed the small courtyard where the shadow appeared. The courtyard belonged to a family named Li Taijun. Li Taijun was a very honest person. He heard that when he did a physical test in his early years, he was found to have a single spiritual root. However, he couldn't enter the Tyrant's Blade sect. Moreover, the Li Jiao village's martial arts had been lost. Therefore, he could only be a farmer at home. However, this Li Taijun was a good person. He met Zhao Hai a few times and was very honest. He was also very enthusiastic towards the people of the Li Jiao village. Whoever had a problem, he would help them. He was a very good person in the Li Jiao village. However, Zhao Hai had Kaier bring the monitor to Li Tiejuan's house. Li Taijun was the only one living in the house. His mother had already taken an oath, and he was still unmarried. He was one of the few bachelors in the Li Jiao village. When he saw the situation in Li Tiejuan's house, Zhao Hai was stunned. He saw Li Taijun holding a small flag-like thing and casting a spell. From the way he cast the spell, it was clear that he was a ghost cultivator. The evil spirit that just went out was released by him. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Li Jiao village was haunted by a mole. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that Li Taijun didn't have the slightest chi of a ghost cultivator. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. However, now wasn't the time to look at Li Taijun. Zhao Hai focused his attention on the evil spirit that Li Taijun released. The evil spirit was heading towards the Li family. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. His figure moved and appeared in the Li Jiao village. He held his sword and directly rushed towards the evil spirit. Zhao Hai quickly discovered that this evil spirit was different from the one he encountered in the Wu family. The evil spirit that he encountered in the Wu family was completely black and translucent. Although this evil spirit was also translucent, it had a faint red glow. Moreover, this evil spirit didn't have any weapons in its hands. Instead, it had two sharp claws. It looked like its attack power wasn't weak. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared, the evil spirit discovered him. When it saw Zhao Hai rushing towards it, the evil spirit saw that it had no hope of escaping. It turned its head and screamed as it went straight towards Zhao Hai. The evil spirit's scream immediately attracted the attention of the entire Li Jiao village. The lanterns in the Li Jiao village lit up one after another. Several brave villagers looked out of the window and saw that Zhao Hai was fighting with a red evil spirit. This discovery made the people of the Li Jiao village stunned. They didn't know when Zhao Hai would come back. However, they still didn't dare to go out. They were all looking at the situation outside. Zhao Hai didn't think much about it. He fought with the evil spirit several times and found that the evil spirit wasn't very strong. At most, it was only at the middle rank of the freshman stage. With such strength, it naturally couldn't be Zhao Hai's opponent. After 10 rounds, Zhao Hai beheaded the evil spirit. Although evil spirits were ghosts, it was impossible for them to be immune to physical attacks. Moreover, Zhao Hai's attacks were infused with spiritual energy. Because of this, the evil spirit naturally couldn't defeat Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai killed the evil spirit, his figure moved and went straight to Li Tiejuan's house. Li Taijun was obviously someone who had just learned the ghost cultivation method. He only had one evil spirit. Moreover, after the evil spirit was killed by Zhao Hai, he was also injured. But now that he felt Zhao Hai rushing over, he knew that he was exposed. He didn't think about running away. He was very clear that he couldn't run away. Therefore, he held the small black banner and rushed out of the house. Zhao Hai looked at Li Taijun, his eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Taijun, why do you want to harm the people of the Li Jia village? They are all your family members." Li Taijun looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Why? You're asking me why? I'm obviously a person with spiritual roots. I can obviously be like you. No matter where I go, I'll be respected. But I can only farm here. My family clearly left behind a cultivation method, but that old man Li Difu refused to give it to me. He didn't think of me as a member of the Li family. Why should I think of myself as a member of the Li family?" When Zhao Hai heard Li Taijun, he couldn't help but frown. Then he said, "Is this the reason why you hurt your relatives?" "Taijun, it's not that I don't want to give you my family's cultivation method, but my family really doesn't have any cultivation methods. Back then, my Li family's ancestor was only an outer disciple of the Hegemon Saber School. Because he didn't have any great achievements, he returned home and established the Li family's clan. However, due to the attack of ghost cultivators, the patriarch died in battle and my Li family's cultivation method was lost. There is only a set of saber techniques and no qi circulation cultivation method. If I give you the saber technique manual and you practice it, things will become even more troublesome when you go out. A saber technique without a qi circulation cultivation method is just for show. You won't be able to defeat others." When Li Taijun heard Li Difu, his eyes couldn't help but turn red as he said, "I don't believe you. The family temple has always been managed by your family. Naturally, you can say whatever you want." Li Difu looked at Li Taijun's appearance, then he sighed and said, "Taijun, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. Do you think that you're the only one with spiritual roots in the village? When I was young, I also had a single spiritual root, so I couldn't enter the tyrant's saber school. In the end, I could only farm at home. If I really had a cultivation method, then I wouldn't have practiced it." At this time, a lot of people from the village ran out. When they saw the situation, they knew what was going on. Everyone looked at Li Taijun with shock. The village's evaluation of Li Taijun was very good. But they didn't think that Li Taijun was the culprit who killed more than a dozen people in the village. Li Taijun had already lost his mind. He looked at Li Difu and sneered, "You also have spiritual roots? Who would believe that? You don't want me to practice it, so what? I still practiced it. You might not have thought about it, but the reason why the saber left behind by the ancestor didn't rust wasn't because of the ancestor's blessing, but because of the soul of the ghost cultivator that the ancestor killed. Ha ha ha. I inadvertently absorbed that soul and learned the ghost cultivation method. Now I know that the strongest cultivation method in the world isn't the tyrant's saber school, but the ghost cultivation method." Zhao Hai looked at Li Taijun, then he coldly snorted and said, "So you practiced this cultivation method? I'm very curious, where did you get this ghost from?" When Li Taijun heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but turn red as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you think that this is the first time I got this cultivation method? It's been 3 years since I obtained this cultivation method. 2 years ago, my mother fell seriously ill and was about to die. In order to be with my mother forever, I refined my mother's soul into my natal spirit. I originally planned to be with my mother forever, but you killed my mother." When Li Taijun said this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be startled. He didn't think that Li Taijun would be crazy to this degree. He actually refined his mother into his life source soul. It seems like this guy was completely crazy. It wasn't just Zhao Hai, everyone in the Li family village looked at Li Taijun as if they were looking at a madman. They knew that Li Taijun actually refined his mother's soul into his natal soul. One must know that Li Taijun was a filial son. How could he do such a thing? Li Taijun refining his mother's soul into his natal soul seemed to be for his mother's good, so that his mother could live in this world in another way. In fact, this wasn't the case. Ghost cultivators' method of refining their natal soul was actually a process of taming. In this process, the refined soul would suffer countless torments. Finally, it would completely lose its consciousness and become a slave of the ghost cultivator. It can be said that becoming a ghost in the hands of the ghost cultivator not only didn't bring any benefits, but also caused endless pain. Because of this, when the Li family village heard that Li Taijun refined his mother's soul into his natal soul, they were very surprised. Zhao Hai looked at Li Taijun and coldly snorted, "Are you really doing this for your mother's sake? I know that a natal soul must be refined from the soul of a person who has been killed. A naturally dead soul can't be refined into a natal soul. If your natal soul is really your mother's, then you killed her with your own hands. Do you think that her soul is still your mother? Moreover, you let your natal soul devour blood to cultivate, and the target is your family. Li Taijun, you really have the heart to do this." Li Taijun coldly snorted and said, "Cultivators have to be ruthless. Zhao Hai, haven't you killed anyone? In order to cultivate, killing a few people is nothing." Zhao Hai looked at Li Taijun's appearance and shook his head. Li Taijun was completely demonic. Such a person couldn't be allowed to live. If such a person were to grow up, then he would become a murderous demon king in the future. Zhao Hai waved the long saber in his hand and said, "There's no need to talk nonsense. Prepare to die." Li Taijun coldly snorted and said, "It's not certain who will die. Today, I'll refine you into my ghost. A ghost refined from a cultivator's soul. Ha ha ha. You'll definitely be more powerful." Then Li Taijun waved the black banner in his hand. The black banner immediately emitted a burst of black gas, followed by a burst of ghostly cries. This black gas floated towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai paid attention to it, he discovered that inside this black gas, there were faint ghosts taking shape. There weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. Moreover, they weren't fully formed. It seems like they were refined recently. They should be the people he killed in the Li family village. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. He waved the long saber in his hand as the 8-gate golden lock saber was released. Not only did he protect himself, he also protected the villagers of the Li family village. When the villagers of the Li family village saw the two fighting, they immediately retreated. They didn't want to be implicated. When the villagers retreated, Zhao Hai no longer had any scruples and began to go all out. Although Li Taijun was a ghost cultivator, he hadn't been cultivating for a long time. To be able to reach this level in just 3 years was already very good. However, compared to Zhao Hai, he was still lacking. The two fought for less than 30 rounds before Li Taijun was beheaded by Zhao Hai. After killing Li Taijun, Zhao Hai immediately took Li Taijun to the space and turned him into an undead. He didn't want to turn Li Taijun into an undead, he just wanted to see if what Li Taijun said was true. If Li Taijun really learned the ghost cultivation method from the ghost cultivator's remnant soul, then it would be fine. If not, then someone must have taught him, then this matter would need to be investigated. Fortunately, what Li Taijun said was true. He really did obtain a ghost cultivator's remnant soul from the Li family sword and learned the ghost cultivation method. With this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. When the villagers saw that Zhao Hai had killed Li Taijun, they immediately gathered around. Li Difu bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, sir, for getting rid of this evil for my Li family village. The Li family village is very grateful." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Uncle Fu, you're too polite. Alright, it's already late, I'll be leaving. I'll be taking Li Tiejuan's corpse for research. Uncle Fu, please forgive me." Li Difu sighed and said, "Let's follow Mister's decision." Li Taijun actually made a move against his own family and even turned his mother into a ghost. According to the rules of the Li family, he should be expelled from the family. He's no longer a member of the Li family. When Zhao Hai heard Li Difu's words, he didn't know what to say. He just sighed and cupped his fist towards Li Difu. Then his figure moved and disappeared from everyone's sight. This was the first time that Zhao Hai used a spatial divergent ability after arriving in the true spiritual realm. Fortunately, the Li family village had already stopped cultivating. They didn't understand what was going on and thought that it was just an ordinary method used by cultivators. Although they felt that it was strange, they also thought that it was natural. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to his hotel room. Sitting on the bed, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't sighing for the Li family village, but for Li Taijun. Looking at Li Tianjuan's appearance, Zhao Hai knew that Li Taijun had gone crazy from wanting to cultivate. In the true spiritual realm, where cultivators were supreme, if one didn't cultivate, then they wouldn't be able to make a name for themselves. It was precisely because of this that Li Taijun became like this. In the end, it was the environment that caused this tragedy. However, Zhao Hai could only sigh. He couldn't change this situation. He was a cultivator, but in the true spiritual realm, he was just an inconspicuous member. Not to mention his current status, even if he became the Yin-Yang elders or the patriarch of the Tyrant's Blade sect, the true spiritual realm wouldn't change. Cultivators ruled over mortals. To put it bluntly, cultivators were just members of the world. Although they did things according to the will of the heavens, if they had the ability to go against the will of the heavens, then they would be kicked out. This was the path that cultivators had to walk. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but lose interest. His figure flashed and returned to the space. After chatting with Laura and the others for a while, he stayed inside the space for the night. The next morning, he rode his magic horse towards the Tyrant's Blade sect's headquarters. Along the way, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. When he entered the Tyrant's Blade sect's headquarters, he suddenly felt that something was different. When he left, the Tyrant's Blade sect's headquarters didn't have a peaceful atmosphere. But now, he could feel that the atmosphere was tense. From time to time, he could see cultivators hurrying along. All of them had dignified expressions on their faces. Although he didn't know what happened, Zhao Hai knew that these people's expressions were related to the Wu family being besieged by the ghost cultivators. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel anxious, so he increased his speed. When he went to the Li family manor, it took him half a month. But when he came back, it took him less than 10 days. After returning to the Tyrant's Blade sect's headquarters, Zhao Hai first went to the task hall to submit his mission. Then he rode his magic horse to the Yin-Yang Peak to see the Yin-Yang elders. In the courtyard of the two elders, Qiu Tai was still practicing. Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire this kid. This kid had the potential to become a martial arts maniac. When Qiu Tai saw that Zhao Hai had returned, he immediately went forward to greet him. With an excited expression, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, you're back." Zhao Hai patted Qiu Tai's head and smiled, "Little Hai, how's your practice going?" Zhao Hai really liked Qiu Tai. This kid was very sensible and very obedient. He believed that no one would dislike such a child. When Qiu Tai heard Zhao Hai, he immediately said, "Young master, I'm working very hard. If you don't believe me, then I'll show you." Then Qiu Tai got into a stance and started practicing. When Zhao Hai saw Qiu Tai's appearance, he quickly said, "Little Tai, wait a moment. I'm going to see master. You can practice after we get home." When Qiu Tai heard Zhao Hai, he smiled embarrassedly and nodded. At this time, Qiuzhen opened the door to the living room and walked out. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the two elders have invited you in." Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, Uncle Zhen." Then he entered the living room. The Yin-Yang elders were already sitting in the living room. Zhao Hai quickly gave them a salute. The Yin-Yang elder waved his hand and said, "All right, how was the mission?" Zhao Hai replied, "The mission has been completed. Lijia village does indeed have a ghost cultivator, but he isn't an outsider. Lijia village used to have a cultivator who was an outer disciple of the Tyrant's Blade school. But later on, he returned to his hometown and established the Li family. Later on, when the ghost cultivators invaded, he fought with them and died. His family's inheritance was broken, but the ghost cultivator's remnant soul was left on his blade. There was a person in Lijia village called Li Taijun. He had a single spirit root and couldn't pass the sex assessment, so he could only return home and work as a farmer. He wanted to cultivate, so he finally obtained the ghost cultivator's remnant soul from the blade and learned the ghost cultivation method. When his mother was seriously ill, he refined her soul into his life source spirit. The reason why the people of Lijia village said that it was haunted was because he fed his life source spirit with blood. I've already beheaded that Li Taijun and turned him into an undead. I'm sure that he didn't learn the cultivation method from another blood cultivator." Zhao Hai continued. When Elder Yin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod and said, "So that's how it is." Good, you've done a good job. Recently, the main hall has become more sensitive because of the Wu family's attack. Therefore, the main hall is paying attention to all matters related to ghost cultivators. It's good that you're able to see whether Li Taijun was lying or not. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go back and rest. You've been out for more than a month, you must be tired. Zhao Hai smiled and said, It's not hard at all, master. If there's nothing else, then I'll go back first. I haven't been back for more than a month. I want to see how the field is doing. When Eldarine heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, Alright, go. Take good care of little Tai. That kid will become a talented person in the future. I've seen him in the past 2 days. His fist technique is already very good. Zhao Hai nodded, then he gave the two a salute before he turned around and led Chiu Tai back to the 52nd courtyard. Although he hadn't been back for more than a month, the things that were produced in the fields were collected by the robots. The vegetables that couldn't be stored were taken into the space by Kai. As for the other things that could be stored, they were stored in the warehouse of the 52nd courtyard. However, if Zhao Hai didn't come back, then the warehouse wouldn't be able to store those things. After receiving those things, Zhao Hai directly went to the sundry hall and sold them to the sect. The people in the sect already knew that Zhao Hai had a lot of fields, so they weren't surprised. These things gave Zhao Hai a lot of income, especially the breadfruit and bamboo rice. They were very popular in the sect. A lot of cultivators would choose to bring a few breadfruits with them when they go out. Not only were they good, they were also very easy to store. Zhao Hai currently had a nickname in the Tyrant's Blade sect, the Carefree Farmer. Although it had nothing to do with the blade, a lot of people in the sect knew about his nickname. This was because as long as he guarded his fields, he would be able to live a carefree life. It was unknown how many people envied him. Zhao Hai didn't dislike his nickname at all. There was nothing wrong with being a farmer. Perhaps in the eyes of these cultivators, farmers were indeed a level lower than them. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that without farmers, what would the Tyrant's Blade School eat? Those low-level cultivators had to eat. Without farmers, they wouldn't have anything to eat, let alone cultivate. After returning to the 52nd courtyard, Zhao Hai cultivated every day. He supervised Chiu Tai's cultivation and paid attention to the news about ghost cultivators. But what made Zhao Hai surprised was that after 2 months, the news about the ghost cultivators completely disappeared. Not only did Zhao Hai find this strange, the higher-ups of the True Spirit Realm also found this strange. Zhao Hai was the only one who found this strange. The higher-ups of the True Spirit Realm also found this strange. A while ago, these ghost cultivators were causing quite a lot of trouble. Ghost cultivators appeared all over the True Spirit continent, causing people to think that the war between ghost cultivators and the major sects of the continent had begun once again. However, after 2 months, these ghost cultivators suddenly disappeared as if they had never appeared. This caused the major sects of the True Spirit world to be extremely puzzled. Was it all bark and no bite, or was it the calm before the storm? This was the question that all the major sects of the True Spirit world were concerned about. However, after 3 months, the ghost cultivators still didn't take any action. The major sects couldn't help but slowly feel relieved. It seemed like the ghost cultivators didn't really want to start a war with the major sects of the True Spirit world. With this thought, the atmosphere of the entire True Spirit world relaxed. The inferior Earth Mountain returned to its former tranquility. The inner disciples who were extremely nervous and wanted to do missions every day to increase their strength also let out a sigh of relief. Only Zhao Hai was still leisurely living his life. Now, when the inner disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School saw Zhao Hai, they would have a strange expression on their faces. They didn't understand why Zhao Hai was like this. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was completely capable of increasing his strength in a short period of time, but he didn't do so. It wasn't a coincidence that the inner disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School thought this way. One must know that Zhao Hai's 2 masters weren't ordinary people. They were elders of the Tyrant's Blade School, and very high-status elders at that. They must have a lot of good things in their hands. Moreover, these people were very clear that the Yin-Yang elders valued Zhao Hai very much. In this case, if Zhao Hai wanted to increase his strength in a short period of time, then the Yin-Yang elders would certainly have a lot of ways to help Zhao Hai. Even if the Yin-Yang elders didn't take action, Zhao Hai had already sold a lot of things to the sect. And those things were exchanged for a lot of contribution points for Zhao Hai. As long as he had those contribution points, then Zhao Hai would be able to exchange them for some cultivation pills. Thus, it wouldn't be difficult for him to increase his strength in a short period of time. However, Zhao Hai didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Every day, he practiced martial arts in his small courtyard, taught his servants to practice martial arts, and from time to time, went to the fields below to take a look, or went to the sect to sell some food and vegetables. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all, which made the inner disciples even more curious about Zhao Hai. But at the same time, some people were very disdainful of Zhao Hai. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was completely wasting his time. He didn't use such good conditions to increase his strength as soon as possible. Instead, he was busy with useless things every day. He really didn't look like a cultivator. They didn't understand how someone like Zhao Hai could ascend from the lower realm. They didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking. In the past few months, Zhao Hai hadn't been idle. Now, his Dharma idol was almost the same size as himself. In other words, he was about to reach the peak of condensing phase. Zhao Hai's cultivation speed was too fast. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the Yin-Yang elders were worried. The Yin-Yang elders told Zhao Hai to relax for a while and not be in a hurry to cultivate. They wanted him to stabilize his state of mind. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He knew his own situation. He didn't need to stabilize his state of mind, but it didn't matter. He didn't want to cultivate too fast and attract attention, so recently, he deliberately slowed down his cultivation speed. He didn't want to concentrate on condensing his Dharma idol, but mainly focused on the cultivation of the saber technique. Zhao Hai received 15 saber technique manuals from the Saber Pavilion a few months ago. This was the number of manuals he could get for free in 2 years. Zhao Hai received all the saber technique manuals, and now he was studying those saber techniques every day. Because of the help of his thought power, Zhao Hai's speed of practicing the saber technique was very fast. It didn't take long for him to finish practicing a set of saber techniques. However, switching between different saber techniques was a problem. Zhao Hai cultivated the saber technique directly. His saber technique was the purest, but it also became the biggest obstacle for him to integrate the saber technique. Ordinary people couldn't cultivate the saber technique to the highest realm. At most, they would pursue more powerful saber techniques after reaching the Desheng realm. However, Zhao Hai's saber techniques had almost reached the realm of comprehending the Great Tao, which was much higher than those people. However, there were also benefits to not being proficient. If one didn't cultivate the saber, they wouldn't be able to cultivate the essence of the saber technique, and they wouldn't be able to reach the realm of the saber spirit. That way, they would be able to freely combine the saber techniques of several saber techniques. Although the power wouldn't be great, it would be quite powerful if used well. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was different. Every blade technique of Zhao Hai's had already reached the life realm. In other words, each of his blade techniques had their own independent soul. If you want to combine different souls to form a new one, it would be too difficult. But Zhao Hai wasn't the same. Zhao Hai's blade techniques had already reached the life realm. In other words, each blade technique had its own independent soul. If the saber techniques of other cultivators were like building blocks or building a house, then Zhao Hai's saber techniques were to combine the souls of two people, turning two people into one. The difficulty of this was completely different. Therefore, although Zhao Hai could cultivate those saber techniques to the highest realm in the shortest time, it wasn't that easy to integrate them. However, Zhao Hai also discovered that it was much easier to integrate saber techniques of the same attribute than saber techniques of different attributes. Now, Zhao Hai wanted to integrate several saber techniques of the same attribute first, and then integrate saber techniques of different attributes to achieve true integration. What Zhao Hai did every day was to practice the saber, practice the saber, practice the saber, practice the saber non-stop. Naturally, he couldn't practice the saber all the time. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to going crazy. After more than a year of cultivation, Chiao Tai's cultivation had already reached a certain level. Zhao Hai estimated that Chiao Tai's strength was now equivalent to an early-stage nascent realm cultivator. Moreover, he cultivated the demon subjugation technique, which made his strength incomparably great and his defense amazing. Ordinary early-stage nascent realm cultivators weren't necessarily Chiu Tai's opponent. If this were to be known by others, they would be very surprised. In the real spiritual world, every child would be tested at the age of 5 to see if they had spiritual root compatibility. If they did, they would be accepted into the major sects to be nurtured. However, even for those children with heavenly spiritual roots, they would only be accepted into the nascent realm at the age of 10 after being accepted into the sect for 3 to 5 years. Being able to enter the nascent realm at the age of 8 was already considered a genius. However, Chiu Tai was able to enter the nascent realm at the age of 6. If other people were to know about this, they would definitely be envious to death. The reason why those geniuses needed 3 years to enter the real spiritual world was because they started from nothing. They cultivated bit by bit, and this wasn't easy. The most difficult part of the path of cultivation was the first step. If you couldn't even take the first step, then what was the point of cultivating? Additionally, even if those geniuses were to enter the sects, it was impossible for the sects to gather all the resources for them to cultivate. There would always be other people who would come and share the resources with them. But Chiu Tai was different. Chiu Tai walked the path of a body cultivator from the very beginning. Zhao Hai used the most scientific methods to train him. At the same time, Zhao Hai also gave him medicinal baths every day. The medicinal herbs used in the medicinal baths were all high-grade goods from the space. Even in a great sect like the Tyrant's Blade sect, these were still good things. If the people of the Tyrant's Blade sect were to know that Zhao Hai used these herbs to bathe Chiu Tai, then they would certainly be heartbroken. It was precisely because of Zhao Hai's help that Chiu Tai was able to reach the initial stage of the nascent realm in such a short time. This was already a great achievement. What made Zhao Hai feel even more satisfied was that Chiu Tai's perception of fist techniques was very high. This kid was a pure martial maniac. If he didn't cultivate for more than 16 hours every day, then he would feel uncomfortable sleeping. Now, his fist techniques had already taken shape. Although he cultivated the demon subduing divine exercise, his fist techniques were firm and soft. He had already grasped the essence of fist techniques. Zhao Hai was also about to reach the peak of the phase condensation stage. He was about to break through to the clone stage. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Every day, he would practice his blade techniques, look at the fields, and guide Chiu Tai. Although Zhao Hai focused on the blade, he didn't give up on his fist techniques. Zhao Hai's speed of understanding martial arts was far beyond ordinary people. Because of this, he began to slowly perfect his understanding of the blade. All methods were interconnected. Zhao Hai wanted to use this method to make his blade Dao more mature. At this time, he didn't only practice the blade, he also practiced his fist techniques. He practiced all kinds of weapons. However, he didn't specialize in the blade as much as he did in the blade. Instead, he focused on the blade while the others were secondary. Unknowingly, Zhao Hai had been in the true spirit realm for a year and a half. During this time, he spent most of his time cultivating. He didn't even go to the space much. But recently, good news came from the space that made Zhao Hai happy. The good news was that Laura and the others had reached the immortal stage. They were now qualified to enter the true spirit realm and be together with Zhao Hai. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely good news. The environment of the true spirit realm wasn't any worse than the space. Moreover, the food they ate here was also made by the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want Laura and the others to stay inside the space. Now that Laura and the others had reached the immortal stage, Zhao Hai decided to have them live in the 52nd courtyard. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai's figure appeared in the small courtyard of the Yinyang Peak. Qiuzhen was currently tidying up the courtyard. The courtyard was now much more orderly than before. Moreover, Qiuzhen had also planted a lot of flowers and plants, making the entire courtyard more gentle and beautiful. When Qiuzhen saw Zhao Hai, he immediately went to greet him. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, young master." "Young master, you haven't been here for a few days. Where's little Tai?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Little Tai is cultivating at home. That kid has become a cultivation maniac. I'll come to see him when I have time. This time, I'm here to talk to master about something." Xiaozhen nodded and said, the two masters are here. Young master, please. Zhao Hai nodded, then he walked to the living room and said, Master, this disciple wishes to see you. Elder Yin's voice was heard, come in. Zhao Hai nodded, then he pushed the door and walked in. After bowing to the two, Elder Yin waved his hand and had Zhao Hai sit down. Then he asked, why did you come here? Is there something you need? The reason why Elder Yin asked this was because he had asked Zhao Hai to cultivate slowly. Therefore, Zhao Hai shouldn't have any questions for them. Therefore, it was strange for him to come here. Zhao Hai looked at the Yin-Yang elders and said, Master, this disciple came here today because I have something that I need your help with. When the Yin-Yang elders heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Ever since Zhao Hai became their disciple, they didn't ask for any help. This made the two elders feel that Zhao Hai was too independent. As a master, they felt that Zhao Hai was a failure. Now that Zhao Hai suddenly asked for their help, the two elders didn't know how to react. After some time, the Yin-Yang elders finally reacted. Elder Yin looked at Zhao Hai and said, what's the matter? Go ahead. Zhao Hai smiled embarrassedly and said, Master, my wives are now at the immortal stage. I want to bring them to the true spiritual realm. When the time comes, I'll have to use the dust pond in your courtyard. What do you think? When the Yin-Yang elders heard Zhao Hai, they were even more stunned. Elder Yang looked at Zhao Hai and asked, your wife? Did you get married in the lower realm? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right. I have several wives who ascended with me from the lower realms. When I arrived at the true spirit realm, they were in the cultivation realm. Because they haven't reached the immortal stage yet, they couldn't appear here. Now that they have, I want to bring them over. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Elder Yin asked, how do you know that they've reached the immortal stage? Are you still in contact with them? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, we've always been in contact. We use a small transmission formation. Since I'm a spatial divergent ability user, I can directly bring them to the true spiritual realm. But once they arrive, they'll have to use Master's dust pond. Elder Yin looked at Zhao Hai and said, you're a spatial divergent ability user as well? Can you directly return to the cultivation realm? Zhao Hai nodded and said, but I can't stay there for too long. The laws of space are starting to repel me. This time I'm only going to bring them back. Elder Yin nodded and said, if you can bring them over, then you can use the dust pond. There's no problem. Zhao Hai nodded and said, then I'll have to thank the two masters. I'll go and prepare. After 2 days, I'll bring them here. Elder Yin nodded. Then Zhao Hai stood up and bowed to the two before he turned around and left. After Zhao Hai left, Elder Yang turned to Elder Yin and said, Senior brother, it seems like Zhao Hai still has a lot of secrets that he hasn't told us. That kid is actually a spatial divergent ability user. Interesting. Elder Yin smiled and said, it's normal that he didn't tell you. Everyone would leave a few cards up their sleeves, especially people like Little Hai who ascended from the lower realms. If they didn't leave a few cards up their sleeves, then I'm afraid they would have already died. Elder Yang nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, however, I can see that Little Hai is a sentimental person. If it was an ordinary person, then they wouldn't think of bringing their wife to the true spirit realm. Since he's sentimental, then he wouldn't do anything to the Tyrant's Blade sect. We didn't make a mistake in accepting this disciple. Elder Yin nodded and said, right, Zhao Hai's sentimental nature is a good thing. In a few days, I want to see what kind of people his wives are. For them to be able to follow Zhao Hai from the lower realms, I'm afraid they aren't simple. Elder Yang nodded and said, right, let's see. If they're really worth training, then we might as well train them. In any case, this is Zhao Hai's business. Elder Yin nodded and said, let's wait for them to arrive. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to the 52nd courtyard. He commanded the robots to clean up the room. When Qiu Tai saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he didn't know what he was doing. So he quickly asked, young master, what's wrong? Is someone coming? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, yes, my wife will be coming in a few days. When Qiu Tai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, young master, are you saying that the young madam is coming? When is she coming? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, she'll be here in a few days. Don't worry, we just need to clean up the room. Qiu Tai looked at Zhao Hai and said, where is the young madam? How come I haven't heard Zhao Hai mention her before? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, they're still in the lower realms, waiting for me to pick them up. You don't need to worry about this matter, just go and cultivate. I've already dealt with the matters here, so they can live here. Although he still didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, Qiu Tai didn't ask anything and just nodded. Zhao Hai commanded the robots to clean up the room. Actually, this was just for show. The robots would clean the room every day. Moreover, the decoration of the 52nd courtyard was done according to Laura and the others' wishes. There was no need to clean it up at all. Zhao Hai didn't immediately go to pick up Laura and the others. He waited for a few more days in the 52nd courtyard. At the same time, he had Laura and the others stabilize their cultivation inside the space. Although Laura and the others had reached the immortal stage for some time, they still needed to enter the true spirit realm. Zhao Hai remembered that when he first arrived in the true spirit realm, he was almost crushed by the laws of heaven and earth. Although the space was now the same as the true spirit realm, the space was still the space. But if something were to happen to it, then it wouldn't be good. After waiting for another 7 days, Zhao Hai felt that it was about time. Laura and the others were also somewhat annoyed, they also wanted to accompany Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai decided to go to the Yin-Yang Peak. When he arrived at the peak, he found the Yin-Yang elders and told them that he wanted to meet Laura and the others. Then he would go to the Yin-Yang Peak and then head to the dust pond. Naturally, the Yin-Yang elders agreed. Then the group went to the courtyard. Zhao Hai gave the Yin-Yang elders a salute. Then his hands formed seals while his mouth muttered some incantations. After some time, a white light appeared on Zhao Hai's body. The white light became more and more intense. In the end, it enveloped Zhao Hai. Then the Yin-Yang elders felt the space fluctuate. Zhao Hai's body disappeared in the white light. In the next moment, Zhao Hai appeared in the courtyard with several women behind him. The Yin-Yang elders thought that Zhao Hai would have at most 1 or 2 wives. But now, it seems that this wasn't the case. The two counted and found that there were actually 9 wives. The two couldn't help but look at each other as they smiled bitterly. They didn't know that their disciple was actually a playboy. Zhao Hai's complexion was pale. This wasn't an act, it was because he had used too much spiritual qi. He didn't think that it would be this difficult to transfer between 2 realms. Even if he used his spatial force, he still felt that he had used too much spiritual qi. Fortunately, the transfer went smoothly. The Yin-Yang elders looked at Zhao Hai's complexion. Then they waved their hands as a white light covered Laura and the others. Then the Yin-Yang elder said, Zhao Hai, how do you feel? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I'm fine, masters. I'm very good. Laura, Meg, Megan, Lizzie, Ryan, Barry, Julie, Kai and Margaret have seen masters. Laura and the others immediately bowed to the Yin-Yang elders and said, we have seen masters. Elder Yang waved his hand and said, no need. Zhao Hai, you lead them to the dust pond. Zhao Hai nodded and then gave the 2 elders a salute. Then he led Laura and the others to the dust pond. When they arrived at the dust pond, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the entrance to the dust pond was covered with a curtain. It seems like this was done in the past few days. The 2 elders were very thoughtful. After Zhao Hai sent Laura and the others to the dust pond, he went out of the cave and returned to the small courtyard. Nobody came to Yin-Yang Peak, so he wasn't afraid that something would happen to Laura and the others. After returning to the small courtyard, Zhao Hai saw that the Yin-Yang elders didn't enter the room. Instead, they were standing in the courtyard. It seems like they were waiting for him. Zhao Hai quickly gave a salute to the 2 elders and said, Masters, you didn't take a rest? The Yin-Yang elders waved their hands and said, no need, we'll wait here for a while. When they come out, we'll test their spiritual roots and see if they're worth cultivating. When Zhao Hai heard the Yin-Yang elders, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Masters, their innate talents are very good. However, their minds aren't focused on cultivation. Otherwise, their cultivation speed wouldn't be any slower than mine. Moreover, their situation is quite special. I'm afraid that ordinary methods to test their spiritual roots wouldn't be of much use to them. When the Yin-Yang elders heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Oh? Tell us, what's going on?" Berry is from a special race in the lower realms. Her race specializes in spiritual force. Her innate talent for spiritual force is much stronger than ordinary people. Over the years, she has been focusing on spiritual force cultivation. Kaya herself is a flower demon, her body is a 7-colored flower. Julie's situation is the most special, she can be considered a special race. Therefore, the spiritual root test wouldn't necessarily work on them. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "But Berry is from a special race in the lower realms. Her race focuses on spiritual force. Her innate talent for spiritual force is much stronger than ordinary people. She has been focusing on spiritual force cultivation for many years now. Kaya herself is a flower demon, her body is a 7-colored flower." The Yin-Yang elders couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They felt that Zhao Hai's taste was a bit heavy. How could he have a foreign race and a beast as his wives? Wasn't this kid too much? One couldn't blame the Yin-Yang elders for thinking this. Although there were beasts in the true spirit realm, humans and beasts rarely intermarried. If a human married a beast as his wife, they would be looked down upon. The same was true for beasts. Because of this, when the two heard that Zhao Hai had a foreign race and 2 beasts as his wives, they couldn't help but be startled. After some time, the Yin-Yang elders sighed and said, "All right, let's leave it at that." "Right, has your courtyard been cleaned up?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's already been cleaned up. Master, you can come with me to the 52nd courtyard. Have Laura and the others be filial to you. You can also direct their cultivation. In any case, besides the dust pond, there's nothing else to worry about. What do you think?" When the Yin-Yang elders heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. To be honest, the two didn't think about it. However, they weren't young anymore. Although their bodies were still in good condition, they still wanted a junior to accompany them. Because of this, when they heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be moved. However, after thinking about it, Elder Yang shook his head and said, "Forget it, you should know about our situation. Although we can control our killing intent, it's still too heavy. It wouldn't be good for Laura and the others to have too much contact with us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Master, you're thinking too much. Laura and the others have killed a lot of people from the lower realms. They wouldn't be afraid of being affected by killing intent. You don't need to worry." When the Yin-Yang elders heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. After a while, the Yin elder nodded and said, "All right, we'll go to the 52nd courtyard. We can also observe Oolong Mountain. The beasts there aren't easy to deal with." The Yin elder nodded and said, "All right, then we'll go to the 52nd courtyard." Seeing the 2 old men agree, Zhao Hai happily said, "All right, the rooms have already been prepared. You 2 can live there. Do you want to go now?" Elder Yin shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's wait for Laura and the others to come out." Zhao Hai looked at the 2 and knew that this was the only thing he could do. However, Zhao Hai still sent Xianxia over first. Since the Yin-Yang elders were going to live in the 52nd courtyard, Xianxia naturally had to follow them. As for the small courtyard of the Yin-Yang peak, only 2 robots were left to clean it. 7 days passed by in a blink of an eye. Laura and the others finally came out of the dusting pond. Although their physical fitness wasn't as good as Zhao Hai's, they were still stronger than average people. There wasn't much black in the dusting pond. Seeing Laura and the others come out, Zhao Hai and the others immediately went to the 52nd courtyard. At this time, there were only Qiao Zhen and Qiao Tai as well as some robots in the courtyard. Now that Zhao Hai and the others returned, the courtyard immediately became lively. Zhao Hai also invited Blade Rat and the others to meet with Laura and the others. Blade Rat and the others were very surprised. They didn't know where Zhao Hai got so many wives in such a short time. However, they didn't ask too much. Since the Yin-Yang elders were present, they were very cautious. After drinking some wine, they returned to their own courtyards. The news of the Yin-Yang elders moving to the 52nd courtyard as well as Zhao Hai's wives quickly spread throughout the Tyrant's Blade sect. These people were very surprised. They didn't expect the Yin-Yang elders to move to the 52nd courtyard. They also didn't expect that Zhao Hai, who had just arrived in the true spirit realm for a year, would have wives. Moreover, he had more than one. This time, Laura and the others were preparing to settle down in the true spirit realm. Because of this, they needed to learn some cultivation methods. Fortunately, the Yin-Yang elders were there. They just needed to casually teach them some blade techniques. This was enough for them to practice for a while. They didn't have the abnormal learning ability of Zhao Hai, so they could only practice bit by bit. It must be said that the happiest person was Chiu Tai. This kid was very cute, he had won the favor of Laura and the others. This made Chiu Tai very happy. With so many people doting on him, Zhao Hai was very happy. However, Chiu Tai's training didn't fall behind. This was the first time that the Yin-Yang elders saw Chiu Tai's body tempering process. When they saw Zhao Hai's training method, the two couldn't help but nod. Not to mention the medicinal bath, Zhao Hai's body tempering method was definitely the most scientific. Because of the addition of Laura and the others, the 50-second courtyard became a lot more lively. The smiles on the faces of the Yin-Yang elders also increased. Moreover, ever since they arrived at the 50-second courtyard, Meg had taken over the job of cooking. Meg's cooking skills were much better than the robots. Although the robots' cooking skills were good, they didn't have a bit of spirituality in them. On the other hand, the food made by humans had a trace of spirituality. The Yin-Yang elders were now very fond of Meg's cooking. Every night during dinner, they would drink 2 cups of wine with Zhao. When the 2 elders were young, they were busy with their cultivation. If they didn't fight for the Tyrant's Blade sect, then they wouldn't have been able to enjoy this kind of happiness. This made the 2 elders smile every day. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't stop these days. He continued to practice his blade, fist, and other weapons. When the Yin-Yang elders heard that Zhao Hai wanted to learn from everyone, they were very surprised. However, they still agreed with Zhao Hai's decision. This was because the practice of the blade was very good. Laura and the others weren't stupid. Everyone was good at learning the blade. However, the one that they learned the best was Julie. Julie was originally Zerg, and Zerg specialized in killing. Because of this, she was able to learn blade techniques very quickly. Moreover, the blades that Julie used weren't ordinary blades, they were 2 curved blades. Coupled with her ghostly hair, they were very powerful. Compared to Julie, Laura and the others were much worse. However, they didn't expect to be able to kill people. Although they practiced martial arts more than before, they still spent most of their time on other things. Meg liked to do housework. On the other hand, Laura and the others brought their computers to the courtyard and studied formations every day. When the Yin-Yang elders saw Laura and the others using computers to study formations, they understood why Zhao Hai was so good at studying formations. Computers were definitely great tools, especially those from the cultivation world. Their computing power was very strong. These days, Laura and the others were using computers to study the formations that they used in the past. Seeing the results of the computers, the Yin-Yang elders immediately invited the formation elder over. When the formation elder arrived at courtyard 52 and saw the results of the computers, he didn't say anything and immediately took one of the computers back to his laboratory. Zhao Hai didn't care about this situation at all. Even if a computer was stolen, it wouldn't be a big deal for them to use it. Even if they were able to copy it, it wouldn't be surprising. This was because computers were divided into software and hardware. Even if you can copy it perfectly, without the support of software, it would just be a pile of scrap iron. At the same time, the entire true spirit realm had calmed down. Nothing happened, the ghost cultivators had disappeared. The great sects were still maintaining their original appearance, as if nothing had happened. 6 months after the Yin-Yang elders moved to courtyard 52, Zhao Hai welcomed a good thing. Lin Ling and Xianxia had returned from the Leap Dragon realm. Originally, Lin Ling and Xianxia could have returned from the Leap Dragon realm a bit earlier. However, something happened in the Leap Dragon realm. The people from the Hegemon Sword sect weren't very honest. In the end, the Hegemon Sword sect had Lin Ling and Xianxia return to Crossblade City for a period of time. This delayed their return by more than a year. It wasn't until 2 years after Zhao Hai entered the Hegemon Sword sect that they returned from the Leap Dragon realm. When the two returned, Zhao Hai didn't bother them. This was because they had just returned from the Leap Dragon realm and had a lot of things to deal with. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't bother them. It wasn't until a week after the two returned to the Hegemon Sword sect that Zhao Hai rode his dragon to the Ground Speed Peak. Lin Ling and Xiangying were both disciples of the Ground Speed Peak. Because of this, Gu Yueyu called the two senior brothers. Zhao Hai hadn't been to the Ground Speed Peak before. In the past, it was Gu Yueyu who went to the Ground Speed Peak to look for him. This was Zhao Hai's first time here. The Ground Speed Peak was quite far from the Ground Speed Peak. It took Zhao Hai more than 3 hours to arrive. The area of the Ground Speed Peak was bigger than the Ground Speed Peak. The Ground Speed Peak had a total of 36 mountains. Each mountain had 1 or 2 courtyards for people to live in. In the past, Zhao Hai knew that Lin Ling and Xiangying lived in the 23rd courtyard of the Ground Speed Peak. Because of this, he didn't take a detour and directly went to the 23rd courtyard. Although the 23rd courtyard also had a martial arts field, Zhao Hai couldn't let the Pegasus land there. Instead, he let the Pegasus land outside the courtyard. The 23rd courtyard wasn't like the 52nd courtyard. There were 2 guards in front of the gate. Moreover, these 2 guards were inner disciples. They were originally from the 23rd courtyard. Every month, the 23rd courtyard would arrange some people to do chores. Things like guarding the gate were also rotated every month. When the two saw Zhao Hai arrive, they curiously looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai ran down from the Pegasus and cupped his fist towards the two and said, "I'm Zhao Hai from the Ground Speed Peak. I heard that senior brother Lin Ling and senior brother Xiangying have returned from the Leaping Dragon realm." Zhao Hai came to pay his respects. When the two heard Zhao Hai's name, they couldn't help but stare. Then they immediately thought of the rumor that it was Lin Ling who led Zhao Hai to the Tyrant's Blade sect. Now that they heard that Zhao Hai came to visit Lin Ling and Xiangying, the two were even more certain of the rumor. The two cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen junior brother Zhao Hai. Senior brother Lin and senior brother Xiang are in the martial arts field. Junior brother can go find them." After Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude, he received his Pegasus and went inside. After Zhao Hai entered the 23rd courtyard, the cultivators in the courtyard looked at him curiously. However, no one came forward to question him. After all, Zhao Hai came in through the front door. This meant that there was no problem with Zhao Hai's identity. If they came forward to question him, then they would be looking for trouble. If they encounter someone with a bad temper, then they might end up offending them. Zhao Hai didn't care about these people as he slowly walked towards the martial arts field. There were a lot of cultivators practicing their saber techniques. Lin Ling and Xiangying were among these people. The two had just returned from the Leaping Dragon realm, so they weren't used to the True Spirit realm. Therefore, they were currently doing some adaptive training. Zhao Hai looked at the two. Lin Ling's saber technique was fierce and unyielding. Every move was fierce and full of killing intent. On the other hand, Xiangying was using a soft saber. Her saber attacks seemed to be light and gentle, but they were also strange and dangerous. Zhao Hai was no longer an ignorant person. His understanding of the saber wasn't inferior to any saber grandmaster. Because of this, Zhao Hai could see that although Lin Ling and Xiangying's saber techniques were good, they had only reached the small success stage. They weren't very strong. Lin Ling and Xiangying were very perceptive people. They immediately noticed that someone was staring at them. When they turned their heads, they saw that it was Zhao Hai. Their faces lit up as they quickly put away their sabers and walked towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he cupped his fist and said, "Senior brother Lin, senior brother Xiang, you're back." Lin Ling laughed and said, "Yes, we came back a bit late. However, we know what you've done in the sect." "Good, you've done a lot in just 2 years. You're amazing. We wanted to visit you in 2 days, but we didn't expect you to come first. Come, let's go to my room." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Brother Lin, brother Xiang, I'm here today to invite you to my place for a drink. I prepared everything. How about it? Let's go." When Lin Ling and Xiangying heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then Lin Ling laughed and said, "All right, let's go. I heard that the 2 elders are staying at your place. We can't let them wait for too long. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, yes, the two masters are staying at my place. I've already asked Meg to prepare some food and drinks. Let's go and have a drink. Then he walked to the side of the two. His body flashed with a white light as he disappeared from the 23rd Courtyard's training field. As soon as Zhao Hai left, the people of the 23rd Courtyard gathered around him. A cultivator said, was that person Zhao Hai? I just heard him say that he has two masters, and they're both staying at his place. Then he must be Zhao Hai. It seems like the rumors are true. Zhao Hai was brought to our tyrant's saber school by Brother Lin Ling. Another person nodded and said, there's no mistake. He said Meg before. I know that one of Zhao Hai's wives is called Meg. Don't you think that it's strange? Where did that brat Zhao Hai get so many beautiful wives? Some time ago, I went to the Wulong Mountains to do a mission. I saw them at the foot of the mountain. They were really beautiful. A cultivator next to him whispered, I heard that Zhao Hai's wives came from the lower realms. I heard that Zhao Hai went to the lower realms to pick up his wives. Because Zhao Hai's wives hadn't reached the nascent realm, they couldn't enter the true spirit world. But when his wives reached the nascent realm, he immediately took them to the true spirit world. That brat is really a sentimental person. Did you notice? Zhao Hai's strength seems to have reached the essence condensation stage. It's only been 2 years. Amazing, yeah, he's really amazing. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai, Lin Ling, and Xianxia appeared in the 52nd Courtyard's training field. At this time only Qiu Tai was practicing. When he saw the three people, he immediately stopped and ran to Zhao Hai. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, greetings, young master. Greetings, seniors. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said to Lin Ling, Big brother Lin, this is Qiu Tai. He's a servant that the sect assigned to me. However, I didn't treat him as a servant. I'm currently teaching him martial arts. This kid is really good, he's about to reach the middle stage of the newborn realm. Very good. Then Zhao Hai turned to Qiu Tai and said, Little Hai, this is your big uncle Lin and this is your big uncle Xiang. Remember them. Alright, let's stop practicing. Let's go in and eat. Qiu Tai shook his head and said, there's no need, young master. It's not time to eat yet. I'll practice for a while. You can go in and eat. When Zhao Hai heard Qiu Tai, he didn't stop him. Qiu Tai was about to reach the middle stage of the newborn realm. Therefore, he had been practicing very diligently. After leading Lin Ling and Xianxia into the house, Meg and the others were already prepared. Zhao Hai invited the two to sit down. Then he turned to Meg and said, where are the two teachers? Meg smiled and said, the two teachers said that with them here, you wouldn't be able to drink to your heart's content. Therefore, they didn't come over. Right, I just called Brother Saber Rat and the others. They'll be here soon. Zhao Hai nodded and said, good job. Bring us some wine. You can go and rest. Meg nodded, then she turned around and left. After a while, she came back with 2 large jugs of wine. Then she put down the jugs and bowed to Lin Ling and Xianxia before leaving. After Lin Ling and Xianxia sat down, they looked around. After a while, the two nodded. Zhao Hai's house was really well decorated. Although it was gorgeous, it didn't look ostentatious at all. It had a very deep flavor and was very nice to look at. At this moment, a voice came from outside, Brother Zhao Hai, why did you think of looking for us to drink today? As soon as the voice fell, Blade Rat and the others entered the room. After Zhao Hai introduced Blade Rat and Lin Ling, they immediately poured the wine and started drinking. In fact, Lin Ling and Blade Rat had heard of each other's names before, but Blade Rat's name wasn't very good. The 12 monsters originally didn't have a good reputation in the Tyrant's Blade School, but now, they were envied by everyone because they had their own mountain. Although Lin Ling and Xianxia had been staying in the Leaping Dragon realm, they were still aware of the situation in the Tyrant's Blade School, especially Zhao Hai's situation. Because of this, they were also paying attention to what was happening in the desolate mountain. Although in the eyes of others, the rewards given to Zhao Hai were too much, Lin Ling and Xianxia didn't think so. They knew that Zhao Hai destroyed the Kasha Crystal realm. It can be said that Zhao Hai had made a great contribution to the Tyrant's Blade School at that time. Such rewards weren't excessive at all. On this day, Zhao Hai and the others didn't know how much wine they drank. In any case, 3 or 4 jugs of 50 jin were empty. Lin Ling and the others didn't use their spiritual qi to suppress the alcohol, so in the end, everyone got drunk. By the time Lin Ling and the others returned from the 52nd courtyard to the 23rd courtyard, it was already 3 days later. But this time, they were very happy. After receiving Lin Ling and the others, Zhao Hai returned to his previous carefree life. However, he was now preparing to break through to the severed soul stage. The severed soul stage was to send a part of one's soul into one's avatar, making the avatar one's avatar. In this way, the avatar would be one's avatar, and one's avatar would be one's avatar. Naturally, this wasn't easy. A single mistake could cause permanent damage to one's soul, and this damage would be permanent. When the time comes, it would be very troublesome. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of this. When he first met Hu Dawe's soul was only left with a trace. Zhao Hai's soul fire was about to go out, but in the end, he was saved by Hu Dawe. When it comes to souls, who can compare to a dark mage? Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about breaking through to the severed soul stage. Now that Zhao Hai's Dharma idol was very solid, it was almost the same as him. If Zhao Hai and his Dharma idol stood there motionless, it would be difficult for outsiders to tell which was Zhao Hai and which was his Dharma idol. After another month of preparation, Zhao Hai was finally ready to break through to the severed soul stage. In fact, for Zhao Hai, he didn't need to prepare for this long. However, he was very clear that he couldn't be too relaxed. Otherwise, people would suspect him. During this period of time, Qiu Tai had successfully broken through to the middle stage of the nascent realm. Now, Qiu Tai had officially become a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent realm. For a child who wasn't even 7 years old, this was definitely a very powerful existence. On this day, after Zhao Hai practiced his saber for a while, he adjusted his state to its peak. Then he went to the courtyard where the Yinyang elders lived. The courtyard where the Yinyang elders lived wasn't the largest courtyard in the 52nd courtyard. On the contrary, it wasn't very big, but it was very quiet. The 2 elders liked peace and quiet. Although the courtyard was small, the things inside were the best. It was many times better than the courtyard where the 2 elders lived. Moreover, Zhao Hai would come here every day to give his greetings. The 2 elders lived very comfortably. Actually, the reason why the 2 elders lived in this courtyard wasn't only because they liked peace and quiet. More importantly, they didn't want their murderous aura to affect Qiu Shen and Qiu Tai. Zhao Hai and Laura weren't afraid of their murderous aura, but this didn't mean that Qiu Shen and Qiu Tai weren't. The reason why the 2 often went out to cultivate their state of mind was because they couldn't suppress their murderous aura. If they didn't go out at that time, their murderous aura would be enough to kill Qiu Shen in a short time. Moreover, when the 2 were in the Yinyang peak, they would spend most of their time inside their rooms. Their rooms had a formation that could isolate their murderous aura. This way, Qiu Shen, who was in another room, wouldn't be affected. If they didn't take such measures, Qiu Shen would have died many times over. It must be known that those who didn't cultivate for a long time would be affected by their murderous aura. This was because their vitality would be destroyed bit by bit by the murderous aura. When their vitality disappears, they would die. Although Qiu Tai was a cultivator, the murderous aura of the 2 elders was very dangerous for cultivators. They had several disciples before, but in the end, all of them suffered from qi deviation. Only Zhao Hai, whose murderous aura was stronger than theirs, could become their disciple. However, the number of people they killed was far less than Zhao Hai. Because of this, they couldn't control their murderous aura freely. Because of this, they had a small courtyard that was a short distance away from Zhao Hai's room. When Zhao Hai arrived at the small courtyard, he discovered that the Yinyang elders weren't in their rooms. Ever since they arrived at the 52nd courtyard, the Yinyang elders would stay in their rooms for a while. But later on, they would come out for a walk. This was because they heard from Zhao Hai that they could freely release their murderous aura in the courtyard without worrying about affecting anyone. Courtyard 52's defensive array wasn't just for defense, it was mostly used for offense. Moreover, this defensive array had a special feature, which was that it could absorb and store a person's murderous aura. When necessary, it could be used again. When a killing formation was filled with murderous aura, the formation's might would be several times stronger than before. However, the Yinyang elders didn't really believe this information. Therefore, they still spent most of their time in the small courtyard. But now, they would still drink tea and chat. They wouldn't stay in their rooms like before. The Yinyang elders were currently sitting in the courtyard drinking tea and chatting. Naturally, the tea they were drinking was made by Zhao Hai. The two elders liked the taste of the tea very much. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, Elder Yin smiled and waved his hand to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you're here. Are you preparing to break through to the cloning realm?" After Zhao Hai gave the two elders a salute, he smiled and said, "Master knows. I'm almost ready to break through to the cloning realm. Therefore, I want to give it a try." Elder Yin nodded and said, "You've already accumulated enough. Moreover, you've tempered your mind very well in the lower realm. If I didn't let you suppress it, you would have already had the strength to break through to the clone realm. Do you know why I've been making people cultivate earlier?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's to temper my mind." Elder Yin shook his head and said, "Not all of them. In our Tyrant's Blade sect, all cultivators who have reached the doppelganger realm have to go out for a trial. This trial is different. You can't bring the Tyrant's Blade sect's blade token. In other words, you can only go out like an ordinary cultivator. You can't say that you're a member of the Tyrant's Blade sect, and there's no blade chi in the blade token to help you. You have to rely on yourself for everything. Most importantly, you're not going out to fight demonic beasts on the mountain. Instead, you'll be going to the territory of other sections. You might be provoked or hunted down by other sections. You've only been in the true spirit world for 2 years, so I've been worried about your situation. That's why I let you cultivate a bit slower, but it seems like my worries were unnecessary." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Elder Yin and said, "Master, are there any requirements for the cloning realm? Or are there any missions?" Elder Yin shook his head and said, "I don't have any requests or tasks. I just want you to go out and take a look. If you encounter injustice, you can intervene. If you meet people who need help, you can help them. Even if you go out and do evil, the sect won't care about you. However, you must stay outside for 3 years. Otherwise, even if you fail your task, the sect won't give you any help during these 3 years. You can only rely on yourself. You'll have to rely on yourself." Zhao Hai was stunned. This was the first time he heard about such a strange trial. Elder Yang looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "You just brought Laura and the others here, and now you're going out for a trial. Are you not used to it? This is the rule of our Tyrant's Blade School, and no one can violate it. This is also a chance for you to make a name for yourself. You can use these 3 years to make a name for yourself, so you must participate in this trial." Zhao Hai nodded. Elder Yin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Besides these reasons, there's another important reason for this trial. It's to let you familiarize yourself with the strength of the other sections. This way, when you face people from the other sects in the future, you'll know how to deal with them." Zhao Hai nodded. He also thought about this point. The Tyrant's Blade sect wouldn't make such a trial for no reason. If it was just a simple trial, then they could do it whenever they wanted. There was no need for them to prepare for it. Now, Zhao Hai understood that the Tyrant's Blade sect's purpose in arranging this trial was to make them face death and rise again. Cultivators, whether they were from the true spirit realm or other realms, were like small saplings when they first started cultivating. If they didn't go through a trial of life and death, then it would be impossible for them to become a towering tree, even if their talent was good. Because of this, no matter which sect it was, they would make their disciples undergo all kinds of trials. Some of these trials could even be life-threatening. Cultivators were going against the will of the heavens. Naturally, no one would be afraid of danger. If you die during the trial, then it would be the will of the heavens. Elder Yang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, we'll explain these things to you after you finish cultivating. Go and break through. Looking at your appearance, you should be able to succeed easily. Remember, be careful." Zhao Hai nodded, then he gave the 2 elders a salute before he turned around and left. After returning to his room, Zhao Hai began to prepare to break through to the avatar stage. For Zhao Hai, breaking through to the avatar stage wasn't difficult. Zhao Hai's soul force was stronger than others, and he was also a dark mage. Because of this, breaking through to the avatar stage was very easy for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sat cross-legged in his room and calmly felt his spiritual force. In fact, Zhao Hai had this experience before. When he was a transcending tribulation stage, there was still the severed soul stage. The severed soul stage was similar to the avatar stage, but the avatar stage was much more difficult. Zhao Hai slowly felt his spiritual force. It wasn't easy to extract a trace of spiritual force. This process would cause cultivators to feel incomparable pain. A lot of cultivators stopped because they couldn't bear this pain. However, not only would this not save them, it would also aggravate their injuries. This would leave a permanent wound in their soul that they would never be able to heal. But don't forget that Zhao used to be a black mage. Black mages had their own way of using souls. Black mages could attach their souls to other undead creatures and use them to command them. Naturally, it was easy to separate a trace of one's soul from one's own. Zhao Hai discovered that dark mages were much better at using souls compared to other cultivators. However, dark mages seem to be lacking in refining their undead. They only command their undead to fight, but they don't refine them. Because of this, the undead in their hands weren't very strong. In this case, they would be at a disadvantage in a higher level plane. Because of this, most dark mages would abandon their dark mage cultivation methods and practice other cultivation methods. Some people even think that the dark mage cultivation methods were useless. Actually, this kind of thinking was wrong. The dark mage cultivation methods were unique. It's just that those people didn't use them well. Just like how Zhao Hai wanted to break through to the clone realm. For other cultivators, this was an extremely dangerous step. However, for Zhao Hai, it was the easiest step. The reason why he paid so much attention to it was because he didn't want people to know that he passed this step too easily. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for him. Zhao Hai summoned his Dharma idol. Then he slowly sent a trace of his spiritual force into the Dharma idol. As soon as his spiritual force entered the Dharma idol, Zhao Hai felt his other self suddenly wake up. He turned his head and looked around. He could clearly see himself sitting cross-legged. Zhao Hai was sure that what he was seeing was what his Dharma idol was seeing. Zhao Hai tried to separate his spiritual force from the spiritual force that entered the Dharma idol. This would allow his other self to wake up and see if this would work. Asterisk pop. Asterisk a small sound echoed in Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai felt a sharp pain. However, it quickly passed. It wasn't as serious as Zhao Hai thought. Then Zhao Hai felt his body wake up. At the same time, he also felt his avatar wake up. Now, he could actually have two thoughts and two completely different visions. This feeling was very strange. Although this feeling was very strange, Zhao Hai knew that he had succeeded. He had now officially entered the doppelganger stage. Zhao Hai stood up and turned his head to look at his avatar. The avatar also turned its head to look at Zhao Hai. The avatar and the avatar smiled at the same time. This didn't mean that the avatar had its own independent thoughts. In fact, the avatar was just a part of Zhao Hai's spiritual force. Zhao Hai felt like he was doing two things at once. The avatar didn't have its own independent thoughts, it was just distracting him. Zhao Hai went to the courtyard. Then he and the avatar each held a sword and practiced two different sets of sword techniques. However, they didn't feel awkward at all. This made Zhao Hai very happy. Zhao Hai's body stopped. The avatar practiced for a while before stopping as well. He always felt that his avatar wasn't as simple as it seemed. His spiritual force wasn't the same as others. He could divide his spiritual force into countless spiritual forces. This was because he was a dark mage. Dark mages used to be able to divide their spiritual force into tens of thousands of spiritual forces. Naturally, ordinary dark mages wouldn't be able to do this. After all, dark mages weren't gods. Although they had ordinary methods to divide their spiritual force, they still couldn't divide their spiritual force without limit. Sooner or later, they would exhaust their spiritual force. However, Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai had the hell space. There were countless pure spiritual forces that could replenish his spiritual force at any time. Additionally, there were soul stones that could nourish Hu Dawe's spiritual force. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to divide his spiritual force into tens of thousands of spiritual forces. But because of this, Zhao Hai felt that it would be a loss if he just made a spiritual force avatar. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He was thinking about how to improve his spiritual force avatar. Suddenly, Zhao Hai thought of a technique that he had learned, the clone technique. This technique was used by his main body in the past. What would happen if he used this technique on his current avatar? Zhao Hai couldn't help but think about it. As soon as he thought about it, Zhao Hai immediately had his avatar use the avatar technique. When his avatar used the avatar technique, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because when his avatar used the avatar technique, the avatar that was created was actually an avatar. Moreover, it wasn't just an avatar, it was two avatars. One was a Buddhist avatar while the other was a heavenly demon avatar. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that this would happen. He didn't know how the avatar technique could create two avatars. However, Zhao Hai immediately thought about it. His previous avatar was a combination of many avatars. It was the 1,000-armed avatar and the 1,000-armed heavenly demon avatar. But now, his avatar actually had two avatars. This was understandable. After all, Zhao Hai's avatar was made up of thousands of avatars. Zhao Hai felt that his avatar didn't have any changes because of the two avatars. Moreover, the two avatars were still very large. They needed to be refined. Most importantly, the two avatars were the same as the avatars that his main body cultivated. He could easily control them. This discovery made Zhao Hai's eyes light up. He immediately thought of the best way to improve his fighting strength in the avatar realm, the avatar technique. Avatars were different from ordinary avatars. Ordinary avatars couldn't be too far away from the main body. However, avatars were different. Avatars could be as far away from the main body as they wanted. Zhao Hai's avatars were made up of countless avatars. Each avatar would have two different avatars. And these avatars weren't different from the avatars condensed by the main body. In other words, Zhao Hai could obtain countless avatars. And after these avatars were condensed, they could become countless avatars. If this was the case, then Zhao Hai would be able to create thousands of avatars. It must be known that these clones could also cultivate. Once these clones were successful in their cultivation, they could fuse their souls with the main body. Then Zhao Hai's strength would skyrocket. After all, an average person only had one clone, but Zhao Hai had tens of thousands of clones. 1 + 1 and 1 + 10,000 was more than 1. This was something that anyone could calculate. Moreover, if Zhao Hai had thousands of avatars, then his strength in the avatar realm would greatly increase. At that time, he wouldn't need to be afraid of cultivators below the teleportation realm. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. Zhao Hai's eyes became brighter and brighter. He looked at his avatars and couldn't help but smile. But suddenly, his smile froze. Then his smile seemed to disappear as he stared blankly at the two avatars. The smile on his face slowly turned bitter. This was because Zhao Hai thought of a problem. He was a member of the Tyrant's Blade sect, but his avatars were a Buddha and a demon. If people knew about this, wouldn't it be bad? One was a Buddha while the other was a demon. Naturally, there wouldn't be any problem if they were released separately. In the true spirit realm, there were all kinds of Dharma idols. Some people even used animal-like Dharma idols. However, if two Dharma idols were released together, then there would be a problem. There was no one in the true spirit realm who had two Dharma idols. Additionally, the Tyrant's Blade sect had very strict requirements for Dharma idols. If Zhao Hai released these two Dharma idols, then the Yin-Yang elders might not be happy. But after thinking about it, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. His Dharma idols were condensed from multiple Dharma idols. Then, could these two Dharma idols also be condensed together? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's mind moved as he controlled the two Dharma idols to fuse together. However, he didn't expect that the two Dharma idols would fuse together in the blink of an eye and become the Dharma idols of his avatar. However, this Dharma idols was too big, about 80 Magos height. However, Zhao Hai was still able to see some differences. The newly condensed Dharma idol seemed to be missing something. After looking at it carefully, Zhao Hai finally understood. He felt that this Dharma idols wasn't complete, it was as if something was missing. Jiao Hai thought about it for a moment, but he still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he had his clone use the doppelganger technique. Jiao Hai thought that there would be a Buddha and a demon avatar this time. Then he would have these two avatars fused together with the one that he had just merged with. This way, he wouldn't feel like something was missing. However, he didn't expect that the Dharma idols wouldn't be the Dharma idols of the Buddha and demon idols, but a Dharma idols of the beast. Jiao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but pat his head. He clearly remembered that this Dharma idols were an important part of his original Dharma idols. But because the Dharma idols were considered inferior to the human Dharma idols, Jiao Hai abandoned the Dharma idols when he fused the two Dharma idols together. However, Jiao Hai's eyes lit up. He finally understood why he felt that something was missing from his Dharma power. It was probably because he was missing the beast form Dharma power. After thinking about this, Jiao Hai immediately combined the beast form with the new Dharma idol. Sure enough, the fusion went very smoothly. Moreover, Jiao Hai didn't feel that the new Dharma idol was missing anything. Moreover, with the fusion of the beast form and the new Dharma idol was now only 60 meters tall. This was also under the condition that it hasn't been condensed yet. In other words, as long as Jiao Hai continues to condense his Dharma idol, his new Dharma idol would become an avatar. Jiao Hai's movements also alarmed the Yin-Yang elders. Although they couldn't see Jiao Hai's Dharma idol from the other peaks, it was impossible for the Yin-Yang elders to miss it. They were very puzzled. Wasn't Jiao Hai's Dharma idol already condensed? How did it become bigger? Therefore, the two elders hurriedly went to Jiao Hai's courtyard. At this time, Laura and the others also came out. They looked at Jiao Hai in confusion. When Jiao Hai saw that they had arrived, he immediately received his Dharma idol. Although the Dharma idol was released by his avatar, Jiao Hai could still receive it as if it was an ordinary Dharma idol. The Yin-Yang elders stared blankly at Jiao Hai's avatar. At the same time, they also saw Jiao Hai's Dharma idol. Their faces were full of shock. On the other hand, Laura and the others didn't care too much. Jiao Hai walked towards the two elders and gave them a salute. I've disturbed the two teachers. Please come in. The Yin-Yang elder recovered and looked at Jiao Hai with a shocked expression. Jiao Hai, what's going on? Don't you already have an avatar? What was that Dharma idol just now? Jiao Hai smiled and said, let's go in and talk. Teachers, please come in. The two nodded, then they quickly entered the room and sat down. They didn't even drink the tea that Meg made, they just stared at Jiao Hai. After Jiao Hai sat down, he said, I've reached the avatar stage. This is my avatar, I've already succeeded. I was just experimenting with my cultivation method, I didn't expect it to have this kind of effect. The Yin-Yang elder looked at Jiao Hai and said, experimenting with your cultivation method? Experimenting with what cultivation method? Jiao Hai smiled and said, when I was in the lower realms, I inadvertently obtained a Buddhist cultivation method. It's called the cloning technique. This cultivation method allows people to create clones to attack their enemies. These clones aren't illusions, they can actually attack people. I wanted to see what would happen if I used my clones to use the cloning technique. But I didn't expect that when I used the cloning technique, I would be able to create an avatar. And this avatar can also be condensed like an ordinary avatar. It's what you just saw. Jiao Hai smiled and said, that's right. That's right. That's right. When the Yin-Yang elders heard Jiao Hai, their eyes couldn't help but light up as they said, does that mean that if you condense your Dharma idol, you can create another avatar? Jiao Hai smiled and said, in theory, yes. But the most important thing in condensing an avatar is the strength of one's soul. To be honest, condensing an avatar is already difficult enough, let alone condensing another one. This is very dangerous. I believe that not many people would be willing to take this risk. Upon hearing Jiao Hai, the Yin-Yang elders couldn't help but nod. However, Elder Yang still looked at Jiao Hai and said, Jiao Hai, can you give this avatar technique to the sect? I know that this is a bit excessive, but you can rest assured that the sect won't mistreat you. The two of us will be your guarantors. How about it? Jiao Hai stared, then he smiled and said, it's nothing. I'm a member of the sect, so it's only right for me to do something for the sect. You don't need to think too much about it. Then Jiao Hai flipped his hand and took out a jade slip. Then he handed it over to Elder Yang and said, Master, this is the clone technique. To be honest, I didn't think that using the clone technique would have this kind of effect. In the beginning, I only thought of using the clone technique as an ordinary cloning technique. If I didn't have a whim, I wouldn't have experimented with it. Elder Yang nodded and said, Master, this is the clone technique. Elder Yang received the jade slip and said, All right, don't worry about it. I'll explain this matter to the sect. Right, now that you've created another Dharma idol, it seems like it'll take some time before you can start the trial. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I'll have to wait for some time. I need to condense this Dharma idol first. Otherwise, this Dharma idol would be useless in the true spirit realm. Even if I can't turn this Dharma idol into a clone, I can still use it as an ordinary Dharma idol. Eldarine nodded and said, All right, then you can go into seclusion for some time. We'll talk about the trial after you come out. Zhao Hai nodded. When the Yin-Yang elder stood up, Zhao Hai also stood up. Then he looked at the two and said, Masters, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Have a seat, it's almost time to eat. Eldarine shook his head and said, I don't want to eat. I feel that your avatar technique has endless uses. It's better to hand it over to the sect. You can eat, there's no need to worry about us. Then the two turned around and left. When they arrived at the courtyard, their bodies flashed with white light before they disappeared. Seeing the two disappear, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he received his avatar and returned to the room. At this time, Meg and the others came out. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, do you really want to go out and train for 3 years? What should we do? Zhao looked at Laura and smiled faintly. You must go to the trial this time. This is the rule of the sect, and no one can change it. You can also use these 3 years to ask for guidance from your teacher and improve your strength as soon as possible. Laura nodded. Zhao smiled faintly and said, You must go to the trial. Laura nodded. Laura was originally a staff warrior, so she didn't have any problems with using the saber. On the contrary, Laura's speed of learning the saber was very fast. And with the guidance of the Yin-Yang elders, their progress was very fast. Moreover, Laura and the others now understood that if they want to be with Zhao Hai in the future and not hide in the space, then they must improve their strength. Because of this, they were very diligent in their cultivation. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, I'll be going into seclusion soon. If I can make 2 avatars, then I'll send one of them to the space and have it cultivate the cloning technique. This way, my strength will improve even faster. The true spirit realm isn't very peaceful. Not to mention the conflicts between the great sects, there are also the ghost cultivators eyeing me from the side. If I don't improve my strength as soon as possible, then I'm afraid that I'll suffer in the future. Laura and the others nodded. They were also aware of the situation in the true spirit realm. Although they had just arrived, they were still able to see Zhao Hai's experiences in the past few days. Moreover, they thought that after the space's adjustment, they would be able to smoothly enter the true spirit realm. They didn't need to go to the dust pond at all. But when they thought about the dust pond, they discovered that the true spirit realm wasn't as simple as they thought it would be. Zhao Hai and the others nodded. They knew that the true spirit realm wasn't that simple. Zhao Hai said, I'll be going into seclusion for a few days to condense my avatar. When the time comes, I'll think about other things. Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai stood up and walked towards his secluded room. When he built the 52nd courtyard, Zhao Hai actually built a large secluded room in the mountain. This secluded room wasn't in the courtyard, it was underneath the courtyard, inside the mountain. Zhao Hai's secluded room was underneath the defensive formation. It could be said that it was a true secluded room. When Zhao Hai built this secluded room, it was for seclusion. If necessary, he wanted to enter the space from the secluded room. This way, he would be able to freely enter and exit the space. With the mountain as a barrier, it would be impossible for ordinary people to discover the spatial fluctuations inside the secluded room. When Zhao Hai arrived at the secluded room, he immediately released his newly condensed avatar. Then he sent his avatar to the space. After his avatar entered the space, it immediately condensed another avatar. Then, Zhao Hai and his avatar began to condense their avatars one by one. Zhao Hai intended to let his clone help him condense his Dharma idol inside the space. That way, he would have a clone outside. This way, he would have a way to deal with the Yin-Yang elders. Therefore, he had his clone immediately enter the space and condense his Dharma idol. This way, even if he had another clone, he would still have a Dharma idol on the surface. This way, the Yin-Yang elders wouldn't suspect him. While Zhao Hai was working hard to condense his avatar, the Yin-Yang elders also brought Zhao Hai's avatar technique to the Tyrant's Blade School's headquarters. The Tyrant's Blade School's headquarters was located on the Heaven's Beheading Peak. Rumor has it that the first sect master of the Tyrant's Blade School was on the Heaven's Beheading Peak. Because of this, the Heaven's Beheading Peak became the headquarters of the Tyrant's Blade School. The main hall of the Tyrant's Blade School looked extremely imposing. The entire peak of the mountain had been cut into a platform. On this platform, an entire palace had been built. The entire palace was 360 meters tall and was divided into 3 sections. The front section was the office area. There were many departments and cultivators there. These people and the sect master of the Tyrant's Blade School had formed a very large management team to manage the entire Tyrant's Blade School. The second section was the residence of the sect master and the supreme elders. The powerful supreme elders of the Tyrant's Blade School lived there. They could be said to be the stabilizing force of the Tyrant's Blade School. As long as these people were there, the Tyrant's Blade School wouldn't be destroyed. The last section was the most precious treasure pavilion of the Tyrant's Blade School. Rumor has it that the treasures there were incomparably precious. Aside from the various treasures, there was also a collection of heaven-shaking treasures. There were also top-notch cultivation methods of the Tyrant's Blade School. It could be said that any item taken out from there could shock the entire true spirit world. Although the Yin-Yang elders weren't elders with real power in the Tyrant's Blade School, the two often went in and out of the headquarters. Because of this, the people in the headquarters weren't surprised at all. When the two appeared at the plaza in front of the headquarters, the cultivator guarding the plaza immediately saluted the two and said, "Greetings, elders." The Yin-Yang elders nodded and then hurriedly walked into the main hall. The cultivator guarding the square was stunned. He didn't know what had happened to make the two of them so anxious. The Yin-Yang elders quickly entered the headquarters. The buildings in the Tyrant's Blade School's headquarters were mostly palace-like buildings. The purpose of each palace was clearly defined. Moreover, these palaces weren't built randomly. There was a set of shocking defensive formations inside. The foundations of these palaces were all part of the defensive formations. Only a great sect like the Tyrant's Blade School with a heritage of millions of years could have such a foundation. In the first section of the Sky Beheading Peak, the core of the Sky Beheading Hall was the Sky Beheading Hall. It was the place where the Tyrant's Blade School's sect master handled his daily affairs. Normally, there weren't many people in the sect who could directly go to the Sky Beheading Hall to meet the sect master. Of course, this included the Yin-Yang elders. The Yin-Yang elders weren't simply assassins of the Tyrant's Blade School. In fact, they were fellow disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School's current sect master. However, they didn't have the same master, but the same master. Their master and the sect master were from the same sect. The Yin-Yang elders directly arrived at the Chopping Heaven Hall. 2 cultivators were standing in front of the Chopping Heaven Hall. When the two saw the Yin-Yang elders, they immediately shouted, "The Yin-Yang elders have arrived." A deep voice came from inside, "Please come in." The two people immediately opened the door for the Yin-Yang elders. The Yin-Yang elders nodded to the 2 cultivators before they quickly entered the hall. The area of this hall was very large. Even if hundreds of people stood there, it wouldn't be crowded. The entire hall was supported by 8 pillars. There was a high platform in the hall. The platform was 1.2 meters high. There was a table and a chair on the platform. A person was sitting behind the chair. An old man was sitting on the platform. The old man wasn't tall, but he was very strong. His entire body was growing horizontally. However, he wasn't fat, he was muscular. People like this would generally give people the feeling of a valiant warrior. However, this old man was different. He gave people the feeling that he was very gentle. The old man looked at the Yin-Yang elders and said, "How come you two have time to come here? Aren't you doing well with your disciple?" You two fellows don't even know how to drink with me. Eldarine waved his hand and said, you can drink at any time. This time I have something good for you to see. When the old man heard Eldarine, he looked at them in confusion. Then he said, what good thing? Let me see. The Yin-Yang elders weren't polite. They directly went to the platform. Elder Yang gave the jade slip that Zhao Hai gave him that recorded the cloning technique. The old man took the jade slip and used his spiritual force to probe it. Before long, the old man frowned and said, this cloning technique seems to be a Buddhist technique. What's the use of this thing? It seems to be a very ordinary technique. Eldarine smiled faintly and said, it looks ordinary. However, what's special about this technique is that it can allow clones to practice it. Naturally, there are many techniques that allow clones to practice it. However, this technique's strength lies in the fact that after the clones practice it, the clones that are created will be Dharma idols. The old man wasn't an idiot. When he heard Eldarine, his eyes narrowed. Then he said, you mean to say that after using this technique, a person can have several clones? Eldarine nodded and said, in theory, that's the case. However, you should know how dangerous it is to have clones. I'm afraid that not many people would be willing to try it. The old man didn't show any disappointment. Instead, his eyes suddenly opened. He looked at the two and said, you mean to say that people like you and me can practice this technique? Elder Yang clapped his hands and said, that's exactly what we meant. Senior brother, think about it, we've already passed the combined soul stage. Moreover, after so many years of cultivation, our soul force has become a lot stronger compared to before. However, although our soul force has become stronger, we still don't know how to use it together. If we can use this doppelganger technique, then we'll be able to create several more doppelgangers. Then, our Tyrant's Blade School will gain a group of experts out of thin air. The old man stood up and walked a few steps on the platform. Then he said, but can we really practice it? If we don't do it well, then the danger would be great. Eldarine said, I think that we can give it a try. All of us have experience with clones, so we know how to deal with it. If we succeed, then it would be a good thing for our Tyrant's Blade sect. Perhaps our Tyrant's Blade sect would welcome a period of great development. The old man walked a few steps before he suddenly stopped and said, I'll take the jade slip. I'll have to consult the Supreme Elders before I can make a decision. Right, I heard that Zhao Hai is about to break through to the cloning stage. Did Zhao Hai use this cultivation technique? Did he succeed? Eldarine nodded and said, it's a success. Now, in addition to Zhao Hai's avatar, he also has a Dharma idol. He's currently in seclusion to condense his Dharma idol. Therefore, the matter of him going out for training will have to be postponed. The old man nodded and said, it doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. It's more important to prepare the kid. We can't let anything happen to him. Did that kid take out this cultivation technique? I discovered that the kid has a lot of good things on him. Alright, don't stare at him. We'll give him a reward, but not now. What's the point of giving it to him now? Do you want to roast him on a fire? When we have the opportunity in the future, we'll reward him more. The Yin-Yang elders also knew that what the old man said was true. They didn't say anything and just nodded. Eldarine turned his hand and took out a jug of wine and placed it on the table. Then he said, try this, it's my apprentice's wine. The Yin-Yang elders didn't know that Zhao Hai knew how to brew wine. However, after they arrived at the 52nd courtyard, they felt that the wine tasted good. So they asked Zhao Hai where he got it from. Zhao Hai said that he brewed it himself. Only then did the Yin-Yang elders know that Zhao Hai knew how to brew wine. Afterward, Zhao Hai gave them a few jugs of wine. However, the two didn't drink much. Usually, when they eat, the wine would be given to them by Zhao Hai. The old man looked at the jug on the table. There was nothing special about it, it looked like an ordinary jug. The old man looked at the Yin-Yang elders and said, Zhao Hai knows how to brew wine? Eldarine snorted and said, you still don't believe me? Although Zhao Hai's wine isn't the best in the true spirit realm, it's still better than most of the wines in the true spirit realm. You'll know once you try it. Don't ask me for more. The old man took the jug and said, alright, that's it. If I run out of wine in the future, remember to send me some. Really, you have no filial piety at all. The Yin-Yang elders stared at him, then they waved their fists at him before turning around and leaving. Seeing the Yin-Yang elders disappear, the old man sighed and muttered, "The sect owes you too much. But at least good people have good karma. You've taken in a good disciple." After saying this, the old man turned around and left the main hall through the back door, walking towards the back. The Yin-Yang elders returned to the 52nd courtyard and asked about Zhao Hai's situation. After learning that Zhao Hai was in seclusion, the two didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai didn't stay in seclusion for a long time, about a month or so. At this time, he had already finished condensing his two avatars. One of them was turned into an avatar while the other remained intact. The Yin-Yang elders were the first to know that Zhao Hai came out of seclusion. The two immediately went to Zhao Hai's courtyard. Zhao Hai invited the two to sit in the living room. Then Eldarine immediately asked, "How was it? Did you succeed?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand as two silhouettes appeared behind him. These two were dressed exactly like him. However, one of them had spirited eyes, similar to Zhao Hai's. The other had dull eyes and looked dull. Although the avatar had a trace of Zhao Hai's soul and could exist independently, it was still possible for cultivators to receive the avatar back into their body when they weren't in battle. This was different from soul fusion. Soul fusion allowed the soul of the avatar to fuse with the soul of the main body. This was tantamount to receiving the avatar back. But Zhao Hai's method of receiving the avatar was only an instinct of the avatar. The soul that was released wasn't fused with the main body's soul. The two souls were still relatively independent. When Eldarine saw that Zhao Hai had succeeded, he let out a long breath. Then he said, "It's good that you succeeded. The avatar technique that you gave us last time, we've already given it to the sect. The sect master is very happy. However, we can't give you the reward for now. If there's an opportunity in the future, we'll give you the reward." Zhao Hai nodded. He understood what the sect meant. His contribution this time was something that couldn't be seen in the light of day. Although the sect would record his contribution, they wouldn't immediately give him the reward. Otherwise, if they gave him the reward without any reason, it would be hard to convince the masses. If the reason for the reward was revealed, then it would bring danger to Zhao Hai. Therefore, they could only record the reward and give it to him in the future. Elder Yang said, "Now that you've come out of seclusion, you should prepare for the trial. Stabilize your realm first, then you can go out and train." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, master. I understand." Elder Yang nodded and said, "You must be careful in this trial. Recently, those fellows from the Hegemon Sword sect might take action. They suffered a few losses in the Leap Dragon boundary, so they might want to get back at us. There's also the Imperial Beast sect, they also suffered a lot in the Smelling Dragon boundary, so they might keep an eye on us. Moreover, it's not a secret that the Hegemon Sword sect will send cloning experts to the true spirit world. Therefore, your trial might be even more dangerous. You must be careful." Zhao Hai didn't know about this. But when he heard Elder Yang, he also took it seriously. He nodded and said, "Yes, master. I'll be careful." Eldarine said, "Prepare yourself. You'll go out in a few days. If the Hegemon Sword sect provokes you, don't be polite. Our Hegemon Sword sect won't easily cause trouble, but we're also not afraid of trouble." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't know that the Hegemon Sword sect was now paying more attention to him. This was because in the month that Zhao Hai was in seclusion, the Hegemon Sword sect had already arranged several elders to test Zhao Hai's cloning technique. They didn't think that they would succeed. This made the entire Hegemon Sword sect very happy. However, this matter had always been strictly kept a secret. Ordinary people simply didn't know about it. Although the elders had already passed the fusion soul stage, their other souls had already become independent. Therefore, their clones still existed. However, they had merged with their main bodies. If they wanted their clones to use a technique, they could succeed. However, it would take some effort. Because of this, the sect master was afraid that this matter wouldn't succeed. He didn't expect it to succeed so smoothly. This meant that Zhao Hai had made a great contribution to the Hegemon Sword sect. Naturally, the Hegemon Sword sect would pay more attention to him. Jiao Hai walked forward step by step on the road. He didn't ride a horse and was only wearing a very ordinary warrior's outfit. He also had a blade on his back, making him look like an ordinary warrior in dire straits. Spatial equipment wasn't a good thing in the true spirit world. Even mortals would use spatial equipment when trading. However, a lot of cultivators liked to carry their weapons with them. This way, they could feel the changes in their weapons and use them more smoothly. Therefore, if you see a warrior carrying a blade in the true spirit world, you shouldn't be surprised, it was very normal. However, no ordinary person would use this method to pretend to be a cultivator. If a cultivator found out, then they wouldn't have a good ending. Jiao Hai wanted to keep a low profile this time, so he didn't ride a demonic horse. The demonic horse's appearance was too divine. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to ride it. If he rode a demonic horse and carried a blade, then people would be able to tell which sect he was from. This time, Jiao Hai's goal was to participate in the trial. Naturally, he wouldn't go to Lesser Dragon City. There were a lot of cultivators in Lesser Dragon City who knew him. If he went there, then Su Dingshan would definitely know about it. When that time comes, he wouldn't be able to participate in the trial. Jiao Hai's goal this time was the True Spirit Continent. He wanted to see the scenery of the True Spirit Continent as an ordinary warrior. This was already the third day since Jiao Hai left the Tyrant's Blade School. In these 3 days, he didn't go out of the Tyrant's Blade School, so he didn't encounter any danger. Occasionally, he would meet people from the Tyrant's Blade School, but those people just looked at Jiao Hai strangely. After seeing Jiao Hai's strength, they pretty much knew what Jiao Hai was doing, so they all showed him a kind smile. After walking for 3 days, Jiao Hai was almost out of the range of the Tyrant's Blade Gate's headquarters. One must know that he used a transmission formation not far from the Tyrant's Blade Gate's headquarters. Otherwise, it would have taken him 10 days to half a month to get out of the Tyrant's Blade Gate's headquarters by foot. After arriving here, Jiao Hai couldn't help but look back. He was about to leave the Tyrant's Blade Sect's main hall for 3 years. Most importantly, during these 3 years, he might not be able to see Laura and the others. Although Laura and the others could go to the space to see him, because the Yinyang elders lived in the 52nd courtyard, it would be inconvenient for Laura and the others to see him. In the next 3 years, the chances of them meeting each other would become less and less. After sighing, Jiao Hai turned his head and slowly walked forward, leaving the Tyrant's Blade Sect's main hall one step at a time. Because Jiao Hai didn't use his light body technique, his speed wasn't very fast. When the sky turned dark, he didn't go too far from the main hall. This place was relatively safe, so Jiao Hai didn't care about it. He casually found a place, took out a tent, and made a fire. After making some food, he went inside the tent to rest. In the middle of the night, Jiao Hai suddenly opened his eyes. His body rolled as he held his long saber in his hand. Suddenly, a group of saber lights surrounded him. Along with the saber lights, 8 copper and iron gates appeared beside him, firmly protecting him inside. Just as the 8 gates appeared, a series of clanking sounds could be heard. Rows of arrows were shot towards the gates. These arrows were very strong, but when they hit the gates, they immediately broke. This showed how powerful these arrows were. After some time, the arrows disappeared. Jiao Hai looked at the direction where the arrows came from and coldly said, "Who are you? Come out for me." Just as Jiao Hai's voice fell, a cold snort was heard. Then Jiao Hai discovered that he was surrounded. There were more than 10 people surrounding him. Moreover, looking at their appearance, they were all at least at the fusion soul stage. The strongest among them was someone who Jiao Hai thought had already reached the transcending realm. When Jiao Hai saw these people, his expression changed. He said, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The transcending realm cultivator among the group sneered and said, "Worthy of being a disciple of the Yin-Yang dual fiend blade sect. You can still be so calm at this time. Amazing." When Jiao Hai heard the other party point out his identity, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Then he said, "Why are you blocking my way? Please tell me." One of the cultivators sneered and said, "Why? Ha ha ha, you're still asking such a naive question. You're a little petty. Do you really not know why we're blocking your way? Do you really not know who we are? Jiao Hai, you don't need to pretend in front of us." Zhao Hai looked at these people as well as the swords on their backs. Then he coldly said, Hegemon Sword Sect, you really made a move. Your courage isn't small, you actually dared to make a move here. Aren't you afraid that the Hegemon Sword Sect will clean you up? Ha ha ha, Zhao Hai, you don't need to scare us. We're not scared. We know why you came out this time. You don't have the Hegemon Sword Sect's token. You came out to train. To be honest, I didn't think that you would reach the clone realm in such a short time. Amazing, really amazing. No wonder you can kill so many people from our Hegemon Sword Sect and Imperial Beast Sect. Am I not a disciple of the Hegemon Sword Sect just because I don't have the token? Since you know my identity, you should understand that if something really happens to me, my master won't let you off. Who would know that we did it? You don't need to waste your time. We've already set up a formation here. Even if we turn the sky upside down, no one will know. So, watch my blade. Then Zhao Hai's blade slashed towards the Transcending Realm Cultivator. Zhao Hai already understood that these people were determined to deal with him. Saying anything would be useless. He might as well risk his life. Maybe he would still have a chance to live. These people didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually attack first. However, Zhao Hai didn't attack himself this time. He directly released his clone. One person and one clone attacked the Transcending Realm Cultivators. The Transcending Realm Cultivators were also very good. When Zhao Hai moved, the Transcending Realm Cultivator took out the sword on his back and slashed towards Zhao Hai. At this time, the people surrounding Zhao Hai also moved. Zhao Hai attacked the clone. However, Zhao Hai's movement technique was very good. Although these people were stronger than Zhao Hai, they couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Most of Zhao Hai's energy was still used to deal with the Transcending Realm Cultivator. The Transcending Realm Cultivator was obviously 2 levels higher than Zhao Hai. His strength was too much. Zhao Hai's attack didn't pose any threat to him. However, Zhao Hai still attacked him because he knew that if he relaxed his attack, the Transcending Realm Cultivator would immediately attack him. At that time, he would only be in more trouble. Everyone fought for a long time, but the 10 people couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. This made the 10 people's faces turn ugly. They didn't think that with their strength, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was waiting for an opportunity. As long as the opportunity came, he would launch a fatal blow to these people. These people also discovered that Zhao Hai's attacks were slowly weakening. Especially for the Transcending Realm Cultivator, he could only parry and didn't have any strength to fight back. When these people saw this situation, they couldn't help but be happy. They seemed to see the light of victory. Although the 10 of them besieged Zhao Hai for a long time and lost face, as long as they killed Zhao Hai, then everything would be fine. But at this time, the Transcendence Realm Cultivator from the Hegemon Sword Sect forced Zhao Hai's clone to retreat. Then he stabbed Zhao Hai's head. When everyone saw this situation, they were stunned, especially Zhao Hai. He stared blankly at the Transcending Realm Cultivator. There was no light in his eyes. At the same time, Zhao Hai's clone also disappeared. When these people were about to cheer, suddenly another Zhao Hai appeared behind the Transcending Realm Cultivator and stabbed his sword into the Transcending Realm Cultivator's back. The Transcending Realm Cultivator, who was holding his sword with a proud expression, looked down at the tip of the sword in his chest. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he turned his head and saw Zhao Hai sneering. Zhao Hai sneered and kicked the Transcending Realm Cultivator's body. Then he raised his sword and attacked the other people. The other cultivators were stunned. They couldn't understand why another Zhao Hai would suddenly appear. At this time, Zhao Hai moved and attacked them. They immediately raised their swords to meet him, but their courage was already gone. Zhao Hai didn't have that much. The Transcending Realm Cultivator just stabbed the Transcending Realm Cultivator that Zhao Hai condensed before. Because the Transcending Realm Cultivator didn't have a soul, it didn't matter if it was attacked. However, Zhao Hai used this opportunity to sneak behind the Transcending Realm Cultivator and finished him off. At that time, the Transcending Realm Cultivator's attention was on the Transcending Realm Cultivator. Moreover, Zhao Hai also put away the clone to make these people think that he really died. When their attention was focused, Zhao Hai suddenly attacked. The first person he wanted to deal with was naturally the Transcending Realm Cultivator. This was because the Transcending Realm Cultivator was the strongest and the biggest threat to him. Naturally, he had to deal with him first. At this moment, Zhao Hai was dealing with the attacks of the cultivators while directing his clones to attack the cultivators. Although he and his clones were going all out, they were only able to block the attacks of the cultivators. It was almost impossible for them to deal with the cultivators at this moment. These people weren't as nervous as before. On the contrary, their hearts were filled with anger. They really didn't understand how Zhao Hai was able to kill a Transcending Realm expert under the attack of so many people. If outsiders knew that Zhao Hai killed a Transcending Realm expert despite having so many people, then their face would be lost. Zhao Hai's expression changed. Zhao Hai didn't dare to say anything. Zhao Hai's defensive circle was getting smaller and smaller. In the end, he could only block the attacks of the 9 people. The eyes of these people were now red. One by one, they went all out to attack Zhao Hai. At this moment, a cultivator suddenly cried out and fell to the ground. While everyone was stunned, 2 more cultivators also cried out and fell to the ground. Everyone was surprised. When they looked behind them, they found that the Transcending Realm cultivator that was killed by Zhao Hai was now standing up. He had a cold expression on his face as he held a bloody sword and attacked them. Zhao Hai and the other cultivators stared blankly. The cultivator who was attacked was even more so. Zhao Hai looked at the appearance of these people, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Your courage is really not small. You didn't even inquire about my background before daring to attack me. Don't you know that I'm a dark mage? I can turn the dead into undead in the shortest time possible." As he spoke, he waved his hand and turned the 3 cultivators who had been killed by the undead creatures into undead creatures. The 3 undead creatures immediately joined the battle. At this time, almost half of the cultivators surrounding Zhao Hai died. The cultivators who besieged Zhao Hai finally panicked. Although they found that the strength of this Transcending Realm cultivator wasn't as good as before, at most, he was only at the nascent realm. However, they were now scared out of their wits. Naturally, they didn't have the courage to entangle with Zhao Hai. They didn't know what other means Zhao Hai had. They were afraid that if they continued to entangle with him, they would all die here. Both sides exchanged a few moves. Then one of the cultivators suddenly said, "Let's split up." After saying that, he brandished his sword twice before turning around and leaping away. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. The other cultivators did the same. They attacked Zhao Hai's group with 2 moves, forcing them to retreat. Then, they turned around and left. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He didn't chase after them. Instead, he waved his hand and received the undead. During the second sneak attack, it wasn't only the Transcending Realm undead that attacked. There was also another clone of Zhao Hai. However, when the clone and the clone attacked, they were immediately taken back by Zhao Hai. Therefore, the cultivators didn't discover it. They thought that it was the Transcending Realm undead that attacked. Moreover, the reason why the Transcending Realm undead only used the strength of a newborn wasn't because its strength decreased after becoming an undead. It was because Zhao Hai asked it to do so. This way, others wouldn't know that Zhao Hai had such a card in his hand. They would only think that after he turned people into undead, the Transcending Realm undead would only have the strength of a newborn. This way, when he encounters trouble in the future, the Transcending Realm undead might come in handy. The reason why Zhao Hai let the cultivators go was because he was very clear that he didn't have the strength to make all of them stay. Therefore, it was better to let them go. Letting 1 go was also leaving. Letting 6 go was also leaving. Letting a few more go was letting them prove his strength. This was better. However, Zhao Hai knew that this time's trial wouldn't be easy. The cultivators that left this time would certainly attract more people to chase after him. He had to be prepared. Zhao Hai looked at his temporary camp. His account had been destroyed. The entire camp was full of broken arrows. It was no longer habitable. Zhao Hai didn't feel any heartache about these things. The reason why he discovered those people was because they used an arrow formation to attack. This arrow formation was actually a kind of talisman. This kind of talisman was called the Arrow Rain Talisman. It was a large-scale metal-type attack talisman. Its attack power wasn't weak. Originally, Zhao Hai didn't know much about the talismans of the true spirit realm. However, he managed to obtain a jade slip from the tyrant's blade sect's junk hall. This jade slip was specifically used to record the methods of making talismans in the true spirit realm. Talismans in the true spirit realm were much more troublesome compared to the cultivation realm. When those people used their talismans, they caused energy fluctuations. Although they were far away, Zhao Hai immediately sobered up. Then he set up defenses and didn't let the other party succeed. Zhao Hai looked at the scene and shook his head. He didn't clean up. Then he went into the woods and arrived at a big tree. Then he used his wood attribute ability to enter the tree and rest. After a good night's sleep, Zhao came out of the tree and walked forward. While walking, he casually ate some dry food, but at the same time, he was more careful. After walking for 3 days, Zhao Hai didn't encounter any attacks. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to be careless. At this time, he was in the open while the enemy was in the dark. He didn't know when the enemy would suddenly attack him. Because of this, Zhao Hai became more careful. Now that the Hegemon Sword sect wanted to deal with him, there might be the Imperial Beast sect as well. As for the Tyrant's Blade School, it seems like he can't count on them in a short time. Who told him to still be in the trial? Because of this, he can only rely on himself. But what Zhao Hai didn't know was that less than a day after he left the place where he fought with the Hegemon Sword sect, the Tyrant's Blade School received a message. When the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade School were outside, they saw that Zhao Hai's camp was attacked. They also saw the traces of fighting around the camp. They felt that this was very unusual. This was because the camp wasn't far from the Tyrant's Blade School's headquarters. For someone to be attacked, there wasn't a small matter. Therefore, they immediately reported this matter. When the higher-ups of the Tyrant's Blade School received this news, they were furious. They didn't think that someone would be attacked under their watch. Moreover, after an investigation, they discovered that the one who was attacked was a member of the Tyrant's Blade School. How could the higher-ups of the Tyrant's Blade School endure this, darkness under the light? This was clearly darkness under the light. The higher-ups of the Tyrant's Blade School also understood this point. The other party knew that this place wasn't too far from the headquarters of the Tyrant's Blade School. That place was the area under the strictest control of the Tyrant's Blade School, so almost no one dared to cause trouble there. It was precisely because of this that after so many years, the Tyrant's Blade School's control over this place had greatly decreased, allowing those people to take advantage of this loophole. Because of this matter, an elder of the Tyrant's Blade School who was in charge of this matter was dismissed. At the same time, the Tyrant's Blade School sent out a large number of troops to clean up the area around the Tyrant's Blade School's headquarters. The people of the Tyrant's Blade School knew that there were a lot of spies hidden around the main hall of the Tyrant's Blade School. Altogether, they had eliminated 500 to 600 spies from other sections. This number wasn't small. Some of these spies were already married in the local area. However, they were still discovered by the Tyrant's Blade School. Naturally, these spies didn't have a good ending. The Tyrant's Blade School's attitude towards this matter was very clear. They would kill without mercy. For a while, the Tyrant's Blade School's main hall was in a state of panic. Zhao Hai didn't know that his fight with the Tyrant's Blade School would cause such a big commotion. At this time, he had already entered a small town under the control of the Tyrant's Blade School. In this small town, there was a branch of the Tyrant's Blade School. However, it was clear that the Tyrant's Blade School's control over this small town wasn't very strong. The total number of people in this branch was only about 50. The hall master of this branch was only a teleportation realm elder. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to pay a visit to the Tyrant's Blade School's branch in this small town. He was currently in the midst of his trial. Therefore, he couldn't come in contact with the Tyrant's Blade School's branch. Therefore, he just found a small inn in this small town and stayed there to have a good rest. After a night's rest, Zhao Hai's spirit finally recovered. The next day, he didn't check out of his room. Instead, he carried his blade and went out of the inn as he strolled through the small town streets. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that he saw a lot of cultivators in this small town. Moreover, these cultivators were all carrying swords. They didn't belong to the Tyrant's Blade School. This made Zhao Hai feel strange. The number of cultivators in this small town was too much. Zhao Hai casually walked into a tavern and ordered 2 dishes as well as a jug of wine. Then he tipped the waiter with a piece of gold. After that, he called out to the waiter and said, "Waiter, why are there so many cultivators in this town? Did something happen?" The waiter just received a reward from Zhao Hai, so he naturally didn't hide anything. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, you're not a local, right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm not, I'm just passing by. This is my first time coming here." "Why? Is the local martial culture flourishing? Why are there so many cultivators here?" The waiter smiled and said, "Sir, there's something you don't know. Our small city originally didn't have a name, nor did it have a branch of the Tyrant's Saber School. However, during a trial, the Tyrant's Saber School inadvertently discovered an underground cave 50 li northeast of our small city. There were a lot of demon beasts inside the cave, as well as some green rock moss. I heard that this green rock moss is a good medicinal ingredient, very useful for cultivators. Because of this, the Tyrant's Saber School established a branch here and named the small city Mani Coiling City. Because the underground cave is like a maze, nobody knows how big it is. In any case, a lot of cultivators went in and never came out." At this point, the waiter stopped and looked at the other cultivators who were eating in the store. Then he whispered to Zhao Hai, "Actually, the good things inside the cave have already been taken away by the Tyrant Blade sect. Even if you go in now, you wouldn't find much green rock moss." However, the cultivators who went in wanted to try their luck. As more and more cultivators went in, more and more cultivators died inside. As a result, a lot of good things were left behind. A lot of cultivators didn't get rich because of the green rock moss inside, but because of the things left behind by other cultivators. Because of this, more and more cultivators want to enter the cave. However, the Tyrant Blade sect has set a rule that only 1,000 people can enter the cave every month. Because the number of people who can enter the cave is limited, they can only enter through an auction. Of course, if there are less than 1,000 people in a month, then each person only needs to pay 100 jade essences to enter the cave. Isn't the day to enter the cave coming soon? That's why so many cultivators have come. Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and had the waiter leave. Zhao Hai sat there and drank while thinking about the underground cave. To be honest, there was nothing in the underground cave that could make Zhao Hai act. What really made him act was the underground cave itself. After listening to the waiter, Zhao Hai understood that the underground cave was a place of chaos. Killing and robbing were very common in that place. Moreover, the Tyrant Saber School's attitude towards that place was very clear. They only cared about collecting money and didn't care about anything else. Because of this, the underground cave was definitely a place without any rules. In that place, it was a place where one's fist was harder than the others. Zhao Hai's main purpose in coming out this time was to exchange blows with different people and accumulate some experience. Wasn't such a place just right for him? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He looked at the surrounding cultivators and faintly smiled. He took small sips of his wine, and the smile in his eyes became more and more obvious. After eating, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to return to his store. Instead, he wandered around the streets and discovered a very interesting phenomenon. There were a lot of cultivators in Mandala City, and these cultivators weren't saints. To be more precise, they were a group of martial artists. When martial artists meet, it was inevitable that they would draw their swords. However, this kind of situation was very rare in the city. Many martial artists would arrange a time and place to settle things outside the city. They absolutely wouldn't fight inside the city. Zhao Hai didn't understand at first, but he soon understood that this was a rule set by the Tyrant's Blade School. Although this place wasn't in the territory of the Tyrant's Blade School, strictly speaking, it wasn't very far from the school. If one were to use a flying magic beast, then it would take less than a day to reach this place. Because of this, the cultivators in the city didn't dare to violate the rules set by the Tyrant's Blade School. At most, they were rogue cultivators, small clans, and small sections. How would they dare to provoke a behemoth like the Tyrant's Blade School? Therefore, if there was a conflict, then it would naturally be settled outside. To be honest, Zhao Hai approved of this practice. If the city was too chaotic, then the ordinary people wouldn't stay here. If the ordinary people didn't stay here, then the cultivators would have a hard time getting supplies. Moreover, this would greatly affect the reputation of the Tyrant's Blade School. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very optimistic about this rule. After spending a day in the small city and familiarizing himself with the terrain, Zhao Hai returned to his inn. The inn was called the Pleasant Inn, and it was one of the biggest chain inns in the world of martial arts. Zhao Hai stayed in this inn because of its name. Just as he arrived in front of the shop, he heard a voice coming from inside, "Boss, hurry up and give me a room. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The shop owner replied, "Sir, we really don't have any more rooms. I'm a businessman. If I had a room, how could I not do business? Don't you think so? I really don't have any more rooms. There are so many shops in the city. Why don't you try another one?" "I don't care. This father wants to stay in your shop today. If you don't let me, this father will smash your shop. Even if you smash my shop, I still don't have a room. Sir, this is Mani Coiling City. The Tyrant's Blade School has ordered that no violence is allowed in Mani Coiling City." "Humph. So what if I smash your shop?" "I don't believe that the Tyrant's Blade School would make things difficult for me for an ordinary person." When Zhao Hai heard the other party's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then he walked into the inn. This inn only had 2 floors and a total of 20 rooms. In order to accommodate more people, the inn had a small dining room, but it wasn't very big. Moreover, the place where the owner stayed was even smaller. After entering, one had to turn a small corner to see the owner's room. The entire inn looked like a maze. If one didn't have a guide, then it would take a long time to find one's room. The owner's room was at most 5 square meters in size. A small bar was blocking the outside, leaving a place for people to stand and a small bed to rest on. It could be seen that the owner's business was very hard. But now, there were 2 people standing in this small place. One of them was a burly man. This burly man was about 2 meters tall and had a large axe on his back. He was currently grabbing the boss like he was grabbing a chicken. His other hand was already raised, it looked like he was about to hit the boss at any time. As soon as they heard the footsteps, the pale-faced boss and the big man looked towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 and smiled, "Big brother, can you please put down the boss first? This little brother has some things to ask him. After that, if senior brother wants to beat him up, it won't be too late." Hearing Zhao Hai say this, both De Tan and the boss were stunned. De Bian unconsciously let go of his hand. Although the boss was thrown to the ground, he did not get up. He still looked at Zhao Hai blankly. He did not understand what Zhao Hai meant. It took a while for the 2 of them to react. The big man coldly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, where did you come from? Dare to meddle in Big Brother's business? Are you tired of living?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Big Brother misunderstood. I didn't want to meddle in other people's business. However, I do have some things that I want to ask the boss. So Big Brother, please wait until I'm done with my questions." The big man sneered and said, "Kid, who do you think you are? You actually dared to ask me to let go? What if I don't? What can you do?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Naturally, I can't do anything. But Big Brother, don't forget that this is the territory of the Tyrant's Blade School. If the Tyrant's Blade School makes things difficult for Big Brother, then nobody can stop them. Although the boss is an ordinary person, he still owns a shop in Mani Coiling City. Naturally, the Tyrant's Blade School would protect him. If you beat him up, then you wouldn't be giving the Tyrant's Blade School any face." The big man looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "Whether the Tyrant's Blade School will deal with me or not, we'll only know after I beat them up. Since you dared to meddle in other people's business, then you should take responsibility. Kid, you said that you can't fight in this city. If you have the guts, then follow me out of the city. I'll teach you a lesson." Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Since Big Brother says so, then little brother can only risk his life to accompany you. Big Brother, please." The big man sneered, then he turned around and walked out. Zhao Hai looked at the big man's appearance and sneered as well. Then he followed the big man out of the shop. After exiting the shop, the 2 of them headed out of the city. Zhao Hai was 1 step behind the big man. He looked at the back of the big man and sneered. He already felt that there was something wrong with this big man. Even cultivators who had a grudge against the Tyrant's Blade School wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the territory of the Tyrant's Blade School. The Tyrant's Blade School had always been known for being unyielding. Even sects like the Imperial Beast School and the Hegemon Sword School wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the territory of the Tyrant's Blade School. Otherwise, the Tyrant's Blade School wouldn't let them off. Moreover, the timing of this big man's appearance was too coincidental. He was pestering the owner of the shop and didn't want to leave. Just as Zhao Hai said a few words, the big man began to pester him. It was obvious that he was targeting Zhao Hai. The big man looked like he didn't have any ulterior motives. However, Zhao Hai could tell from his words that this person wasn't someone without ulterior motives. In this case, if Zhao Hai didn't know that there was something wrong with him, then he would be an idiot. The two of them quickly left the city. The big man didn't stop and headed towards a place outside the city. At the same time, he turned his head back to check on Zhao Hai's situation. When he saw that Zhao Hai was following him, he felt relieved. Before long, the two of them arrived at a small hill. This hill wasn't very high and was filled with strange rocks. There weren't any plants around. When the big man arrived at the top of the hill, he stopped. This place was already about 100 li away from bewildering Coiling City. The big man looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "People say that Zhao Hai from the Tyrant's Blade sect is very powerful. But in my opinion, he's just an idiot. I didn't expect him to be fooled." Zhao Hai looked at the big man and smiled faintly. "You're from the Imperial Beast sect, right? Why didn't those fellows from the Hegemon Sword sect tell you about my strength? How many people did you bring this time?" When the big man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would directly point out his identity. It seems like Zhao Hai already knew that there was something wrong with him. After thinking about this, the big man couldn't help but coldly snort. He seemed to be disdainful towards Zhao Hai. However, his eyes were actually looking around. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "There's no need to look around. It's just me." "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" The big man sneered and said, "Me? Afraid? Those idiots from the Hegemon Sword sect sent 10 of them to deal with you, yet you still managed to escape. Today, I'll let you know how powerful my Imperial Beast sect is." Then he faced the sky and let out a long roar. Immediately, several roars were heard from all around the small mountain. Before long, several people appeared on the small mountain and surrounded Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that there were a total of 7 people, including the big man. Among these 7 people, there were 2 transcending realm experts while the other 5 were soul combining realm experts. In terms of strength, the people sent by the Imperial Beast sect this time weren't any weaker than the people sent by the Hegemon Sword sect. Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed as a smile appeared on his face. From the people sent by the Imperial Beast sect, he could see that the Imperial Beast sect and the Hegemon Sword sect didn't seem to be on good terms. For the Imperial Beast sect to send such a lineup, it was clear that they wanted to take his life and suppress the Hegemon Sword sect. However, this was also good. If they weren't on good terms, then they wouldn't be able to work together to deal with the Hegemon Sword sect. This was a good thing for the Hegemon Sword sect, but for Zhao Hai, the situation wasn't good. Zhao Hai looked at the people from the Imperial Beast sect and sneered, "What's wrong? The people from the Imperial Beast sect aren't going to use their demonic beasts to deal with me?" The big man who lured Zhao Hai out sneered and said, "To deal with you, we don't need demonic beasts. Let's do it." Then he made a grabbing motion and a large axe appeared in his hand. Then he swung the axe towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sneered and said, "You don't need demonic beasts? Humph. Let's see if you can deal with me." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out his 8-gate golden saber. As soon as he unfolded the saber, 8 gates immediately appeared and firmly protected Zhao Hai. When the 8 gates appeared, the faces of the Imperial Beast sect cultivators who were besieging Zhao Hai couldn't help but change. These people were very clear about the situation. This was something that would only happen when a saber technique was practiced to a very high level. They couldn't help but be stunned. However, they were only stunned for a moment before they took out their weapons and charged towards Zhao Hai. The weapons used by the people from the Imperial Beast sect were different. However, most of them were heavy weapons. Although their techniques weren't as profound as Zhao Hai's, they were still at the great accomplishment stage. Additionally, they were stronger than Zhao Hai. Therefore, their attacks weren't weak. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. His main body unfolded the 8-gate golden saber and firmly protected himself. At the same time, his avatar appeared and used a metal-attributed saber technique, the 100-bladed saber. It didn't take long for the people from the Imperial Beast sect to discover that something was wrong. Zhao Hai and his avatar's coordination was too good. One attacking and one defending, one attacking and one defending. Not only were they able to completely block their attacks, but their attacks weren't weak either. The people from the Imperial Beast sect now understood why Zhao Hai was able to repel the people from the Imperial Sword sect. Moreover, they also heard that besides Zhao Hai's avatar, he was also a dark mage and could use undead. However, up until now, Zhao Hai hadn't released his undead. This made them understand that Zhao Hai had yet to reveal his cards. Thinking of this, their expressions couldn't help but turn ugly. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to their appearances. He didn't believe that these people from the Imperial Beast sect didn't bring their beasts. If they brought their beasts and didn't use them, then they would be a threat to him. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't release his undead. He was waiting for the other party to reveal their cards first. Sure enough, after a while, the big man couldn't bear it anymore. While he was attacking, he suddenly reached out and patted his waist. There were several small pouches hanging on his waist. These pouches seemed to be made of leather. The big man patted one of these pouches. Along with his patting, a loud roar was heard. Then, a multicolored tiger appeared beside the big man. This tiger was golden in color and had black patterns on its body. The word king was clearly visible on its head. As soon as it appeared, it roared towards the sky, displaying the majesty of the king of beasts. As soon as the tiger jumped out, it stared at Zhao Hai. With a roar, it pounced towards Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai's 8-gate golden lock wasn't to be trifled with. Although the tiger's attack didn't have any effect, the tiger's defense was very strong. Its claws were as sharp as blades. Zhao Hai's long blade couldn't do anything to the tiger's claws. When the other cultivators from the Imperial Beast sect saw the big man release his beast, they also didn't hold back and released their own beast. There were all kinds of beasts, some of them even released 2 beasts. Altogether, the 7 of them released 10 beasts. At this time, the number of people attacking Zhao Hai increased from 7 to 17. The beasts of the Imperial Beast sect were very powerful. Their strength wasn't any worse than an ordinary cultivator. In this case, it would be difficult for Zhao Hai to defend his sect. However, Zhao Hai immediately released his own undead. He didn't release too many, only the 4 undead from the Hegemon Sword sect were released. The strength of these undead were still at the newborn stage. Even so, the pressure on Zhao Hai lessened a bit. Zhao Hai paid attention to the people from the Imperial Beast sect. He discovered that although they looked flustered and exasperated, their eyes were calm. It can be seen that they still haven't shown their cards. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't make any moves. He wanted to see what they were doing. While fighting with the people from the Imperial Beast sect, Zhao Hai was also accumulating a lot of experience. When he fought with the people from the Hegemon Sword sect, Zhao Hai already knew some of the characteristics of the Hegemon Sword sect's attacks. The Hegemon Sword sect was similar to the Hegemon Saber school. They had all kinds of swords, long swords, short swords, two-handed swords, one-handed swords, soft swords, heavy swords, and so on. However, the attacks of the Imperial Beast sect were different from those of the Hegemon Sword sect. The attacks of the people from the Imperial Beast sect had a tinge of demonic beast flavor. Their movements and techniques were imitating demonic beasts. It seems like the 100 Beasts fist that Zhao Hai created, the people from the Imperial Beast sect also used demonic beasts as their masters. While fighting, Zhao Hai also observed the attacks of the people from the Imperial Beast sect. Although their attacks were very powerful, Zhao Hai was certain that they weren't using their full strength. Although Zhao Hai didn't know why the people from the Imperial Beast sect were doing this, he didn't dare to take them lightly. He dealt with them with all his strength and was also prepared to deal with any unexpected situations. Although Zhao Hai released several undead to help him, he limited the strength of the undead. Therefore, Zhao Hai's situation wasn't very good. He and his avatar used the 8-gate Golden Lock Saber technique at the same time. However, it could only defend against strong attacks, it couldn't attack at all. But even so, it was enough to give the people from the Imperial Beast sect a headache. They discovered that they couldn't break through Zhao Hai's defense. Even the two Transcending Realm cultivators couldn't. This wasn't because of Zhao Hai's strength, it was because of Zhao Hai's saber technique. Zhao Hai's saber technique was too good. His saber technique had reached the highest level. Although he couldn't master all of the saber techniques, when Zhao Hai used a set of saber techniques, his saber technique could not be ignored. The level of a saber technique wasn't just for show. The higher the level of a saber technique, the more layers it would add to one's attack and defense. These layers could even double the thickness of one's attack. Zhao Hai had already comprehended the 8-gate Golden Lock Saber technique to the highest level. In this case, the saber technique would at least double his defense. It was precisely because of these layers that the people from the Imperial Beast sect couldn't break through Zhao Hai's defense. They could only stare helplessly. When the big man who lured Zhao Hai out saw this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Then he said, "Go all out and deal with him as soon as possible. Don't let the people from the Tyrant's Saber School find out." When the others heard the big man, they nodded. Then at the same time, they patted their waists and released their beasts. Together with the beasts, they attacked Zhao Hai's group. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that the people from the Imperial Beast sect were serious. However, he didn't use his trump card. Instead, he focused on defending. This time, the people from the Imperial Beast sect were really anxious. Although the cultivators from the Tyrant's Saber School in Mani Coiling City had always turned a blind eye to battles outside the city, it depended on who the two sides were. The people from the Imperial Beast sect knew that Zhao Hai came out for a trial. Moreover, it was a special trial for the Tyrant's Saber School. Even the people from the Tyrant's Saber School didn't know that Zhao Hai came out for a trial. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have any contact with the people from the Tyrant's Saber School. Therefore, the people from the Tyrant's Saber School shouldn't know that the one fighting here was Zhao Hai. However, don't forget their identity. If the people from the Tyrant's Saber School didn't know about Zhao Hai's identity, they wouldn't come to rescue him. However, they were from the Imperial Beast sect. The Imperial Beast sect and the Tyrant's Saber School had always been on bad terms. If the people from the Tyrant's Saber School saw that the people from the Imperial Beast sect were fighting outside the city, they wouldn't care who the people from the Imperial Beast sect were and would immediately intervene. Therefore, the big man was anxious. If they couldn't deal with Zhao Hai in a short time, the people from the Tyrant's Saber School would intervene. The attacks from the Imperial Beast sect became more intense. However, at the same time, they also lost their last trace of patience. They focused all their attention on attacking and forgot about guarding against Zhao Hai. But at this time, Zhao Hai's eyes flashed. Then his avatar appeared behind a beast-controlling sect cultivator and stabbed him in the heart. The beast-controlling sect cultivator screamed as he looked back to see who attacked him. However, he couldn't see who it was. Zhao Hai's avatar suddenly appeared behind a beast-controlling sect cultivator. The cultivator's scream also alarmed the other cultivators from the Imperial Beast sect. When they looked at the cultivator, they saw that the cultivator had already fallen to the ground. His mouth was foaming with blood. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to survive. When the cultivator died, the released beasts immediately went out of control. They crazily attacked Zhao Hai, forcing the other beasts to retreat to the side. At that moment, another cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade School let out a muffled groan. The others turned to look at him and saw that he was looking at a rhino-like demonic beast. His face had turned extremely pale. The cultivators from the Imperial Beast sect were very clear that the rhino was his beast. One must know that the beasts used by the Imperial Beast sect had a certain connection with their master. They didn't simply use their beasts as slaves, but rather as brothers and relatives. They even attached a trace of their divine soul to the beast. So if something happened to the beast, the master would also be injured. Of course, not all demon beasts were like this. Every disciple of the Imperial Beast sect would have a life source demon beast. Only the life source demon beast would have the cultivator's soul attached to it. Obviously, the rhinoceros was the life source demon beast of the Imperial Beast sect. The death of the life source demon beast was a huge blow to the cultivator. What annoyed the cultivator the most was that his life source demonic beast was killed, but he didn't know what killed his life source demonic beast. This feeling made him almost go crazy. The cultivator from the Imperial Beast sect couldn't bear it anymore. He roared and attacked Xiao Hai as if he didn't care about his life. Even an idiot would know that the death of his life source beast had something to do with Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai had killed his brother. How could he endure this? Moreover, the death of his life source beast would have a huge impact on his cultivation. His divine soul would also be damaged. In the future, it would be very difficult for him to improve his cultivation. In this case, the cultivator naturally wanted to go all out against Xiao Hai. On the other hand, the Imperial Beast sect disciples' complexion changed. At the same time, they began to pay attention to their surroundings. This inevitably affected their attacks. However, Xiao Hai didn't feel relaxed. The beasts that lost their life source beast and the cultivator attacked Xiao Hai with all their might. This made Xiao Hai even more nervous. At this time, the dead cultivator and his life source beast suddenly stood up. Then they rushed towards the cultivator and his life source beast that were attacking Xiao Hai. This was so sudden that the cultivator and his life source beast didn't have time to react. In an instant, the cultivator and his life source beast were killed by the two undead. The cultivator who lost his life source beast was also seriously injured. When the people from the Imperial Beast sect saw this, their complexion couldn't help but turn ugly. They saved the cultivator, but the life source beast that was killed by the undead turned back into an undead. Xiao Hai's undead increased by 3, while the Imperial Beast sect lost 3 undead. Moreover, one of their cultivators was seriously injured and lost his fighting strength. This was equivalent to losing 4 people. The faces of the people from the Imperial Beast sect turned ugly. They didn't think that Xiao Hai would be this strong. If they want to kill Xiao Hai today, it would be very difficult. The burly man who led Xiao Hai out of the city looked at Xiao Hai, who was being besieged by the beasts. His face showed a trace of resentment, but he couldn't do anything. They had already used up all their strength, but they still couldn't do anything to Xiao Hai. In this case, it would be very difficult for them to kill Xiao Hai today. The burly man looked at the undead around Xiao Hai, especially the cultivator from the Imperial Beast sect and his 2 life source beasts. His complexion couldn't help but turn ugly. At this moment, there was a sudden change in the battlefield. Several Xiao Hai suddenly appeared beside the beasts that were attacking the Xiao Hais. The long swords in their hands fiercely slashed towards the beasts. The burly man's complexion changed as he loudly shouted, "Be careful." There was no need for him to shout, the others already noticed the Xiao Hai. They had already been attacked several times. If they didn't learn their lesson, then they would be stupid. Therefore, when the Xiao Hai appeared, they immediately reacted and attacked the Xiao Hai. However, the Xiao Hai only blocked a single slash before disappearing. Doppelganger? The people from the Imperial Beast sect understood that the one attacking them was Xiao Hai's doppelganger. However, this doppelganger wasn't a normal doppelganger, it was a doppelganger technique. To be honest, in the true spirit realm, doppelganger techniques weren't anything good. Therefore, when they saw that the one attacking them was a doppelganger technique, the people from the Imperial Beast sect felt as if their lungs were about to explode. They didn't think that the one who caused them such heavy losses would be this technique. The big man's eyes turned red. Just as he was about to go crazy, he suddenly noticed the person next to him. It was the cultivator who was heavily injured by the undead. The big man's expression couldn't help but change. Then he took a deep breath and calmed down. After calming down, he immediately discovered that Xiao Hai's doppelganger technique was different from the ones he knew. In the true spirit realm, doppelganger techniques were generally divided into 2 types. The first type was an illusion technique. This illusion technique would only create a doppelganger that looked like a real person. However, this doppelganger was just an illusion, it didn't have any attack capabilities. If you attack it, the attack would just pass through its body. The second type of doppelganger technique was the corporeal doppelganger technique. This doppelganger technique allows the user to create a doppelganger. this doppelganger would attack, but its attack power wouldn't be very strong. Moreover, it wouldn't disappear like other doppelganger techniques. However, Zhao Hai's doppelganger technique was different from the other doppelganger techniques that the big man had seen before. First, Zhao Hai's doppelganger technique was very strong. This was the first time that the big man had seen such a powerful doppelganger technique. Second, Zhao Hai's doppelganger technique allowed the doppelganger to appear and disappear. Other doppelganger techniques didn't have this ability. Generally, doppelganger would be created from a cultivator's body. The doppelganger would appear next to the cultivator and then move under the cultivator's command. However, Zhao Hai's doppelganger could suddenly appear next to the cultivator and then disappear. The big man had never seen such a doppelganger technique before. Third, Zhao Hai's doppelganger technique was very difficult to detect using spiritual force. One must know that a cultivator's spiritual force wasn't weak. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense them even if they were a few kilometers away. Even if they were to suddenly appear next to them, they would still be able to sense it and react accordingly. However, Zhao Hai's doppelganger was different. His doppelganger was very difficult to detect with spiritual force. And with its ability to appear and disappear, it was definitely a cultivator's killer. At this point, the big man understood why the cultivator and the beast were ambushed and killed. With such a doppelganger, it was very easy to use it for a sneak attack. The big man looked at Zhao Hai, who was still being besieged, but he didn't seem to be panicking at all. He knew that he wouldn't be able to get away with it today. Not to mention anything else, just the doppelganger's identity was enough to make them suffer. With the doppelganger, they wouldn't dare to attack Zhao Hai with all their strength. Moreover, Zhao Hai's defense was very strong. In this case, it was almost impossible for them to break through his attacks. Therefore, it was impossible for them to deal with Zhao Hai. Although he was very unwilling, he knew that if they didn't retreat at this time, then it would be impossible for them to retreat after two more of them died. In the big man's opinion, the reason why they didn't deal with Zhao Hai wasn't because they weren't strong enough, but because they didn't understand Zhao Hai's cards. Therefore, they weren't prepared enough. If they were prepared, then they would have been able to deal with Zhao Hai easily. After thinking about this, the big man clenched his teeth, then he coldly snorted and said, "Brothers, don't fight. Retreat. Zhao Hai, don't be complacent. I, Kuan Meng, will remember this debt. We'll settle it later. Let's go." After he said that, he led the people from the beast-controlling sect to retreat. Zhao Hai didn't chase after them. Today, he didn't expose his cards, so he already took advantage of the situation. If he chased after them and provoked the people from the beast-controlling sect, then it wouldn't be good for him. Actually, the doppelganger technique that the people from the beast-controlling sect saw was something that Zhao Hai deliberately used. Although this doppelganger technique was useful, its attack wasn't as strong as Kuan Meng thought. It was much stronger compared to his avatar. Zhao Hai did this in order to make Kuan Meng and the others believe that he was using a doppelganger technique and not an avatar. Doppelganger would be Zhao Hai's trump card in the future. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let people know about it. Therefore, he used the doppelganger technique in order to make Kuan Meng and the others unable to distinguish the real from the fake. Seeing Kuan Meng and the others leave, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. His face showed a trace of exhaustion. When he was fighting Kuan Meng and the others, although he looked relaxed, it was actually a battle of strength. Now that he was safe, he couldn't help but feel a trace of exhaustion. However, the exhaustion on Zhao Hai's face quickly disappeared. He took a deep breath before he turned around and ran towards Mani Coiling City. This time, he used his movement technique. It didn't take long for him to return to Mani Coiling City. After arriving at the inn, Zhao Hai directly went inside. Upon entering, he saw the inn's owner standing there. When the owner saw Zhao Hai, he immediately went forward and bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, you've returned." This old man was worried to death. This old man would like to thank Sir for saving his life. Please accept this old man's bow. When Zhao Hai heard the owner, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Boss, there's no need to be polite. Actually, even if I didn't make a move, that person wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After all, this is the Tyrant's Blade Sect's territory." The shop owner bitterly smiled and said, "Mr. might not know, But although the Tyrant's Blade School's elders love and care for us, they don't have a place to look for us. Therefore, during the year, we will encounter such a situation once or twice. However, those people don't dare to kill people in the city. If they do, then the elders of the Tyrant's Blade School won't let them off. The shop owner smiled bitterly and said, "Mister, there's something you don't know." Xiaohai nodded and said, "That's good. Boss, I'll be going up to rest. If there's nothing else, then don't disturb me." The owner nodded and then bowed before sending Xiaohai upstairs to rest. Zhao returned to his room and sat on his bed to adjust his breathing, trying to restore his condition as soon as possible. At the same time, he also paid attention to the situation of his clone. The clone in the space had condensed a Dharma idol, and it was currently condensing a Dharma idol. As long as the Dharma idol was condensed, then he would have another clone. Zhao Hai didn't want to waste any more time. Instead, he wanted to use the Dharma idol. Ever since he had his plan, Zhao Hai began to value his avatar even more. This was because Zhao Hai knew that the better he cultivated his avatar, the stronger he would be in the future. In the next few days, nothing happened in Mandala City. However, more and more cultivators came to the city. It was clear that they wanted to enter the underground maze to search for treasures. Zhao Hai rarely left the inn these days. Most of the time, he would be cultivating in his room. Finally, before the auction for the underground maze began, Zhao Hai managed to condense another avatar. The appearance of another avatar meant that Zhao Hai's strength had increased. Now, Zhao Hai had 3 avatars. This meant that 4 people were cultivating at the same time. Naturally, this speed of cultivation was very fast. Only Zhao Hai could do this. If it was someone else, then they certainly wouldn't have this ability. Just the frequent splitting of the soul was enough to take the lives of those people. But after condensing this doppelganger, Zhao wasn't ready to condense more in a short period of time. First, his soul force needed to rest for a while. Second, he needed to adapt to the feeling of commanding multiple doppelgangers at the same time. Otherwise, even if he condensed so many doppelgangers, there would be no way for them to display their greatest fighting strength. That would be too much of a waste, so Zhao wanted to adapt to this feeling. While Zhao Hai was getting used to having multiple avatars, the auction for the underground cavern slots had quietly arrived. This time, the auction wasn't held in an auction house but in front of the square in front of the Tyrant's Blade Sex branch in Mani Coiling City. The square in front of the Tyrant's Blade Sex branch in Mani Coiling City wasn't small. Even if tens of thousands of people were standing here, it wouldn't be too crowded. When Zhao Hai arrived, there was already a sea of people here. Although everyone was discussing, no one was causing trouble. This was because there were 2 groups of Tyrant's Blade Sex cultivators patrolling the square. Although there weren't many of them, only about 40 people in total, they represented the Tyrant's Blade sect. Naturally, no one dared to cause trouble here. Zhao Hai casually found a spot in the square and stood there looking at the Tyrant's Blade Sex branch in Mani Coiling City. This branch didn't look very big. It was only a little tall compared to the decorated archway. The words Tyrant's Blade Sect were written on the archway. There was nothing special about it. Zhao Hai didn't mind it. He glanced at the surrounding cultivators and discovered that most of them were at the avatar and soul fusion stage. Occasionally, there would be a few newcomers. However, their numbers were very small. At this moment, several people came out from the Tyrant's Blade Sex branch. The one in the lead was an old man. He didn't look very old, only around 50 years old. Of course, one couldn't judge a cultivator's age based on their appearance. When the Tyrant's Blade Sex cultivators appeared in front of the decorated archway, the old man glanced at the people in the square. There were now several thousand people in the square. The old man smiled and nodded. Then he said, "Everyone, I believe that you already know the rules. If you want to enter the underground labyrinth, then there are 2 requirements. First, your strength cannot exceed the transcending dust stage. Second, the highest bidder wins. I won't waste any more words. Now, the first spot is up. Everyone can start bidding." Just as the old man's voice fell, a voice called out, 100 jade essences, 200 jade essences, 300 jade essences, 500 jade essences, 1,000 jade essences. Contrary to Zhao Hai's expectations, he thought that these several thousand people would be very anxious. However, he didn't expect that when someone called out 1,000 jade essences, there would be no more bids. The tyrant's blade sex elder seemed to be very satisfied with this price. He said, "The friend who just called out 1,000 jade essences, please come and receive your token. You have already obtained the qualifications to enter the underground labyrinth." A cheer rang out from the crowd and a cultivator quickly moved to stand before the old man. There was a look of delight on his face as he handed a spatial pouch to the old man. He then took a jade token from the old man. Next, a cultivator from Hegemon Blade sect led the cultivator into the branch hall. Looking at this situation, Zhao Hai knew that this person must have entered the underground maze through the tyrant's blade gate's transmission formation. He didn't think that after paying the fee, he would be able to directly enter the underground maze. This was really unexpected. After the person left, the elder immediately said, "The second spot." Then someone immediately shouted, 300 jade essences. Zhao Hai looked at the person and didn't wait for anyone to speak. He immediately said, 1,000 jade essences. When Zhao Hai's words came out, the people in the square went silent. Many people looked at Zhao Hai with anger in their eyes. Obviously, they were very dissatisfied with Zhao Hai's method of increasing the price to 1,000 jade essences. Zhao Hai didn't care. He just looked around to see if anyone else wanted to increase the price. No one did. At this time, the elder said, "Friends who bid 1,000 jade essences, please come to me to receive your token." Zhao Hai faintly smiled and walked towards the elder. He took out a spatial bag and handed it over to the elder. After the elder received the spatial bag, he gave a jade token to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai received the jade token, a tyrant's blade sex cultivator immediately led him to the entrance. Zhao Hai noticed that this cultivator was an inner disciple of the tyrant's blade sect. He also had a blade command on his waist. Moreover, his strength was also at the transcending realm. The tyrant's blade sect's inner disciple didn't speak, but there was a trace of pride on his face. Zhao Hai looked at him and couldn't help but faintly smile. However, he didn't say anything. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The two entered the tyrant's blade sect's bewildering coiling city branch hall. Not far away, they entered a courtyard. In this courtyard, there were many transmission formations. Each transmission formation wasn't big and could only accommodate 1 or 2 people. The tyrant's blade sect's inner disciple pointed at a transmission formation and said, "Go to the transmission formation. Remember, you can stay in there for as long as you want. If you want to come out, crush your jade token. After you enter, you are responsible for your own life and death." Zhao Hai nodded and stood on the transmission formation. The inner disciple immediately activated the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai disappeared from the tyrant's blade sect's branch hall. In the next moment, Zhao Hai appeared in a large cave. Upon seeing this cave, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he discovered that this cave was very similar to the one he had dig in the cultivation world. There were many transmission formations in this cave, and some of them were even stained with blood. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shrink. He reached out and took out his long saber as he carefully looked around. At this moment, a gust of wind attacked the back of Zhao Hai's head. Zhao Hai's figure rolled forward as he swung his long saber behind him. End of chapter 2047. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.